beneficial. Christians should not impose Christian ethics into
tribes?
Rule of law. I don't know. Haven't thought about tribes.
But there's governments, right?
Not really. Not like meaningful.
Why is that not meaningful?
I would not say that anyone who's like a political philosopher would look at a tribe and call that a government. Usually when we mean government, we mean post the invention of the nation state.
What about a nation city?
Yeah, nation state.
That's not, well, a nation city, let's say. The city itself.
If there's a formalized Roman, like to some degree, like if there's a formalized actual government, not just like a tribe, then sure, potentially. But again, I would need to know what we're talking about here. I need like more specific examples.
Like you have a city that has 100,000 people in it, and they have a government there, right? That government should not mix church and state.
Yeah, they shouldn't rule with Christian ethics as the thing that makes laws.
Okay, what should they rule with?
Consensus, because I like democracy.
Consensus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And more importantly, laws
nation state.
That's not, well, a nation city, let's say. The city itself.
If there's a formalized Roman, like to some degree, like if there's a formalized actual government, not just like a tribe, then sure, potentially. But again, I would need to know what we're talking about here. I need like more specific examples.
Like you have a city that has 100,000 people in it, and they have a government there, right? That government should not mix church and state.
Yeah, they shouldn't rule with Christian ethics as the thing that makes laws.
Okay, what should they rule with?
Consensus, because I like democracy.
Consensus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And more importantly, laws have to be what works.
And what happens when the consensus says kill babies?
Well, that would be against like what works, right?
No.
Yeah, a nation is not going to work very well if they kill all their babies.
A nation would work just fine if they kill other people's babies.
No, because that nation would be then a target for probably war, not just from that nation, but probably neighboring nations, because it seems like in general, most people have this emergent value of not killing babies.
Okay, I don't understand. Let's say that for like 100 years, a nation kills every third baby that comes up in the nation. It's like overpopulated, so they just take a rock and bash its fucking brains in. I don't. How's
we have
that?
China as an example.
How's that not working?
It seems like it was really, really bad for China. It seems like it was really bad for the fact that people don't like seeing dead babies skewered everywhere. It seems like it crushed their population.
As long as the nation, though, consents to that.
Well, it's not just about what the nation consents to. Like,
yes, you said, and your exact words, I wrote them down, they should rule via consent because I like consent because I like democracy.
Yeah, so when I say rule by consent, that doesn't mean that states' craftsmen aren't imposing laws that are reasonable and work, right? The law is about like what makes a state work.
Yeah, but there's no contradiction in how the state would not work if they killed every third child.
How would that state logistically work? I feel like that state
would work fine. They used to do it all the time. They used to sacrifice children all the time inside of Rome, inside of many states.
Sure, but
it worked just fine.
Well, not really. Like I would
yes,
argue,
really.
Well, I would argue a lot of where are those nation states?
They lasted a lot longer than America, some of them.
Where are they?
Well,
they died.
Wait, are you saying that, so that's a fallacious argument.
It's not fallacious.
You saying because this didn't continue in perpetuity, that means it didn't work? That I could just say, well, don't you agree that America as it exists right now is not going to exist in perpetuity, therefore it doesn't work?
Probably because there are, theoretically, and hopefully there'll be better systems that emerge.
Okay, so then it doesn't work?
By and large, no. Not by what I'm meaning.
What? Okay, so I just want to make sure.
So Rome didn't fall, right, just because of one thing. But when we look at, for example, a nation that kills every third baby.
Can you grab me another beer while you're up?
This probably wouldn't work for a number of reasons. Number one, citizens don't like killing their babies.
But if they did.
They don't.
Yeah, but if they did.
They don't.
But if they did.
What person enjoys killing their babies?
Like a pagan nation, let's say.
I would basically argue that they don't enjoy killing their babies either. Usually, like even when you look at pagan nations where babies are killed, right? Oftentimes, when you can find evidence for it, the mother of that child, for example, or the father of that child are completely opposed to it. It's usually forced upon them, right? They don't enjoy it necessarily, and usually the child sacrifice was occurring.
But if there's consensus, what grounds would you oppose the consensus?
What makes the state work best for most of the people?
Yeah,
that's
and most of the people
have
now given you consensus that this is working best for us.
You can't give consensus that this is working for us. We actually have to look at like material like outcomes, right? So for example, how we know that America's law system works pretty well, although there are problems, is the fact that our military is the strongest. We have the most amount of scientific output, which is awesome, right? That we are the #1 currency in the world, the largest like thing. So we know, okay, the system that we consensually kind of erected around, for the most part, works pretty well. It's a pretty competitive system.
Okay, but that's post hoc. Do you agree with me that it takes time for you to gather data on a system which is implemented?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So for
That's why we've seen over
for
history
5
things look
years,
different,
so for
right?
5 years, we have a consensus that we kill every third baby, and the people go along with it, and they adore it. They think it's great. We don't have the data to show them how wrong-headed they are yet.
I don't think that would emerge.
So, okay, but it has emerged.
I think it's.
But it has.
No, it
yes,
has not.
Yes, it definitely has. There's definitely been many nations where they kill their children, including China. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But it didn't work.
What?
In fact, one of the.
Yeah, that's post hoc. That's you post hoc saying
that's
it didn't
typically-
work after the fact. We're talking about in the
That's
fact.
how you develop statecraft.
In the fact, though, when it's happening,
Yeah.
what are you appealing to oppose it?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Oh, me personally. Well, I'm a defined command theorist. I would say that murdering babies is wrong.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So the consensus would be wrong.
Against my morals, yeah.
Okay, so you hold a form of dualism.
No, it would be relativism.
Well, not really.
Not relativism. It's relativistic. It's probably the better word.
Relativistic, perhaps, but this sounds like dual ethics.
No, it's just relative. It's
Why?
just relativistic.
Well, why is consensus good?
It's not ontologically good.
Okay, good.
I think
So-
it makes the most. I think for the most part.
Okay.
Well, I can answer you.
All right.
Breathe. You're going to be okay. So for the most part, I think that, for example, consensus is good because it's worked. I think it's worked insofar as America mostly has a democratic consensus type system, which has worked pretty damn well. I think the world outside is pretty good. There are a lot of problems that people will point to, but I think America overall is a pretty good nation. I think most Western liberal democracies are better than we've ever developed at any time in history.
So the grounds that you would oppose a consensus of killing every third baby would be Christian ethics, right?
Well, it would probably be multiple things, yeah, that I would appeal to. Like I would use multiple evidences for it.
Well,
The reason I personally wouldn't kill babies is because I think it's wrong to murder babies.
okay, gotcha.
Do you think it's wrong to
But
murder
if
babies?
there was a consensus, well, yeah, of course. But if there was a consensus,
That
you
would-
said that's the thing that we should run things by is by consensus.
That might become state law, but I'm saying to you, I think that would fall out of state law very quickly, and I would probably be a person who would advocate strongly against that state law, because not all
Based-
state laws are moral.
based on your morality.
To some degree, but I wouldn't be imposing my morality on
What
other
if the
people.
consensus is that you're not allowed to oppose the consensus?
Like an authoritarian regime?
Well, no, that wouldn't be authoritarian. That would be democratic
How so?
because you can democratically vote in laws which are oppressive.
Sorry, so I feel like you're just making something into democracy that doesn't exist. Could you explain it
well,
more? to me?
Yeah. If everybody votes tomorrow in a democracy that Kyla can never say another fucking word or else, I don't know, she gets beat to death with a rock.
I would
right?
have due process.
Okay, well, the thing is
And
you
I
didn't
could argue
say,
free speech.
you
That
didn't-
violates my amendment.
Hang on, you didn't say due process. You said consensus is how
Well,
we should rule.
Consensus is typically how we select for like electoral people, and
Uh-huh.
then electoral people are hopefully, although not always, supposed to be educated in such a way that they can make statecraft policies that brings about most good for citizens. Because I don't think statecraft is in and of itself moral.
Okay, so we're not actually appealing to consensus for how we should run things then?
Well, to some degree, because the stakeholder is the voter. So to some degree, you have to appeal to what stakeholders believe.
So what's
which is the
preventing
voters.
what's preventing voters in a liberal democracy from voting in laws which go against your morals?
Well, I would argue that God puts like a sense of conscience within each of us. And I don't think that almost anyone actually emerges in such a way that they say it's good to kill babies. I think, for example, pagan institutions did erect very historically, and you will notice that they don't exist anymore because they don't work very well and people don't like them. And I also would argue that they were moral at the time, right? And so in the case of statecraft, we would use consensus to vote in elected representatives, and these elected representatives would impose laws. But if we don't agree with those laws, then we can oust that person.
Yeah,
we have
but
federal
that's
courts.
not my question. My question is, what actually prevents inside of a liberal society from people utilizing consensus in order to pass laws which are immoral, from your view?
Immoral from my view?
Yeah.
Nothing, but I don't think that
Nothing.
I don't think that all of my moral system should be rule of law.
I understand.
Do you think that?
All I'm doing is making
ask you
sure that
back?
I get it right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think that
But
all...
before you do, I'm going to interrogate the position, then you can interrogate mine.
I would
That's
just
the
like
fair
to
way-
have some back and forth.
That's the fair way to do it.
Well,
but the problem is
no.
you just divert.
Wait, no, that's
Yeah,
not
it
true.
is.
The first conversation we had, the first segment,
I don't
was
care about the meta.
Christian-
Just let me finish the
I'm not
interrogation
dropping
of the
meta
position.
because you're doing
You
you're doing like the
refuse
sneaky
to allow.
bad faith.
I
thing.
want. How's it bad faith to want to interrogate
Because
your position?
I haven't said you can interrogate my position. I said, can you wait for a second so I can ask you some questions? Because in the
After
case
I'm
where
done
I
with
was
mine.
interrogating your worldview with the first prompt,
Yeah.
I also allowed you to interrogate
Great.
my worldview
Great.
in return.
Let me do the
So I'm
interrogation
asking for the
first,
same
and then
in
you can do
response.
yours second.
Okay, so do you think that we should
No,
rule?
no. I said let me do my interrogation first. You can do yours second.
I'm saying I would like a back and forth.
But all that does is derail from the questions I have.
Derails from the dunk that you're trying to lead me into.
How
I
is it a
understand that
dunk?
it does that. Well, because what you're trying to do is to get to some foundational thing of being like, see, it's born on nothing. And it's like, okay, Andrew, do
That's
you
what's
wanna,
bad faith.
Do you want to just go to Agrippa's trilemma?
Not allowing your position.
Everyone knows that this is what's happening.
Wait, you're saying that your position, when it's interrogated, its foundation is going to be incoherent?
I would say every single foundation of any worldview, normative, or meta-ethics is unjustifiable. Yes, this is what axioms are.
Oh, really?
They all fail Agrippa's trilemma. Yes.
Oh,
How do
because
you
of
not
Agrippa's
fail it?
trilemma.
How do you not fail Agrippa's trilemma?
Oh man, that's really weird. What? Tell me again. What does Agrippa's trilemma say?
It's dogmatism. All justification systems fail at a foundational level because they will fail in one of three ways, or all of three ways. Dogmatism,
Yeah.
infinite regression, and circular reasoning.
Is that position justified?
No.
Okay. So anyway, back to this.
Wait, so you run away from Agrippa's trilemma? Okay, but you know what?
I
Sure.
ran away from it.
Yeah.
You just said that Agrippa's trilemma is not a justified position.
What do you mean by justified?
Well, whatever you mean by it in Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, it's an internal critique of justification systems. Agrippa's. What do you mean is Agrippa's trilemma unjustified? It is a philosophical tool that we can utilize to understand that at a foundational level, no belief systems. How do you solve Agrippa's
Like
trilemma?
truth?
How do you solve Agrippa's
But,
trilemma?
well, it's self-refuting. This has been known for 1,000 years. I don't know if you know this or not. It's a self-refuting. Agrippa's trilemma is self-refuting.
So how do you not engage in dogmatism?
If all things are axiomatic,
You
right?
assume.
The reduction to axiomatic, are we making a truth claim?
You are making a truth claim. Yep.
Okay, and is that truth claim justified?
No.
No,
Yeah, because you assume. Wait, are you not making a truth claim?
it doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Are you not making truth
Well,
claims?
wait a second.
Does your moral system
When you go,
not utilize truth claims?
did you posit an argument to me, which was Agrippa's trilemma,
Yep.
and was that argument justified? No.
No more than any. Wait, is your arguments justified?
That. What does that have to do with you?
I'm internally critiquing you this
You
time.
can internally critique me with your argument.
How are you not? Yeah. So I said, how do you not fail Agrippa's trilemma? And you said, Agrippa's trilemma doesn't matter. That's not how you solve
I didn't
Agrippa's
say it
trilemma.
doesn't
You said
matter.
it's unjustified.
Well, it's self-refuting
How is it self-refuting?
because if you claim that you're making a truth claim that's unjustified, then you're not making a truth claim.
Sure you are. You're just assuming. Agrippa's
it's not
trilemma, I guess,
justi-
engages in dogmatism
That
in and of
it's
itself.
not justified.
Yeah. So Agrippa's trilemma, I suppose, engages in dogmatism itself, but how is it self-refuting?
That you just explained it.
Every single system is self-refuting them by this.
Is that a
logic.
truth claim?
Yes.
Okay, and does that fail because of Agrippa's trilemma?
Yes,
So
all
should I
truth
take
claims.
anything you say seriously? Because
Give me a single truth claim.
I don't have to make your
He's
argument.
going to run from this one again. Watch. Give me a single truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma. Go.
Okay, first of all, back up. Whose argument is this?
Give me a single truth
Whose
claim that
argument
doesn't
is
fail
this?
Agrippa's trilemma.
Whose argument
I
is
knew
this?
you were going to weasel on this one. I'm just going to stay here.
Okay, stay here. Whose argument is it?
Right now, both of us. We're both
I'm not
having a conversation.
Wait a second.
Are we not
I
both
didn't-
having a conversation?
I didn't argue that Agrippa's trilemma is true. You did.
I said it's true in like an assumed way, in the way that all things are assumed.
So is it true or not?
It's true in like I suppose, true in the way that we mean true for everything else that's true.
What does that mean?
Well, give me an example.
Yeah, it's not my argument. You
So
don't get
it's-
to interrogate me for
I'm
your
asking you-
argument.
No, I'm asking you for a counterfactual to prove
I
you
don't
wrong.
need to. It's
So
your
my
argument.
My argument is nothing is. Nothing is this thing you're saying.
Nothing's
Can
true?
you provide me a counter?
So nothing's true?
I didn't say nothing's true. I said truths
Then
are
what's
assumed.
true?
Truths are assumed. Tautologies.
Truths are assumed tautology?
Do you know? Yeah. No, truths are assumed. They're
Yeah.
tautologies.
Truths are tautologies.
But oftentimes at a foundational level, yeah.
Often or are?
are.
Are.
Yeah.
So is Agrippa's trilemma a truth tautology?
It's not an axiom. It's a philosophical system, and it's a philosophical equation how you test your own thinking. So how do you?
And so,
you're
okay,
not gonna give me one.
I'm super
Give me a
confused.
truth claim that doesn't solve
I
Agrippa's.
don't
that
have
doesn't
to
fail
make
Agrippa's
your
trilemma.
argument.
This isn't my argument. My argument is all arguments foundationally will fail Agrippa's trilemma.
Okay, so you are making
you're
an
saying,
argument.
You're saying
Yeah.
that's not true.
I didn't say anything like that.
Of course
I
you
asked
are.
you
Do you think that
how
that's
it was true.
Wait, so you're agreeing with me that no truth claim?
I didn't agree with anything.
So but you have to. Those are the options.
I don't have to do anything. You're making an
I
argument.
guess you could be a coward and you could run
It's
away
not
from the
cowardice.
conversation.
You posit that that Agrippa's trilemma is true.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm saying that's assumed because all things are at a foundational level are assumed. And I said, can you give
Okay.
me an example
Is
where
God
that's
assumed?
not true? Yeah, God is dogmatism.
Okay, so you think
Assuming God exists is
So when I
is
ask you, does God exist, and you say yes, that's not true.
It's true, and I'm assuming it.
How is it true?
It's true because I believe it's true. I'm a divine command theorist.
So, okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right.
How do
When
you
you
solve for
posit,
Agrippa's? He's just going to run away
when
from
you
this.
when you posit, well,
Do I have to pay like $10 to
you
force him to answer this question?
How do you posit the arguments, and then I have to answer to the argument?
So if I pose an argument and
Yeah.
I give you the justification for my argument, and
Yeah.
it seems like the way that you're acting is that you think that is incorrect, then you have to pose me a counter. So I said, if I'm wrong, Andrew, you can just prove me wrong like that. Find me a truth claim that isn't fundamentally unjustifiable.
Yeah, so-
go ahead.
so-
How do you
okay.
find me one truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's
First of all,
trilemma?
who posits Agrippa's trilemma is true, Andrew or Erudite?
Agrippa's trilemma isn't. This is like saying Euthyphro's dilemma is true. Is Euthyphro's dilemma true?
Okay, again, why are you asking me questions about your argument?
Because what you're doing, I think I can't tell. I can't tell if you genuinely don't understand Agrippa's trilemma, maybe, or if you're being bad faith. Those are the only two
How am I
options.
being bad faith when you posit an argument and I
hold
ask
on,
you about
relax, Andrew. I said there's two options. You genuinely don't understand, or you're being bad faith.
it? Or
But
there's a third option, which is maybe you don't understand.
I do understand how dilemmas work in
Okay,
philosophy.
then let's.
Are trolley problems true?
If Agrippa's trilemma,
Is like a trolley problem.
yeah, I just want to make sure
It's
Agrippa's.
a philosophical test of logic.
Okay, I got it. So when you're talking about Agrippa's trilemma, would you have any criticisms for this argument that you're making?
I can't solve it. That's the point of the dilemma.
Okay, so when you say that when I ask you, is Agrippa's trilemma true?
I can't solve it.
Is it true though?
Is a trolley problem true? Is Euthyphro's dilemma true? What are we doing right now?
Yeah, I think philosophically you can say that the
Euthyphro's
conclusion
dilemma.
is true or
Wait,
false.
No. The Agrippa's trilemma isn't a conclusion. Agrippa's trilemma is a problem. It's a philosophical problem. Is Euthyphro's dilemma true?
Wait. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Agrippa's trilemma.
Yeah, it's a problem in the same way that Euthyphro's dilemma is.
Okay, so
Is
walk
trolley
me through
problems
it.
true?
Walk me through Agrippa's dilemma. I'll make sure I understand it.
Okay, Agrippa's trilemma posits that no beliefs are justifiable foundationally because they will fail one of three ways: dogmatism, infinite regression, or circularity. And I'm saying, can you find me an example of a
So
truth
then
claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's
Well,
trilemma?
that sounds to me like you're positing propositions in a conclusion.
I'm giving you something similar to like a Euthyphro dilemma or a trolley problem to see if you can solve it logically.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with Agrippa's trilemma, which we're talking about.
It
So
has everything to do with
what
Agrippa's
is the-
trilemma because you're asking if it's
what is
true,
the
which is
pro-
like asking me if trolley problems are true.
No, it's not.
Are trolley problems true?
If it's propositional, this sounds like propositional logic to me. You're actually giving me premises and a conclusion. Is the conclusion true?
This is not what's happening. It's a dilemma. Is the Euthyphro dilemma true?
Well, that's a whole different thing. But I'm
These
talking
are
about
one-to-one comparison. This is
Okay.
the comparison I'm trying to make because I feel like you're not understanding what a dilemma is.
Write it out for me.
I don't need to. Do you wait? How do you solve Euthyphro dilemma? Or do you
Well,
think
right now I just want it written out so I can see if this is a non-propositional problem.
Okay, I'm just going to write out what I've said.
Okay.
Okay. All foundational beliefs are
Private chat, Nathan, if you want to pull it up.
unjustifiable. Yeah, get the TTS in here. Make Brian some money, okay?
Oh, no, I was going to pull up Agrippa's trilemma
Oh, so it's on
so
screen?
people know what the heck you guys are talking about. Go F11 with it, Nathan. Do you have it? Okay, can you? It also goes by Munchausen trilemma. I guess.
I would just
Scroll
look
down.
up specific Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, scroll down.
This
Wait,
is-
just finish it writing. I want to see if it's
Scroll down.
propositional.
Yeah, continue on though. Go ahead, scroll down. Keep going. It says the name. Scroll down. It says, so Munchausen trilemma is also known as Agrippa's trilemma. So I guess it's just a different name for it. Scroll back up.
Yeah, so
Okay,
see
so
the
I'll
three
read this.
there?
Here,
Yeah.
keep working on this. But the circular argument in which the proof of some proposition presupposes the truth of that very proposition, the regressive argument in which each proof requires a further proof ad infinitum, the dogmatic argument which rests on accepted precepts which are merely
see if I
asserted
can proposition
rather
this out.
than defended. The trilemma then is having to choose one of the three equally unsatisfying options.
Okay.
Hopefully you can read that. Sorry if you can't. Just tell me if you need me to rewrite something.
Circular argument, infinite regression, or dogmatism. So then, you believe in objective truth, right?
I believe in objective morals, yeah. And like
Objective.
scientific realism.
Are they objectively true? Morals?
Yeah. Well, objectively, and like they exist outside of me.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Okay, what makes it true?
I'm assuming.
So, is everything you assume true?
No, but everything I assume is true because I'm really good at philosophy. How do you solve? All I'm
It has
asking.
nothing to do with me.
It does.
You don't believe.
So here's what's
it
happening.
doesn't.
How do you solve Euthyphro's dilemma?
Why does that? Why do I need to solve your problem?
Because if I'm posing you Euthyphro's dilemma, a philosophical problem, you can't go, is the problem true? That's
I'm not even asking about
That's
that.
like
I'm
sidestepping
asking
the
if you-
conversation.
If you believe that this is correct, and you also believe that objective morality is correct,
Yeah, correct in the way that we're assuming Agrippa's trilemma, correct in the way that like trolley problems are good at testing
so
logic.
we're just both making assumptions about everything.
Everyone is, well, that or you're infinitely regressing. Those are your two. Well, there's your circular reasoning, which is just tautology. So everyone's kind of doing tautology.
So we're just assuming God.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How
So-
are you not?
So all of these things in philosophy are just going down to these three categories for you?
No, not these. These aren't categories. These are ways in which you're fallacious. Your thinking is fallacious. So it's saying all beliefs, all meta-ethics, normative frameworks are fundamentally unjustifiable because they can't solve for one of these three things. Thank you.
I see.
And I'm asking you, how do you solve
I
for it?
can't. I'm going to adopt it.
He's like, Euthyphro's dilemma. I don't know.
Hey.
Can't find an answer to it.
No. I'm going to adopt it. You're right.
Okay.
I'm just going to assume everything's true because I assume it.
That's fine, but now
That's what you said.
now you're in line with like, so this is one of your issues.
That's what you said.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Welcome to my world, okay?
Yeah, I'm in your world.
We're based over here,
Yeah.
okay? The issue is that I wouldn't go to secular people and be like, you don't have a moral ethical system because it's unjustifiable, because I already know that mine's unjustifiable. I'm assuming I'm doing dogmatism, and they're doing usually infinite regression.
So then
or
they're-
they're being cowards and they're being like, oh, I don't know.
So then you can't make a justification for why I shouldn't like pull out a machine gun and kill everybody.
These are not the same thing. You understand?
not?
me? Yeah, so when I'm talking about foundational beliefs,
Yeah.
pop quiz, what's foundational? Do you know what foundationalism is?
Yeah. It's going to be the pillar in which the belief stands on.
Yeah, okay. So not all statements or beliefs
Thanks for the
are
pop quiz, by the
foundational.
way.
You're welcome. Well, I don't actually do pop quizzes. I usually
That's
ask
your whole
questions.
debate style, but go ahead.
It's not. Me knowing more information than you is not like some crazy like maniacal tactic.
Well,
and in fact,
when we get to the point where you do,
well,
let me know.
this is the issue, Andrew, is it speaks to your insecurity that when I ask you questions about whether or not you know something, I'm asking in genuine good faith because they're like
Of course.
esoteric and I don't expect people to know them. But you take it as an insult to like your pride or something like that. Of course, because you think I'm doing something like maniacal when it's like me asking you, do you know what Agrippa's trilemma is? Isn't to say, idiot. You don't know anything about Agrippa's trilemma? Why are you even talking about philosophy? It's for me to go, okay, if you don't, let me explain it to you, and then I'm curious how you would reason through it.
Yeah,
right?
I would just reason that I'll adopt it, and anybody that I decide to impose my will on can't actually say that I'm unjustified.
Of course you can.
How?
Well, you wouldn't say that your foundations are unjustified, but they would say, for example, here's a list of evidences and arguments as to why I don't think
Yeah,
that you
but
should
none
do
of those
this.
are justified. They're
Well,
all
you
going to
would
be
build
circular.
it off of tautologies.
So what?
Everything's built off of
Then
tautologies.
there's no justification. Tell
Do
me
you
I
think
can't
math,
do anything.
Wait, do you think math doesn't exist because
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
math is tautological?
Oh my God.
Wait, do you not know that?
What is the justification?
quiz time. Do you know that math is
So how can you
tautological?
tell me? You see what I mean? Pop quiz.
Well,
Can you
I'm
tell
doing it
me-
now because you're just being ridiculous. Yeah.
Squirrel brain. Can you tell me?
I'm pretty focused,
Can you tell
laser
me?
focused,
Tell
actually.
me. how it is
powerful.
then that you can create any justifications that anybody's ever doing anything wrong.
Logic and reason. You build on top of like tautological axioms that seem reasonable based on kind of assumptions, but they seem reasonable, and you build upon an entire structure of world belief, which is
But
what
none of
divine,
them are justified.
at a foundational level, no, all
No.
beliefs are unjustifiable.
Well, then you don't.
How do you solve dogmatism?
When you just told me then that I can't go to secular people and tell them that their beliefs are unjustified,
You can't and be consistent.
so then we should just throw philosophy out.
No,
Why not? It's not
Because-
justified. At a
because lots of-
foundational level, it's
because-
just a tautology that we make up,
because
right?
people accept tautologies, because that's how you think about the world, right?
Okay.
Like math, we just accept tautologies in math. We have to, because you have no starting point if you don't. So we assume these things,
Uh-huh.
and then we build on top of them. And then the beauty of things like math and science, in the case of like, science realism, is you can use math and these things to observe and test and see if you're actually mapping onto the correctness of the world.
I see.
Yeah.
So then if
Using
I
inductive and deductive
if I
logic.
utilize the assumption that God is real, this
That's
would
dogmatism. Yeah.
yeah, this would satisfy you because you also use the assumption that God is real.
I'll just grant it, of course.
Okay,
I always
so
grant
then
axioms.
if that's the case, and we assume that God's real, and then we assume God's commands, and then we build our case off of that,
Yeah.
that's justified. As justified as something can be.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I don't know what we're arguing about. We'll just do that.
Well, we were arguing because you wouldn't answer Griffith's trilemma and saying that it wasn't true and coping.
No,
super
I was
hard about
asking
it.
you if it was true.
Well, we're arguing this because you were walking me along this thing and being like, secular
Yeah,
people have
but
no
I'm still gonna
justifications for
get-
their worldview.
I'm
And I
s-
went, well, we
yeah.
can go there, Andrew, but I'm just going to like jump ahead to a Griffith's
Great,
trilemma.
but I still want to get back to the interrogation.
Okay, but
now.
your line of argumentation is going to fall apart because when you go, well, why are you assuming that this is good? I'll go, we're assuming it.
Okay, that's fine. But anyway, back to can we
Thanks.
get back to this now?
Sure.
Okay, so when we're talking about the issue of secularism,
Yeah.
or not secularism, I'm sorry, liberalism.
Wait.
And liberalism is what we're discussing here. So
okay.
we'll pull back up on the notes since we went down that whole train of nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's like foundational philosophy. Phil
okay.
101,
You're-
really. It's
you're-
kind of important.
you're right.
And you
You're-
like to weaponize it for your dumb audience against mean people to like innocent OnlyFans girls to be like, see, their belief system is justified. And it's like, no one says
Name a
it's
single
foundational.
time when I've done that.
Every time you were on the show.
Yeah, so give me, do you have one?
Yeah, when you debate any secular person, when you debated Charlie, when you debate Destiny, when you debated Naima, when you debated Xena, when you debated like et cetera,
No,
et cetera.
no, my argument is
you
actually
usually go,
that
your
if
belief
you're-
system's unjustifiable.
No, that's a dire
and it's
thing.
like, your beliefs are
I do the
unjustifiable.
opposite. I start
It's your
at the end. I
deportation.
just say if it's the case that it's just preferences, then you have absolutely no
That's the guy
criticism
that
for me
makes fun
imposing
of the
mine.
host, right?
Well, most secular people, if they're good on philosophy, wouldn't say, well, it's not just preferences, right? It's some mixture of like we use, if they're utilitarian, they would use utiles.
These are
and
all
if
preferences.
They're, not really. These
Yeah,
are like
really.
there's no more preferences than you preferring God.
That's my point.
But then all of this is empty.
That's right.
So your
So then
arguments
you
are
would have-
wait, but then you have to grant that your arguments are just as empty as theirs.
If that's the case, then you would have no room to criticize me for imposing my preferences.
Sure, we could, because then we could just
Why
use
are we
reason and
listening
logic
to
and
each other?
evidence of what seems to
Preferences?
benefit people.
Your preferences
Yeah,
versus my
I think
preferences?
it's reasonable
Infinite.
to assume that I prefer that like people are.
Why is everybody
well,
mute
that
on
people
the server?
experience less harm, right? I think
Because
that's a
they're
reasonable
watching a
preference
Why?
fucking
to have
bullshit
because
video.
I want
Infinite,
it.
what is going
Then
on?
it's perfectly reasonable for me to say no.
I didn't say it's unreasonable.
Then there's nothing to argue
not
with.
Because
Listen,
you're
you
insisting
see,
that
look
they're
at, like,
unjustifiable
talk to
while you
Christian.
are, and I'm
Okay,
saying no,
it's
you're
for a
all
while,
unjustifiable.
shit.
But both are actually reasonable. You can have your
Panhandlers,
Christian
God or
preferences,
no
but as a
God, it's like
Christian, I'm
everybody's
fighting
just
you and
sitting
saying
and they're muted.
actually your preferences are icky and bad for the faith. Don't do it.
Theism
Also,
is
Jesus
true.
wasn't political, so you're
God
kind
is
of going against
morning.
what Jesus taught.
So-
also
Morning
bad to
in
do.
America.
Okay, so
bro,
then back to
but-
this, when we're talking about liberalism
Feel like I'm here
and the
every
system
morning,
of
and I get
liberalism, and
muted
you're
by
appealing to
internet so I can
consensus,
leave.
right? If the consensus
Oh, yeah, I
is
got
that they
muted,
want to kill every
by
third baby,
trucks
which is just
because
part of
I
their like
destroyed them in the debate
preferences,
over Iran.
man, and they assume that it's fine.
No, you get muted 'cause
You
you
don't.
interrupt
You can't
people.
actually critique that. Then.
course you
That
can.
is not the
We do
case.
it all the
Then
time.
why when
With
I was
what?
typing inside
You could
chat,
use
I said Joe.
utilitarianism, and you could say
Joe.
actually killing
I
babies
can't hear.
is bad
Would
because
y'all
it makes a
shut
worse
up?
world. It harms that specific
Bitch, you
baby.
want me to
It probably
mute you?
also
Shut
harms the
up,
mother,
bitch.
which would actually
Bitch, you
decrease the
can
amount
guess
of
it,
flourishing
I'll
and
still
increase the amount of
hear
harm,
it.
which is why I think it would be bad to do. That's what a utilitarian could say.
And then say, but
Like, what the
you would
A
say
guy
that
walks
that
into a
God
voice
doesn't like it when you
channel.
kill babies
He's
unless he orders you to do it
surprised
like
that
an
other
right.
Amalekites.
And which one of you is right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and you
well,
can
we would have to
literally
fight.
deafen
I mean, the
yourself
issue is
and
like we have to
that's
assume
right,
at the
we
end
have
of
to
the
fight, right?
Yeah, and
she's
I would go,
retarded.
I think my
She's
argument's
almost
more
as
reasonable.
retarded
I
as
wouldn't
you,
say my
Grace.
argument's more justifiable at a
very
foundational level. This is
intelligent.
what you do. You try to say, my
Well,
beliefs
no,
are
I said
foundationally
Joe,
justified and
you
yours are not,
fucking
which is why
started
I'm
talking.
reasonable and you're not. It's like, that's not true.
Well,
Actually, I do
right
the
after.
opposite.
No,
I start at the
definitely
end
don't
of
do
the
that.
argument
That-
and say I agree with you. It's all
just because
preferences.
the like chronology of how
I
you
said
get
it
there is
might
different, it
come
doesn't
out
change that this is the tactic that you
What?
typically
I said
utilize when you
get-
debate
you
people.
didn't
Listen,
interrupt all
I'm
the
doing the
time.
same thing with you. We're at the end now.
Yeah, you're like, I start at the end
I
and I
mean, I
walk
do
people all the way
interrupt
back
I'm not
to
even walking
foundational
you back.
axioms.
I'm just asking
And
you.
then I
to-
I
go,
don't
see
get
how
you.
silly this
I'm
is? I'm
just-
not silly.
Yeah,
And I'm
you
saying
do.
you're just
Yeah.
as
Never seen
unjustified.
it.
I'm
But
just
there's
asking
reason that
you
you
a
can
simple
utilize.
question
You always
here,
interrupt.
Yeah,
which
you
is
use
that
reason and
is
logic.
consensus when you're talking about consensus.
Talking
Th-
about
That's how you
the-
want things to be,
Mods on
right?
here aren't
Well,
muting
no,
because
this is not an
they
ought. Like a consensus isn't an
all
ought.
the
I think it's the
mods on
best
here
system that's
And it's
arrived so
fine,
far.
infinite
So when I
If you can
asked
make
you,
up a better one,
so when I
I'm
asked you
for it.
earlier, this
I'm
is an
talking
ought,
about
and you
in
said
this
yes.
room.
That's not
I'm
the case.
talking about all
Yeah.
this room.
Well, there's a second part to what I was saying, I believe, at the time.
Yeah, that's
No,
I
I
bet-
asked you, is consensus
You get
how you
all
ought?
the
Do you know
mods
Christians
were-
ought do things? You said
Because
yes.
you
No, I
interrupt
didn't.
all the time.
Yes, you
I
did.
bet all the mods
I'm really
I
working on the
specifically
interactive
wrote it down.
Okay, if I did, I didn't mean it.
You didn't?
No, I should have clarified.
helps.
What do you actually want to ask here?
It's not
Yeah,
that
so I
hard.
want to
You
just
gotta let
ask you
other
about
people stop
consensus.
talking, and
So
then you talk.
if
It's just
if they
one
want
at
to
a
kill
time,
every
you know?
third
It's pretty
baby,
simple.
okay,
It's been
I'd
like that
oppose
since
this.
Yeah,
elementary
but why would they
school.
be actually
but
wrong?
there's two types
I
of
would,
debates,
for
right?
example,
You
I
have
would,
the
in
one
the case of
where
a pagan,
we
I would
go
probably appeal to their own
one
moral
by
system.
one,
I think that
and then you
most
have
people,
the
for
one,
example, I believe you
where
probably
you
believe
have
this
the
too,
hecklers,
that God gives
right?
us
You have
conscience,
the
right? He like
hecklers
puts a spirit
saying the
inside of us. That
words
God's
as you speak.
meta-ethical system
and that's
emerges
me, I'm the
naturally out of
heckler,
us, right? So like
Well,
what I
that's
would
why
do,
you
for
get muted
example,
in here.
is
We
I
don't
would
need no
probably first of all
fucking
try to
hecklers.
examine
Are we
that
gonna talk
pagan's
about
belief
talking
system.
to
And I would be
time?
like, do you actually think killing babies is okay? Right? I would
Hold on, I got
actually
this.
morally question them. And one of
Where
the
you
issues
from?
is that this is unobservable. We can't
Hey, I'm
truly know
also-
whether somebody
hey, I'm-
thinks something is wrong or right.
What the
But I think the
fuck?
knowledge of wrong or right is really important.
where you from?
Kind of biblical,
I
I
didn't-
might even say. So I would question whether or
From
not
Prague.
they know it's wrong or right, and then I
where?
would appeal to things like state, so
Praga.
like civic ethics,
Prague,
civic ethics,
okay.
for example. It doesn't work very well
Not
in
the
nations to
infinite,
kill
you
every
got it
third
wrong.
baby. You're just
He's,
reducing your population.
I know it was
Usually the
Israel.
mothers
He's a-
don't
he's
like
a
it. Usually the
Central
fathers don't like
European.
it. Doesn't seem to have any good outcome. In fact, most of the reasons why people in the past killed babies
No, you
was to
have to
satisfy some
understand
son
something
God. And you
very
go,
important.
that's not an
Central
overly
Europe.
reasonable argument. It's
Listen,
probably more
what the
reasonable to
fuck
say
is
we shouldn't
listen,
kill babies.
the
That seems
idea
more
of
reasonable.
Central
So I could
Europe
appeal
is
to
a
them in their
mental
own worldview of
illness. You need
secularism
two very
or their own
important
review of
countries
paganism.
to determine
Sure,
on which
and they
side
say,
of the
"Fuck
fence
you,
you're
we don't
on.
care."
You need Poland and you
Are they
need
in my state?
Greece. You draw a line from
no.
Poland to Greece. It's
No,
called
They're
the
in another
Kurva
country?
Malaka
Yeah,
line.
I'm just asking why they're
right?
wrong.
And then
why
you
they're
figure
doing
it out
something
from
wrong.
there.
Why they're doing something wrong
Yeah,
to
why
me?
is that wrong? Yeah,
Because I think it's immoral to kill babies.
why?
Yeah,
Because I
Central
think
Europe
God doesn't
doesn't
like you to kill
exist.
babies
It's a
unless he
mental
orders it,
illness, I
like in the
agree.
Amalekites.
Because you assumed God.
I assume
Whenever
God, yep.
somebody
You
says
assumed
he's
it,
from
and so
Central
they
Europe,
assume
Well,
that.
I'm assuming God, yeah.
So they
100%
assume not
he's from
God.
Czech
Yep.
or
And so they
Hungary.
come to you and say, "Well, you're just
100%.
assuming this anyway."
And I would say, so
Yeah,
are
it's
you.
a way of
And
like
then
the
they would say, "Good, we're going to go back to killing babies." And the problem with that is
country
I'd
is
say,
what?
like-
I'm going to use my language and quill to
Differentiate
convince you that you're
themselves.
wrong and that there's a more
It's a
compelling and
cult.
better way to
Yeah,
live. And
it's
I'm
a
going to
cult.
appeal to the
Like,
spirit that I think God
guys,
puts
we
into
are
all of
not
us to try to
peace.
pull out of you the
We
fact
are
that murder is actually really
central.
bad.
I
That's what I
see.
do.
So if a Christian
hate it.
nationalist does that within a liberal system, they're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, so you guys can try to compel people to Christianity, but my issue isn't
No, we can compel ourselves to the will of the state. Why not? What's wrong with that? You
Sorry.
just, I mean,
I don't
what do
know
you
what
mean?
you're saying right now.
What do you guys think
If
about what's
Christians
going on
take
in
over the
Iran?
entire state, rewrite the entirety of the Constitution within their
Oh,
liberal
we're
framework,
gonna win.
They can in the liberal framework, but as a
Looks
Christian,
like
I think that they're being
Iranians-
unchristian by
looks
doing
like
Yeah,
so.
but who cares? You're just
Iranians,
assuming it.
gonna lose.
God cares, and I'm
You know
assuming
what
that we're
I
all.
said?
Yeah,
It
but I
looks
assume
like
God
the
doesn't care.
IRGC is Iran and
I would question your Christian theology.
Mike
Oh,
said
well,
that?
why? I just
Because
assumed it.
Scripture.
So, you know,
do you think that like
what is
logic,
what's
reason,
going on right
evidence,
now
Scripture
is
doesn't
there-
exist
because
outside
we've
of like
been able to get
foundations?
It doesn't matter.
dominate
What
Of course it
matters is
does.
what I
Wait,
assume.
How would
They're
Scripture
launching, like,
not matter
loads and
when I'm
loads
talking to
of,
fellow
Because I
Christians?
just assume things.
Small loitering
Well,
munitions.
No, you
like
don't just
drones.
assume things. You're,
Why not? And
so
oh,
they're
you're
just,
equivocating again. So what
how
you're
am I
doing,
They're
equivocating?
loitering
because
up
you're
there, and
saying
you can actually see
assuming
them
at a
in videos. They
foundational.
have,
So when I
like,
say
a little
assume, I
light
mean
that
at a
blinks on them.
foundational axiomatic
And
level. That is not the
then
same
with
thing
My
as
axiom is
assuming.
that I'm always
they have
right
these, checkpoints.
That's
about
not an
everything.
axiom.
Or
Why can't it be an axiom?
forgot what
Because it's not
the other
tautological.
People that are in all
I'm right because I'm right. That's a
starts with the
tautology.
B, I
Yeah.
forgot their name, but
Now I can go, I
they're
don't think it's
another
justified.
force in
And then I would prove you
Iran.
wrong.
Okay, but
so when
who cares?
When the
You
drone
just said
sees
nothing's
them, it just
justified.
goes and,
Sorry, are we just
because
doing
it's
like
such a
nihilism
small
warped tour?
munition,
Nobody
it's
should
like
care.
a big
Nobody should care about.
grenade,
You
basically.
granted me that
It
even
can-
at
it can
Christianity,
actually
you granted me
kill
that
them
your
right
worldview
next
is
to
just as
civilians and not hit the
like unimportant.
civilians.
So how do you make people
Because
care?
that makes my point,
Yeah, bro,
actually.
that's-
So
No,
you're
that's
your
the
hands
case.
off. You're like, none of it matters. My
No,
system
Yeah,
is
if
just as
it is
justifiable
the
and assumed
case,
as
now I
everyone else's.
at least understand what you're saying.
Nobody's
so,
doing
great.
selective
If it's the case,
killing.
Took
if it's
2
the
hours
case,
and 15
whatever.
minutes.
Let them get
yeah,
their-
if
No,
it's
they're
the
not
case
having
that
it.
we're just assuming
They're
the
not
worldview
FPV,
at a
but they're
foundational level,
grenade,
and it's an axiom I'm right because I'm right, now we have a
sized
tautology,
explosives
then
is what
there's
you're
actually
saying,
no good
right?
reason
Yeah, you can.
for me
there's
not
lots
to
of-
assume that I'm just
there's
right
lots of
about
videos of it.
reforming liberalism after my own
You want me to
image.
get a
So
video?
reason
Yeah,
can be
sure, get a
it
video.
includes
I'm
things like
curious what
inductive
you
and
talk about,
deductive
but I
logic.
don't
This is the
think
stuff
you-
that we build off of
I
our
don't think
axioms,
it
right?
is what you think it is.
Can.
If it
Well,
is
that's
anything.
what we do. That's what all philosophical systems are. That's what you do. That's what I do.
Well, that's an assumption
This is crazy.
because
Okay.
foundationally
Mike,
you're assuming
what-
it, right?
how
Oh,
does
yeah,
the
you're right,
material
Andrew.
looks like
Everything doesn't matter
for us?
anything at all. And in fact, everything that you say doesn't matter. And none of your systems are
English?
justified. And it's all just arbitrary and silly.
So then if
that's
that's-
what you're saying, too.
well,
By your view, yeah.
I don't
No,
speak
you
Russian,
granted
though.
my view. You said, I'll grant you Agrippa's
How?
trial.
Yeah.
How
it-
does it-
that,
No.
But that would,
This is our
yes,
view now,
I'm
baby.
grant-
You said you're
yes.
joining me. You're in the Agrippa's trilemma
and for the
acceptance
purpose-
state,
and
And
okay?
in fact, then, if that's
So
the
you're
case,
just as
then
arbitrary
you're
and just as
so if
stupid,
that's-
and we can't
hold on,
assume
let me
anything.
so if that's the case,
We shouldn't
then-
talk about
winning?
anything. Why are we here?
Exactly.
Each other finish, please.
So I just want to know.
Well, you're in my worldview. How are you solving that?
What
now?
are the
Let him
argument?
finish, please.
What now is the
but the-
argument for me to impose
question
Christian
is, how does it
nationalism?
Let me
look
ask
when
that to
we
you.
win?
What's your argument for it?
Because I want to.
You're just assuming that.
'Cause I
though.
want to.
Yeah, but you're just assuming.
That's
You
tautology,
don't-
so
that
I'm
doesn't make it
supposed
right.
to.
That doesn't make it right.
Exactly. So it's fine to do.
So why are you saying that it's an ought
He thinks he's
statement?
American, but he's
Wait a
not.
second. I'm assuming.
Basically, Reza Pahlavi
Right?
gets
Yeah, so why is it an
installed,
ought statement?
and,
Because I want it to
then
be,
they
because I assume it.
institute a
Okay, so your
democracy,
system
like
is
a
wholly
probably
unjustifiable.
a
There's no reason why
parliamentary,
Christians should do it. They're just like
monarchy.
moving on vibes
And there's no
preference.
reason for
So,
Christians not
Mike,
to
you
do it.
agree with this? Pahlavi gets
Okay.
installed
Right.
and they get democracy. That's the
I
victory for
believe
us?
in I'm a foundationalist.
I don't know what-
so I believe
what
in
that-
we
Yeah, but you
First
grant-
assume
thing
your
is, but-
foundations can't be justified.
everyone
Because
assumes
we
foundations.
we
You've
go
only
there, we
granted me
blow
this.
Then
everything
if that's
up,
the
we kill
case,
all the
then who
fucking
cares what your
terrorists.
foundation
Because in
is?
philosophy, we
Regime
typically
there, and
ground
just
foundations
believe.
to some extent.
We don't do
how we win.
anything in philosophy. I don't know
Reza
what you do in
Pahlavi-
philosophy, but
Okay,
Eldest
here's a
son.
Big dick
philosopher.
America,
In
and that's what
any
we do.
level of
We go
respected
places and we
philosophy,
fuck
We
people
we
won
up.
assume
Afghanistan.
which
We won
respected
in
philosophers
Afghanistan,
are
we
you
won.
Aristotle, Plato, Socrates,
Joe Biden-
what are some
I think
modern
Joe
ones?
Biden-
I can think
What
of?
did Socrates?
Heidegger.
Socrates assumed that
Yes.
you couldn't justify anything.
Oh, no,
Well,
we can talk
no,
about
what
Afghanistan.
sort of, what we do is we grant assumptions because we
Yeah, Joe
understand that
Biden
at a
fucked it up.
foundational
Yeah.
level,
Keep in
they're all
mind,
unjustified.
though,
Yeah,
All
got-
you
he got
did
people
was
killed.
destroy the possibility for there to be
The
objective
campaign-
morality. That's
campaign-
it.
The
No,
campaign was
because I think
for,
God
you know,
exists.
Yeah, but
multiple
you just
decades,
assume it.
right?
So,
was
but
like 2 decades.
non-Christians also assume
Well,
that it
in
doesn't exist.
Afghanistan-
Yeah, so then if they have an anti-moral realist
You're talking about
position,
Afghanistan,
I would use
not
logic and
Sure,
reason to
sure,
compel them as to why
sure.
it
well,
We
won't
can
work.
say
okay,
the
let's
withdrawal
assume for a
was
second I'm a
wrong.
moral
We
anti-realist.
were there for 20 years.
Use logic and reason to compel
you have
me
to understand
when you tell me that
within
your
60
whole
years,
worldview is
50
just
to
assumed.
60 years, 2 major
Sorry.
superpowers have invaded
I really love that
Afghanistan.
assumed word. Can you
The
rephrase that in a way
USSR
that's
and
coherent?
the United States.
That was coherent, but I'll do it
And
Okay,
again.
let's
both of
assume it
them
wasn't.
Foundationally,
left there
Let's assume.
because it
I'm
was
a moral
getting- they were
anti-realist.
got
Okay.
Your moral
fatigued
foundations
by,
are assumed
sheep herders with
and
AK-47.
not justified.
And I would
Yeah,
say, how do you
so,
solve
they
Agrippa's
didn't
trilemma?
want
No, no,
to
no, no.
say it
You
wasn't a
told me the
victory.
moral anti-realist
So
that.
that's how you want win a
Yeah,
victory.
and then the
Sheep
anti-realist
herders
goes, well, your
with
opinions are just
AK-47s.
assumed, right? And I
Well,
go,
no,
yeah.
so
How do you
Iran's
solve
the
Agrippa's
Why would they
trilemma?
need to? They're
Afghanistan's,
anti-realist.
main
So
thing
even
that worked against
even
us
You
is
just
that
destroyed
there's
the
really no
possibility for
resources
objective
for us to
morality.
get
No,
by
I didn't.
You
so,
did.
No, even
And,
subjectivists
you know, if we fight
fail
in
Agrippa's
Iran
trilemma. They
and
fail by
overthrow,
infinite aggression.
Once
Okay,
we get a
again,
pro-Western
who
government,
cares?
there's
You
lots
forgot
of
about that one,
oil
didn't
and
you?
other
That doesn't hurt my
resources,
argument.
okay?
Yes, it
But in
does.
Afghanistan,
If
it's
I'm an
a shithole.
anti-realist,
And it's all
a
mountains,
moral
so it's very
anti-realist, I say
hard.
there are no
To to go
facts.
in and
And
actually like
that is completely
you're
and
fighting
totally in
from
line
the
with Agrippa's
valleys
trilemma.
up
So
mountains and shit. Like yeah,
Agrippa's
you're at
trilemma
a
would say,
very
how do you solve for
huge
infinite regression?
disadvantage. They're
Why would I
protected
need to?
from a lot
Because
of your
it's a fallacy.
bones. And then
It's
really
really
expensive.
So thinking's a fallacy.
And you're not going to
No,
recoup
infinite
any
regression's
money
a fallacy.
after the
Okay,
fact.
but everything's
So-
going to reduce to an
But you are
infinite
saying
regress,
that, like,
right?
So
you
what
didn't
comes
get
before
anything from
thinking?
Afghanistan,
Well,
the reality
that
is
would be
that
transcendentalists
Afghanistan
would
was
come
the
before
opium
thinking.
number
Okay, what
one
comes before that?
producer in the world, and
But
we were
well, we would
benefiting
make the
from that.
justification of God, right?
So
And
you
I give
assume
you that.
that
This is
no
farmland.
secular
It's local
anti-religious
land.
I'm talking
would not
about-
assume God.
How is opium
No,
legal
not
in
me.
the US?
You don't
Heavy-
assume God?
heavy
I
metal
do
mines,
assume God,
So
but
then
you're
all
talking
the
about moral
transcendentals come from him?
anti-religious.
No.
Andrew, respectfully,
Afghanistan
we
is
should probably,
not
I don't think you're ready for this this conversation.
and you were
Oh,
able
no,
to- I
I'm
mean, it
having a good
wasn't
time
oil.
with this
It
one.
is.
I
Okay.
just want to make sure that me, the
I
moral
mean, in terms
anti-realist,
of natural
right, that
resources.
you are telling me that objective morality
Well, I
is
mean,
real,
okay,
right?
so they have.
And I would
Okay.
use reason
some
and logic
rare
and
earth
argumentation,
metals
and I
and
would
stuff,
build
but
off of
the
my
thing is,
foundational
like,
axioms
those are
that a
everywhere.
good faith moral
The problem
anti-realist
with
would just
rare
grant
earth
me.
metals
So he'd be like, well, why
isn't
do you believe
that
God?
they're
And I'm like, I just
rare.
assume him. And they're
It's
like, okay,
that
well, I
they,
can't really contend with that. It's just
there's not
assumed.
much of an
And then I
ability to
build my entire
refine
case for
them.
why I
Almost
think morals
all
are
the
objective, because I
refining
think
in the
God
world
instilled them
comes
outside
from
of us and that
China.
they are in every person. And I would say,
Yeah,
you can see
because
this in the universal ways
mining
in which
for
morals
these,
consistently emerge. We see this trajectory
precious
of
metals
humankind
is
moving towards greater and greater
fucking
moral
disgusting.
systems,
They
right?
fuck up
Free
the
speech
nature.
and respecting
And I
one
agree
another
with
and
you
treating
that
everyone
it's-
kindly.
you
And
could
what you'll
find
notice
these
most
metals
importantly is
probably
not only are
in a
those
lot of
morals
places.
objective, but they're the Christian
But what
ones,
is
because
really,
God is real. My God specifically is real. That's how I would do that argumentation.
Okay.
What is very,
so
very
are there
valuable
moral
is
facts?
the places where the
Yeah,
operation
yes.
is already going on.
And are they
one
just
of those
assumed?
places was in Afghanistan.
Yeah, at a foundational level.
Apparently, they do have.
Okay, so
lithium,
then
though,
any
which would
moral
be a big
facts
deal,
that I
'cause
assume at a
isn't
foundational
Australia
level
the
are
one that
equivalent to any
controls,
moral
like,
facts
all
you
the
assume at a
metals?
foundational
they
level?
have
No,
promised.
not equivalent.
They
I didn't
have-
say these are all
Australia
equivocal.
has,
What would make them different?
My use of inductive and deductive logic is better. I use
the
better reason. I
resources
have more
have been
evidence for my
found
claims.
better- hang on.
somehow,
What
but
does
they
better
haven't
mean
been
here?
tapped.
Better means like more coherent, more
Okay.
consistent. Like
Yeah, but why
logic
is
So
that
it looks
better?
like.
because it seems to produce better thinking. It seems
lithium's
to
kinda all
Yeah, you
work
just that's a
alongside.
tautology.
Yes,
But
It's better because
everything.
it's better.
Yeah,
Australia.
tautologies.
Yeah.
Welcome to
but
welcome to
you see
Yeah,
philosophy.
so then I just want to make sure.
From there,
So
it's
so
not like
you're just
we
going to endlessly
didn't
be
get paid
in a case of
for our
infinite regress
effort.
and tautology,
I
What do you
think
think?
in-
and then there's no moral
we
facts
took
are just
the
assumed.
Just
the
let me pour
opium.
my energy drink
Okay.
at
Okay.
Brian
You
know that when
respectfully,
you- when you
and then we'll
say
get back
we,
into you really
I take
struggling
you
with
about as
philosophy.
I'm having-
seriously as
I'm
some
having a struggle,
motherfucker
that's
up in
true.
Canada
You are.
pretending he's an American.
It's fine.
It's
I'm
this has
American,
been very
you can
difficult for me. I
find
agree.
I'm a more American
I
than
mean,
you, bro.
hey, you've at
No,
least
you're not.
accepted
I
the
chose it.
reality that your
didn't.
beliefs
Oh,
are just as
oh, you
unjustified
could
as
be,
everyone else that you mock,
Yeah,
which
you
is
could
great.
Be,
So might
a
makes right.
lifeguard wanting
No.
to
Yeah, it
destroy
does.
this country, and you would still be American.
Yes, why wouldn't it?
Because of things like coercive power
Oh,
versus
I'll
legitimate
give you
authority.
that,
Who cares
but you
about
might
that
be
shit?
more
You're just
than
assuming it.
fucking-
No, so
Some
again,
libtard.
Just at its
Do you
foundation,
think
whatever
that-
arguments you
do
have
you think
are
like all of this
assumed.
around me
would
just doesn't
not.
exist because I'm
You're
assuming it?
Russian, bro.
Wait. Material?
Not
though?
even.
Yeah,
Is philosophy material?
yeah, it
Not
can be.
even. My
How?
family fought
Pragmatism
Russians,
is
like,
often-
How?
for 100
Pragmatism?
years. Like,
Yeah,
It's
how's it
often
material?
interested in like
So it's fine.
material effects.
That's not
I'm not
material.
gonna fight for
That's
So-
you're just saying what it's.
I am so sorry. Hold on.
People who were in the legions,
Party foul.
and then during the
You're
World
so
War
sweet to
II,
remind me,
they
and I
were,
destroyed your tech.
partisanis,
Yikes.
Did we get all the
and
tech out of the
then
way?
In the '68 invasion, they
Can we get paper towels? Yeah, just
they
pass them to
also
Kyla there.
did, you know,
A little spillage. It's
confrontations,
okay.
but
Here,
not,
no, it's all good. I'll
not,
take care of it. You
war
guys
style.
continue with the debate. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
so sorry.
No, it's all good.
Let's get on your stream deck first, though, so it doesn't get anyway.
Yes, I don't
yeah.
give a fuck, bro.
Here,
My
let me
family
take care of
fights
it,
the
though. You
Russians.
guys
I
can
don't know how
continue
many
on with
times
the
your family
conversation.
fight the
It's all good.
Russians.
It's all good.
I'm so sorry.
I
It's okay.
wager 0.
I'll continue.
So,
When I knocked that over, did that happen materially, or did we just all assume that it happened?
well, I would say that happened in material reality.
Oh,
BBC
and so
says
how do we
didn't
think about
take
that? Like, how do we
opium
decide
from
that actually it fell because of
Afghanistan.
gravity versus like God trying to push it down?
We would probably run an experiment or something like
Yeah,
that.
we
I
use,
think
like, reason
what
and
I have
logic to
heard in
build
the
up
past
a belief
is that
system.
basically the
Well,
CIA took
the thing is, though, is like
opium
You
that
really
wouldn't
don't
make
like it.
that wouldn't make
Fairness.
philosophy
and
material.
they like basically used it for drug
So
trafficking
not all of
to
so
help,
philosophy, like the
fund
art of loving
the
wisdom,
locals.
isn't material, but it commentates on materialism
yeah,
all the
but you
time.
just said it was
Of
material.
course.
Well, parts of it
Biggest
can be
drug
material.
dealers
Which
Yeah.
are
parts?
these
The
agents.
part that is your
Well, no.
brain thinking about things.
So-
Is your brain not
But-
material?
Okay, so
That's how they
is
get
the
the
Could I
money
have
for
this
their-
conversation if I
is
didn't
the
have a brain?
philosophy
That's-
itself material?
That's not like the
Or
US
is the brain
getting paid
material?
for
The brain's
that.
material.
Okay, so then not
Oh,
philosophy
no.
again.
Not necessarily.
I don't know why you think that this is a dunk.
I'm
Saying
not-
that
I'm not trying to
philosophy,
dunk.
I said philosophy can engage in the material, of
A
course.
little bit, you know.
But you said
And then I said, for
you said it
example,
was
one of the
material.
schools is
but we
pragmatism.
didn't even
Yeah, but
like
that's not
overthrow
material.
the
Sure, okay.
government.
You won.
Like,
That's
the
all.
You're so
Taliban
smart,
are
Andrew.
still
You got me.
in
I don't know.
power
No,
there,
hey,
so-
you're way better at this than me.
Taliban is in power
Help me
because
out
they
though.
took power.
I'm actually
24
fine.
hours within us
Kind of
leaving.
staying right
Okay,
here.
we did
So you
change the
accept that your
government.
belief
I don't know,
system
like,
is
don't
just as
get me
unjustifiable.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
but
especially for the purpose
we
of this
tried, but
conversation.
if it
no,
doesn't,
not for the purpose of this
if it-
conversation. Don't be like
doesn't
bad
hold,
faith
like, if
and
it
That's not
presume
bad
things.
faith.
It is bad faith to presume
then
things that you
it
don't
never
actually
really-
believe.
That's
Don't
not
purport.
bad
Do
faith.
not
It was a
do not
problem
purport to me
for
that you
us,
believe in things that you
rather
don't believe. That is
the people
definitionally
were
bad
not
faith.
expecting
By
that.
self-delusion
I mean,
or
the people who
self-deception
are
or
not in a
in this case
like
explicit
like the
deception, saying,
politicians, the
"Yeah, I believe
normies
this," and it's like,
go
"No,
to
you don't.
work
You literally don't."
Got it.
Vote,
Or do you?
And they are
Do
not
I what?
sitting in
Do you
commissions
believe
and all
that Agrippa's
just-
trilemma means that all
That's
They
One,
didn't know.
you convinced me.
Between Iran
Okay,
and a
so now
country like
I'm not.
Afghanistan.
I don't
so
know what to do with this.
Iran
I
is
guess
like
falling into snark is
90
your way of
million
solving
people.
your bad
You know,
How am I
fault.
I
falling
think
into
it's
some
kind of
snark?
like
Because you
Germany.
are
They got a lot
either
of
being
natural resources,
genuine
more
You
than
convinced
Germany,
me.
probably.
and rude.
You convinced me all
and they're
moral
highly
foundations
educated, like Germany.
are completely
So I think
unjustified.
Germany
And
has
since
like a
all
$5
moral
trillion
foundations are completely
economy,
unjustified,
and right
any facts we
now,
build off
Iran
of
has
those
like a
are not going to be
$400
justified.
million or billion
Well, they're not going to be
economy in
axiomatically
GDP.
justified, but they can be
And so
reasonable
I
and
think
coherent.
that once
Oh,
we get
so?
a
They're still
pro-Western
unjustified.
government,
Yeah, but we seem to like
that they
value
can
these things that
become
seems to
that
produce
$5
good outcomes.
Yeah, but
It
you
seems to
could
build a better
never
society.
say
We already had a
It seems to me
pro-Western
like
government in
that
Iran.
men
They
could
signed the
collectivize and
Iranian
just beat
deal
shit
with
out of
us.
women, stuff them in cages
They were
too.
doing
That
signed-
seems to me like a possibility.
Sure, the issue is that
What would the there's no there's
Other men wouldn't like
there
that because
are
men aren't a
no-
class.
A lot of men would love it. They did it for years. Half the world enslaves half the women. What do you mean?
Okay, men also freed a lot of women, right?
And they also enslave them.
Okay.
And so who cares? It's like, if that's the case, if all it is a reduction to the idea that there are no moral facts,
Yeah.
Things that are
There can't-
unjustifiable does
like-
not mean that things don't matter.
No,
Well, it means that there's no moral
free Donald
facts.
Trump,
No, it
you know?
doesn't.
yes, it
No.
does.
No, because you have to
Yes,
assume.
yes.
Under the Islamic
You're
Republic,
assuming
they
there's
were
moral
not
facts.
Yep.
Do you know what a
Under
fact
the
is?
Islamic
Yeah.
What is it?
Republic,
A fact is
you could
something that
use
is
a
real and true.
SWIFT payment
Okay, so
method
you're making
in
a truth
Iran,
claim.
which
Yeah,
means
I'm making a truth claim that God exists
MasterCard,
and that He has
Visa.
made a real objective world
Yeah,
with
that
a
doesn't
real
make
objective
any
moral
sense.
system.
Even
Are
if
you not
that's
doing
And
the
you're
same thing?
assuming it.
Makes
Are you
us
not doing the
super
same
I
thing?
am.
Western,
I'm
bro.
here,
It makes
baby.
us
I'm right
part
here
of
with
the
you.
So you would all, so
Western-
what,
No, it
do you
doesn't.
think
You know,
that
it's-
you
yes, it
can't
does.
state
Like,
moral
you might
facts
not
now?
think it does,
I
but
think that anything that
why-
I
No,
would
they're-
why do you
state
think it's
as
such
being a moral
culture
fact
completely
now
different.
becomes
They're
unjustified,
completely
and since it's
hostile to the
unjustified, I can
West.
do whatever the fuck I want.
They're
Okay.
And
was
there
a
can be
de-escalation.
no actual objection to that
allegiance
now.
with
We've
China
destroyed
and Russia,
we've destroyed
which is
all
the
possibility
opposite.
for
Their
objective
allegiance
morality
with
now.
their
No,
own
because
country.
people have
They
accepted
are
that
their own
Agrippa's
country,
trilemma
bro.
exists
You
for a
don't
long time, and they
understand.
still object one
Iranians
another.
with
Because
this
Yeah,
So
whether
what?
or not, so you and I assume the
Those
same
aren't moral
thing.
facts anymore. You don't have moral facts. You just have assumptions.
Sure you do, because God exists. We're assuming that God
No,
exists.
no, no. That's an assumption.
It has to be.
Then if it is and
No,
has to be,
yeah,
there are no moral facts.
Nope, that's
And they
incorrect because we're
align
assuming
with
moral
Russia.
objectivity.
Okay, give me a
Someone.
stance independent
Yeah,
reason
they
for the
align
existence
with
of God.
Russia and China.
Sorry, a
Yeah,
stance
but
independent
only
of reason?
because,
Stance independent reason is
You
certain.
know, the
I don't know what you mean,
circumstances pushed
So
them
give
into
me,
this direction.
other than because
Yeah, 'cause they
Erudite
would
believes
say
that God is
death
real.
to America and death to
Tough
Israel.
jobs
Does that
demand
sound
even
like the
tougher power
pro-Western
tools.
country?
The Hercules
They say they
20-volt
want to
brushless
genocide
platform
all
from
the
Harbor
Jews.
Freight is
And
rigorously
as soon as
tested
they
by
get the
professionals
ability
to make
to
sure your
do
tools
that,
work
they
as
will.
hard as you do.
Meaning if they get a nuke
Hercules
or the
combines
ability to
power,
launch
durability,
enough missiles to
versatility, and
completely
value
devastate
with the universal
Israel,
20-volt
that's what they
battery
will do.
system that
And
powers
that- they
every
say
tool.
that's what any
Discover why
Arab
so many
country will
Milwaukee
do
and
as soon
DeWalt
as they
users are
have the
making the
ability to do
switch
that.
to Hercules.
Even Saudi
Hercules,
Arabia,
as
even
good as the
Egypt,
best
even
for a
As
whole lot
the
less.
claim
Only
of
at Harbor
the,
Freight.
Islamic Republic, yes. They said the
Yeah,
only
so-
reason that Saudi Arabia and these other countries don't do that now is
Yeah,
because
so
they
I'm
don't
kind
have
of a
the
Thomist
power
in
to
this
do
way.
it.
I think that like God
Okay. And do
demonstrates
we
and shows
also
himself in
agree
every
that
part of the world. I think that he
Iranians
is in
have
the
on
design
many,
of the
many
trees.
times
and
That's a
that-
they
stance.
don't want to build a nuclear
Yeah.
nuke.
Yeah, I need a
Nuclear
stance
device, they don't
independent
wanna-
reason.
Yes, they
Sorry,
they
so you
even
want me to not
and they-
use any
Islamic
logic or
Republic.
reason for
Just
why?
something outside
the
of you,
Islamic
which would
Republic,
demonstrate this.
You know, used to
The
have a
Cambrian
head
explosion.
Of the faith, right?
That,
Khomeini.
okay, saying
and
that
Khomeini,
demonstrates God.
whatever,
I think it
both
does,
of
yeah.
them,
Okay,
right?
and that's a
Ayatollah
stance
Ruholani.
independent reason.
So both
Yeah,
of
because the
these-
Cambrian
both of these guys,
explosion literally
Khomeini,
happened.
So therefore, it's a
Khomeini,
stance
both of
independent
these,
reason.
Yeah.
They issued the
Are you
fatwa.
sure?
You know what
Sure.
fatwa is?
Okay,
It's a
I just want to make
holy,
sure. So your stance
order,
independent
right?
reason signal
And,
is there's an
uh,
explosion, and that proves God.
In it
I think
was
that's one of the
written
proofs. Yeah.
Okay,
that
got
we
it.
must
And that's not
build
your
nuclear
stance of that.
devices, right?
You're just doing like
For
word
that
games now.
two
No.
times.
Oh,
You are.
They-
Nope, I'm just
Yep.
asking for
well,
a
then
stance.
they
Sometimes
on
they
must have.
issue
So how
they
do you-
can't
how do
possibly
you-
It does has
lie.
nothing to do with me.
We get to do
Oh, they
like.
can lie, but
I'm with
sure
you.
they can
The-
lie.
There are no stance
But
What you're
independent
doing-
reasons for God.
Okay, so what you're doing, I guess I need to just be meta again because we can't
Like,
engage in any
even
fucking
nor-
substance
the
in this
normies
This is the
conversation.
who are
most
not
substantive it's
inconsistent
been.
Literally not substance for you to go,
nuclear bombs, who
I guess
don't know
I'm
that
assuming the
this is
same
a
thing as you.
lie,
So you're just
right?
assuming and you're just assuming
Which
and you're
is
just
the
assuming and
majority
reason
of
and
the
logic don't
population,
exist. It's like,
95%
no,
of
of course
people
reason and logic
don't
exists.
know
I
about
would
Where?
an objective.
Where do they
nuclear
exist?
program. I think we can
Out
agree on
there,
that.
you
So
can.
Where?
But math
95% of
tautologies.
people are
Humans
gonna
don't
take
create math
this
tautologies.
as
They exist
truth.
regardless of
Our-
whether or
And
not
then
I
your
want to engage with
religion.
them.
Where?
2 plus 2
among their
equals
religion,
4
they
always.
think that
Where?
it's okay
Out
to
there.
lie for
Where's
the
there?
benefit
Two
of their
ducks and
religion.
2 ducks equals
Number-
4 ducks.
and
But where's
they don't
that?
have to
The
follow
material
agreements.
world.
Number 2 is
In
that
the material
This is
they-
what I mean, by the
all
way,
we
when
have
I
to
say that
look
he's
at
just
is
trying to
their
do word
actions,
games now,
not
'cause
their
How is it a word
sayings.
game?
They lie
It's
all the
necessarily a
time.
word game because everything
if
that
you
I'm
look
saying
at
is
it- if you look
completely
at their
reasonable and coherent.
actions,
You're just
what
trying to
they
make
have
it
is
seem
a
absurd. That's what you're
60%
attempting to
How
do.
am I
They
making
have
anything seem
60%
absurd?
This is obviously what you're attempting to do
You're,
because you, A,
enriched
will not allow me to
uranium
internally
in order
critique you in
to
return
use
and
uranium
show the audience, for example,
You've
that my-
convinced me. What do you mean?
No, I have not convinced you. And I'll just take it. I'll just grant that I've convinced you, but
convinced me?
that you're not letting me internally critique you now.
Go ahead, internally critique me.
Okay, so how do you believe, like, why do you believe in God? Why do you think, what do you think is good?
Because I assume it.
Okay, but why do you assume that it's good?
Because I assume it.
So you just assume it?
Same
Yeah,
way-
so it's just preference.
Yes.
So
Same
nothing,
way
there's no,
Israel.
like,
Same way Israel
moral
got,
objective
right?
fact.
Correct.
So you don't believe in any moral objectivity.
Yeah.
Okay, so when other Christians insist that there's moral objectivity, what would you say to those Christians?
I would say that they're wrong.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're actually going to say to people? going
Yeah,
forward?
of
They
course.
killed
Okay, so
the
you're looking at the
leaders.
camera right
So
now and
they
you're telling
killed,
all the
like,
Christian followers that when they
Erudite
believe
has
the one
convinced
that
me
was running
that
the
the
nuclear
Christian
program
position
from
is that there are
Tehran
no moral
University
facts.
and
Yes.
the one that was running a nuclear
Okay,
program
wow.
from like the
I don't
private
believe that there's no moral facts, but
organization.
that's fine that you
You don't?
Yeah, I assume that there are.
And I know.
Oh, and you assume that there's
I know
moral
how it
facts.
works in
Yeah.
the lab, and I
So
can
therefore
tell
there
you
are?
if they kill
By
a
the word games that you're
director
playing
of a
now, sure.
project,
So you assume that
really
there's moral
happens,
facts, so
bro.
therefore there's
The
moral
things
facts.
are-
I believe that God is
killed,
real.
like,
I assume God is
20,
real, and I don't think that God
139
lies
So
to
you
me.
believe that there's moral facts
That the people that
because
are
you
that
believe
much
there's moral
lower,
facts.
that are like
And I have evidence for
8
that.
tiers
What?
below the leader,
Math.
they don't have all the
Math
information.
is an evidence of a moral
and they
fact.
lost a lot of
How?
like
'Cause it exists outside
all
of
your
us.
documents.
Well,
are
how would that
getting
be evidence of a
bombed and
moral
shit, like,
fact?
Because
they-
something that's objective has to
um,
occur outside of my mind.
So,
So regardless of
How
whether
would
or not
that
it's
show a
right.
moral
really
fact, though?
crippled.
Even
Oh.
if you could demonstrate math occurred outside
But
of the
I
human
would still
mind.
We were
say
just talking about
they
facts, but
didn't
sure, in the case of like a moral
went
fact, I would
full
point to say, for
nuclear
example,
mode,
emergent
right?
universal
Like
values.
North
Seems
Korea
like
went.
over
North
time,
Korea went
universally, what has
full
emerged is people
focus
valuing sanctity of
nuclear
life, and I think that that comes
development.
from God because I think God
Everybody
is good.
was on board.
Okay,
the
got it.
population
But
was on board.
that's just an
Everybody
assumption,
knew
right?
we making nukes. There was no
that one.
deception.
Thank you so much.
There
How
was
would that be a
no-
moral
Oh, we're not
fact if
actually
the
making
foundation's
nukes.
assumed?
It was just
Yeah, you
full
wanna know why?
focus.
The reason
Because you can
is
build on top of
that
your axioms.
The Islamic Republic
Yeah, sure,
has
but they're
to
just assumed,
play
so
the
how could it be a
political
fact?
game, because if they go too hard
because I
too
think that God
quickly,
objectively
then they'll
exists.
get taken out.
Yeah, but that's
because
just
They don't have any
assumed.
way to
Again.
defend
How do you solve
themselves.
this?
How could that be a moral?
Well,
I just told
the
you
US
I'm a
has
Christian, now a
regime
Christian
and
moral
Israel,
anti-realist.
if
You
they-
convinced me of
like
that through
in
your
North
argumentation.
Korea,
So I think
could
facts
go
exist, and I
really
can point to
hard
evidences
really
like
quickly
math, like
because
tautologies.
they have so
Yeah, but that
many
doesn't
artillery
prove that there's
pointed
moral
at
facts.
Seoul,
So
that if
I
we
think there
went
are
into
also
North
moral
Korea,
facts
they'll
like
just, kill
kindness
millions of
is
people.
good.
How's that a moral
Just
fact?
Yeah,
Because I
but
think that
if
no
we
matter
went
where
to
you
Iran-
look,
if
kindness
we
is
go
viewed as
into
good. We
Iran,
appreciate kindness. I think that it is something that God decrees.
If everywhere you looked, people were like molesting
And,
children,
we know
would,
now
would that
the
then be
numbers are
a moral
in.
fact that you should do that?
50%
No,
of all
Andrew.
the
Are you tracking this
LNG
conversation?
I'm trying
I,
to.
know,
why,
the ones
then why
where
would
you
you ask that
can
Because
question?
when you just say, I observe that
50%
people,
are
some people
stuck,
reciprocate kindness, that doesn't demonstrate
on
how
the
kindness is a
inside of the
moral
holding
fact.
I didn't say that
They
some
can
people
get
reciprocate
out,
kindness.
right?
I said that kindness seems to emerge as a value over
That's
and I think that
right.
God specifically likes things
It's,
like
so
that.
kindness is an emergent
They're
property.
getting through.
Of God's will, yeah.
Okay.
Hit him over
How
the
is
head with the
kindness a moral fact?
Yeah,
You
do
ought
it,
be kind.
please.
Because God
I'll
decrees
get
it.
it in a second here.
But you just said God's
Okay.
assumed.
Yeah, you have to
Another
assume
thing,
God at some point. But I think that he's
25%
objective.
So then if you
world
assume
oil
God-
goes
Look,
through
you're the
Hormuz
you're the
Channel,
Christian
right?
anti-realist.
I
I'm
think
not.
That's the statistic. 20
Yeah,
or
but you haven't
25%.
told me why I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
yes-
believe in God because of a
yesterday,
process
one
mostly of like
boat
personal
went
experience,
through.
right?
Day
He's
before,
shown himself to me,
7
which is why I
boats
went
assume
through.
this
Day
preference
before
of
that,
God is a
one
fact.
boat went
You're saying, well,
So
if you can't
I-
prove God, I guess, what, do
So
you think he doesn't
basically,
exist?
there's
Well, no, I just don't think that there's
you
any
can see the
moral
marine
facts
traffic
because
in
Well,
this
if
event.
you
we're
assume that
operating
God
on an
exists,
You can
that
see all
could be a
these
moral
ships
fact,
that are
right?
going,
No, that wouldn't be a
and they get
fact.
So you
right
don't
up
think God
to-
exists?
Those would be
Kinda
when
like
you're talking
Lima,
about
a
universals
little
like
past
moral
Lima.
facts, right? You're saying
And,
that this is
then they
indeed guaranteed,
turn off their
universally always
responders?
true.
No,
And
that's
then
an
it
Because-
goes
no,
through?
that's not the
sure.
same thing as a moral
And then you
fact.
Okay, what's a moral fact?
So a
I
moral
mean,
fact
your
is
evidence
justice
is
exists.
invisible.
Joe.
That would be a universal claim.
Outside of us, yes.
The tracking
That's a
data
universal
shows
claim.
it,
No, that's
because you
not
can
an
go back
absolute
even
claim.
3 days
That's a
back.
I didn't
objective.
say
Usually
absolute,
this
said
data,
universal.
Yeah, universal is
is
the same thing
updated
as
every
absolute.
2 hours.
Right? So the way,
Right? 1
well,
to
hold
2
on. The way
hours.
that
But
justice
you can
looks
go
in
into the
different
history
contexts
and look
are
exactly
different, right?
like
Justice in the case of somebody.
Different contexts are
that
different.
these ships took,
Yeah.
their
Okay.
itinerary.
Yeah, I was a little
right?
like redundant when I said that, but
And
yes,
you can see
the point still
exactly the
stands.
point
Only
they
one
shipped
ship.
Okay,
off
so
their,
I'm
Only
confused.
one
Need another
ship,
beer
When
to
you say
relax.
justice
Only one ship,
exists,
which is
are you
like
saying that
say,
justice?
it,
You're saying that's
had
not a universal
transporter
claim?
on inside the Gulf.
I'm going to put this
turn
as
it
far
off,
away from my
and
pen
then
as
it
possible.
pops
Keep it
on the
far
other side,
away.
showing one ship with
I'll
its
say that
Because
again.
a moral
map,
fact would be
click on the
universal,
map.
wouldn't it?
Look at
no.
any
Then how would
ship
it be a
that is
fact?
Because
US
something can be objective and
ally.
relative.
And there's
Okay.
a button there
Aristotle.
you can press
Okay,
where
so
it
help me out
says,
here.
Location history.
When you say something's a moral
Right.
fact, what does that
You
mean?
go through that.
What I mean is that God created it, and
So what-
it exists
what ship
outside of
am I
us
looking
And
because
ought
God
people
exists.
adhere to what God
Look,
says?
Pick a ship, any
And
ship.
ought people adhere to what God
I can
says?
just pick
Ideally,
any
I would
ship.
like that, but they don't all
Yeah.
agree with
You
God.
just click
Okay.
on the
But
my
dots
preference
like
is
that.
God,
I
obviously.
think
Okay, but
the
it is a
green
moral
ones
fact that
are
they
set
ought
to
to.
go, and the red ones are in a holding pattern.
yeah.
So
Based
they've
on
been
your
there for a
assumption
while.
of God.
So the green ones are in
So
movement or
I,
were
I
in
still don't
movement.
understand how we got to
I know you don't.
And
how we
they're
get to
supposed
You're
to
making
realism.
that very clear that you
How
don't
do we get to
understand.
moral
So they have
realism
a
from
green
this?
light
Okay,
to
because
go.
I think God
but the
is
red ones are
true.
stationary.
Do you think
Yeah.
God is true?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think God exists
And the
outside of you?
dots are stationary.
If you
Okay,
didn't
so I
exist,
just
God would still
click
exist.
any,
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
boat.
Great.
So let's
There's
click,
your
I
first
But
don't
that
know.
doesn't.
That's your axiom.
I don't
This
understand
green
though
one.
how we
Oh,
get to
that's
moral
Iranian
Well,
realism.
because if
boat.
God then says
One,
love exists,
Yeah.
okay, then
You can see a
love must exist because God
Japanese
said love
boats,
exists.
Sure.
So our axiom
Greek
is God
boats,
exists, and from that God says love exists. So unless we think
you
God
can
is a
see boats from
deceiver, which would be a
Turkey.
different belief system, but you and I don't think that. We think God is telling the truth.
Okay.
Then love exists. But the
Yeah,
way
but
love
what
looks,
am I looking for?
hard to know. We have to do a little bit more work to figure out what love looks like.
This is something that was brought up by
Okay.
that guy.
Yeah, like,
Trax
what is
the
love
other
in
How
day.
do we
wife
get to
look
a,
like?
how do we getting to moral facts
said,
though?
Oh,
Love is a
there's
moral
no
fact.
U.S. allies or no countries
because it's based because God says
in there
that love is
that
good.
trade with the United States.
Okay,
what
so
about Greece?
the thing
what about
that you
Japan?
assume
What about all of
becomes
these
a
countries
fact
that are U.S.
because you
allies?
assume it.
Well, it's a fact because God. Part of the assumption is that God exists outside of me.
So you assume God, and so therefore, because you assume God, now we have actual
Okay,
moral realism.
I
here,
assume
I've
the
got-
existence of
check out
God.
the side
Correct.
chat.
Yes.
So if
Found a
somebody
video that's got it
assumes
in,
not
like, high
God,
speed.
Then I would
And
fight
so
with
that
it.
YouTube video,
Yeah, I get that you would oppose that, but
it'll be easier. So
how do you do that with an
you can
unjustified
see,
axiom?
You can literally
Reason.
see these
Yeah,
ships. They all go up
reason.
to like
Yeah.
one
Why,
little
if
clump,
reason
and
reduces,
Do you think
then
reason
it-
just
they all
stops
get
existing
stuck
because
there,
the
and then
purpose
you
trilemma
just see
yeah,
exists?
if
loads
reason
of ships,
reduces
like,
down
coming
to
out the
cannot
other
be
side.
justified, then why do I care if when we get to your pillar, you just say
And
because I
same thing
assumed
going
it.
in.
I'd
You see
say
them like
it's
getting
obvious that you
stuck in
can.
an area,
Look in your soul.
and
God
then,
put it there.
like,
You
all of
do
a sudden they pop
Oh.
up on the other side.
Gotcha.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're talking about what's right or wrong.
only a
Every
19-second
human has this
video.
universal predilection to seek right and
guys, I'll
wrongness.
be right
And in
back.
fact,
I need to do
even when
something.
moral anti-realists
yeah, that's a good
insist
video.
that
I'll
there's no
check it
such
out.
thing as truly right or wrong, and they insist on these things, the moment that you
Bop
put them
them
in a
every
pragmatic
time.
situation where they have to act as though that's true, they don't. They act as though moral
Yep.
facts exist. And that would be my evidence of saying, see,
No,
moral
that
facts
is
do
like, I
exist.
didn't
I'm
even,
more
like,
right
know
than you are.
you,
I'm more reasonable
Drucifer,
than you
but
are.
I
My argument is
remember
more
the whole
compelling
idea
than
So it
of
yours.
just comes down to what most people
air
would
tracker,
do.
and it
No.
applies to ships as
Well,
well.
if
because
it's a
I've seen
moral
video
fact, and you say
where China was
most
doing
people
this
would just
shit
do
when
this
they
thing,
were
and so it
going
seems like an
into
emergent
regulated
property.
waters.
Well,
Aren't
I
we
think
just
that
back to
God put like,
consensus?
do you think that
Illegal
God put his
fishing.
spirit in us?
Oh,
And you can
It's
see like
your
a
view.
buildup of ships in one
I'm
certain
asking, do you
area. They
agree?
Why
switch
does it
off
have
their
to do with me?
transponders
Because I'm assuming that we both
and
agreed to this.
go
I'm saying there's no
into
moral
these
facts at
national
all.
waters and
There
start
can't be.
fishing
Because
illegally.
any
Yeah.
pillar I have to base them
Or
on
I
is
think,
think
completely
China
unjustified.
and Russia were
So
doing that
you don't think
around
God exists?
Venezuela.
No,
and around
if I
Cuba.
assume that God exists,
Uh-huh.
right? And this is and then I assume that assumptions
it's the
cannot be
same thing with
justified.
the-
Well, one of your
fiber
prompts.
optic
What is one of your
cables
prompts
in
here?
the North Sea.
Christian ethics
Because they-
is superior.
they,
How is it superior?
You know,
Oh,
they
well,
claim,
I just think it's better 'cause it's
it just
better.
so
How,
happens
though?
we made
Yeah,
a
'cause it's
mistake
better.
in
Can you
our
make an argument
anchor
for it?
Sure, 'cause it's
hit
better.
The sea
In what ways?
floor.
The ways in which it's better.
But like
What do
when
you
that
mean by better?
happened,
The
people
same
went
thing you
back and
meant by
looked at the
better.
No,
tracking
not necessarily.
data.
Can you
Whatever
explain
that
Well,
is.
your
What do you mean by
transponder was
better?
off.
I don't know. I think outcomes
So
for
you knew
people, they like
exactly
it
what
better.
you were doing.
Okay, well then why did Christians like power get
And it
shirked
happened
off by
like,
the people?
and then eventually it
didn't.
happened,
What do you
like,
mean?
Again
Well,
and again,
most
and
of
Right
the-
now, there's a
most-
bunch of people who are proposing that Christians retake power. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and there's not a lot of political will, thank goodness, behind them, right?
But if
Yeah,
there
I'm watching
was,
the
why
video,
did I
so-
still
Well,
haven't
Western
actually
liberal
heard an
democracy.
objection for it?
Yeah, I would say that people did want to shirk it because of Western liberal democracy.
Yeah,
But Western liberal democracy allows the conditionals for Christians to do it.
Where they all go
Yeah,
like one
then
place,
Christians
or-
still
So
should.
then I still
Well,
don't. I've
you
never.
It would be
can
more
look at
ethical
both
for a
And this is the
Christian
thing,
to not not do it.
I guess back
you
to the
can
heart of
see
it.
how
Now
they
that
go
we're
gotta
tying it
run
all
away.
back in,
They're going in.
what is
and
the
they're coming
objection
out.
to Christians utilizing the
Who's coming
framework
in
of the
unchristian?
Like, give
Constitution
me one
to
name,
take
bro,
over
one
and
name.
amend the
Like, I see- oh, I
Constitution?
It's
see
unchristian.
here.
I've already said this.
Arteros,
why is it
Balaam,
unchristian?
Mehran.
Because I
Okay.
think that the faith itself, Jesus is not political. I think there is a typological argument for over time we see a like complete reduction
is
of
such
statehood
a-
and priesthood, and it separates entirely to the point
such a
that
weird
in the
evidence,
typology
but I
of
will
Jesus, we
take
see
it,
him
you know.
rejecting
I
being a
wish I
king,
could
rejecting
click on those
statesmanship,
votes,
and
because
refusing
those
to make a
votes
physical
at, like,
kingdom on earth. And we have it through multiple verses, which we can get to if you want.
Okay, well, let's get to 'em.
Okay, so John 18 is a good example. My kingdom is not of this world. If it was, my servants would be fighting. And this is when he's talking to Pontius Pilate. Okay, so that's a good example of him saying,
YouTube function, there's a function
I'm
on
not a
there where you
politician.
can slow
I'm
it
not a
down
king.
to like 20%.
and if I
speed or
was,
10%.
No,
there'd be
it's
civil war.
about that,
But
you
I'm
know,
not
I
this thing.
cannot
So
just
Jesus says,
click the
I am
shit
not
and just
a political
immediately
figure.
see
Was
what it
is Jesus God?
That's what I
mean,
have
you
as
can
a
do
problem.
that
Okay,
on live
so
now.
when
You
God
can
You just
anointed,
assume
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
when God anointed kings,
and go through the history. You just have to find
was he
one
doing something
specific
wrong?
ship you're interested in.
No.
This 943
I'm super confused. Why would Jesus anoint kings?
Okay.
But look
Jesus
at
didn't.
Jesus is
look
God.
at the live map. Where do you
So why
right
did
now,
he?
if you look
Because
at
I
the
don't think
live
humans
map,
were ready
there's that
for
whole string
a
of,
secular state, a
ships.
state
If
where
they're not
Christianity
going
is
in, where are they
separated from
going?
church and state. I think it took us a long
You know
time to
what I
get
mean?
there.
So God was anointing
could be
kings
today
and
will
putting
be a
them in
big day,
charge
and
of
this-
entire
this will be the
kingdoms
first-
based on the fact that
No,
he
this
thought
has
that
been
humans
going on.
weren't ready
The
to
first
not have
convoy.
kings.
Yeah, for the same reason that
This
like
has been
before we
going
get
on.
to
Like,
like
because
certain
you
parts of the
see the
Old
big
Testament,
guys, but
men could have many, many wives, and then over time that got reduced because God's like, look, you were blind then, now you know better, now you can't do this thing, right? We've seen this. So why was it permissible for people to have multiple wives for some time, and then at some point in the Old Testament that got barred? Do you know
And
why?
how come post Jesus we still had kings
still
in
not
Christian lands?
by far.
If
the
God had changed
capacity
his
where it
mind
should
about
be, right?
having kings,
kinda agree on
why did
that.
he
I will
continue
agree
to
that
allow
it's
there to be
reduced
kings?
capacity
Because humans
there's
can
a lot
sin.
of
Yeah, but-
risk and a lot of
So it's
ships
sinful
aren't
to have a
gonna take
king?
the
I would say
risk,
it's like
and-
it's
like we did
heretical
have
to engage
3
in
ships
politics. Yeah,
get
as a
hit,
Christian.
and
As a
so-
Christian.
But
Well,
and
Do you
they're-
engage in
the only way
politics
they're
as a
gonna do
Christian?
it
Yeah,
is
yeah,
if
let me
they
correct
make
that
more
statement.
money. But
Not engage in
the part
politics,
of,
specifically to
help,
rule from a Christian ethics,
would
to say,
deal with the
I am
issue of, like, losing
God
insurance
and
things
or
and that kind of thing,
inspired by God,
is
and therefore my rules
US
come from God, and
actually
you must
created
listen
a
to my
$20
Christian rules. I think
billion
that's wrong for
fund
Christians.
So,
to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
someone's a
reinsure
politician
ships
who's a
that lose
Christian.
it.
They shouldn't make any legislation based on their
I
actual
see
moral
that, yeah,
purview of
and
Christendom.
that's good.
They can do it on their moral
of course,
purview, but they shouldn't do
but,
things that
like,
blend,
it's,
that like merge church and
Israeli
state
American
together. So
offensive
saying,
Well,
war.
hang on. That's
They should
now
bear
you've
a
just made a different statement.
responsibility,
You just before said that it's
to keep
sinful,
the vessels
sinful
safe in the
to
strait,
rule from Christian ethics.
But-
yeah, in specific ways, yeah.
Here's how
So
the
why
war
would it
is
be
going.
sinful for
We
so
don't
it'd be
have to
sinful
hold
for a
on,
politician
quick,
to utilize Christian
quick
ethics to
thing I
promote
wanna mention.
legislation?
No, I said in specific ways. So one
Bruce,
specific
you
way
know
would be,
that
for
they're
example,
logging
forcing
IPs
non-Christians
when you
to
go on that website.
observe the
I
Sabbath
don't
or
care.
Lent, forcing non-Christians to
because,
do
like,
that from
well,
like
they're
a
doing it
state level. I think that would be
get you
wrong
to
for
pay for the
Christians.
Yeah,
premium
but that has
service.
nothing
They
to
let
do with what we're
you
talking
That's
about.
what I'm
use
talking
the
about.
map
Yeah, but what? Okay,
for like
so
5 to
there
10
are
minutes or whatever,
so there
and
are
then they hit
are
you with
forms
the
of Christian
paywall.
ethics which
Then
you
you just
can
report.
impose on people.
Then you just
VPN
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
you shouldn't
had,
impose
like,
it because
a
it's specifically
VPN
Christian
plus
ethics, but you might
Why
agree,
not?
mode, and that's
because
that.
again,
No, you don't.
you shouldn't
well, you
impose
don't
Christian
need to
ethics
do
on
that. You
non-Christians.
just
Why not?
refresh, and then
Jesus
No,
doesn't
even
do
if
it.
you refresh it, you still have the cookies.
Wait a second, I'm
put in there by
confused.
the website.
You're saying that the
it
apostles
works for me.
that when they were
It'll tell me my
like let's take
I
Paul
refresh,
for
and
instance.
then
Okay,
starts
Don't
over.
have
when
time,
Timothy,
doesn't matter, doesn't matter.
you obviously you've read
Okay,
Timothy,
so,
right?
Okay.
Are you
do
familiar
guys
with
think that
with
the
what happened with
capacity
Timothy
of
and the Cult of Artemis?
channel
Is this like pop
was
quiz style
like-
debating,
it's like
or is this
90%
okay?
No, I'm actually
down.
asking.
If you would-
Are you familiar with
No,
what
the
happened with Cult
number
of
of it.
Artemis?
Nope.
Not that much.
No.
Okay, so how much?
Okay, so the
Do you want to tell me though?
I'm gonna tell. Yeah, I'll tell you. The Cult of Artemis.
By the way, that's how you
I-
react to these types of questions. Is normally and
I don't know. how
Okay,
to-
admitting
so-
when you don't know
So
things.
anyway,
I mean, I don't know either. I
Just as
don't
an
know
heads
either,
up.
but like we
okay.
can
Anyway,
infer
the Cult of
from what we
Artemis
know,
was a fertility cult.
which is the number
And
of the
it was
traffic
essentially
before,
really pissed
the
off
number
that
of
Christianity
traffic
was taking
now,
off.
and maybe we can
And
count
it was
in
because they had a
some
silver
ghost
trade.
transponder
And that silver
objects,
trade, they were
extra
making basically mock
into that.
statues
I
of
don't
their
think it's
religious
gonna be
figures.
hundreds. I think it's
And
gonna
so
be
they
a
were
low
doing everything that they could do
dozens
to
that
undermine
turn off the
Christianity. And a
transponder
lot
and
of
just
them,
went
because it was a fertility cult,
dark
had
and
priestesses,
through.
and they were trying to
I think
subvert
it's gonna be
Christianity,
like,
which
you
is
know,
where you
dozens.
get
Not
Second
hundreds.
Timothy saying
It
that I
should
don't
be.
like
So
it when
I'm
women
gonna
speak in church,
say
right?
80%,
The whole idea there
think
was
is
that
down.
a lot of these women
if
were
you think
fertility
it's,
cultists, and
less. I
Timothy
want
was
to know what
asking
is
for
the
help.
reasoning behind it.
But at that time,
Do
Timothy
you
had a
think the
massive
ghost
flock,
ships, like,
and was
made out-
definitely, because they were diametrically
in
opposed to the
hundreds?
government, was
Anything
persecuting
like that?
Christians, was
Well,
definitely
ghost ships
ruling the
are
Christians.
Basi-
Definitely
like,
ruling them.
Are you saying so
oftentimes
they
when they're
rejected
talking
Roman
about ghost
occupation,
ships,
they were
that's,
shirking
like, a
it,
different
and they were
thing
only
than
imposing Christian law, or were they
this,
telling
because
Christians how to act?
we know
Because telling
like,
Christians
talk about the shadow
is totally
thing.
fine.
No,
A
that's not what I
church,
talked
like the
about.
Pope,
I mean,
telling
turning
fellow
on the
Christians how they should
transformer.
conduct themselves
Okay.
is
Being a
exactly what the
ghost
church
for
should be
us,
doing.
yeah,
But the
that's
church
what I
should
mean.
not be
Yeah,
going,
I think
hey,
those
secular
stuff-
people, you have to do this same
I
stuff
just don't
too.
want to
That's
conflate
not
those.
what the
But
Pope
the
Yeah, so
main thing is
when-
so
when there's a policy,
obviously it's
like
variable.
women cannot
but
speak
the thing is
in this
like,
church.
that
They can't do that.
We've
Okay.
destroyed over 60
Is that a
ships
command?
that Iran has.
From what?
And
Is that a command from a bishop or
we're
a
sending
priest
in,
or
like,
something
some
like
mine
this?
sweepers to
It
try and
might
make
be.
sure that
How are you not
there's not a
ruling?
lot of mines there.
Because it's not your church isn't a
and
state. Like you
there
can
no
just
way
leave
mine.
that church, right?
Priority,
You can say,
like, they
I'm
have
not of the
very
faith anymore.
few,
I reject this. Whereas if the Roman
airplane-
occupation says you must pay your
warplanes
taxes,
left, very
what happens if
few
you don't pay your
What
taxes?
happens if the Roman
capability
emperor
to
converts to
really hit
Christianity?
ships
Then
left,
he began
so
to impose
they-
Christian ethics
how
through fiat,
Iran
which I think was
doesn't
wrong.
really have a
Yeah,
good
but why-
capability
but
to
what would
shut
make
the
it
Strait of
wrong?
Hormuz
I
down.
don't think that.
It's not
I
they
think that
haven't
like
done,
the whole
but it's getting to
principle
the
of
point
the
that they
faith
have
is
very
regeneration, and I
limited-
don't
and
think
I
that
mean, like,
regeneration and legitimate
maybe
salvation
the
occurs
Houthis
when
can
fiat
go in and
imposes
start
Christian
shooting
ethics on
some
you, which is
missiles
why I
or
actually think
something, but,
that
like,
blending
that
church and
hasn't
state is so
been-
bad for
they
the
shot
faith,
some
because I
at
think what it
Israel,
does
but
is
they
that
haven't really
A,
been
when you
shooting
force
into
it
the
upon people,
Strait,
it
to
makes
my
people
knowledge.
hate faith, and B,
Okay,
nobody
you
gets
have
to
to-
actually
you
personally
have
know
to
and understand
understand
God
that
by and large
even
because they're being
one
forced to it. This is actually what makes
missile
Christians very different than like
or
Muslims.
one
Muslims
drone,
believe, for
one
example, that
plane
you can act according to the
launched
faith
from
and you
the
can be
back of
saved.
a
Christians would say
van
you can do every
can
single thing you were
disable,
told to
an
act like
oil
a Christian,
ship,
but if your
you know, a
heart
cargo
isn't
ship.
regenerated, if you don't believe
Just
in God
one.
and
Yeah,
have a
but-
personal relationship,
Okay,
you are not
even
saved.
So let me
ship
just
gets
talk
hit,
briefly.
like, it
I
can-
just want to make
it
sure
can
that
still
Yeah,
go to
that I'm not
war,
stronging
and
your position. I want to make sure I got it right.
Appreciate that.
Christians
Listen,
are
if
in
a
power.
trading
They
ship
should
is
not
hit,
directly appeal to
what this
Christian
means is
ethics
that
for the
ship is
things in which
basically
they
unusable
prescribe in
for a
policy.
Didn't say
period
that.
of
They can
time.
appeal to Christian
It
ethics.
cannot
What they
be
can't do is
trade.
impose
It cannot
specific
go from
Christian
port to
ethics
port and
onto
do its
non-Christians.
function.
Okay,
But
so
that-
they
like,
can't.
where
If
they-
they had a law,
The-
for
the
instance,
crew
like
will actually evacuate.
I don't
The
know,
crew
no
will
prostitution.
evacuate the minute the ship is
And
hit.
that's purely informed
Most
from
of
the
the
Christian
time, and
ethics,
then
Well,
another
not from
crew will
empirical
fly
data or
in,
anything like
you know,
that.
via the
They should not
helicopter, and they
actually
are the
impose
ones
that law.
trying to
They
fix
they
the
can
ship.
impose it if they think it would
So
actually be
hitting
good for
a
the betterment of
ship with
people, but I
even
don't
a
think that they should
one
impose it if like
missile,
there's a
it's
large consensus of the
basically
population
goodbye
that
for the ship,
that like
right?
vehemently
And
opposes
I'm not
that
saying
and would
it's
not
gonna
elect for
sink
it.
100%.
Okay, but
might not
let's just
even
assume it's not a
sink,
democracy.
But for
Yeah,
all
but you have
intents
to
and
hit it.
purposes,
Democracy.
Yeah, but let's assume it's not.
It's
Yeah,
like
you have to
the-
In an
hit it.
authoritarian
In the
regime,
US
are
is
Christians
they're
acting
protecting the
ill
If
all the
a
time?
Christian
Yes.
says,
Yeah, I think that would be
Yeah,
bad.
but we
okay, so
have
Christian says there's no
about, 30
prostitution
ships,
allowed.
Yeah, I think
40 well,
theocracies are bad.
I'm not gonna count
Yeah,
the one
okay,
in
but anyway,
the
so
Mediterranean.
if he says
This is answering your
if he says
question.
no
One
prostitution's
carrier
allowed,
in the
right?
Oman,
Let's say you agree with
uh,
everything else that
they
he
have,
says,
I don't know,
right?
I'm
Why?
gonna go
What would
ballpark
make you
numbers because I don't
specifically
know
disagree
exactly
with him
how.
appealing to Christian
Well, we
ethics
also have
about
for the
30
imposition of no
strikers, so
prostitution?
Well, as a
all
Christian, I
the
probably
Yeah.
wouldn't disagree with him,
destroyers
right? Because we
around
share the same
and
Christian
the
ethics. The
submarines
issue
that
is
are
that there
around
may
the
be a
aircraft
non-Christian
carrier.
in that state
They're the ones
that
that do
does
primarily
disagree and is now being
do the
forced to do it
shooting down all
only
those
and exclusively
destroyers.
because of Christian
So
ethics.
there
Now,
is-
if the
so all those
Christian
destroyers,
found
we're talking about
like
15
statescraft
ships or
argumentation for
20
why we shouldn't have
ships max.
prostitution, like for example, it leads to high levels of
think the
STIs and the
American
abuse of
fleet
women,
right now
then
in the
that might be something that could be,
Mediterranean is about
in my case,
40
collectivized
to
and work towards
50
to
ships, which
oust.
you can
But again,
use for
I don't
what
really
you
believe
said,
in authoritarian governments. I
which
think
is
that
And
they're
also the
act,
shooting
just
down.
generally. Yeah.
All
So,
the
do you agree
airplanes
that
can, like,
fathers and mothers
fighters
have
can
rule of the household?
Shoot down missiles with
Yeah.
anti-air.
Would you advise then that a father who had no empirical data to tell his daughter not to be a prostitute,
But, you know,
but
in one
only
night,
relied
they hit
specifically
13
on Christian
ships,
ethics
the
to
Iranians.
say that to her,
Uh,
and then impose that
No, they
as
had
a rule
Last
is
night or
doing
the
something
night
wong?
before.
What's the
They had
difference between
three.
a father and a state?
Yeah,
But it's not
gonna-
clear
I'm asking
to
you,
me.
that's my
Yeah,
response.
they had
Oh my
three, but
God!
it's
Your
not
response
clear
is a
to me
question.
My response is this is disanalogous.
exactly
What's
how they
what's
hit them
disanalogous
with it.
between these two
Was it
things?
Well,
through, like,
because
a
I asked you
missile,
about
or was
politicians,
it,
you said no.
Sure, I'll say
was it a
fathers aren't
ship, or
statesmen.
were they hitting mines?
So
I think
that's
it
okay
was
for
a
them to
sh-
do
I
it?
think it was a
Potentially,
ship.
yeah, within their household,
I
yeah.
think I
As long as it's
saw
not
a
abusive.
video
Yeah, as long as they're not being abusive.
Why is
Like
it
a
wrong for
ship,
them to do it at the state level?
Because at the
was
state
super
level,
close
that's
to
not
the
what the church is for.
explosion.
Statescraft
It might
money is
have
for
been the
politicians and church
Iranians
things.
The state
themselves.
is also there, or the
story
church
I've
is also
heard
there
is
to
that
help
they
with
It's
moral
funny.
went there
information.
The Eastern
and
Orthodox
fast
agrees with me, right?
boat
Symphonia.
and just, like,
Yeah, Symphonia is
blow
a
it up
blending, blending, actually.
It
It's a
wasn't even
blending
an
of church
error
and
attack
state.
on
Okay,
one of
so you're
those
saying
ships, I think.
they don't
You're
disagree
talking
with
about
me,
the
which would
American
probably
ships.
explain
Yeah.
why like the Russian
They-
Orthodox
Yeah,
Church
I
is such a
think you're right.
They loaded
bastardization of
up
the
like
faith.
a small.
The Russian
package
Orthodox
with,
Church?
Yeah, I mean, we know, for
with,
example,
explosives
what
and then got close
Kirill
and blew it
is
up.
like not
So-
excommunication, but he's basically just
So they are
not
doing
talking to the
this,
church because they
plus,
allowed Ukrainians
you know,
to have their
I
own
mean,
Orthodox church,
bro, with
the
40
ecumenical
ships
patriarch,
and
right? And the
even
reason
if
that they
you
did
have a
this is because
millionaire
Kirill general
you
who's
just
just an
cannot control
ex-KGB
this.
agent is
This
insisting that the
area
Russian
is-
war is a
I
holy
mean,
war,
it's
right? So
small,
yeah,
but
if
it's
it's the
still
case that Eastern
relatively
Orthodox
big.
actually is for this,
But
and they want to go back to the
coastline
Byzantine and
is
say, well,
so
it makes sense why Eastern
jagged and
Orthodox
so
is such a
fucked up. Like, you can hide
it's such a weak branch
posts
of,
like that.
of
It's
Christianity.
exactly like they've been doing.
Okay, but
Go
I don't-
out
And
at
Russian
night
Orthodox is the
and
worst
just
I don't
version.
know what
hope
this has to
everybody's
do
trying
with
to go
the
at night.
view.
Okay,
Exactly.
Russian
Well, I mean,
Orthodox is a
we
great
had-
example of
night
why
doesn't
church and
really
state
help
shouldn't
them,
be blended, right?
'cause
So
we
what
had,
happened to the
like,
Russian Orthodox Church
night
when
vision
the
and
Tsar was there?
thermal and,
He was
like,
good
we
about
don't-
respecting the
but
church
then
and
communists
the
killed him.
That's where the cargo
not just killed them,
ships
replaced
goes without
50% of the clergy with
transponders. I
KGB
would imagine
members.
they
Yeah,
go
after
at
they
night.
killed them.
Yeah,
Right?
which is awful,
So the
right?
And were the
Iranians
communists
at night
secularists?
as well,
But then
they
the communists
decide now
used
it's
the Russian
communists were
Orthodox. Hold on, he
secularists.
doesn't want to get to the last point.
I
The
think they
communists
all
used the
did.
Russian Orthodox Church because they actually put in place clergy that
and
are
also-
KGB
also
members,
these
and they
drone
warped the
boats,
Russian
you know, these
Orthodox
drone
Church.
boats,
And
they are
unfortunately,
the
because the
size
Eastern
of
Orthodox
a
Church is so
jet ski,
traumatized by the schism between
filled with
Catholics and them, they
explosives,
wouldn't
they
even
carry it
excommunicate
in the
the
back of a
Russian
van,
Orthodox
they
Church
go
that
to the
had been
beach,
Are you
completely
saying
killed
that there
off.
was
Go
KGB
back
agents at the time of Tsar Nicholas?
No,
their
I didn't say
cave.
Tsar. I said
Then-
But
communism.
here's the
Yeah,
thing,
so then
is,
so the
we've-
communists killed Tsar
we've
Nicholas and then
destroyed a
imposed
large portion of
communism
their ships. We've
after that.
destroyed,
They
like,
also
They were
killed a
not
bunch of
infiltrating
clergy.
the church with
Yeah,
KGB
yeah.
agents at the time of
They're
Tsar Nicholas.
missiles
I
That
didn't
was
have
say
not
been
happening.
launched,
Tsar
like,
Nicholas
the
wasn't
amount
when
of
communists
missiles they've been able to get
communism
off is
existed.
down, like,
Yeah, communism
90%.
definitely
Like,
existed.
their
Yes, it did. It was
leadership
all
has been
Marxism, and
completely
yes, that
demolished,
ideology
like,
existed.
No.
I don't know what you're
They're
talking
on
about.
their-
Yes, it did.
Wait, the
their
ideology
second-
existed,
their
but
second-
Stalin, like
their
when we're
second
talking about
supreme
communism, we're
leader
talking about
may have
Lenin
even been
Stalinism,
killed,
right?
we'll see.
Yes.
And
Okay,
then-
so Stalin, I believe it was Stalin that killed 50%.
yeah,
We're also
and
talking about
we've
Marxism.
killed, like, the IRGC
Well, when I'm talking about
commander,
Marxism
and
as
we've
like a
killed,
state, I'm
loads
talking about
and
this
loads of
specific
their-
state.
Yeah, but we're talking
You
about
know,
the
we keep
ideology of
killing them,
Marxism.
like,
No,
we-
I'm
like,
talking
we
about
keep-
the
the
Russian
point
state
is-
that
Yeah, the
point-
Russian
the
state,
point
which
is
was secular,
that
came from communists,
we're
killed
getting
Tsar
very
Nicholas.
close
killed
to the
50% of the
regime
clergy
collapsing.
and then replaced
So,
that clergy with their own people
yeah.
because they
it doesn't
recognized that they're
actually
After they
matter if
killed
oil
them,
gets higher or
secularists
whatever
killed the
in the short
Christians,
term.
not the other way
If-
around.
But then
As
they
long as
used
this
the
is
church
over
and
and it all
implanted
goes
their
back
own state
to
members
somewhat
into the
normal
church
Yeah,
to
so what?
before they
That's a
midterms,
good example of
that's
how
all
the
that's
state
gonna
corrupts
really
The
matter.
churches.
reason that no, that was be
Yeah,
the
so
opposite.
I've heard
What
the
happened is
Stalin
that the
point. This is
church
the
was doing
first
what it was
unified
supposed to
talking
do,
point
and they
in American
fucking
media
killed them,
in-
and then replaced the
remember
people
the
within that structure.
True,
No,
and
they
they're
did
still
that.
replaced to this
you
day
might
because
not
Kirill
know.
was
They
found
did
to be an
know.
ex-KGB
First of all,
agent.
first
Yes,
of all,
he was.
no,
He absolutely
no,
was.
the Eastern
He absolutely
Orthodox
was.
Church,
They
the
keep
Eastern
saying
Orthodox
this-
Church
these,
has determined
words.
that the Russian Church is in
Short-term
communion with them.
pain for long-term
In communion, but the
gain.
issue, so
This
that
is
they're
the-
willing to
but I
still
didn't-
talk
what
to
they
them.
are
The
saying
issue is
now.
that the Patriarch
I know
Kirill
you're not
will
saying
not
that,
talk
but
to
you
them
are
because
basically
what happened is
No, I'm saying that
the Patriarch, what is it,
it doesn't
Bartholomew the First, I
matter
think,
if
right
the
now?
price of oil
Bartholomew
goes
and
down.
the Ecumenical
I'm
Council
saying
were
the
there.
whole
Communist
point
Bartholomew?
is
Yep,
the
they
midterms.
gave
Like,
autocephaly
what
to
does
the
it matter
Ukrainian
if
Orthodox
oil
Church,
goes
which
up
means
right
self-governing
now?
those are
The-
not like
the,
EU words.
the
And
public
this
is
made
not-
Kirill so
the
mad
public
because
can't
he's so
vote
in line
for
with Putin and insisted that the
anybody
Ukrainian
right now.
war is a
Listen,
holy
I'm
war,
sorry about
that he
this,
stopped
because,
talking to all of them. But all the
Trump,
ecumenical,
like,
they
betrayed me. I
oppose
put my
what
faith in
Russia's
him.
doing insofar
I
as
was
they
memeing for
allowed
Trump.
Ukrainians
but
to
can you address
self-govern
what
away
we
from
were
the Russian
talking
Orthodox
about?
because they
Like,
recognized that there was a
what does it
problem
matter
here.
if oil
Yeah,
gets
but
high
this-
right now?
This is a good example of
If
why church
there's
and
no
state
I
should
don't
blend.
understand.
vote
Your
anybody else.
example of why church and state is bad is because secularists can come in and
Oh,
kill
say
the
that
members
again,
of your
what do you mean?
church and then replace them with
Like,
people who aren't real
oil
Christians.
is
My
up.
argument-
That's your argument.
No.
What?
Do you want it?
Yeah,
Do
like
you want
yeah,
to steal
so
my
if
argument?
I
Do you
as
want
an
me to-
Yeah,
American
here's your
get
steel
mad
man
at
argument
Trump,
No, you're about
if-
to straw man.
if
No,
state-
stop. You're a strong
That
man.
doesn't
How do you know? I haven't
Because
made
that's
the
your tone.
argument.
Your
Because
tone, I can
can't go
tell, I can
vote
tell.
Against him, I can't vote against his party. I can't really do that until the midterm elections, which is that's gonna start like halfway through next year. So as long as we get this wrapped up with
deal.
within
That's why
like
they
the
shop at
next
Ollie's
6
first.
months,
You'll save up to 70%
then
off
and
Fancy
the
First
oil
prices.
comes
So
back
you go,
down,
you smart
then
and savvy
people will
shopper.
move on
You
from
know where
this
the
and
real deals
basically
are, where
see
they
it as
sell
a good
good
thing.
stuff
They'll say,
cheap.
"Oh, we overthrew Iran and
Okay. Here's
oil
the
went up for a little
actual
bit,
argument that I'm making.
but it came
I'm not
back down,
saying
and
that
we
the
don't
state
have
was
to worry
bad,
about
that
it as an
the blending
issue
of church and state is bad
And
because
do
the
you
state came and
think we
killed.
will
I
not
said what's
put,
bad is that they
boots on the
later then
ground?
used
Do you
the church
think
as an arm of
No.
the state.
The
So they
only-
blended church and
No
state.
boots
They used
for-
Kirill and other
We don't
people
need
to
to.
impose
I mean,
theological
okay.
law
We have
that was
Delta Force
just
in there
sympathetic
and,
to
like,
communism
CIA,
because the
but
state
in terms
utilized
of,
this.
like,
And what
a mass
happened is when
mobilization
50% of the
by,
clergy
our
got killed and
standard
replaced by
army, that's not gonna
statists,
happen.
which were not clergymen,
Okay.
the Eastern Orthodox
mass
Church wouldn't
mobilization
even
is not what I'm
excommunicate that
saying.
church,
I'm
despite the
not
fact that
saying
their
drafting.
theology
I'm
changed
saying
dramatically,
Iraq.
significantly, and
I'm
has
not
maintained that to
saying
such a point that
drafting.
Eastern
I mean,
Orthodox
like,
didn't even
from our
send people in to
normal
correct the theology.
military.
Do you think think that the church would
Okay,
remain
so
what it
I
is
think
supposed to
we're
be,
gonna go in,
yes, I'm
actually. I
moving my
think it's
hands.
gonna be
Very
an
exciting,
IIM,
Andrew.
and
Do you think that
I
the
just
Russian
wanna let it
Orthodox
be
Church would be what it
known
is if the
because, I know
KGB
we're
had
gonna
killed
meet
50% of it
again,
and removed it?
so
This is why, by
when
the
we
way,
go in,
the separation of
I can
church and state is
tell I
valuable.
told
It
you
protects
so.
the church and
You
it protects
can,
the state.
but
How's
there-
the separation of
the
church and state
reason it's
protect us
different
from
Iraq
communism?
is
Because it doesn't allow
the
communism to
Iraqi
utilize the
population
church as a
wasn't
statecraft.
inviting
It doesn't
us
need to.
into
It can just
bomb
take
them.
over the state.
It wasn't-
that would be
like,
bad.
right,
Yeah, but
in
it can
Iran,
do
you
that
have,
within your liberal framework,
like,
no problem.
95%
No, because
Yes.
liberalism is opposed to no,
90%
liberalism,
Yes.
of the
liberalism,
Yes, it can,
no,
literally.
liberalism is opposed to tyranny.
Okay,
Inherently.
first of all,
Particularly of monarchs.
your
and
liberal
autocrats.
framework
That's just
has
So
amendments
when,
in it,
but-
and these amendments can be at any time changed by
My liberal
consensus.
framework the Constitution, or is it a framework of no, it's political philosophy. The Constitution isn't my
Now we're
liberal
to
framework.
political philosophy.
In our own military.
Yeah, if we're talking
So
about
your
liberalism,
they will
wait,
not,
what would we
and
be
they-
using
Yeah,
if?
just wanna-
The
And I want to make
Do you
sure
not
that
think
your
political philosophy
they are
isn't kind of
bombing
important when we're
the
talking about
place.
liberalism,
Sure, but
a
I thought your
branch of
political
that?
philosophy was just
These
life,
people
liberty,
who will
pursuit of
support
happiness.
us
No.
where they live.
Oh,
That was
We
something
are
I pointed to
bombing
as
the
like
big city.
a Central American.
Because that's
Where
what
the
the
So what is the
hierarchy
liberal
is.
foundational philosophy?
Where the
Where we
liberals
come
are,
Typically,
and
it's going to
where
be
the city liberals
maximizing like
are,
freedoms
where the
and
gays
rights of
are,
people.
where
So giving people
all these
both
people who would
rights
love us to
and what's
come
the
to
other one
live
when
in
it's not
these
rights?
cities.
It's like
But you know what we
privileges.
don't
I forget the
bomb?
word. I'm
We don't
blanking
bomb
right now.
a village
It gives
of
them access to
600
rights. It
people in
has
the
strong
middle of the
institutions,
mountains.
and
We don't
in
bomb
more modern
this
forms of
place.
liberalism,
If
which
there's
I
a
like,
war,
by the
I
way,
do.
it believes in
Well,
a
there is
social safety
probably
net.
not a
That's
target,
liberalism.
but trust me, we are
Entitlements?
bombing a lot
No,
of
there's like a
civilian,
there's a political fill word where it's like you have
houses
both
in
rights
Tehran,
and
even
I don't know why I can't think of
some
this
by
word right now. My
choice,
brain is
some
like
by mistakes,
you could probably
but
look it
the
up.
reality is it's
Right,
getting
liberties,
flattened,
rights and
right?
liberties.
Okay.
There's no
And-
Liberties are the
defense
things that you
against
get
it.
that aren't your right.
Yeah,
but
the
you have
problem
access
you
to.
have here is that your foundation here is democracy.
We're going
right?
after like the IRGC.
Well, a liberal
Seen
system I think works
I've
best with a
seen
democracy. I think a
the
liberal
fire
democracy
in
is
the
So within the
streets,
confines of a
right?
democracy,
How
as long
the
as people
fire-
vote out
how
the
the
liberal
street is
system,
on
the
fire
liberal
because
system
there is a-
literally
yeah,
lets
there
them do
is
that,
a-
right?
Yeah, I
The
agree, but this is why I
petrol
think
is
that the
running through
founding
the
fathers
streets
did a
of
really good job of
Tehran.
setting
It's
up
on
like girding
fire.
principles
I've
against this,
seen
right?
the
I'm not
next day the
maximal for
rain, the
democracy. I actually like
oily
liberalism
rain,
more than I
and
like
all the
democracy,
people in
right? So I
Tehran
want my
having
democracy to
health
stay within the
issues,
confines of
right?
liberal
Because of
values.
That's nice.
This-
So let's
It's literally
it is
raining.
nice.
Yeah.
It's true. It's made
Right, so
all of this.
let's
It's made
make-
the
you
best
told
countries
me
on
this
the
is,
America,
well,
the
yeah, they
country
were-
you
I
hate
mean,
apparently, and
I
don't think
hate it.
stands for
Yeah,
anything.
but I
You
mean,
must. You want to go
everybody's
back to a
bombing oil.
time before America
Everybody's
existed. You want to go back to the
suffering.
Byzantine
When-
Empire.
When did I say
You've said
any of
this
that?
multiple times. I've listened to you
You've
say
just
it.
literally
I've
made
known
all
you
of
for
that up.
3 years. I've known you since the big
So
Papa
would you like to
Fascist
put
days.
$1,000 on the fact I've never said anything like going back to the Byzantine Empire? I'll
You
bet you
said that the
$1,000.
Byzantine Empire was great.
Never even said that.
Really? You don't like the Byzantine Empire?
Whether I do or don't doesn't mean I ever said that we should go back to it, does it?
Wait, do you believe this is?
Wait. Does it
I'm
mean
not
that
doing
or
it. No,
not?
I'm not doing a bet with you.
No, of course not.
Yeah, because I'm having a wait. Well, first of all, I'm
Islamic
poor,
Republic
so if I
knows
lose, I
that.
literally can't pay you. So there's
And
no
they're gonna
point. But
try to
second of all,
500?
They're gonna crack down.
I
They're probably
probably
gonna use
literally don't
chemical
have
500.
agents
250?
Like they've done in the past. As
I
they
could
mix,
maybe
like,
spend
deadly
100, but I'm not
chemicals
interested in making a bet with
and
you.
with, like,
Well, now I
Well,
understand.
this is the reason why I'm
And then
rejecting
they
the bet.
throw that
Is
in
because
the
you're doing the thing
streets
again where you're
and,
trying to
like,
catch me on like
after
a
people
couple of
get hit with
keywords
it,
when I'm trying to talk about an idea.
and they
And
die
so it's
with,
like
like,
if
2
I
days
say a few
later,
keywords
they
that
die.
like you don't
all
like,
the
we
war
can correct them.
propaganda,
But
holy
I would
shit.
ask you,
Yeah,
do you
that's
think the Byzantine
crazy, bro.
Empire
Like,
was
you
good? Do you
really-
like it? Do you think that there's some level of what
There's a
that empire
long-
was?
you
that we
know
should
what?
try to
You
adopt?
heard the new
There's
war
a
Do you
long
think that we should try to
history.
adopt it into the American system?
Crazy.
Iranians
Not the
will
Byzantine
tell-
Empire, no.
Iranians will tell
Of course
you
not.
there's a long
What
history of
empire
this.
would you like to
There
see?
are
Well, I
videos
don't
of
see.
people,
You see how you just
of
loaded
the
that?
CS
Why would I?
Sorry,
be-
what-
Why would I
that
want
are
to see an
releasing
empire?
I can unload it.
Yeah.
What
People
statescraft would you like
with
to
the
see?
Yeah,
workers
so I'm
on
glad that you
top
asked. Now that we
have
understand,
hazmat
I feel
suits
like
on. You don't
after
need
letting you talk here
hazmat
for a while,
suits
I
for
actually
CS
understand
gas.
a much broader base for your position.
Took 3 hours for you to get there. Congrats.
Well,
I don't
you
wanna
don't stop
engage
talking.
I made it. I
in these,
stopped talking lots, and I made it
So
pretty
I've-
simple. You just
I've
didn't like
been
it.
I've been
They're
letting
really
you go
bad.
and go and go.
We bumped,
So now we can get to the.
girls
I have.
who
I've
they
been letting you
want.
go and go and go. Just
Same.
asked you a few questions.
So
Ditto.
we are
Right?
also not.
Well,
I mean,
we'll-
I've tried to
we'll see.
internally
That's-
critique you.
Now,
but you don't really
Christian-
want
Oh,
it.
you,
Now,
You
Christian-
run away
you're
from
one
it.
of those people who
Christian-
And then being bad
say
faith and
Yeah.
just like, oh yeah,
I
I
know.
actually don't think
Okay,
God exists.
anyway.
It's all
Okay,
assumed.
so-
I know.
Yeah.
I'm terrible,
It's not
but
confirmed.
Well,
it's
I don't
what
think you're
you say.
terrible.
so
I think
now
that-
Where are
now
all
we've
the
gotten to
bodies?
Christian.
just so it's clear, I just want to be clear. I don't
Oh
think
my
Andrew
God.
Wilson's
Can I
terrible.
can I say a word?
Well, I don't want people rocking him up.
Can I say anything in this debate?
Do you think that I think you're terrible?
Okay,
No,
post it.
erudite. Who cares?
You said it.
I don't
Oh
have
my
it
God.
saved, bro.
Can we
I'm
get
on
back
my
to the debate?
phone.
You said it.
would be a
Okay,
hassle
can we get
to
back to the
find it,
debate?
but,
Well, do you think that I think you're
I mean,
terrible?
it
Oh my
wouldn't be
God,
a
who
hassle to
cares?
find
You
it,
said it.
Yeah, I do.
Maybe
I
I'll
think
do
you
it.
think Smoky Man
Because I
bad.
haven't
Yes.
seen.
Okay, I don't.
I don't even.
Okay,
I
great.
don't even
So
wanna
anyway,
see
back
it
to the
again,
debate.
like-
I just want to make sure,
I've
because
seen
you
a
haven't actually
video
answered this
of a
question.
bombing
If Christian
next to a
nationalists
school,
change the amendments of the
but not
Constitution,
like,
they change them.
a school
So now
bombed
Christian
itself where
Christian
over
nationalists go,
100
First
people-
Amendment,
over
No,
100
that's gone,
This
died.
right?
is
Gotcha.
like
what the
moments
fuck
after
is
the
wrong with doing
explosion,
that
people
if it's
rushing
in
into that place
if it's
and
actually in the
they have their
confines of
phones
the
out and
American system
it's
to do
just a
that?
So as a
party.
Christian, I say it's unchristian to do.
That's nice.
There
I'm
were-
asking
there
you
were
about the
people in
political
that
philosophy,
building.
remember?
So,
Everybody knows.
sure, within the political
I'll
philosophy,
say, like,
I would
it-
say I don't believe in absolute
okay,
democracy. I
so
believe
if
in
you're gonna
democracy
say
that
a
serves
s-
liberalism
a
values, because I think
school was
liberalism is
hit,
the best political philosophy received. So if a
like,
nation
it's
state would
possible-
vote
it's
in
possible that
an
a school
authoritarian,
was
which has
hit.
actually happened
Actually,
many
well,
times,
just let me
I think that's
talk.
bad.
It's
And I think the
possible a
nation states
school
fail in
was
that case.
hit.
And I think that we should do our best with
But I
democracies
haven't
to
actually
prevent
seen, like,
the
actual confirmation,
overtaking
and
of
the
radical.
IRGC
That doesn't actually answer
is
my
using
question.
Sure it does.
schools
Yeah, if-
Liberalism
as,
provides girds against that. I'm not for absolute
places
democracy.
to,
So
like,
in
put
my
their
liberal system, I would say
military
So who
equipment.
shouldn't vote?
And so
What?
Who
we
shouldn't
have
vote?
bombed
I haven't said anything about who
schools
should
with
vote.
military
When you say
equipment,
absolute democracy,
but
what does
the
that mean?
students weren't
Oh, so
actually there.
like popular vote. Like I don't want
there's
just because somebody has the most votes of people. I don't think that that should be the leader, because
So
like cities are more popular
again,
than
most of
most.
the
utilizing the
students and
system,
stuff,
which
they're
is
not actually going to
liberalism
school
and
right now.
is the
There's a
American
massive
framework,
strike.
Christian
That's the
nationalists
directive of
can
the,
get amendments
Reza
passed in
Pahlavi.
order to
So
tailor
they're
things
not
to
going to work, they're
Christianity.
not
They
going
can.
to school
I just think that that's
Bro,
wrong for Christians to do.
nobody
Yeah, that's nice that you think that, but from a
that's-
political
This
philosophy, when you're talking about
dynasty
political
came to power
philosophy,
in
it is just utilizing
1925.
liberalism.
Sure, but I would say that
Before
it's also
that, the guy
un-American
was
to
a
do, because I think
politician.
that
Yeah, how? We've
Because I
we've
think
had
free
amendments
speech-
against all of this shit.
because we can go back to the beginning, because I said the
Pahlavi
American
has no
ethos is built on things like
authority, no
ingenuity, life,
historical
liberty, and the
time,
pursuit of happiness. And I think when you
throne.
take over the first
There
A as
is
a Christian
actually-
nationalism and
Yes,
make it so
he
that
does.
people
He's
don't
the
have free
eldest
speech,
son
they can only
of-
praise God, for
he's the
example, I think
eldest
that's
son of
un-American, because I think
former
the
Reza
founding
Pahlavi.
fathers wrote it intentionally
Yes,
to
who
separate
was
these things.
only
They did
the
not want to
Yeah,
impose
but
religion on other
why
people.
would
And I
they-
think that that's good, and I think it's an American
Why are they
value.
putting in an amendment system?
Because
Yeah, but he's got
they
the
recognize that
historical
over
claim
time, their
right?
like
this is
technology and
no
development
historic
occurs, so there are
brother. The
things that they
guy
haven't
was
even
a
thought of that might be relevant. For example, stakeholdership. They recognize
Or like, for example, people are rejecting the status quo. They want to move outside of the idea of liberalism.
I think the founding fathers probably thought that democracy was good no matter what, and that we should definitely try to stay
Or
with
that's
it.
really funny because they basically let nobody vote.
Which was there since
Well,
like
why?
17th century.
If you wanna
Because
go
they
back
didn't
there.
trust the electorate.
They overthrew
Yeah,
this
they're-
monarchy,
yes.
and this
Oh,
guy.
yes.
I agree.
No.
Like,
Oh, yeah,
but you don't want to
1000%.
go
Okay, we
back
can just
to
go to
the
Federalist number 2. You're very wrong.
Oh no, I'm very right. The Federalist
No,
Papers
I don't
even
have
are
to go
specific
there.
about
I'm
this.
just
There's a
saying
reason that they
the-
demanded
this
that there be
Pahlavi guy,
stakeholders in the
his
nation.
dynasty
They actually did not
was
trust the
started
electorate. Even the
by a guy
stakeholders,
who
they had
took
a
power
large
by
amount of
force
distrust
in
for.
Well, the issue,
1925
what they actually had is
in
they
Iran.
recognized
There
that
is no,
different. So when we say
like,
stakeholders, we mean
the
like
one that
people
they
that have some
remember,
stakes in the
dude.
country, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the
They were-
reason
a lot
that they
of the
recognize is
Iranians
that
that are
different
alive
people would have different
today
stakes in
were
the country,
alive
and so
during
they
the
were very concerned about people with very low
1979
stakes in the
revolution.
country
They,
to
loved and
Which was
lived
most people.
under
But the
Shah.
stakes,
They
so
loved
That was
land-
most people.
So
And
land
now-
owning was used as
and
a
then the
proxy
Islamic
because they
Republic
thought if
turned
anyone
the
is going to
younger
want to see America
generation
continue
against the
and America to
Islamic
flourish,
Republic, and they've been
irrespective of
told
what they
how
personally
great
want,
Then most people couldn't vote.
it would be landowners.
Under the Shah.
Yeah, so
And that's
Most
the
why
issue is-
they
couldn't
want
I
the,
agree.
They trust the new
For a
Shah,
reason.
the,
Well, I would say the
the
reason was built
new
on bad
Reza
premises,
Pahlavi
right? They
to
were
bring
concerned,
in
for example, that the landless man would be less
to bring
invested
in
in the country. And I would say
democracy,
there's a lot of
basically.
people that don't own land that
Yeah,
are
and
very
I was-
patriotic.
they
You got to
remember
interrupt me
his
because I'm
father.
cooking, don't you?
Yeah, and under the well,
Are you
I
gonna
gotta, I
talk
gotta
about
be
it?
able to
Videos,
talk too.
You have
I,
talked lots.
I barely said a word.
Do you feel
for
like
an
it's-
hour? I've just let you prattle. It's my
Wait,
turn
Wait,
too.
first of all, for the last hour, you've insisted on internally critiquing only me, and you wouldn't let me internally
No,
critique.
you can internally critique.
Second of all,
You can internally critique, but here's my
All over the
question
world.
to you. I'm just curious
Germany,
because I still don't
LA,
understand
Toronto,
why it would be
Nobody
that if
cares.
we changed an
Toronto,
amendment that's
all the same
anti-democratic
thing.
or
You should-
I didn't say it's
anti-liberal.
anti-democratic. I said that it would be un-American.
Those are
It's
the
not
Iranians
un-American.
that
Yes, it is,
left
because the
Iran.
first-
We've changed how many amendments?
I tell you why. Because
We've
Iran
added
was
a number of
never
amendments, yeah.
And changed
closed
them.
off
Sure, that's fine.
society
Mhm. Yeah, but
Like
the
for
issue is-
instance, we added women's suffrage.
Yep.
We had an
People are
amendment for
Iranian
prohibition,
leaders.
and then we got rid of the
People are
amendment for
allowed to
prohibition.
leave
We've
Iran
added and
and
taken
come
away
back
many
to Iran
amendments.
Sure, yeah, and I
The
think that-
American
a lot of
system's
them do
actually a
the
hodgepodge,
Right,
isn't
you
it?
should
Yeah,
care
And I think that's one of the beauties of it. But I think like one of the things that are
So,
central to the
I'm
American
telling
dream,
you,
the thing that
and
makes America stick
everybody
out, which
who
makes it
was
the unique country that it was,
displeased
so
with the
Then why do you
unique
say you
actually,
don't
that
care?
when other
Already left.
monarchies fell,
They
they
already
Then why do you
adopted
say
similar
you
structures
don't
to
care about
us.
those
Is
people and
things
what
like
they
free
said?
speech, like life,
I don't
liberty,
care
and the
about
pursuit of happiness.
protest
So that's
That Thomas
foundationalism
Jefferson and the
again.
founding
Or in
fathers
Washington.
Why
looked
those
at
are
the world and said,
Rangers.
we need a
That
government
left,
system that's
because
for the
that's
common
not
man
where the
and
war is.
reduces the
And
But
capacity
those
of
are
built
the
into
Iranians.
liberalism,
Pretty
built
fucking
into
funny.
liberalism,
And
the
you're
idea
like,
of the
oh,
guardrail
Iranians are free
bumpers,
to leave and come
right?
back when they
Checks and
want.
balances.
But I'm not going to listen
If the
to what the
population
Iranian
gets the
diaspora
right to
are
vote,
saying
which
in
it
the
now has, it
millions,
has
because
almost
they're not directly in
totally
Iran,
universal
and I'm
suffrage,
gonna
except in
ignore
very minimal
the
cases,
Iranians
then passing these amendments
inside
becomes
of
much
Iran that
easier
are
based on the
naming
agenda of the
streets
people.
after Trump
That's
ever.
within the
Why would it be much
confines,
easier?
because at that point you can
in
consolidate
the
power
masses,
blocks and
and there's
parties, which
videos
was
of
an
it after
emergent
videos
property
of
of
it, and you're
universal
gonna ignore
suffrage.
all that. That's just kind of
so
fucking
bomb
the
convenient.
issue is when you have these two
doing
parties,
this.
why would you be more likely
And you're
to
doing
pass an
this
amendment?
because
Amendments
you
actually
hate
require a
Trump.
large amount of votes,
'Cause
right?
you're
You can't
mad
do,
at
it's not just
Trump.
50-50, right? I don't
I'm
remember
mad
the
at
Because
exact
if you
law.
have two
I
parties,
know
you're
that's
probably going to have a
it's
lot of
not
your
actually
politicians
about
under
whether
one
you
party
believe
flag or the
Reza
other.
Pahlavi
Right, you
is
want them to work
supported by the
together.
people.
It's a separation
You're
of
just
power.
trying
No,
to
unless
come up with
one has
any
overwhelming
bullshit
control,
argument you
which
can
can
to
easily
get at
happen.
Yes,
Trump.
but it's actually interesting when you look at
and
like
I
the
know.
creation of the United
Yeah, but
States.
back to
They
this.
went back and
Back to this. I just want to make sure.
You don't want to deal with any
You have-
facts of the reality.
When you
hey?
have, if you have an overwhelming amount of a single party who's in charge, right, then getting things passed is much, much easier.
Sure, it absolutely is much easier, but this is why, for example, we've done things like splitting the Senate so that you need like 60 votes to try to
I know
prevent like true partisan voting.
They can end the filibuster.
They could,
You're
they
predicting
probably
that, but you
won't,
don't
which
know.
is
Yes.
unfortunate.
Yeah,
but they could.
They may. And the thing is, they can also pack the court. That's all within
so
the
why are
confines
you
of
mad at
liberalism.
Trump?
I
Because
agree,
that's
and I
The
think
very
that when
idea
people
here that we can't utilize liberalism to remove parts of the liberal framework that we don't
I'm not
like
rejecting that.
is then there
I'm saying
can
it's
be no.
un-American.
It's not un-American.
It
It's
is
the most
un-American.
American.
I would say it's un-American to get rid of some of the most foundational things, which is like the pursuit of life, liberty, and
No,
happiness.
the
I think that if we do things like that,
It's not review. It's not getting rid
hold
of
on,
any of those.
hold on, you
Of
can
course,
do
they were
that.
always
But if,
gonna
for
be
example, Christian
redacted.
nationalists
No,
took
no,
power
no,
and they
no.
wanted to get rid of the First
That's
Amendment,
bullshit
I would say that that is a
because
violation of life,
the
liberty.
Congress
That's a big violation of liberty, which would be
said
un-American. I would say those
100%,
Christian
like, brother,
nationalists
it almost
are
never- it
un-American.
didn't
They
happen.
don't
No,
believe in the
Congress
ethos
did
that
not
made
say
the state great,
100%. They
which was
said,
the common man
"Release
gets a
the
say,
files
that he has
for
his
Trump
rights
and Trump
Did you say the
protected.
same thing about
He
the
said
Second
that
Amendment?
there were going to be some
Yeah,
redactions,
actually,
and
the
then
Second
the
Amendment.
Great,
Congress
so
said,
I should
when
be
you
able to
put
own a
redactions,
bazooka?
you have to put a reason. That's basically
Potentially,
what
I
they
just
said.
think like all
But
the
that wasn't
laws
actually
to it are.
that wasn't
Yeah,
actually
absolutely.
legally
most people can't
binding.
afford
by
it.
the way.
The,
So
like
they don't
storage, for example,
actually
can
have
still
Oh, no,
go
they're
to
cheap.
store.
Legally binding was
They're
to
within-
release
yeah,
everything
they're within the
except the
confines.
Sure,
name
but I
of
think
the
a state would
victims
regulate a lot on like what
and
you
the,
can like do
and
with
the
it.
names, and of
Wait a
course
second,
the
okay.
things
Wait, are
that,
you against 2A?
threaten
Are you
national
saying?
security.
Are you against
There
2A?
are other
No,
no,
I'm
there
big
are
Second
other
Amendment.
So
reasons
should
to
you be
redact,
able to own a
like, if
bazooka?
somebody
Sure.
Okay,
is
why?
mentioned
Absolutely,
that
because it's
believes
within the
they're,
confines of
like,
the right.
innocent of
Why does that
crimes,
matter, though?
then
What if we
it
voted to
makes
get rid of
sense
that?
Yeah, I believe in the right of self-defense.
redact
Well, what if we
their
voted to
names
get rid of
so
that?
they
Then that
don't
would be
get
within the
caught up
confines of the liberal
in,
framework.
like,
Would that be
crazy
okay with you?
people trying to go
Okay,
after
Can
no.
you read
Oh.
that
I would
bill,
object on
bro?
different grounds, though. I'm not a liberal.
Sure, yeah, of course. I would
You,
object on
the
different
liberal,
Congress
though,
didn't come
right?
together,
That's within the confines of the
to
framework
vote
to
on a
completely
bill with
eliminate
such
the Second Amendment.
overwhelming majority where only one
Sure,
person was
I've never
against.
rejected that.
No,
I've
it's
said
just
it would be
you
un-American
It's
to
that.
do so.
How's that
ridiculous
un-American?
saying
Because I
that-
think like
And they
2A,
did.
for example,
That
gun,
it was
gun
gonna-
culture is
with the
extremely
expectation
American. It's a
of
deeply, deeply
basically
American
Sure,
value.
I would agree with that. But what's not un-American is
no,
removing
no,
amendments
no.
that Americans don't
That's
like.
completely
That's the
mouth.
most American
That's you
thing.
putting this in my mouth.
That's what you
Sure.
The
said.
most American
No,
thing is
I
Americans
said
introducing
the things that
things
would be
and amendments that they
redacted
like.
are only
It's
for
getting rid of
national
amendments that they
security
don't
and the
like.
names of the
It's
victims.
doing things that they
And they-
fucking
yeah, but
want
you also
based
took the
on
name
what
of
it is
the
that they want. And
perpetrators,
so if
then
Americans say, we want Christian nationalism
are
and we'll
names
impose
in
various
the
amendments for
emails,
Christian nationalism,
senders
that is the
and
most American
receivers.
thing
I think if
can
America
of.
goes back towards like a
And,
more theocratic
maybe
state, I
they
think
are
it is
not
fundamentally now have become something that isn't America anymore. I would be the
yeah.
person running around like Trump
Based
saying,
on what?
we need to make
The
America
last
great
40
again.
years?
The
How do
founding
you
fathers
know?
and the
The founding
entire
fathers
point.
gave the states the ability
The
to do
entire
it.
Well,
point of the
because,
Revolutionary War,
of
which was
the
to break
Wexler
away from
guy
tyranny
was
and to
an
separate power so that the
uncensored
common
leader.
man had a chance to
Right.
exist
Yeah.
and have a right to
If
have
you-
a right to speak
Yeah,
to
that
those.
was-
who
that was
disagree.
great
30
sloganeering, but the truth
million
is,
It's not just
the
sloganeering, it's
Revolutionary,
American.
the Revolutionary
Out of
War was
millions of
about
pages,
money. The very
like you
first
say,
thing
okay,
George
they
Washington did
redacted
was implement a
a name
tax.
or two
Very
that
first
they
thing he
shouldn't
did
have,
was
like-
institute,
Yeah,
and it
so
led to
I
the
say
whiskey
one
rebellion.
name,
and
He put a
then
tax
they-
on
I
whiskey.
And
Do you
then
think
when
that like
Congress
our
did
founders
their
who wanted
oversight, and then when Congress
apportion
did their
taxes,
oversight,
directly apportion
they're like,
taxes,
okay, you're right,
wanted us in
actually,
any
we'll
way to have a
unredact
fucking
those
income tax?
that
Because
you're
that
pointing out.
is against
Oh,
life,
and then-
liberty, and the
but
pursuit of
you're
happiness.
talking
We're the
about-
most
dude, out of,
taxed
like,
country
3
on
million
planet
pages,
Earth.
you're talking
One of
about,
the
like,
most taxed on planet Earth.
I don't think that's right.
And it's
Yeah,
like
most
sure.
Western
It's
liberal
only-
democracies
Look,
are taxed more.
if you went
Yeah,
back,
it's not more.
if you went back,
Do you wanna walk that one back?
If you went back to our founders,
Can we see if there's anybody that taxes more on income than America? I just want to fact check you.
it's not just income.
So you
we're
said
one of
income
the
tax.
most taxed countries
A
on
lot
planet
of
Earth.
people were
So the
unredacted.
thing
There's
is-
no more. There's no
Acting
other
like
Western liberal
nobody was
I said
democracies.
one of the most, yes.
Or not.
So
Well,
anyway, the
You
There
said
were
no,
like
but yeah.
Okay, whatever. There's my qualifier.
Look, we can actually
All the
give grace
yeah,
to one
whatever.
another
So
for
anyway,
slip
back
ups
to
of
this
words.
before you
Amazing.
divert
Imagine
again,
doing
because
that.
that's all you do is divert.
You know,
When
that
it is the
bill
case,
Not
said
diverted,
that
I'm
the
yeah,
answering all your
when it is the
questions.
case that you move back
The
to,
victims'
That-
I don't
that
know,
wasn't legally
let's
binding.
say 1800.
And I don't think
Do you
was
think
the
that they
will of
would
the
have allowed
Congress.
an
It
income
was
tax?
It was the highest
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
No.
Probably not.
No,
I have
it's
no
not.
idea.
No.
though.
Do you think that
Yes,
the
it
way
is.
that people are taxed right
No,
now,
because it's
that our founders
up
fought
to
for
the
that?
executive branch to carry out
sort of,
the
yes.
how to carry
when
things
they
out.
get
Yes.
Sort of,
when
yes.
Congress comes together.
Because I think the
which
thing
is
that the founders
highest
cared about was that the
fucking-
common man gets
they
a say on the
decide
policy.
They
and
did
that
not
they
want
have-
an income
executive
tax.
executes. These
At all.
guys
Okay,
are
I don't think
lawmakers.
income tax
When
by
they come
itself just
together
breaks this entire
and they
American ethos. I don't think
vote
like
as one
it's just shattered,
body.
right?
Well, they
So
don't actually
I
don't need
imagine
even that
Why
they need
not?
only
because,
constitutional
like I said
majority.
before, I
It's a
think
threat to life,
It's
liberty, and the pursuit
the
of
how
happiness.
is it a threat to life and
will of
liberty?
the
Because
people
they're
you can do
directly
in this
taking an
land,
unapportioned tax
right?
from people.
It's the highest.
How is
will
that a
of
sorry,
the
how is that a
people
threat to
in this
life and
land
liberty?
is
Congress
Exactly.
to
is
come
one
Because
together.
don't you
dude.
think
They're
that
on
you need to
equal
have
footing
money
with
in
the
order to
other
have
branches.
liberty?
That's the
Sure, but
legislative
in
branch.
case of
They
liberties,
write
this
the,
is things you get access to.
laws,
So one
and
of the
they
things
can
that
write,
taxes
like,
do is they give you
some
access to things like free
guiding-
education.
Some guiding
Hey, wait a second.
resolutions.
The income, you can have
the
sales taxes, things like
president
that.
is
That's
in the
constitutional.
executive branch
Yeah.
and is
Initially,
on
there was no
equal
income tax in the
footing.
Constitution.
And then
Sure.
you have the
Yeah,
judicial
so
branch
why
and
was
the
that passed,
Supreme
you know?
Court, which is also
Probably
on
because we
equal
needed to have
footing.
greater government
Okay,
receipts
why
and
are
pay
you
for the
putting
things that we
Congress
wanted that
above
we
everybody
collectively
else?
decided would be
Okay,
better for
who
No,
all
it's
can-
because
who
the
can
monster of
fire
Jekyll Island. It was
president?
written by a bunch of bankers, essentially. And
Who can fire
Jackson
president?
was against
Are you
it
talking
first,
about-
and
well,
he killed.
he was against the central
Congress,
He killed the
or
well
you get
Yes.
voted
because
out
the
by
bank wanted
people?
to create an income tax.
No, you get voted out.
That's
that
not
means
actually
you
just-
don't
It
even
is
get
actually
elected,
true.
So,
right?
so
I'm
I agree
talking
that
about
that's
who
true.
can
What
fire
you're
president,
presuming, though,
and
you're trying to make it
answer
seem like
it's the
Jackson was
Congress.
most opposed because of income
Because the
tax. Jackson was
Congress
most
is
opposed
the
to the central
manifestation
bank,
of
to the central
our
bank
democratic
specifically,
vote.
because he was
Because of
concerned about
overlay,
government
and then
statesmen having
being the
access and
people.
control over a country.
Yeah,
Or
it's
that would be
because
separate.
there's
He was
As a
concerned-
separation of
He
power.
was concerned about debt. That's
Do
why
you know
one
what
of
the
the first things he
history
did was
of the
pay ours
Senate
off.
is? The history of the Senate
okay,
is
all these are-
literally
it
was
not
all-
the
it was about
people,
debt.
it's
So you'd
the
agree that
elites.
Jackson had multiple
They-
reasons for why he was
people
opposed.
were-
Well, the
not
prime-
the
just
reason we have
income tax.
Yeah, but income tax would have made him lose his fucking
So do you think that it is
The-
un-American
And the point
for
is
people
like
to have
it's the most it's completely American to roll back the income tax. It's completely American to roll back all of these various amendments.
You're
Literally
so what
the
you're
name
doing
of the
is you're saying
Senate. So what if
liberalism
it-
and the
Congress is
process of
supposed to be
democracy
so
gives us the
representative of the
capacity
people more
to
than
change
everybody
rules.
else?
And you're saying
Why the fuck
that's
does the Senate
America.
exist?
That's the most American.
No, so I'm arguing that the most American thing
That's
is the value of
literally anti
life,
the
liberty,
people.
the pursuit
Yeah,
of
but you
happiness,
keep on
ingenuity,
fucking
science,
branch.
You keep
development.
equivocating because you,
dedicated
on the
to-
one
I'm not
hand you say
equivocating.
that's not foundationalism
representation
or
of the people.
that's not a foundation
and
for my
maybe I give
philosophy
to
is
the
life, liberty,
Senate
pursuit of happiness. And then
this
when I
role
say
have to be a
wait,
foundation
the
for
most
philosophy.
American thing that we can
But
do is
in
the
the
most
end,
is
How
the,
is- sorry,
is-
how is this
is
equivocating?
the
Senators are
American
also
thing that we always
elected
do, and
by the
then you
people.
move back
Yeah,
back and forth between
yeah,
these
they
two
changed
ideals
it.
as though they're interchangeable.
Yeah. So
My
now it
foundation's
doesn't
actually
matter.
political
They are
ideology.
still
No, my
congruent,
foundation's actually
direct
life, liberty, and
congruent
pursuit of happiness.
That,
of
I've
Is it
never
most,
said,
both,
hold on,
which?
Andrew.
Basically,
So
to
you're
the system.
Kyla.
Right?
You're being bad faith.
but
No, you're being bad faith, Kyla, by saying I'm bad faith.
Good job.
Senators
So
through their
I have
Great
never
job.
said that my
is the
my
highest
moral system is
power
life,
you
liberty,
can have,
and
because it
I didn't say
comes
moral
directly
system.
from
You
the
did.
people.
I'm talking
You say
about
branch to
foundational
branch.
system
Do you wanna
for,
tell
for
me
liberalism.
judiciary branch has
for American,
anywhere near
for the American ethos,
legitimacy?
Yeah,
not for
whatever
liberalism.
whatever that is.
No, I said
Congress?
the foundation for
Obviously.
By the way,
liberalism is
that's
something of
most of
balance
the
of state
victims
power,
were
right?
redacted.
There
There
is
were
strong
times where,
institutions,
like, a
protections
couple
of
the
human rights
victims
and
weren't.
liberties,
Although
there
and
are
a
reasons
modern
for not
liberalism,
doing that,
especially
like,
some form of like
because
welfare
the
state or
victim,
care.
Now-
So hold on,
Virginia
can we just
Roberts,
acknowledge right
aka
now that you are the one
Virginia
equivocating because you
I'm
slipped
gonna
between
make
saying-
sure that we have it.
Hold on, just let me finish my thoughts.
Go ahead.
You were saying that my moral system is this life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, but I've never said that.
And
I
then
said,
the
no,
foundation of
the
America.
foundation of America, and I said,
Because
yeah,
it's
that's the
already
American
known.
ethos, and they said, yeah,
And
liberalism.
no,
No,
and this whole
liberalism's
thing
foundation
is like
is
just
these
a
other
rabbit
things.
hole.
So
then
you're the one equivocating.
reducing-
You're trying to
Let's make sure I'm not
between all these things.
equivocating. When we
Okay.
reduce it down, the thing that makes Christian nationalism
maybe I agree with
un-American is
you
that it's a
on
threat to
this
life,
point,
liberty, and the
but,
pursuit of happiness.
That Christian
have you
nationalists,
seen
if they had their
Pam
way, would
Bondi,
impose Christian
in
ethics
front of
and
the
restrictions on
commission
people
and answering
that
the
they wouldn't
questions?
accept.
I mean, it
And I
was a
think
shit show, but have you seen it?
realistically, Christian nationalists, if they had their full way, would usher in a
You've seen it.
theocracy. And a theocracy
Yeah, she
is
is a retard.
fundamentally
I hate
un-American.
Pam
Got it.
Bondi.
Now let's say
Yeah,
Christian
and I mean, have you seen the
nationalists
whole
are able to
fucking
take power,
thing? I know, maybe
okay,
you've seen,
through
like,
their,
everybody's
you know,
seen,
machinations,
how she's acting
running
like
for
a
political
retard in some
office, guys
short,
like
but
Fuentes, super
I'm
popular,
talking
many
about the
people like
whole
this. They
fucking
sway the
session,
electorate.
which takes
The
like an
electorate
hour
puts them in
every scene.
office under the
I watched
promise that they're
most
going
of
to
it.
change many
I
of
don't know
these
if I watched
things.
it start to
Right?
finish, but yeah,
I'd
like
say
I
those
know
American
that,
people are not
you know,
American.
I get it. They're not.
And bad
They're
Christians.
very
to
un-American.
And bad
mass
These
Christians.
Americans are very
Yeah, yeah,
un-American
cool.
and bad Christians. I get it.
So you
These
see
guys get in office,
the moment
and
where
all they do is
show,
this:
the
they
list
just
where basically
immediately
what
legislate that you
happened
can't be
was that,
prostitutes, no
the
prostitution,
committee
no
sent
pimping,
it,
no gay
a list
marriage,
of victims
right? That's all
that
they do.
have
They
to
keep
be
everything else equal,
censored
right?
in the
Can you tell
release.
me
And what
why
the
it would be that
department
you would
did
oppose
instead
that?
was that they released this
Typically in the
list of
criminalization
demands.
of prostitution,
They
we typically
released
see
the
that
list
women are
that says
disproportionately abused as a
these
result.
Well, how would it be
victims
un-American,
must
I guess?
be censored.
I
And
didn't
they
say it would be
released
un-American.
this
Okay, but
list
it's definitely
uncensored.
in
Yeah,
there was
direct
one
violation of
Clearly,
this
that's
whole
like
liberty
an
thing, right?
accident.
Not necessarily, right? Like prostitutes specifically are usually
Yeah, but
women.
homosexuals, for instance.
So are you also
who's,
wanting to impose a law that
responsible for this?
homosexuals can't get married?
Yeah,
No
Okay,
problem.
then I would oppose that, yeah.
yeah, because it's a threat
Well,
to liberty.
nobody.
The
That's what I'm
FBI
saying.
Okay, so how
Nobody.
come 3 people
The
can't get
FBI
married?
Well,
The FBI
mostly,
is
I
the
think
one
right
who
now it's
went
taxation,
through
right?
and did
Yeah,
the
but I mean,
actions.
If we can
If
make
they-
a,
if we can
Department
make
of
it
Justice
happen.
is the one
legally,
who went
sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a
and
problem with it
released
legally,
the
because
files.
legality is
Well,
not
the
my moral
FBI
system.
17
is
people?
under the wing of the Department of Justice.
Sure.
So
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
What
Basically,
reasonable
like, the
world
FBI
exists where
director
17
that
people are
his
getting
boss
legally married?
Well, right now we just
So
recently had
Capital's
3 people
boss
who got
is
married. I don't see why you couldn't add a 4th or a 5th.
Yeah,
I'm
like
saying,
Cam
do you think
Bondi
it's
was,
reasonable to presume that 17 people are going to get
involved as
married?
well.
Yes.
But I really
Really?
don't
Yes.
think that.
Okay, I think you're
honestly,
absurd.
I at least
doubt
think
that
it's
she was
reasonable to
really
assume 4 or
going through
5 would.
combing through the files.
So the
Like,
thing is-
I think it's
Okay.
mostly,
Well, if it's 3, why
like,
can't it be 4?
FBI
I've spent time with people, but maybe you
agents
haven't.
I don't know,
that
if 3
went
people
over-
just
well,
got married, why couldn't it be
probably
4?
went over-
Right.
Well, I would argue, for example, in the case of polycules,
You're
even,
right.
And
a
you
lot
have
of these
FBI
relationships tend to fall
agents
apart
who
because
are,
I
like-
don't
Yeah,
think
but
that
they can
most-
still get married.
Legally,
bad
yeah.
actors
Yeah,
as
okay,
well.
so
Don't
anyway.
forget that,
So
like,
again,
they
yes,
have
if
So
you could
that's
create
the
a
threat.
taxation
And
system
they
that could
wanna
manage
make
17
Trump
people
look
getting married
bad. You also
legally,
have,
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with it
Jeffrey
necessarily.
Got
Epstein,
it.
very
Now-
powerful
But that's not
person
moral.
Now, hang
with a
on.
lot of
Let's say
connections on the
that we
FBI
allow
and
for,
different
we
police
pass an
departments.
amendment, liberals
And
pass
so
an amendment,
they might
and it
be
says
trying
3
to,
people can get married.
like, get
Okay?
revenge,
And this is now part of
and
a
trying-
new
and it
constitutional
might-
amendment.
and so they
Christian
might have
nationalists get
went
power.
rogue, like,
They
and it
remove
got
that
through
constitutional
the
amendment.
leadership, 'cause
That
there's
is now
so many
violating
files
the
to go
idea of
through,
liberty.
like,
I don't think
Now
that-
you're
but
violating the
clearly,
idea, the
it's
very
not like
idea of
Trump
liberty.
just
So
sat
that
on
would be
this.
un-American for those Christian
Clearly
nationalists to get
the
rid of
files
3 people
were
getting married
released
if there was an
and-
amendment,
So this is
right?
where
You know, it was never
pluralism
gonna
comes
be
in.
a
You're making it seem
perfect
as though
thing.
like
It was
I'm a
never
liberty
gonna be
extremist,
fully,
right? I think that
like,
there are some
even
liberties that can
close
be like
to
girded, right? I don't want people
It
running
goes
around
against-
maximally doing anything they
goes
want at
against
any
what
given
we-
time,
what
and neither does
we
liberalism typically, because
through
liberalism
Congress
is
demanded.
also
Well, where do we draw the
pluralist.
Goes
threshold then?
against the
Because your
order,
whole
and
objection to Christian nationalists.
At a,
You've
at a
seen
gay
legal
marriage-
level,
with gay- with gay
probably
marriages,
3, because I
you
don't
know,
think
the people
taxation would ever be
complaining about
functional
how
for
they are
17
Okay, so they
people.
passed an amendment, 3 people can get
Wait,
married.
Okay,
That's
but
what I
why
said.
hate Trump over
And
that?
then
then,
Christian
like,
nationalists take control.
make that
and the only thing they
hatred for
remove
Trump
is
over
that
this,
amendment.
which
I
he's
probably
not
personally
really
have an
even
issue with it.
involved in.
But
He
that's a
just,
threat to
like,
liberty. That's
released the
hurting people's
files,
liberty.
I
and
don't
then
think
you're
necessarily.
hating on him
How is it
for
not
that
necessarily
when,
hurting their liberty?
Because I'm
and
not
then
a
you're
liberty
applying
maximalist,
that
which is what you're
hatred
trying to
to
say.
So what?
Iran.
What do
It would
you
still,
say?
it'd still be
I'm gonna
hurting
ask
their
you
liberty,
easy
whether you're a
question.
maximalist or not.
What's
So, for
Trump
example,
and
the reason why we
Epstein
might not allow
friends?
3 people to get married legally is because it may create situations
I
where
wouldn't call him
people
a
like
friend.
divorce situations
Basically,
can't
You
be
wouldn't
like
call him a
easily solved.
That-
It makes
so
divorce is
Epstein
extremely
was
messy,
a-
particularly because
Let's
of
say
the
we
amount
solve
of
it.
divorce.
Epstein
So
was
the issue is now your
shown
hypothetical is
as
going.
a person
Imagine
that
we
he
exist in a
knew
world that is
that he
fundamentally not in
knew
any way like the world that we
almost
exist
all
in.
No, it's like
Now
this
what you
world
would do,
now.
and I'm like, I
And
don't
he
know
went
in this
through
fundamental
all the
world where
same
like human
letters
beings don't
3
get
people
married.
just got
I'm not
married.
really
And
sure.
If 3 people can get married,
Trump
then those 3
wasn't
people can
actually in the
already
inner
get
circle.
divorced.
He didn't
And
go
if they have
to a
children,
How would we
those
resolve
3
that?
people can
And
already
he
have
rode the
some kind of
plane,
custodial
and
fucking
Virginia
problem
Roberts
with
We
the
Day,
already have
Virginia
major
Giuffre
custodial
sat
issues within
testified in
divorce
Congress.
court. that is
Agreed.
incredibly messy.
said in
Alimony
So
is a
how
huge
would that
problem.
not be a threat to
testified
liberty?
in court
Well,
and
we
said in
might not
other
allow this
statements
liberty
that
because it actually,
Trump
the
would
divorce
go-
courts and the way that the system
even
works,
though
it
she
limits people in such a way that we
listed
can't
Trump
actually
in her
functionally
So then
black
roll
Christian
out.
nationalists
the
going
people
in
who
and
she
limiting
saw
liberty
ride
is
the
not really a
Lolita
problem.
Express, that
To
he
some
didn't
extent,
actually
yeah.
To some
ever
extent. So
get
them
massages
outlawing
from
gay
any of the
marriage,
girls
that's a problem,
treated
but not 3
everybody
people
with
getting married.
respect. He
Why?
didn't
Because
actually-
I would say
Okay.
consensually as a
Right, he would
society,
go
we've
to his
agreed that
own
gay people
spot
can
and
get
get
legally
So,
massages. He
if
never
cons-
went to
no,
the
we
island.
never did. There was
And
no
he
vote
never
on
did
that.
anything inappropriate.
We voted for the electorate
two
that did
things.
this.
Okay, and
You
you're
know,
voting for the electorate who goes in and undoes it. So what?
That's without debate.
I would say
Yeah, but
that
the plane
opposes
was
that
used
in
for
this case, the only reason that you're doing that
I've
is
heard
because
people
you
say,
think being gay is evil.
So?
I think that that's wrong to police.
That's nice you think
Must
that,
have
but they were
known
elected.
what's
It's not not
going on.
nice that I think
They got
that.
into office.
It's not nice that I think that.
It is
I
nice.
would say that it would.
But
Thank
they
you.
were
I would say
young
that's
on
fundamentally
that airplane.
un-Christian for them to
In
do
the
because
island.
now
They're
at this
out of
point
place.
they are
They
not
were out of-
imposing
out
something.
of
Yeah,
place
but your
young girl
liberalism
on an
can't.
airplane,
Your liberalism
okay?
can't actually stop it.
And,
One.
That
And
doesn't
two,
matter
it
to
has
any
nothing.
argument.
It is not un-American for them
now
to
we
go
know
in
it
and
meant
change
something.
amendments. That's the most
We're
American.
just
Well,
back here
what
again.
was
So
going
what I
on
would
in
say
the
is that there are
island?
some things that are central to the American ethos,
Okay,
right? But these things
but
are
he did know
not
what was going on
maximalist.
the
So what
island
you're
because
trying to
he
do
said it,
is you're
you
trying
know,
to say,
long
well,
before
you're for
he
liberty,
even,
you're for maximal liberty, and I'm like, no, I'm for
like,
some
I didn't
limitations
say
on
maximal
liberty.
liberty.
Of course you are,
Politics,
because
he
you're
said,
going.
Just saying
Well, what
a
about
liberty.
17 people? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't live in a world where that's even like kind of functionally. I don't know what I think about 17 people getting married at a legal level.
Just three.
Sure, even just three. I'm not even sure what I think about 3 people getting married legally, because I think that there's going to be a lot of complications as far as like how we manage these things necessarily. Because I'm not a liberty absolutist, but I do think that the value of liberty, giving common man access to these choices, is central to the American ethos.
So what would be wrong with Christian nationalists
right.
going in,
So
right?
the-
They pass the court,
Convicted
and then they go
2008,
ahead
yeah,
and
I agree
or
with
you don't even pack the court. They
Packing
just
the
put
court.
they just put 2 Supreme Court justices, new ones on. They reinterpret that. Well, you know what? Gays actually can't get married. They overturn Roberta
Well,
Bell.
Maybe you don't want to be.
like,
Maybe you don't want to
one of
be
my
the
issues would be
guy.
that
No,
because
having
of
a
Supreme
very-
Court, I think
No,
that's
I just took that off the table. They just put in 2 new Supreme Court justices. That's it.
How do they do that?
Especially in
Because
these
2 of them
circles, I
die.
would imagine. But second thing.
Okay, so 2 of them die. They elect 2 of them with the intention of packing the court. So they're specifically
No,
selected.
forget packing the
Wait, do
court.
they
No,
select
that
them
was
on the
the-
basis that these judges will be
The one with
Christian
the
as well?
purple
And-
Oh,
and-
fake
and-
news.
and
Fake
make-
news.
Yeah,
They're
the New
definitely
York
Christianity?
selecting them because the
release that-
Yeah, I
party
think
in
that's bad.
charge
Obviously
wants
not
them
how
there.
Yeah, I think that that's the bad point already.
Why?
Because I do not think that we
Okay,
should be.
you're
That's how
Such a
parties do it
coward,
now.
dude.
They put in
Listen, that's a
justices that they
confirmed
want that they think are going to
thing.
Do you think
represent their
that?
views.
Do you think that I
confirmed
like the fact that we
thing.
try to make the judicial
Right,
system
it's obvious. It's not his
partisan?
That's very
handwriting.
un-American.
It's obvious that it's
I think
not
it is
how
un-American.
No, it's very un-American for you to go against that.
Why?
Because it's the most American thing.
This
That's
is
how we've
like
always
the-
done it.
this
I
What
would
do
is
you
say
mean?
I would say that if it's not girding the common man,
That's
the pursuit
bullshit.
of life,
No,
liberty, and
that's
justice,
factually
packing the
false.
courts, for example, I think
Likely
it's bad. I think that this is
And
not
That's
a good
false.
thing to do. I don't want partisan courts
The
because
problem
the point. Hold on.
Yeah.
The American idea, the
is just
zeitgeist of the
like
separation of powers,
anti-Trump.
actually
You're
really,
telling
really,
me
really
that
matters
this
because one of the things that's
birthday
fundamental
card
to
is
Americanism is the
Yeah.
opposition of tyranny.
Yeah,
And
it
how
wasn't
you
written
oppose
by
tyranny
Trump.
is you separate power.
wasn't
So if
written
you're
by
packing
You're
the court
delusional.
to
You're
be biased
delusional,
towards a
Zach.
single side,
Christopher.
you're
You're
already
delusional.
engaging in some level
What
of
about them
tyranny,
getting rid
which I
of
think is bad.
abortion?
We'll look at it
What
again.
about it?
He's either
Yeah,
he's
is
either
that-
he's
is that
either
hurting
delusional
life
or
or
he's just
helping
lying
life?
out of his
That
ass.
depends
But
on what
either
you think
way,
life
but
is.
either
Well,
way,
I'm
nobody
asking
should give
you.
any credence to what he says.
So I'm
It's
for
sad
the
because I
decriminalization
was,
of
you know,
abortion
I was
entirely
on
because
a
I think
Trump
when you look at
train
the
when I
actual,
told you
yeah, when you
this
look at the
before.
ramifications of abortion
Oh.
policy, it leads to more infant
but I-
deaths, more
I know
mother
he
deaths, more
betrayed
children in
me,
foster
and
care,
I come
more
to
children in
terms
poverty,
with
and
it.
more children
Do you
Is it
dying.
more or
believe
less
every-
American
and it's
that
just
abortion's
sad.
banned?
Do you
I
believe
don't think that this is
every,
necessarily an American concept.
accuser
Not
that
everything
of
is
Trump,
like tied to the
So
story.
Christian nationalists get in and they
No,
completely
I don't-
outlaw
I
abortion.
Okay, so then why do you
right?
think
The
that
constitutional
this can't,
amendment.
I think that they would then
can't
be
fake
imposing
too?
onto
He has so
non-Christians
many
their
false
view of human
allegations
That's nice,
against
but
him.
that doesn't
Why do you
violate
think
any
this
of the
is
life,
party?
liberty, or pursuit of happiness
That's
that you
the
consider
argument that he
Americanism
has,
to be.
Biden.
It
In
would be
fact,
because-
it reinforces
Why don't you
life.
It
believe
would be
he
because probably
could
50,
just
I think
be
it's like
faked,
50% of
right?
the population
Oh, that's
definitely
convincing.
disagrees with the contention of when life is.
Who cares? You're not an extremist. What
do you mean,
The
who
main
cares?
thing is that if
But
it's the
I agree
case,
with
What do you
you.
mean
Some
who
of the
cares?
women
Well,
have
first of all,
admitted that they were
probably the
falsely
voting
accused.
electorate-
And
Yeah,
now
sure,
one
the
of
ones who elected the Christian
women
nationalists.
just-
Dude, why are you
more
protecting a
so in this
pedophile
case, the
ring?
ones
Like
who
what? Like,
didn't.
dude, you don't
Yeah,
have
so now
to do
the
this.
Christian
Like it's
There's-
it's
it's
sick.
the most American
It's
thing
sick.
possible when
You
Christian
say that, but
nationalists
I'm
get
actually one
in.
of the
How's that
original
tyranny?
Pizzagate
By
researchers
trying to
when it was
impose
originally
only
called
Christian
Keto
ethics on
Gate.
other
Cool,
people.
thanks for
and
laying
the
out your
fact that 50%
credentials.
of the population would not want to adhere to
50% of the population doesn't want to adhere to abortion. They think that abortion's
They don't
evil.
have to get abortions. Isn't that
They don't-
crazy?
Cool.
They think you're murdering people.
Sure, but they don't have to get an abortion.
They don't-
Isn't
it
that
doesn't
crazy?
matter. You don't allow to
Does the-
murder
wait,
people.
does the state compel
Because some
anyone
of
to
the
get an
girls
abortion?
Why would that matter?
Because it kind of matters if you're talking about the Christian
I
ethos,
Is
what
it
you're
is it
concerned
the
about.
case that if the state said
just
that you
living,
could
and
like
they
murder
went
random
through
people,
an
that you
Cool.
could
interview,
object to
and I
that in
literally
democracy?
interview,
yes.
red alert
Yes.
So
for a
you can
pedophile.
object to
You're
fucking
sitting
people
here saying
murdering
that I'm
people in your
protecting
democracy.
Cool,
You can,
cool.
of
Nobody,
course.
nobody
I
cares.
have
Nobody
an
cares about
amendment
your
to
case.
say
Say
that
stop
you
murdering
have
people.
This is fine.
Nobody
as
cares
long
about
as
your
the
fake
reason that
credentials.
Christians aren't doing it is
Everything
intentionally
that
to
you
impose
read
Christian ethics on
And
non-Christians.
yet you have not made an argument for why that's even
and all
bad.
this.
You've
Cool.
just said
That
within
came
the
from
framework,
I
I
said it's
don't like it.
unchristian. No. I said
Oh,
Christian-
cool. Wow.
No, I said Christians imposing Christian ethics on non-Christians
I
is
believe that's
unbiblical.
fine.
It's
Oh, wow.
heretical to do.
Wow,
It's
so
You're talking about
important.
whether or not it's
So the fact
un-American.
is that
No,
I know
I've
far
said
more
from the
about all those
beginning-
Now
things.
you're going to fucking
I know
equivocate.
things
We're
you
I'm
talking
not
about what's
equivocating.
un-American
awesome.
5
You-
seconds ago.
You
I've
trying
been
to
attacked
slant
by
me into specific
Andrew
types of
Klein
arguments that I'm not
with
making
thoughts
You are
on
making them.
equivocating.
Through Media
You
Matters
said
for
that this
America,
is
we
this
could
is the
talk
most
about,
American thing we could do.
The McCovey family, we could talk
To
about
outlaw abortion.
James Alefantis,
For the
we could
purpose
go
of
through
life.
Dolores Hillsby, James
The purpose
uh,
of
we
life.
I
could
said
go to
this.
Carissa
No,
Coulter,
no,
we
we're
could
talking about
go
what's
through
un-American or
all of
American.
that
I'm
shit together.
postulating that it's the
Tony
most
Podesta,
American thing we
John
can do.
Podesta,
That the idea is
Dude,
life, liberty,
dude,
and pursuit of
think about
happiness.
this.
For Christian nationalists to outlaw abortion.
Do you think it would be also super American to get rid of evolution in class?
And then you're gonna let them talk and shut the fuck
I
up.
don't know if that would be
I just-
American or
I'm
not
sick
American.
of
Well,
hearing
Christian
all you
nationalists would
three
probably want to
people
do it.
talk
Is that
at the same
American
I
or
don't
not?
think that they would.
Well,
They,
I'm not
what do you
sure.
mean?
That's all
They've
good, guys.
they've
Yeah.
multiple times advocated for removal of evolution from Louisiana Act of
ahead.
2008.
I think that should be left up to the states.
Yeah, I
like
love
the
how this
Texas
guy's
Mormons.
filibustering
Okay,
and
so
Mike
that's
even
what
admits it
Christian
and then he
nationalists
mutes
would say.
Okay,
dictator
so
and
you
I
think
fucking
all-
idiot.
That's
Mike didn't
not true, and you know that you don't believe that. You think
Well,
that
at least
Christian
people
Why did I
advocate
get-
for my
Wait,
version of it.
so Christian nationalists would violate all parts of
You guys get
constitutional
excluded for being
consent.
retarded
They
again?
really like that one.
Most Christian nationalists, at least
Now we've
for
got
people
nothing.
in
fucking
mainstream,
retarded.
You
That's
just
like
said
a-
you just said the
they
guy
do
was
advocate that
filibustering.
most of the
dipshit.
stuff gets pushed back to the
Now
state,
Monarca's
like
got
what
what's
used to happen
going
with gay
on.
marriage, which is why,
Guys,
you know, every time it was voted on, they said no, and he had to use the constitutional route.
He's not
And do you
talking.
think Christian nationalists would
Yeah, I
prefer
was
it at the
under
state, or do you think
talking,
they would
not
actually
over talking.
prefer
Learn
a
the
federal?
difference,
Did you guys know you
abortion?
can't hear
Do you think
him when you're
Christian
over
nationalists want
talking?
a
Well,
federal
if they
ban?
No, I was
had a
under.
rule
I was
on
under.
there,
I
they
was
would pass
under
an amendment,
talking.
which would be
Learn the
illegal.
Look at him
difference.
try to
dipshit.
derail. Monarca's
course.
What's wrong with
got
that?
nothing to say 'cause he doesn't
So
know
I am
shit about
outlining
it.
right
Oh,
now
sorry.
that
Do you want me to
trying
respond to
pretend
your
as the
like
Christian
your
nationalists just want
credentials
state
to your
rights because
credentials about how
this
you're like
say that
Interpol's
that's
number
absolutely
one
did,
because
number
I
one
said,
informant?
well, do
Ooh,
you
so
think that Christian
cool.
nationalists would try to push through Christian ethics on people? And he
I didn't
said,
say-
well, I
do you
think
know
they
how
just want it at the
Interpol
state.
No,
Of course.
no. I
Christian
said
nationalists.
that issue
Oh,
they
no,
would
you
refer
don't.
to the
Okay.
state.
So Interpol
But within
has
the
a
Wait,
purview
you
of
don't think that they would
federal
prefer a
powers.
federal ban on this?
Sorry, who's
Red
distracting now?
I don't
Who's
even
getting
think
off
that
the
that
point
would be
now?
possible unless you amended it. But even if they did, that would be
Wouldn't they
fine.
want that?
Yeah, if they amended it, that's within the confines
So I
of.
don't know why the fuck you're bringing up states at all. You're just running away.
Because that's what they would say. They would say defer to the state. Unless if you could pass an
And I
amendment.
said,
filibustering.
why? Because they
And
don't
this
think that they
guy-
can do it
so
through
when
federal
I'm
powers.
talking
But
about
if Christian
Carissa
nationalists
Coulter
could
and
do it
Laura
through federal
Silver,
powers,
Laura
they
Silver
would,
is from
right?
Idaho.
But that would be
She's a
totally
scam
constitutional
artist.
and very
She
American.
It does. I
seven
don't think it would
other
be.
the most
But
American.
it would be. It
to
would be
go to
within
Haiti
their constitutional
and pick up a
capacity.
Not
bunch
only their
of
constitutional
children during
capacity,
the
they'd be following
2010
Americana,
Haitian
baby.
earthquake,
No, I
and
would
she-
say, for
and
example,
then all the
100%
children
Americana.
were
Absolutely
priced
not.
out. How much
Absolutely,
money
yes.
does
So
she get
America
from the
is just a
government
Christian
through-
theocracy
under the
secretly
Obama
waiting to be
administration,
discovered.
through
America
Hillary
is just a
Clinton,
fucking
and also had
secular
contact with
fucking
humanity,
nonsense
who-
machine.
Do you think
humanity,
America just?
known
What does
her
America
husband,
do?
obviously,
To me, America,
is Anthony
at least how
Weiner,
you define it, is
convicted
just
Not
a
how I
system.
define it. How
And-
you define it.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
for me, I
so
told you this
she went
multiple
up and
times.
picked up
If
all
there
these
was some kind of
children
cultural
who are,
glue,
quote,
I would give
economic
America a lot more
orphans,
credence on
meaning they
this.
have
But right now, it just looks like
That's
Does anybody
not an
listen to
answer to
this?
what
Tried to
America
take
is.
I
them
just
over
answered it
to
at the end if you
Dominican
would have listened.
Republic, to the
I think
no-child,
right now America's just
to
a
the,
system, yes.
So you don't
to a
believe in America. You don't think
refuge
in
where-
America. You don't think there's a
fucking
central
breath.
American ethos. Like
And
America
then
is a
I
state.
think
they-
it used to be.
And she
And
t-
mass
and she would
migration
tell
and other
them
things destroyed
that,
that.
hey,
So
you
American
can
doesn't
visit
exist
them whenever
anymore.
you want.
Not how it
And
used to.
Dominican
What
Wah,
did it used to be?
is a
What was the,
hostile
some of the
country,
central
doesn't
ethos? What
let
made something
Haitians in.
American?
Drew,
Yeah,
Drew,
so I would
okay.
largely
Hey, calm down.
agree
I wanna
that
say
if
one
you have a
thing, like,
population center
thank you.
or a population
But
group,
please unmute
it would be the people
Drew,
plus the values. So I would
like,
say
yes,
that what was
you know a lot
fundamentally
about those
American
subjects.
once upon a time
And
was
I
what would be
believe you-
called
you've been there during
pan-Protestantism,
Pizzagate, and you
which
are one of
and
the
that would be
first
combined
people
with
All right,
the
what
ethno
I-
group
what I
and
was
the
I
saying
believe
cultural
this.
group.
Please, no.
Okay,
Let
so
me
what was
talk.
American
Drew,
was
you're gonna
being
get muted. Let me
I
talk.
didn't even
Christian,
get. I wasn't
white.
even done.
What else?
So I didn't even
Let
make
me
the
finish,
point.
Well,
please.
I'm just
You
saying
will
if you
have
wanted
none.
to
Joe,
have
this
something
is
which was
going on.
foundational,
This is not
that's what we
fucking
had at the time
story
of the
hour
founders,
for
yes.
fucking
Well, I'm asking you what
You've been
American
talking
ethos is to you
forever.
because you think it's dead now. So what?
He
What was it? Because you
That's
seem
what
to
it
be.
was.
Nice.
So Christianity,
Oh boy.
whiteness.
Pan
fuck that guy.
Protestantism,
Sure.
not just Christianity.
Sure, but we can
know,
probably
he's
Pan-Protestantism
defending
is what it
peace
was.
by
Okay,
proxy,
pan-Protestantism.
and
So you
doesn't
think that
even
it is
realize
a
it, and
religious
that's the sad
endeavor,
story about
and
this.
it's an
Can
ethnic.
you
I think
guys
that
show me
without the
proof that
religion,
Trump's a
that whole
pedophile?
idea of
Nah,
amoral
I'm
people
not
doesn't
saying
exist.
So you believe
He's
America-
literally not a fucking
I think
pedo.
foundationally it was, yes.
No, but is that central to the
Only
American
Fucking
identity?
retard
I think it
in North
was.
Dakota fucking
Yes.
show.
Okay, and you think that we've lost that?
Yeah,
Of course.
show
That's
us
a
the
bad
proof,
thing.
Joe.
Well, I
And
don't
what's
think
his-
it's
what's
his guy's name,
an
Narco?
American
You're
thing.
supposed to
So it's
Yeah,
un-American to
yeah.
have people of color.
I think by this standard, the idea of what America is, when I say it's now just a system, then I'm saying what it used to be were these things. Do you agree? It used to be these
Yeah,
things.
an idea.
Stop talking and start
Yeah, an
posting.
experiment.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And within the confines of this experiment, it's perfectly acceptable for us to change the parameters,
So
right?
would you, so to bring America back to what America was, is that something you would care about doing? Do you love America? Like at least when I say America, I mean your version of America. Would you like to bring America back there?
No.
So
Why not?
not really
Because
that
I think that there's a better
anonymous.
way, which is Christian nationalism.
If it wasn't
Okay, and
true,
what's the
but
conclusion of
person
Christian
is
nationalism?
anonymous
The conclusion of
saying
Christian nationalism is
he
to
could
move
be in
Christian
prison for
ethics into the
perjury,
mainstream,
right?
utilizing
So you
legislation
can
within the
go
liberal
read it.
confines
But
of the
the thing
machine
is,
that you've built.
When
Why
I read
didn't
these,
the founding fathers
these
do that then?
things first, these come from
Didn't we just go
2016.
over this?
We
They
did.
left it up
When
to
I
the
read them
states.
first, I didn't
And why
believe
didn't they
them.
write it into some federal capacity for the states to
We've
override?
already
Why would I
been over
believe
that
anonymous
twice. So the thing is like,
or
what
Stephen
am I? Hang on.
Any
He is
pan-Christian
First, let's
you
see if
want
we can find.
Mormons?
Let's see if we can find some agreement. Yeah, sure.
Or perjury.
Let's see if we can find some agreement. Do
Why
you
would
agree
I
with me that
believe those?
foundationally this
this
was a
is
white nation?
evidence that he is a
No,
pedophile.
I don't think
It's
whiteness
not
is
I mean,
central to
there is a-
American ethos.
You can read through the
Okay, Western
Dude,
European.
I'm
documents
looking
and-
at it.
I don't think the
Show me
color
if
of your
I'm
skin
missing
is central to an
something.
So
idea.
go
Tell me
down,
where to
go
look.
down.
You,
So
you
you
don't
scroll
you don't
down
think
and
that
there is,
foundationally though that
there
was
is
a part of the
like,
cultural glue that kept things together?
A victim's statement.
Not at all.
Well, what do you mean by
and she's
foundationally?
talking about it.
Like
you know?
they really just wanted white people here.
Did that exist at the time? Yeah, but I don't think that that's what makes the American ethos is a preoccupation
He's
with
talking
whiteness.
about it.
Okay, no, I'm not
that's
saying
correct.
that. I'm just saying that foundationally definitely was a white nation.
When you say foundationally, just mean there was lots of white people in America?
No, that they only wanted white people
When
in
I read
America.
it the first time,
Well, the issue is they
Which
didn't even
was
have a good
almost 10
conception of
years
white
ago.
at the time that you're talking about, right? Because
They did Western European.
well,
now
they
with
didn't
all
like
the
Irish
Epstein
that much. In
files
fact,
and
there was a
Epstein
whole bunch of
names
issues
and
with
all
definitely
Irish.
wanted
that
Western
coming up
Europeans.
to light,
I
I'm
don't even,
starting
I don't know if
to
that's
think
true.
this
They
could be
Like they
explicitly
wanted the
something
English,
about
They
they wanted the
basically
French.
And
only wanted
also,
the English.
So
They didn't really
your
want the
proof is
French.
that
True, I'm even
starting
willing to
think-
concede that.
Right. So,
That's good.
But they
I'm
wanted
glad
something
you're
that
starting to
wasn't
think,
that was
Doug.
not what we have
proof
now,
that
which
sure,
is
but I
like
don't
South
think
America pouring in.
the immigration
The
preference is
reality
a
is
central
this
thing to
case
the American
wasn't
ethos. Because I think that if it
adjudicated,
was,
it didn't
the founding
go through
fathers
the
probably
court
would have written it
system.
into like at least the
They
Declaration of Independence.
either-
They would have
we
done
don't know
somewhere to
this,
say the
Wait,
white man.
Yeah, early
They
laws
could
did
have
say
had,
that, actually. I don't know if you knew that or not.
The Declaration of
settlement.
Independence has nothing to do with white man.
No,
That's
the
why it didn't
Declaration
went
doesn't.
Yeah.
But early laws
but
is
we
what
don't
I
know
said.
this. We can't
Early
know this
laws
because
did
settlements,
regard
you know,
people
are
good
settlements.
people of good character who are
Part of the
white. Yes.
Sure,
settlement
but I don't
could
think that
be
that's
you
central to
will
being
never say.
American.
Okay.
Because I don't
settled.
think the founding fathers
But
are the only thing that makes
well,
something
founda-
American.
Okay, I agree.
we don't know.
I'm just
Only
saying
thing we know
that
is
when we're
that
talking
these
about a
allegations
culture, the
didn't
culture of
go
the
through the
time,
court.
right? It was white
So
and
the
pan
judge
Protestant.
couldn't
Sure, and I just
say,
if
"Who's
I
this
found out the
anonymous
founding fathers
person?
sat me down,
We
they're
have
like,
to
and that's
investigate it.
really
He's telling
central to
the
being
truth."
America, I'd be like,
Judge
I think
couldn't
there's
Then
say
if all
this
that is central to being
because it
America
didn't
is
go
this
through the
experiment,
courts.
and the experiment is just the
Yeah.
idea of we have checks and balances
Why
in a
didn't it go
system.
through the court
No,
system?
it's more than that.
What
I
is
don't
it?
know because this is an
ingenuity.
attack, right? This is an attack
Yes.
document.
How
Christian
much-
nationalists. Hang on, I'm almost
What
done.
usually
Christian
happens is the
nationalists have
other side,
ingenuity.
you know, defending
No, they
itself.
don't.
What's of
They're
course.
opposed to science
This didn't
fundamentally.
happen.
They don't want kids to go to
Wait a
university.
second.
They think evolution's not true. They think the
So
Earth is
so
10,000
what?
years old. They deny
And by the
vaccines.
way,
This is
there
fundamentally
is no
opposed to the American
there
ethos
is
of
no
science.
proof.
America.
All fucking-
What are you talking about?
What do you
guys
think
having
makes
Trump
America so
brains.
great?
What Christian
He's a
nationalists are
pedophile.
opposed to
You guys are
science?
fucking retarded. You
Most.
guys just wanna
What
think
science?
about and talk
Evolution.
about
That's
pedophiles
it?
all the time,
Not just
because
Are they opposed to like
your
rocket
favorite thing to
ships?
have in your
Are they
brain.
opposed to
Gaslighting
fucking machinery?
going
Are
on
they
right
opposed to
there.
firearms? Are they opposed to
Heavy-duty
strong militaries?
gaslighting
They
from
opposed to
Mike.
any of that?
Not all of that
Yeah,
is
that's
science. A
what
lot
it
of it
is.
is engineering,
Yeah,
right? But
but
what they're
it-
opposed
Oh,
to
that
is
is
science.
literal
science.
truth. That's
They're
literally
opposed
what
to
it
It's
is.
in fact the science.
No, it's just the fucking truth of the
Yes,
matter.
the science is
Listen,
engineering.
somebody-
How is that the
you
science?
might not take
Because
this
all
as, evidence or
what
whatever,
you're talking
but
about, you're talking about
somebody-
anthropology, or you're
like-
talking
I'm not
about,
talking about
you're
anthropology.
talking about
wrote-
even evolution,
somebody
right?
Biology,
wrote this
chemistry,
Yeah.
statement.
physics.
When we're talking
And
about
accept
American
it,
ingenuity and
that if this
industrialization,
goes
things like this,
in
we're talking
front
about
of a judge,
automobiles, trains,
this
rocket
will be
ships,
investigated,
machine
and if I
guns,
lie, I
bazookas,
go to
fucking
prison.
Development of
hand
vaccines,
grenades.
This is what the
development
person
of
had to
modern
accept.
modern monetary
Christians aren't against
theory.
medical.
Those allegations.
Christian nationalists, especially,
He
are
had
not
to
against medical
accept
They're
that
pretty
science.
opposed
he
to
is
vaccines.
liable if he's lying.
Well, wait a
Well,
second.
Would you do it? Would you
RFK is
just
pretty
lie?
opposed to vaccines.
A lot of Christian.
Under the
So you
penalty
think that
of
if I polled
perjury?
Christian nationalists,
I
that
don't
most of them
know,
would
not
be
many
for
people
vaccines?
would.
They love vaccines, actually.
So,
Do they think that their
maybe
kids should go
this
to
was the
university and
case.
study science?
Maybe this was a
Yeah,
psychopath.
I mean, some
who
of them,
said,
sure.
Whatever,
many?
if I go
I don't know.
to prison.
Neither do you.
Prison is cool.
My assumption, because
gonna
I'm
lie in
actually
this
familiar with Christian
document,
nationalists,
and
and
I'm
I'm not
gonna
lying
send it
about
to the
them,
Which
judge.
ones?
like the broad
which
movement of
prominent
Christian,
ones?
of Christian
But maybe
nationalists.
it wasn't, and this was a real
You're a
person and
prominent
a real
one.
allegation,
I think
and never
that
got
Kirk,
it in
before he
front of a
passed away,
judge.
was a prominent one.
Because they settled.
There's two.
What? And Kirk
They got
didn't
their
say that
payout,
he wanted to
and
the
it's
government
over.
to go in and outlaw fucking vaccines.
He was pretty anti-vaccines and anti-science.
He was anti-vaccine,
He didn't think
sure.
that people should send their kids
But
to
even if it
university.
was the
do you
case-
think that he believed?
but even- I guess
wait,
even if
do
it
you
was
believe
the
in the
case-
It might
dinosaurs?
not
You know
be
what,
an
I'll just
evidence
grant
in
this.
that,
You won't get engaged
know,
with that
this
one.
is a photograph.
Do you
Let's
believe
say,
in
I'm just going to
dinosaurs?
grant it.
So,
Yeah,
you know,
Christian nationalists, they want to get rid of
style, but it's
evolution,
an
they want to get rid of
evidence in a way where
vaccines, they want to get rid of all
They're
this stuff.
anti-science.
Let's
took a
just say.
risk
Yep.
of going
Though that's
to
not
prison
anti-science.
if
It
he's
is
lying
fundamentally anti-science to get rid
write
of
these
like
statements.
major
So just
scientific theories.
keep
Yes.
that in mind
really?
when you
Yes, and it would be
dismiss
harmful
out
to
of
America
hand.
to do so.
So what happened to race science?
It was proven in science to be invalid.
Well, wait a second. I'm super confused. Who proved that?
For example, in the case of IQ, right, we've done like multiple studies on IQ to show that like the moment that you normalize things like education, access,
You're saying there was no politics involved in that?
Girl.
I didn't say that, but I said that what solved it dominantly. What
Isn't
made it a weaker
eugenic-
argument?
Is
Or
eugenics
Andrew
a valid
Tate.
form of
Sorry, Andrew
science?
Wilson.
But what do you mean a valid form of science?
What's wrong with eugenics? Don't be anti-science. What's wrong with eugenics?
What's wrong with eugenics is that it typically violates certain major ethical principles.
Got it. So you're diverting to ethics over science.
Not exclusively.
Yeah, but if you're going to divert to ethics from science, then Christian nationalists have every grounds to do the same thing.
Not so. The difference between eugenics, the reason why we would be opposed to it, is that it did things like forced sterilizations and reduced people to like breeding
Not
stock
disputing that.
capability.
I don't know
What
that.
the Christian
But you're
nationalists,
diverting to
hold on.
ethics.
What the Christian
Diverting to
nationalists,
ethics.
but the issue is the reason why we're rejecting eugenics isn't because we're saying you can't. It's
Imagine
not
going
scientific to even
the whole
possibly do that. We're saying
country to
that's
the
too far.
greatest country
What
in
the
the
Christian
world and
nationalists
sit
are saying
there
is
and fucking
evolution's
complain on
not
the internet
real.
about it every
Don't go to
single day.
university. Vaccines are actually
Yeah,
bad.
imagine.
The Earth might
You
be
don't like it,
flat.
get the
The
fuck
Earth is
out.
10,000
If
years
they are
old.
inside of a democracy, I'm just going to rant it all. They're
What-
inside
No,
of a
you're
democracy,
being a
and they
piece
can
of shit
amend
as
all these
usual,
things,
dude.
and that's
We
the will
leave
of the
America
people.
right now. You
Right?
should get
Then
out of
guess
America.
What? The people before were like,
Yeah, because it's so easy to just get up and
nope,
move
can't do
like
this,
that.
can't do
We're
that.
not all
Homosexuality
Well,
is
he found it
illegal,
fucking
right?
easy
Up
to
until
go to
the 60s,
America.
all
You can
50
find it
states
easy
had
to fuck
anti-sodomy
off out of
laws.
America.
Yeah, that's because
Okay, so,
that's
like,
because
the
Joe
thing
Biden
is,
just
it
made
seems
it
like
easy
it's
for
the
him.
most
Unfortunately,
Christian
not
thing
every
to me.
country does
Or
that.
not the most
You know,
Christian.
it is just as easy for him to fuck off back to a
anti-science?
shitty fucking shithole country and fucking die.
System
Talking
in
about
order to
science.
implement.
I don't know if you
Okay.
remember that,
Yeah.
but we were talking about
Okay.
the American
Yeah.
predilection towards
Ooh,
science.
Hey, you want to keep talking shit about America every fucking day? You want to keep talking shit about people that I consider allies and friends every day? Then you can go fuck yourself, go back to your shithole country and die where you should have died 10 years ago.
Some
Ooh.
sciences, because you want some
Edgy.
sciences rejected too. You want racial science rejected. You want probably
I don't
want.
want racial science rejected. I want it properly studied.
What
So
are you
edgy.
doing?
You're not even,
Wait,
I'm
you
not
don't
even
want
Jewish. Are you fucking
Racial
retarded?
science, like looking
No,
into
but
seeing
they
if there's
are
no,
your
because I think, for
biggest
example,
allies,
racial
bro, so why
science
don't
is
you go and
incredibly
help
important
them?
in medicine. Right?
I wasn't even talking about Israel. I don't know why you're bringing Israel up out of nowhere when I was talking about
So-
America,
but
you
what I
fucking
don't want-
retard.
You said
What
I'm
I don't
shitting on
want
your
is when we
allies. Who
utilize
else am I
science
shitting
to
on?
abuse
Yeah, I
other
was
people.
literally
This isn't
talking about America. Are you
anti-scientific
fucking
at
stupid?
all.
So
Because in
I'm
this
not
case,
shitting on
I'm not
America, I'm
saying
shitting on the war, and
You
eugenics.
I'm
talk
saying
shit
the
all the fucking time. If you don't like America, go fucking
I'm
home.
saying it's wrong to do. Christian
America.
What are you gonna
nationalists
say to
say
me?
evolution is false.
What are you going to say to me?
It's
I'm a free
not
American.
true.
I
It's
criticize
not
America
true.
every day.
So what?
It's my
They
God-given
can't.
It's
constitutional
anti-science
right.
to
That's
say
not
that.
anti-science.
It is
Oh,
anti-science.
I hope
No,
somebody
it's not. If you
fucking
believe
uses
that
another
evolution is
God-given
true,
Are you saying
constitutional
that
right
Christian
to
nationalists
fucking
going to say you
deal
can
with
no
you.
longer study evolution?
Oh, okay.
I didn't say
Mr.
that.
No,
Edgelord
they just
over
say
here.
you can't teach you that.
Oh, you don't like that? You don't
That
like
is
the
anti-science.
idea of
Why
somebody
would-
using
You
an
don't have a right
amendment
to learn
against you and
evolution in
just
school.
fucking...
How is
The
not?
right
Oh,
to
is that what you meant? Oh, is
Not
that what you
infringe.
meant? A minute
I
after
would say that
a
when
minute
we're
You know,
after.
publicly
hey, you know,
educating our
it
children,
would be
there's
funny to
some of the
watch
most
you breach
empirical
somebody's
supported evidence.
face
That's nice
only
that
for
you
them to
say
blow
that.
you the
Well, that's
fuck
what public
away. That would be
education's for.
hilarious.
Oh, so that is
To
what
teach
you
you
meant.
reading,
Okay, yeah.
writing,
I was like, a minute
arithmetic,
after you
not
told this guy to go
math,
die, you were,
science.
for me, you were just
Wait.
talking about like an amendment.
sorry,
You
you
weren't
forgot about
talking
those
about
two,
somebody
right? I'm
unaliving
confused.
me, right?
Reading.
You would never
writing,
do that.
and
No, what
arithmetic.
are you-
What does
what are you talking
arithmetic
about?
mean? Math?
Okay.
Why did you say math?
I'm literally
science?
talking about the
Because you
Constitution
didn't
and the
include
amendments.
science
Are
in
you
your
fucking
list.
stupid?
Oh my lord.
Do you include science in the list?
Sure.
Okay, so people should learn science.
Sure.
Do you think it's important to engineering that?
What's wrong with them learning
criticize
science
the
and
country
learning about
you
God?
live in.
I don't have a
funny
problem
thing
with
is-
them learning about God necessarily
funny
if they're in
thing
a
is
private
that
institution that
this
wants
dude-
to impose
Well,
it.
they can do it in public.
But when a state
never
forces
say
you
Exactly.
to
Bro,
teach children
bro,
about
I got
God
into
in
a
public
2-hour
institution,
fight.
I do have
Bro,
a problem with that.
bro,
That's
I
nice.
got
He
into
knows
wrong
if he
with
tries
that,
to talk
but
shit
within
out
the
there, he's
confines
gonna
of
get
your moral
smacked or
framework.
Bro,
fucking...
bro,
he's
bro,
gonna get
I had to
Pluralism?
sleep
That's
in the
not
guest
my moral
bedroom last
framework.
night because I got in a
Andrew,
fight
stop
with my
saying that my
girlfriend over
moral
2
framework
hours
is
on this
liberalism.
topic. So don't tell me
Foundationalism for
that I only
liberalism.
talk about it
Life
on the
is the pursuit
internet.
of happiness.
Is not my
think
moral
it's so funny.
framework.
You were in the
No,
doghouse
sorry,
last
your
night.
foundationalism for liberalism.
Is not life liberty. Oh my God. It's not life liberty. That's the foundation of the American
Yeah, like what the
people.
fuck kind of man are
Okay,
you?
so
Liberalism.
what is the
Oh,
foundation
really?
of
Yeah.
liberalism?
What should I do?
Well,
Slap her-
that's funny
Slap
because
her
you
around
know,
a
I
little
don't think you're
bit.
much of a
Oh,
man,
that
dude.
just
Let
tell
alone
her.
an
Oh,
American.
right. You're right. I should have done what
Strong
you guys do. and Slap her
institutions,
around a little
separation
bit.
of,
Make her like.
Well, no one said
America
that.
has
Oh, no,
protection
it's
of rights
fine.
and
It's fine. You
liberties of
guys can
people.
own it. It's fine.
Why are you talking
We're in
about
a safe
slapping
place.
women? Are
Yeah,
you
of course
We're in a
unhinged?
they can,
safe
but I don't
place.
think
We're
that
in a
they can
safe
do
place.
so
You can
if
admit
they
it.
are
Why are you
It's
talking about
fine.
slapping women?
It's
Are you
okay.
deranged?
Only saying
okay.
that you
okay.
say
It's
is
okay.
the
We're in a
life,
safe
liberty,
place.
pursuit
I
of
promise.
happiness
It's
thing.
2026. No one's
Just
gonna
grow
up
up
here.
I would say like
Don't get so
forcing.
mad.
That's what makes it
I
an
called you
American. I
out,
mean.
told you to
Yeah,
grow up
forcing
there.
people
It's
to, for
okay.
example,
It's
learn,
okay. You are in a safe
and, like,
place,
pray to
Mike. It's
Mary
okay.
in
Never hit a
public
woman in
schools.
my
Yeah, my
entire
counter is
life.
that.
And
Yep,
that being
keep
said,
it.
what Mike just said,
Yeah.
just because you got called out
We've
and told
been
that
in
you're
the
not a
conversation how many
man
times?
for
That's
what you
because you haven't
accept
been
and for
around
how
one.
you behave,
Democrats
doesn't
are
mean that
probably
you
not
should like
American.
get all
American.
get your panties
Because
in a
even though
twist.
It's probably because you've never been around a woman. They probably flee from you as soon as they see your stupid fucking glasses.
My girlfriend told me to sleep on the couch, so I did because I'm a good little bitch.
No, Americanism is like an ethos
It's
that
okay.
emerges over
It's okay.
time.
I know
right?
they
So when
flee
you
from
look
you
at
when they see your
America-
glasses.
Rejected
You've never
American
actually been with a
identity.
woman,
All you
so-
say is
How have I
like it's
rejected it?
fucking ingenuity or something.
How have I
That's
rejected
wild.
ingenuity
I've
and
got a
life?
lot of money. I get laid when I
It's
want
the
to.
opposition
You're
of
living with somebody who
tyranny.
doesn't want to live with you.
Right.
It's
Let me guess. You only say this on the internet.
Oppositional
Let me say. Let me guess.
tyranny
You're
only say
living with
this on the
somebody who would
internet.
rather
Tyranny
you sleep in a
ads.
different
Tyranny
fucking
is-
room.
Is Donald Trump a
Enjoy
tyrant?
that existence.
And also, I love how we've
in
just
some
like
I sleep with
sure.
people
I love
who
how we've glazed
slob
over
on
the
my
principle.
knob.
I think that that's
All
I love
right?
that we've
American opinion.
glazed
Yeah,
over the
un-American.
principle of what we were
Yes.
talking
It's the
about. Where you're like,
most
you would only
American
say this
thing.
on the
To be a
internet,
tyrant?
and I'm like,
Yeah.
actually,
Was
no. I say this in
Jackson
my
a
real life
tyrant?
every day, and you guys are just
I
like,
don't know
oh
the
fuck,
details
I
of
guess we got to
Jackson. I
attack.
don't know.
Was the Trail
I
of
guess we got to
Tears
attack.
tyranny?
Yeah, it was the most recent example. I said it.
I
I
think it was
talk this shit
murder?
at
Because
work.
of
I talk this
tyranny?
shit with my friends when we're out at the
Tyranny
coffee
doesn't
shop. I do it
equal
everywhere.
Presidents
So.
ignore the
Do you think
courts.
tyranny just equals murder?
If
Yeah, you seem a little on edge. It's funny because you keep calling me edgy, but you're the one that
That's not
seems
the
to
same
be
thing.
on edge.
Is tyranny murder?
I called you edgy
Oh.
because
Of
you
course,
were
they're
like
different
actively
things.
telling
Of
that
course,
guy to go
But one
die,
leads
and
to
so
the
I was
other
like,
usually, right?
ooh, kind of edgy word.
It often
No, I was
does,
just
yeah,
telling.
but
No,
that's-
I wasn't
like
telling him to
primary
go die. I
opposition.
was telling him he
It's
can
like
go
it's gonna lead to
home
murder,
back to
this
his
tyranny
country
thing.
where he should
Sure.
have died
No, I
10 years
actually
ago.
think it,
There's a
sure.
big difference when you look
Nuance.
into how
Nuance.
words are
Important thing to
being
me is human
used.
agency.
You need to
Nuance.
understand how words are used.
Oh, you're gonna fall back on nuance.
But
How about
no.
you stop trying to cut me off
wouldn't
every
roll my
fucking
eyes.
2
What do you
seconds, you fucking retard?
I'm
Understand how
under
words
talking.
are
I'm
used
not
and
cutting
that
off.
nobody
It's
told
extremely
him to
important
go
for
die,
political
you
I'm not
fucking
cutting off.
So that the
retard.
noble
I'm
thing
under
that they
talking.
do
There's a
isn't just
difference.
impressed
Fucking
upon them,
idiot.
but it's actually nobility itself. Because if all you do is
Yeah,
enforce
smoke
the
some
right
more weed,
choices on
retard.
people through law and legislation, then all that means is that goodness is a necessity of survival, and I don't
So?
think that that's good.
That's nice. You keep saying I don't think that
God,
that's
these
good.
guys
You keep
really
saying
are
that's
fucking
I'm
nice.
talking about what's American.
It's okay. You're subhuman scum.
We're talking about
so-
what's American right now.
Yes, you like to
Imagine
slip back and
supporting
forth between
Iran.
those.
I'm just talking
Imagine
about
liberalism.
not
Do you know what my
understanding
foundations of
capitalism.
liberalism are yet?
Imagine
Yeah, you
being
said
so
something
weak
about
that you're forced to
ingenuity.
sleep
No,
in the
that's
gas
the American
bedroom away from
My
your
name
that's
girlfriend.
American
My
ethos.
name is
Fucking despises you.
anarcho-capitalist. My name is
Can't tell me-
just tell me
anarcho-capitalist.
one more time
Fucking
with
idiot.
liberalism.
And also, I've never said
Like,
that
bro,
I
your
support
relationship's
Iran.
gonna fall
I'm not gonna
apart within
tell you
the
unless
next
you actually
year.
You're gonna
and I'm
address
gonna fucking
either
laugh
the
about
2
it.
points, or
You
you're gonna
guys
address
fucking
either the 2
nobody.
points, or you're
And
just
I'm
gonna
still
attack
getting
my
light
character.
with my
Strong
knob schlop
institutions,
dog.
balance of power,
Sure,
protection of
sure,
rights and
right.
liberties, and a welfare state.
And you
So you can't
admitted
actually
Christian
address
nationalists
either of the
can
2
do all those
points,
things.
and you're just gonna attack
They
me.
can, but not because they're ruling from
Oh,
fiat.
low IQ.
Sorry,
actually,
power
no,
of
why
Christian
did I
nationalism.
Why do you
And
hate?
what
Why do you hate
Christian
America,
nationalists are
Narco?
proposing
Joe,
that no longer be
Narco was
existent.
talking
But you've
about how
already
much he
granted
hates
to me that
America.
Christian nationalists would change
What a fucking
central
troll.
parts of the
What a
American
fucking
Constitution and the
troll.
American ethos.
Oh, now I know you're trolling.
Hang on.
Now I know you're
It's
trolling.
fine for them to change
Narco,
the
if you took any of
Constitution.
this
That's part of the liberal
seriously,
system that you just
I don't think the liberal
feel
system
sorry
is
for you.
necessarily a moral system. I think it's the best, like philosophy guiding.
No, I did take it seriously.
And they're
particularly
just
with like the
using that
girlfriend.
system.
Yeah, you got mad when I.
Okay,
I
and I think
hope
it would
so.
be wrong for them to do so.
What happened?
Yeah, that's
here?
but
I
it
wasn't
doesn't
It's not
here 5
nice.
minutes
it doesn't
It's not nice.
violate
about
anything.
girlfriend.
Well,
We
I
had a
think it
party
violates the
without you,
Christian
dude.
moral ethos to do so.
Christian nationalists.
Yes.
'Cause
Yeah,
Christians
she
aren't
made
allowed
him
to
into a
rule from their
bitch.
moral position.
They should not be trying to
Okay,
blend
cool.
church and
Get
state
him into
power
this
and
corner.
rule from a state of statesmanship. No, I don't think. I think Jesus is obviously and
Are
fundamentally.
you?
But they're not doing that.
Does your
What they're doing
girlfriend
is
call you a
changing
good boy,
amendments.
You've already
Narco?
granted me
They're
that
changing
that's the
amendments.
direction that they would go.
They're changing
No, she calls me daddy.
amendments.
Increasingly, so that they can limit people's choice to be aligned with what
How
Christians
about
want to
that?
do, not what secular people may
They
want
can
to
do that. that.
I would-
That's within the
Yeah,
confines
fortunately,
of
my
what-
girlfriend is
of the
32 years old,
American
so-
ethos.
It's not within the confines.
is.
It's a violation of the American ethos.
No, it
but
isn't.
it is within the
Unlike
confines of
unlike
You're
the friends of
really
Trump.
Did you write down
unlike
my
the
Yeah, why
friends
is she
of
calling you
Trump,
daddy like that, bro?
Rise of liberalism yet?
Weird.
Unlike
sure.
the friends of
Separation
Trump,
of power,
right? Unlike Trump's
strong
friends who pretend they're all
institutions,
12,
right?
right?
They would impose strong institutions.
My
There would still be a
girlfriend's younger
separation of
and
power.
hotter.
Strong
You've
institutions doesn't mean
You've
religion.
admitted that Christian nationalists
Cope and
can
flee.
take
Fucking
control,
weird.
and all of those
Fucking weird.
institutions
Don't
are
call me
there. So
that.
we're back to just this
What do you mean
one
cope, bro?
position,
You wanna
and the
fucking
one
go
position
on
is that it's going to
camera,
violate the
fucking-
ethos.
Yeah, because you
I'll
know
wake her
about
up.
But it doesn't violate the ethos.
Of course it
though.
does.
No, it
because
doesn't.
if Christian
If they outlaw
nationalists.
abortion, that is good for your ethos
No,
of life.
no, I would say that what it does is it imposes
Dude, are you on this train
non-Christians who
again?
don't
Oh,
even
let me guess.
believe
You want to do a
in
push-up
soulmate?
contest
Well,
like you did with the other guy?
So fuck them. Why is it? Why is
What do
it?
you mean, fuck 'em?
Why are we supposed to make law towards the minority?
When did
We
I
don't
ever ever say anything about money?
When did I ever say anything about money?
Talking about you're living with your girlfriend.
The only reason I brought up my girlfriend is because you guys said that I don't talk about this shit outside the internet. I said, no, actually, I had a conversation with my girlfriend last night.
Secularists, though, can impose that, we can have pornography.
It's not imposing. You don't have to.
That's an imposition.
It's not. Imposing means compelling, right?
But I'm sorry. Is it the case that
do you really want to know?
the town
Do you really
squares
want to know?
X?
Yeah. What did you say to her?
Would you say that like X is a good
So
representation
I don't know
of
if
like
you,
how a lot
does anybody
of
in
people
here
communicate?
play poker?
X, probably not, but I'll grant you social media.
Yeah,
so I
it's
live
very
in a
difficult to
kind
avoid
of
porn,
doxing
isn't it?
myself, but I live in a city with a card
sure.
house that got
So the
raided
thing
by
is,
the.
is like,
Do you have to be on social media?
the idea of the imposition
By,
here
like,
is
the
like if
authorities
they go in and they
2 days
outlaw
ago,
it,
and I
they
was
outlaw
there when it
pornography,
happened,
right?
and
so what?
we
Isn't
were
it
kind of
difficult
arguing
to be
about
an
like.
OnlyFans model? You can't have
Basically,
a hard time
she was
signing up with
like,
banks, all these sort of things. So you have the liberty
Just
to do
give
these
them
things.
your
have the
ID.
liberty
You
to get
should have
rid of
just
all
given them
porn
your
on social
ID
media.
when they asked.
There's
And I was
means,
like,
right?
no,
It's harder.
I have a
You can take those things away.
constitutional. I have
That's part of the
constitutional rights.
American. That is
I'm going to
part of
ask them if I'm
American.
being
So none
detained.
of that has to
If
do
I am
with
being detained,
states
I'm going to
compel,
ask
right?
them
A
what
secular
crime
state
they
isn't
suspect me
forcing
of
people to
committing.
look
If they
at
can't
porn.
provide a reasonable, articulable suspicion, then I'm not going to give them my ID. And my girlfriend.
Yeah, they are allowing.
Yeah, and we don't need to
Am
allow
I,
someone to
God,
do
dude,
this.
you should
It's
give them
not
your
necessary.
fucking
True,
ID.
you could try to collect.
And she's also mad at you for your chronic gambling.
The crazy thing is I actually in the end
that
ended up
would be
doing
the
that because what they
proposition
did
of
is they said,
Christian
okay, that's fine.
nationalism.
And
You
then
can
I would
sit
go to
over here
those
to the
people
side.
and say,
Basically,
how
they
effective is
lined
that at
all of us
actually
up in
if
a
the
long
goal of
line.
the
We had to
Christian
walk up to
nationalists
the
and the secular
cops.
people
They
is
would
to have
ask for
people
your
consume
ID. If you
porn
gave it
less,
to them, then they
right,
would just
overall
like
because they think it's
take
better
your
than them.
information
Say,
and you could go.
how well has
When I said what I
abolition
said, they
laws
said,
worked
that's
for
fine. You can
getting
wait
rid of
over here to the
behavior?
side. And then in a half hour, once we're finished with this whole line, we're just going to go into the database for the card house and find you and get your information that way. And I was like, all right, well, if you're just going to do that anyway, then,
on murder.
you know, whatever.
And I think
So I
this
did
is
end up
possible.
giving
Use
my ID.
deterrence on everything.
Porn is going to be significantly more difficult to prove, but
Yeah,
also on
but-
top of that,
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
there
think
was
that
also-
it's
there was-
going
going to
money.
decrease.
There was
again,
also a
statecraftman
lawyer.
is about
There was
making
also a
what makes for
lawyer
like a
who
better
plays there
society
that was
to
in
live
the
in.
That would
line.
be a better society.
And
No,
he
it would be
advised
a
me, he
moral
was like,
society by your
it's
standards.
fine.
It would
Like,
be
just give your ID.
empirically
We'll
better,
deal with
too.
this in
People having
court
to
if
do
it comes
black
to that.
trade
But
porn,
just give
which is
them
what
the
would
ID.
happen.
I'm sorry.
Black
How are
market
they
porn
being
trade.
forced
So your chick was
to do
pissed that you
blackmail
were,
porn?
I didn't say that they're being
gambling or
forced.
Right.
I'm saying
They're not being
that would be
She's
the
fine
natural
with the gambling.
conclusion.
They're not being forced. They're
She
being
was fine
forced
with
to
the gambling.
not do
She's
porn.
pissed that I'm
That's
like
it.
being combative with the
But what I'm
cops.
saying is that statescraft isn't about like anything that you're talking about. It's about whether or
women
not this
are
policy
always
would lead to like a
mad
better
when we
outcome
are
for society,
And
right?
these
So in the case
how
of
would these policies not lead to better outcomes?
having a proliferation of black market porn is probably going to increase human trafficking, which we have.
her a taste of her own
It's going
medicine.
to increase the type of like
We see it the
seediness of
opposite
behavior.
way, actually. Places where prostitution is legal, you see more human trafficking. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they're prostitutes, and so what they become.
I don't, but I don't want the answer to that question
they're in
because if
sex
she
work.
says,
So you
You'll
think-
find this
if
by
she
the way
says,
across
like,
the board. That's
oh,
been
I
one
probably
of the
would have
most
just been like,
comprehensive
oh yeah,
studies. You
okay,
could find it on
fine,
Rachel
yes.
Substack.
Then
in
I'll be
fact.
like, fuck,
And the
why
truth
didn't I say
is,
that? I missed an
is like,
opportunity to like
there's
flex.
a ton. Well,
But
it's
if
a
she's like,
meta-analysis. It's not like she
okay,
can just
fuck
make
you,
it
I'm
up.
leaving,
So
then I
that's
lose. It's a
Oh.
lose-lose
So we're like,
scenario.
oh.
Is it replicated?
But
though?
anyway, it was replicated. But the thing is like this is what's interesting. Is
Yeah,
every time
bye,
you see
Felicia.
that there's prostitution which is legalized, you see human trafficking go up, not down.
So my understanding of when you look at like longitudinal studies of abolition is that while there is
You
like
should get some wives,
a decrease in
guys,
consumption,
then a lot
right?
of
In the case of
things.
like alcohol, there's decrease in
decrease in
consumption,
human trafficking.
but there's also an explosion
Did you
over
win any
time,
money?
particularly of like money into black market things. So like while human
Actually
trafficking
did.
probably
Actually
acutely goes
did.
down, I
But
would be
the
surprised to
shitty
find out
thing is
that
technically
all of
I
these
haven't
groups
yet
that are
because
engaging
they
in black
wouldn't
market
let it.
porn
So
are
basically,
getting more money and can
we had
engage
all
in
of our
drug
chips.
black markets.
Yep,
can engage
we had
in
all of our
trafficking.
chips,
You can
and they
just make
told
that
us
case for
they
anything
told
you
us to
ban.
take the chips
No, this
home,
would be a
and
lot-
that whenever the
yes.
business
Like,
reopens,
yes,
we can come in and
I'm
cash
making
them
that
out.
for
Yeah, you
everything.
just
However,
make
it's
a
come
case
out
for
in the
if you
past 2
ban
days
murder,
that
well,
that
I mean,
business
that just
probably is never
increases the
going to
chances that
reopen. So
people
I
are going
currently
to
have
utilize
about
the black market to hire
$1,100 in
hitmen.
No, I
poker
think-
chips
yeah,
from
I'm
this
sure it would.
facility
Wait, no,
that I'm
but
sure
the
I'll
issue is
never be
why
able
we
to
ban
cash
murder
in.
is that almost all murders isn't because people are hiring hitmen. It's usually done in like an explosion of anger, or it's a
it's
person
so
like planning
funny,
it out, right? And so if you
be part of the
if you
raid.
don't have murder be banned, then all of the people
Was
who
there-
just
was it
explode
funny?
out
Was it-
and kill somebody
we didn't know what the hell was going on, because I guess they did announce when they actually entered, they were like police, but we didn't hear it at our table. All we heard was when they got to the back, we just heard a bunch of people yelling, "Shut the fuck up! Put your hands on the table! Keep your hands on the table!" And so, like initially, I'm gonna be honest, I thought the place was getting robbed.
Yeah, but I agree. I've granted that from the beginning.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't understand the outcomes of banning porn. Why were the outcomes in like 1930 where porn was bad worse?
Mostly because I think it made people engage in black market, and I think that it led to...
There was not very much black market.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, the closest one to me is like a 6-hour drive.
There definitely just wasn't.
There just wasn't that much porn in 1930.
That makes more sense.
I'm sure that's not true.
Well, it is true.
Isn't porn like one of the oldest institutions of trade? So we just got rid of it when we abolished it.
We got rid of it.
Oh.
I said there wasn't very much of it.
Especially
in comparison to now.
Illegal
Don't you think
they have time to care about the illegal
poker? Legalized, we have more porn we've ever had in this country.
Yeah, I would grant that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but the issue is that, like,
it's
for
a fucking
example,
most ridiculous thing ever. And if Christian nationalists
billions of dollars
there's
lost
nothing un-American about that.
in
Most of our history
in revenue every year.
Sure,
most of it.
sure. I don't think porn is
Completely, it's completely within the confines of Americana to do that. It's completely within the confines of Americana to ban homosexuality. Again, another thing which was banned for most of American history. Banned transgenderism, banned for most of American history.
Why was it banned?
Mostly due to religiosity.
Yeah, and I think that was bad. I think it was wrong.
That's fine, but it makes my point. You say, wait a second,
religiosity.
The founders didn't want that. You can't allow the states to do any of this type of
The founders wanted a separation of church and state. This is self-evident, and it is unchristian.
At the federal level only.
Okay.
Federal level
If
only.
you want to cling to that one, you totally can.
Because it's true.
It's absurd, but true.
I mean, the position
the
that
founding fathers definitely wanted Christian nationalism and a blending of church and state, but they wrote it out in the Constitution because they knew states would do it instead. Yippee yippee.
That was the literal compromise they made with them.
Not because they wanted states to have state-level religion.
Then why didn't they ban it in the compromise? Why didn't the founders say states can't have any religion?
Because they knew that the states wouldn't join, and as you said, it was a very
That's right. It was a compromise.
You're right, but that doesn't mean that federal leaders actually wanted church and state to be blended. And if they did, they could have written it into the Constitution. In fact, probably the states that are joining would have liked that if they found some way to compromise and bring religiosity in church and state together.
The Anabaptists were like drowning kids. What are you talking? What were they going to find that was going to unify them?
Okay, I suppose that is true.
I'm sure
you
they
did
find
make another taxpayer American.
Because Erudite says so.
No, because
they did. What they said was, you can do what you want with your states.
Because they wanted.
And we were not going to
then
impose
you'll feel good before you die.
Correct.
You'll feel American.
Yeah, because they wanted a separation of church and state at the federal level. Yeah, federal level.
But I've never denied it at the federal level. This has been my position the whole time.
Yeah, you've insisted that because it was happening at the state level, it actually suggests that maybe the federal leaders did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in because compromise stuff.
The states wanted it, and the states are part of the system.
Correct. But the federal leaders didn't.
The feds don't usurp the states.
Sure, that's fine. But you think that if they wanted
the foundation was not just about 39 guys signing a fucking document. The foundation was a contribution of tens of thousands of people.
Yes, of course.
And by the way,
yet all of these Christian
how did he betray you?
What did he do? To impose church and state together at a federal
level. They did. They did find a way to do it.
No, they didn't.
They didn't want them to at the federal level.
Why not?
Because they didn't want the federal government to be like, Maryland, you got to be a Catholic. You got to be a Catholic state. They didn't want that shit.
They could have imposed in some other way. They could have written way more like godness into things. They could have written, for example, that the federal Constitution.
They wrote godness into the Declaration of Independence.
First of all, they wrote creator. None of the TJ references in any way can be like cited to like godness in a Christian way.
What's a creator?
A rock? A creator?
They think a rock was not God?
How many religions have a creator deity?
And are those creators God?
Why did TJ
Are those creators God?
I don't think so. But why did TJ? Hold on. Why didn't TJ just say Christ?
The symmetric
God
is going to be
Christ.
No, they said God because there was some.
They didn't say God. They said creator.
Because some of these states, again,
some of the Christians wouldn't regard Christ.
Yeah, well, they rejected the idea of the Trinity. Yes,
Christ.
The idea of the Trinity.
They're terrorists. How can you draw your line in the
TJ
sand?
had written in Christ that some Christians would have been like, how dare he?
It's possible.
No,
but not only that.
That's absurd.
Let's just point this out.
So TJ, you can grant me, you'll concede. TJ definitely explicitly did not write the Christian God into his declaration.
Using the non-offensive position in order to make sure that they would compromise, right? When they say creator, they definitely mean a God.
More conspiracy.
The Declaration of Independence has nothing to do with compromise.
No. But when they use the language in the Declaration of Independence for creator, what do you think they're referencing?
I think TJ is explicitly not referencing Christ because he didn't want.
What is he referencing?
He's referencing a general conception of creator,
which is
I was
what?
even calling my family
To Christians, it would be Christ, but he didn't say Christ. Now, did he?
Okay, but what would the creator
To
be?
Hindus, it would be like.
Would the creator be God?
Could you believe we were lied to?
Yeah, he didn't say
Yeah,
God.
but what creator here meant God, right?
Why would you assume that?
Because what else is the creator?
Why wouldn't they just say Christ if they meant the Christian God?
Again, you're splitting hairs here.
I'm not splitting hairs. It's kind of important.
Yeah, the idea here is simple.
He just couldn't think of it. He's like, oh, what's that word for the creator that Christians like? Oh, I can't remember. I'll just throw creator in there.
Pull up the Declaration of Independence and read it.
destroyed
Sure.
so they can rebuild the third temple.
We find these
and
truths
it's
to be
like a
self-evident.
checklist for these maniacs. And
Yeah.
That all
you
men
know,
are
the
endowed.
checklist has been there for 2,000
who?
years. You guys
Creator.
can go and
Their creator.
read what these
Yeah.
people
Are you
believe
saying it
in.
doesn't say God
The
anywhere?
thing is,
I
that's
didn't
the
say
worst
anywhere. I
thing.
said
I don't
that says
believe in
creator.
this.
I think
don't
it said
believe
it
that the
might say.
God
I'd have to
will-
look through.
Oh,
I
it
don't
does?
remember.
all
It does
the
say God?
stuff that
I don't
comes
know. I'd have to look.
What do you think they're referencing by creator
from
there?
the prophecies,
I think
right?
if
I
they
don't believe
wanted
in
to reference
magic.
How would
Christ,
humans
they
be
would have
But I
said.
believe
endowed by a
these
creator who
people
wasn't their
believe
God?
That
Well,
there is a checklist.
you can
and they
probably
need to do
understand.
it. And
Why
and the
didn't
thing
TJ say
is,
Christ?
Okay, so what? Answer my question, then I'll answer
Answer my
yours.
question.
I'm betting
Answer
that they're
mine. I
gonna
asked you
destroy
first.
the
The
Answer.
creator could refer to
Jerusalem
any
to build
creative
this
deity.
temple because
How do you
it's on a road
endow
plan. This has to
people
happen. And you
as
guys
a
will know that
creator
I
if
was
you're not
saying
creating the
truth.
people?
When the Golden Dome
But this
in
is what
Jerusalem
all
is destroyed.
most creation stories think that
And when you
the
see
creator
that, you
is
know I
endowing
was right, that
Moolah.
these
And the
people really
creator is
infiltrated
usually referencing
our
what?
structure, and this
In
doomsday
for
cult
Christians,
is
they would mean
basically
Christ.
able
Now, why
to
Well,
doesn't
they would also mean
say,
God,
"We
right?
bomb
So why
this
doesn't
place,
That's
we
a-
bomb
that's
that
a
place,
Why
we
doesn't
bomb
TJ
this
say
place,"
Because of
Christ?
probably
they
the triune
infiltrated this
concept, yeah.
structure so they can
Because
That would be
Christians
most
would have had an
likely.
issue with
But
the
I actually
word
do
Christ.
think
which
that there's
they
a
had
reference to
for
God.
thousands of
we
And I do
can
think that
look.
there's often references
whatever.
to Jesus Christ as well,
it's just
not
a
in
bet.
those documents,
Just
though.
watch the dome.
Now,
Watch
the other
dome,
thing that's
because
interesting
if-
here is that you
if
still
there
haven't
was
answered to
ever a
this,
good
why it is
time
that at the federal level,
destroy the
You still haven't
dome,
answered my
right?
question.
What's
it
the
is
question?
today,
I
it
said,
is
why didn't
tomorrow,
TJ
it
use the
is
word
in the
Christ?
I
coming
just told
days
you.
when we
I
fight
literally-
with
I said then
Iran.
my
did
follow-up
answer
All
was,
it takes
so
is
he said, because
One,
so I
the
said,
triune nature,
so the
yes.
Christians,
dropped on the
any
most
form of
holiest
Christian,
side by accident.
Protestantism, I think is what the word you're using,
Pan-Protestantism, yeah.
One
they would be
booster,
opposed to the word
you know,
Christ?
falling off
Yeah,
a rocket
probably
or something.
deist, and others would, yeah.
Let's just watch the dome,
Come on.
and you know,
Yeah, no, that's true.
So deists
all I'm
are
saying.
Christian?
Deists reject the divinity of Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so he's using creator because he doesn't want to use the
don't
word
know, dude.
Christ.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, buying into conspiracy
Literally.
theories
But
fine,
TJ meant Christ.
To sit
The
there and be
known-
Didn't
like,
say he meant Christ.
You're
Just
basically
This is
hating on
yeah,
the
you are.
country.
You're
This
saying
is
the implication of
this
that
is
is
part of
that
using
immigrant here.
non-offensive
No, I
language,
love this
which
country.
then
I
led to
love this
compromise
country.
using
I'm
non-offensive
so
language.
in
The
law,
compromise
I'm
was
a
that the
specialist.
Doesn't
states
seem
could have their own religion,
I'm a
couldn't they?
specialist. I was
That's the
studied
point.
We're jumping
The feds
back
are just
to
not
the
allowed
Constitution.
That's what I did.
to
I
tell
chose
the
to do it.
states what religion they can
I
have.
get
I
paid
feel
for
like
it
if any of the
handsomely,
feds
but,
really wanted to
that's
write
besides
Christ
point.
into the
I wanna stay
Constitution,
here.
they did
I
a
have
really
American
shit job.
daughter. You know, I'm invested.
They're not writing
in
it into the
idea of
Constitution.
America.
They probably should if they
I am
want it to be a
American.
Christian
I can
nation.
go me as
Oh, my
American. You
Lord.
might not, and that's
Probably
your
should.
prerogative.
Was it pan-Protestant
But I
at the
chose
time? Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
be here.
So when they're making
And I'm
this
just very
compromise with the
Be
states,
critical
do the
of
states
a
want their
president,
states to be
be
Protestant?
critical of
No.
a president is
But they want it to be
fine.
Christian.
That's fair.
Pan-Protestant.
They didn't,
No one's
they
gonna-
didn't
no one's
want their
gonna
various
hate on
states
you
to be
for
some
that.
form of Protestantism.
critical of the
You're-
war.
It would depend on what the
day,
people
and
collecting in
you're
that
not
state.
really talking
they're
about
Protestant.
most of the
But
states.
America,
What-
Iran,
what,
America,
Protestant?
and
They,
everything.
yeah,
Like,
we're
dude,
Protestant.
It's funny because you argued
this
with
is
me
who we
on that
are.
one before.
We're
Yeah,
America.
I'd grant that most of them are
We're the
Protestant.
world superpower.
No, I didn't
We don't
argue
let
with you on
Iran
that.
You did.
fucking
I said most of the
be
states would have been
terrorists
Protestant,
and do
right? And you said
fucking
no.
stupid shit.
That never
It would have been
happened.
all of them.
Yeah,
No, that's not how that conversation went
Okay,
either.
it's fine. If you're granting
But
me it
here's
now,
the thing
I'll
that's
take it.
funny.
I'll
is
take it.
like,
I'll take it.
Yes, it was pan-Protestantism.
That's
But most of
not
it was
an optimal
Protestantism,
way
right?
to see-
Yes,
to see it. I don't
pan-Protestantism,
know,
correct.
like, living
And they
half my
disagreed
life
about all
in,
sorts of
like,
things. The
what is
divinity of Christ. They
communist bloc,
disagreed
you
about
know?
their theology of baptism.
But
They
they didn't
disagreed
disagree that
about
Christ
their
existed.
theology about all
Seeing
sorts
the
of different
They
change.
didn't
things.
agree that they didn't disagree that Christ
Democracy,
existed.
all
Yes,
of that.
but the divinity
Having
matters.
just two parties.
And so the thing is that's interesting here is like when we're talking about each of these individual states, each one of them was allowed to have a religion, and that was part of the compromise. The entirety of the First Amendment is just saying that the federal government can't establish a religion because the states didn't want them to impose that religion on them. Not that the states could not have religions. That was never the intention.
You're right. They didn't want the federal government to impose religion on
now
them.
the
It's
people
almost
will
like
get
a founding
mad and
piece of the American
give a
ethos is
third
not
party
forcing
chance, but
religion
there's no
and not
third
forcing
party.
beliefs onto
Nothing
people.
like
Yeah,
that exists.
unless
I
you're
agree.
unless
Yeah,
you're in the
that is the
state,
American
unless you're in the
ethos.
states,
But
which is part of the
by
American
design of
ethos.
our
Oh, so now
founding
we can
fathers,
impose.
They did.
envision
Like what?
that we're gonna be
Oh my God! You had to
split
make
into two
declarations that you
factions.
believed
I
in
think this
in
wasn't in
God in
their
order to
original
vote in many of these
Not
states.
federally.
I didn't. What
But we are, and it's
states?
stupid.
States.
Last
I'm
time
talking about
there was a
America.
party
You were talking about
America is a
You
collection
said
of
America.
states.
America. I don't know.
I
why we
said the
actually
word
doing
state
numbers
4
was like,
times.
Yep. So
State.
you were talking about how
Party
the
of
federal
states.
government did not
30s,
impose on the states a
The
religion.
last
Yes.
time there was
Mhm.
a
And then I said,
states.
so I responded,
Yes,
and I said,
states.
you're right. It's almost as though the founding fathers did not want to impose a religion on the people.
And then my response to you was, of course, but
But the
that's been
states did.
established.
But
The
the
states
states
did,
did.
yes.
But the states did.
The states did.
Yeah, we're talking about America,
And
the
it's
American
one
ethos
party,
specifically.
yeah, because
The states are part of the American ethos.
If you
Sure,
don't
but I
see
don't
this-
think
if
that
you
like
don't see the problem that-
Maryland deciding that they want to be, let's say,
Oh,
Protestant. I don't know what the dominant or
No, it's
Corporations
Maryland's ability to do that. That's part of the
can
American
act as
ethos.
citizens in a way
And then
that
they got rid
can
of it,
just,
all of them.
donate
No,
money.
The
they
American
didn't- they were-
ethos.
It's not they got
The
rid of
American
it.
ethos
It's
from
the
the founding
14th
fathers
it's the-
was
it's
we
the
don't
14th
impose religion on
Amendment
people.
at the federal
We let the
level.
states choose.
No,
We don't impose
feds,
religion on people. True,
no
base.
law,
Thanks,
they
Andrew.
can
Oh, except we
openly pay
did.
money.
Where did we
At,
federally?
at the state level, it was
I was
imposed
saying
all over the
federal.
place.
I'm talking about federal.
Why didn't the federal government go in there and stop
It's
those
a
fucking
retarded
states from
system.
imposing their religious values?
Because they
We have a
couldn't.
pay-to-play
Well, they didn't want to.
system.
Yeah, exactly.
And
They
then we
couldn't.
are so surprised.
They
and
couldn't.
wealthy
They were not
Israelis
allowed
come and
to.
They pay
Sure.
play
Yeah.
the system.
Yeah, it's almost as
Or
though the American founding
Qataris,
fathers
or
agreed that
whoever
we should
comes
not
here
impose religion on
with
people,
money.
which I would say Christian
and
nationalism
Except,
wants to
except
violate.
they didn't agree with that. They
It's just
compromised for
shit.
it.
Oh, so they
And
did
yes,
want it. They
I
just couldn't do it in the federal thing. So they
That was
utilized
the compromise,
But,
yes.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. You're saying
That's
actually
because
the founding
I-
fathers did want the
I don't know,
imposition
I
of religion
more
on
identify with the
America.
idea
They
of
just
America as the
couldn't do
founding
it at the
fathers,
time, so they
intended,
wrote it in
plus
this
some
backhanded way to
extra
let the states do it. But the actual intention
stuff
of the
like
founding
It
fathers
wasn't
was
written
to
in a backhanded
write
way.
in religion
It was
into the
written into
Constitution.
the
I don't
10th
wanna sound
Amendment.
feminist, but
That's not a
I'm
backhanded
pretty
way.
much
It's an
feminist
upfront
in
way. It's
the
very
Almost
upfront.
like if they wanted religion to be imposed on the nation,
definition, like,
they would have done
I
so.
believe
They
should
didn't
do
want
all
a
the work.
national religion
They
imposed
should
on
be
the
able to
nation.
do
You're
all the
right, they
work
didn't.
we
They
do.
wanted separation of church and state at the
It's
national
fine.
level, which is
Get
central to the
paid.
American
We've
ethos.
agreed with that 500 times.
True, but
That's
then you
not
keep on
even-
trying to fight me
Yeah.
and being like, well, Maryland
makes you
kept it for a while,
feminist,
so
I
that's
guess.
actually also the American ethos. It's like, no,
It
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it is.
No, actually, they updated to agree with it. In fact, every
didn't
single state.
update.
Yes, every single
Yeah, you
state
think
no
the
longer has a
founding
religious
fathers might have
test.
Because the
Correct?
14th Amendment,
Does,
Yeah,
that's
I don't
not the
think so.
states
That's the
doing
thing.
that.
I
That was the
don't-
federal thing.
most of the states updated and got
Yeah,
rid of the
I
religious
will
test
here and
long
say
before the
that
14th
Oh,
Amendment.
yeah,
founding
when do you think
fathers
the
were
last
not
one ended?
feminists.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
They probably
When do
believed
you
that
think it
women
comes out?
belonged in
The
kitchen
60s.
barefoot,
I think the last
cooking their
one was in the
dinner,
60s
and
where
making
you
their
didn't have to
babies.
say,
I mean,
you know,
going-
like
going out on a limb
declare
here.
that
I'm
you
pretty sure that's how it was.
worshipped God in order
Not
to,
saying that I agree with that.
you know, swear an
And
oath
not
or
to
something
say
like
that
that. I think it was
would
the
ever think that should be
60s.
Sure, but the
something
last
we
one
should do like
happening in
now,
the 60s doesn't
that's
mean that
certainly
most
how
of the
it
states
just
had
how it
updated
was.
before then.
Exactly.
Some of them
That's
did.
why I say
Sure.
idea of
Yeah,
America,
some of them.
Yeah, that's all I'm
But
claiming.
the
like
truth
founding
is,
You're trying to
it's
fight
like,
me on that, but that's what I'm
again,
claiming.
most of that was
You
because
know,
of the 14th Amendment.
feminism and all of
I-
that, which
But do you
came
think
a little
most
bit
of the
later.
states got rid of the religious
Because I
clause
think that
when the
benefits our
14th Amendment came out, or do you
society
think
in the
most
end.
states had already
Listen, dude, you're a man.
adopted the
You're
federal
not a
landscape,
feminist.
and then
And it's
some places had
No,
to kind
what
of
was
impose
going
it?
I am
on
a
was
man
that a
who is
lot
a
of the states
feminist.
wanted to
If you're a
return
gay dude,
actually
and I
to the idea of
agree
having
that
state
women
religion.
can work
A lot
And
of
this
them-
was challenged in
Dude.
courts. And so what happened is, yeah,
No,
actually,
you know,
yes,
that's
this
the
was
thing,
a
because the
national
challenge in
conversation.
court, and then-
And it was challenged in court. They said, well, based on the 14th
300
Amendment,
years
which
so
is about
much that,
fucking citizenship,
but
states
I
can't do
said
that
only two
anymore
things,
because
and
of
I
the
think
fucking
you agree
uniformity
with me.
clause or whatever it is.
Do
It's
you
like, what the fuck are
do
you
you
talking
agree
about?
Cool. So the federal
women
government of
should do
America, in
all
line
the
with the
jobs
federal
that
government,
men can
initially
do,
doesn't
and
want to
they
impose
should be
religion,
paid
and then
the
when it
same,
became a
and if
big
you
question
agree
of whether or
with
not
these
states
two
could
things,
continue
you
to
are
do so,
So
the same American government over time also agreed that it was un-American to do so. Cool.
Thank you. It's un-American.
Well, they definitely felt that it was a violation of the Constitution.
Based on the 14th Amendment. That doesn't make it un-American.
Sure.
What would be un-American about repealing that? Nothing.
I mean, it's not a sexist thing,
nothing.
but they are.
I'd say would
nothing
be
would be un-American about
I think the federal government initially and throughout all of America's history has moved in a direction of separation of church and state. They think it's very important to not.
At the federal level, that's true.
Yeah, America. We are talking about America.
America's not just the federal government.
I didn't say it just is, but when we're talking about the emergent principle of America,
there's other men.
We are thinking about it. We're thinking about the federal, and we're thinking about the state.
I know the federal government said that we can't impose religion, but states said they could. So actually, the American ethos is imposing.
I know that I know that the states could definitely impose all of their religious values on everybody, but the feds, all that matters is what the feds want.
I feel like when I do,
all that matters is a little cute. All that matters is what the feds want, man.
Crazy.
Because the states don't even matter, bro.
Dude.
Even though that was who the compromise was with.
Now, is there a woman out there?
Like, what are you talking about?
A handful
Your
of women
wifey.
that can do all the things that us men can do.
Yeah, it's almost like since it was founded by Christians, and these same Christians separated church and state. So it's almost like the Christians even then agreed with me that it would be unchristian to impose a religion at a federal level on the people.
But if they do the same job, they should get paid the same, right?
It is. You're just trying to be like, but the states, but Maryland kept it for a while.
And you're a feminist too.
Okay,
Just
Maryland's not
You're a
America.
feminist.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
Some
you're right.
states.
Maryland's not America. You got it.
But
What
10
was I
states
thinking?
are in
It is,
America.
bro.
America is
If
a
you
collective,
agreed that a
unified
woman
group
should
under
be
the
paid the
Constitution,
same
particularly
amount
the
of
federal
money for the
Constitution.
same
A
work
unified
as
group
a
of what?
man, you are a feminist too, and
States?
No, it's
fine
called
to-
being a man who is fair.
States?
That's not called being a feminist.
Sure, as well
You're
states, but
fucking
like
gay.
the people
being
of the states. Yeah.
feminist is
When
being
we're
fair,
talking about
kinda.
rights
I mean, in
and
the
separation
original
of power, do you think that
an
state
idiot.
separation and federal
Bro,
separation matter?
It got stolen by
Yeah.
trannies.
I do
It got
too.
stolen by all of this
Oh,
shit.
fuck
And I
it.
agree
It's
with
stolen
it.
It doesn't
by
mean that we
guys
were founded on
named
a Christian
Joe who
nation,
live
that
in
Christian
Florida.
nationalism
Yeah,
is
I know.
what the American ethos is, or that it should be.
Exactly.
Well,
But, I mean,
what was in question is whether or not
exactly.
un-American to
But
change the
how I understand
Constitution
feminism is that they should
because
have
Christian
equal-
nationalists
It was
want
not
to.
whether it
They
was
never made a
un-American.
compelling
No,
case for that at all.
No, it was not about whether it was
for
un-American to
their
change the
work, and
Constitution.
That's literally the prompt.
You know?
The prompt is if it's
Equal
un-American to have
opportunity
Christian
and equal pay,
nationalism,
so
your only
those women
argument
who are
was,
different,
I think that if
that
they went in
1%,
and restricted
they
things
can
that I don't
go
like,
and
that's
the-
un-American because
And the law is not
no
gonna
reason.
stop them.
No,
You know?
Their
The law is
reasoning
not
was
gonna
like
be
because
like,
life, liberty,
you
and
can't
some
do this
nebulous
because
pursuit
you
of
are a woman.
happiness. And even if I
Because that's
grant
retarded.
that
It's like
Christian
saying,
nationalists
is
can get
there a
in
law
there
that-
and they can
is there
do
a
things
law that
like
says
go
that?
after liberty, that's
Well,
fine
not
because I'm not a
anymore,
liberty
because we live
maximist.
in a
But they can preserve
post-communist
life. That's
society.
fine. I'm not a
Hold on.
life
Hold
maximist.
on, no.
It's
Some-
like you just equivocate on everything.
I'm not. How is any of that?
woman
Because
wants
you
to go do a
utilize
man's
when, you,
job
when I
and
say
she's
wait a
qualified
second,
and she
when you
can
say
perform her duties the
liberty,
same
if
as
you
a
go
man
against
does,
liberty,
then yes,
that's
I
going
believe that
against
woman
some kind of
deserves the same
American
pay as a
ethos. I
man
say
that's just
okay, that's
qualified as
fair.
her.
Then I give you an
That's a fucking
example,
problem.
of
And I
when
encourage
we
her
could
to
go
go
after
do it.
liberty and it would be fine.
But
You're
to
like
say
that's
that
fine
all
because I'm not a
women
liberty
can do that, all
maximalist.
How is that
women can
equivocating?
go do that same
Because
job
you're
as
using the
men
word liberty
is
here in
That
two
is
different
false.
ways.
Right.
You're saying,
It's
well,
that-
That is a
liberty in this
fallacy.
case-
Not all
I'm
women
using it
can.
the same in both
Okay,
ways.
so
And
where's
they
the
do, and
threshold
that's
for
the point to be made.
maximalism for
Is that they should have
I'm
the
not sure
option.
exactly where it is, but there is a
Look, it goes the
threshold.
other
I got to
way.
take a leak.
My
There's
girlfriend
threshold
was in the
somewhere.
army.
Of course,
5
yeah.
years in the military.
Wait, there's a threshold for
plenty of
most things,
guys,
but not knowing the
including
precise
myself,
point
that
of
I
Loki's
can't go
wager
do
where
that.
it
Dude,
falls
the
isn't
minute
like
some fucking
incoherent or
asshole gets in my
inconsistent.
face yelling at me and fucking telling me what to do, I'm gonna sock that motherfucker in his
Well,
nose.
if
She
we
has
work as
a
a
lot more
collective
He's
to
discipline
find
getting
where
than
that
me
line
to
is, it will
through.
tell us something meaningful,
Yeah,
right?
you know, so there we go.
I'm surprised that she did make it
we
through.
got
That's
some
crazy. 'Cause
chats
I'm
here.
the
I
same
think
way.
there's one
I could
actually
not.
specifically
I
for
would
you,
get
Kyla,
some fucking
that I'm gonna
bullshit
have
from somebody that knows they
come
shouldn't be
here. Maybe
giving
I
me that
should wait
bullshit, and I would try to knock them
until,
out. And
Andrew
whether I
returns
got
so
knocked
he
out
can
or they
maybe
got
hear your
knocked out,
response,
I
but,
would be discharged.
Go ahead. Can you lower it to 90?
Yeah, fucking be ejected from the fucking base.
Kyla, are you a Christian?
Yes.
What denomination? Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
So your girlfriend
Would
was
you
in the
get an
army for
abortion
5 years?
under any circumstance? If so,
Wasn't an Israeli army, I
Are you
hope.
fine with gay marriage? Can women be
No,
clergy?
it wasn't an Israeli.
It's always about Israel with you,
Yeah,
Joe.
so I can answer these. What these are basically like Christian litmus tests to basically like see how clear I am, because Christians love to be snowflakes and clutch their pearls as much as anyone else. Do you want to throw them back on screen so I make sure I respond to them all?
Yeah, I will pull it back up right now.
So am I Christian? Yes. Which denomination? I'm broadly
I'm just
Protestant, but I
joking,
appeal
'cause
to
Every one of them is a Jew.
It's called Radical
I
Orthodoxy.
told his girlfriend because he
So it's not really
Oh,
like
it
a
is.
denomination, but Protestant generally is fine.
said
Are
yesterday,
you
she was like,
pro-life or
"What's a sleeper
pro-choice?
cell?"
Me
And I told her
personally,
so.
I'm
Maybe I'm a sleeper cell. I was
pro-life
like,
as maximal
yeah,
as
yeah.
possible.
Oh
but
my
at
God,
a
that's a
policy level, I
terrifying
think
thought.
decriminalization leads to the most good outcomes, and I think God has a
Fucking
virtual
Russian
wants the most
sleeper
good
cells
outcomes
come to
maximally as
fucking
possible.
like Jay.
Would I get an abortion
come to
under
fucking
any
Lee Harvey Oswald.
circumstances? I
You're gonna
have
be
no
the next
idea.
Lee
I would
Harvey
have-
Oswald.
Probably not, but I'm not sure. I
I
haven't
swear,
had to confront
that is what
in
fucking
a serious
happened
way.
with Lee Harvey Oswald. Is
if
he was
so,
a
what?
bitter,
I'm not
disgruntled
sure.
American who was basically dating
Possibly,
this
but
dumb
probably
bitch in
not.
Russia,
I'm
imported
pretty
her,
conservative when it comes
married
to,
her,
like, doing
continued
things, so
to
probably not.
struggle,
Are you
and
fine
then
with
went
gay
on
marriage?
an
Legally,
American
yes. Can women
commie
be clergy?
rampage that
I
allowed him to
haven't
essentially
actually theologically
kill
looked at that one. I just don't really
JFK.
care, if I'm being honest.
Because
I'm
what
not
he
sure.
was doing, it wasn't just the killing of
All
JFK.
right,
When you look at what he was
those
doing for like
are
3
some
weeks up to the murder of
TTSs, or
JFK,
we have a
he was
few more,
going
but I'll wait
crazy
until
on
Andrew's
everybody.
back. If you guys do
It was
want
this
to
dirty fucking
get a
commie
TTS in,
that killed the
that's,
president.
Streamlabs.com/.
And that's why I take
Lower
that
the
sleeper
TTS,
cell
it was
shit.
previously 200, now it's
I take that
100.
not entirely
That's good,
seriously,
guys.
but it can
Wanna get
definitely
one
be
in?
a
Yeah, they're getting a
thing
good
where
deal.
the
Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the
Russian
video.
individuals or Belarusian
What are we
individuals
at on the
can
likes?
come over here,
Does anybody
like
know in the
fucking
chat? What are we on?
manipulate and
Nathan, can you
infest the
check
minds of some
what
people,
we're on
and it turns
the
into a
likes?
Lee
Maybe
Harvey
we can hit a
Oswald.
threshold here before Andrew returns.
How many likes do you want?
3,700.
I don't know,
Guys,
man,
there's
because
10.
with the Kennedy
There's
assassination,
11,000
there's
people
just so
watching.
much
Andrew's going to
names.
return in just a moment. Let's get to 4,000.
We can do it.
If
We
Lee
need
Harvey
300
Oswald
likes.
was really the
300
only one
likes if
shooting,
you guys
the
can get us to
bullet,
4,000
you know,
likes.
it went
Regardless
to,
who
like,
you
two
like here,
people
right? Brian was
exited,
kind
you know,
enough to host this debate and bring you guys content. Give him the
times, and then
likes.
And
it came
instead
out,
of
like,
properly
I'm
moderating the
damaged. Guys,
debate, I
just
spent
Google
the bulk
magic
of it cleaning up the
Cleaning
table.
after women.
Cleaning up the table. Andrew's
I've
still too,
I've
by
seen
the
it.
way.
Oh.
I've
Not as
seen
big
it, but
of a
here's the
spill.
thing
Mine
about
was pretty bad.
here's the thing about
Pretty
Lee Harvey
bad.
I'm
Oswald.
very
is
sorry
he
about that.
shot
Bad
guns
spill.
Is
regularly.
this okay?
Yeah, it's all
Hey,
good.
he would
Okay,
always
let's
go out
rescue
and
it.
practice
Yeah, it's all
his
good.
his
So you
shooting.
guys like the video?
And
Like the
I think
video
that
for the
translated to
spill?
him
Like the
being able to
video?
make
I'm over here
such a
carpet
remarkable
cleaning.
shot.
Feminist Brian
middle of
Atlas.
How,
cleaning
as
up after
unfortunate
women.
as it was, and as much
was
as
good
it
of you
made
for
me
not making me
fucking
to do it.
despise commies for the
Well,
rest
hey,
of
you
my
know, you guys are in
existence.
the middle of the debate, so I figure I'm just,
I believe there was a
I'll
second
do the
shooter,
cleaning, you
and
know.
I think it's
Okay,
one of the
he's
biggest
trying to make himself
I mean,
not
it
seem that
wasn't
nice, but he was
conspiracy even back
What do you
reminding
think?
me of things.
Do you
You're
think
being
maybe
very
his
careful.
wife, because she was
Well, I try to
communist,
be
she was
fair
filling his
to
head
both
full of shit.
parties.
Do you think
Yeah.
maybe his wife was like
Egalitarian.
the quote
That's
unquote
feminist-like.
second shooter?
Can you pull up
Top
Twitch
window.
for us, guys? If you're watching
You
over
got
there
him,
on
babe?
Twitch, we
Yeah,
have,
I got him.
I think about 1,000 viewers over there on Twitch. If you can pull up Nathan the Twitch on Windows, perfect. Guys, 1,300 over there on Twitch. If you have a Prime sub available, I am a starving, broke college student artist. If you guys,
I had an aunt who had a grassy mole.
Amazon Prime, link it to your Prime Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month.
You have to have a magic
could support
bullet
the
to
show,
make
very
it
much
fit
appreciate
in,
it. Also, drop us a follow if you guys would
that's
like to
just
see
bullshit on
more
its face,
debates.
everybody knows.
Appreciate it, guys. Like the video again. Get us to
and you
over
can pretend.
4,000.
But everybody also knows
I'm
that
going to
communists
read the
are evil
super chat
wizards,
here.
okay?
Texas Red, thank you
And
very much
that
for the
they
super
can
chat,
do
very kind
weird
of
shit
you.
like that.
This is
No,
getting
I'm
annoying.
just
SCOTUS
kidding.
gets to determine what the Constitution says
Yeah,
based on the
it's
power
just,
grab
yeah,
of
there's,
Marbury
still
v.
mysteries
Madison power grab.
around
No state
JFK
agreed to the loss of their ability
assassination.
to determine
There are
state
still
religion. The
classified
14th says that
information. There's
entirely
still
from the bench of
gonna be a
SCOTUS.
revelation.
Totally
Maybe
un-American,
during
by
our
the way.
life, actually. it happened
Texas
quite
Red, thank you for
long
the
ago.
super chat. Did you
Maybe
want to
we
I don't
will.
think there was
was
two
that
shooters. I
Yeah,
believe
he's
there
right.
was
It's
one.
totally
And
un-American.
again, when
The
you
whole
look into Lee
idea
Harvey
here,
Oswald,
we're
when you
asking
look into his
about whether or not
history,
Christian
when you look into
nationalism is
what he was
American or
doing
not,
for a couple
she's
of years
appealing to
before the shooting,
ideals which
and
are
when you
not
look
even
into what
like,
he
for
was
instance,
doing even just a
I
couple
don't even think
months
the
to
word
a few weeks
secularism
before the
existed
shooting,
at that
he was
time.
becoming
True.
increasingly
Okay, like
disgruntled
you're appealing to
by his
ideals
inability
in
to
the
keep up
presentism
and
form
his
that are
When did I say
inability
silly.
to
secular?
achieve what
It's
he
like an
thought
ideal of
was
America.
Yeah, the ideal of
granted
America,
to him
when you're
was just
talking about
a
pursuit of
right to him,
happiness,
the
how it's
American
ingenuity,
dream.
it's all about
And
science, it's about these
ultimately,
things. It's
when
like
he
Is
started
this
it's also
dating
about
this
states' rights.
woman in Russia,
States'
and having
rights
this correspondence with
was
her,
fundamentally
what she
an
wound up
American
doing,
core
and
value.
this could be found
The
in
idea
their
that Christian
correspondence
nationalists would
with
give
one
it back to
another,
the
just
states, give
little
gay marriage back
tidbits
to the
where
states, give abortion back to the
it
states.
was almost like a
That
diminishing
is
of American
fundamental to that
values,
ideal,
where
and it's
we would
very,
see
very much
Lee
an American
agree.
ideal.
Right, but there's
And
obviously going to be
ultimately,
times where federal
even though we
policy
don't have
imposes over
outright
top of states.
recordings
Not if Christian
of him
nationalists are in
and
power.
her like having these discussions,
Then they can change
They would-
federal
Lee Harvey
policy.
Oswald
so
was
if
outspoken
Christian
against the
nationalists are in
United
power
States
and they
within
want to
the-
cede
at
power,
least
but they
the
accept
past few
California
months
allowing
before,
the transing of
he had,
kids and for gay marriage
shot JFK,
and for all
who
of
was
the
quite
liberal
vocal about
porn, the
being
liberal Christian nationalists would go.
If it's the case,
that's okay.
If it's the case that inside of a democracy, Christian nationalists are elected to these high offices and can pass legislation which then stops California from doing that, you could not have a single objection to that.
And what that process was, that entire 2-year process wasn't an attempt to live there. It was an attempt to get her to America.
But under the current
realize
framework,
what-
you're calling it un-American if we don't adhere to the 14th Amendment, and SCOTUS ruling of the 14th Amendment is fundamentally un-American because
and when
the
they
founders
realized
didn't
just
want
how
states to
bad
have
everything
religions
was
or
and
some
how much
shit.
of a struggle it was and how much it indebted them financially, it made Lee so fucking angry against the United States, against capitalism, against all of it, that he became a hardline commie to the point where he took up arms against Americans.
Others, and I'm saying
against non-Americans, but against
really
Americans.
interesting.
It is the American
So
ethos
there
to
you
impose religion.
equivocate again between, you say the federal government's not allowed to impose religion. I say, yeah, that's true. And you say, well, so then America's not supposed to impose religion. No, that doesn't follow. One thing doesn't follow from the other. America's not just the federal government. America's not just federal amendments. America's not just this. America's also states, states' rights, what the states want, what states are. And by the way, the most key American thing,
MK Ultra,
the states used to be the ones who sent up Congress. You didn't get to vote on that shit. The states were the ones who did that. That was the most American system. So I don't know what you're even talking about with this. You never demonstrated how it's un-American for Christian nationalists to use the system of liberalism in order to change it around for Christianity because, the feds aren't supposed to impose religion. Christian nationalists aren't proposing one single unified Christianity. They're saying that the states should be able to impose Christianity if they fucking want to.
But you already granted me that if Christian nationalists had power, they would probably prefer a federal religion. They would probably prefer federal policies on abortion and on gay marriage. They would impose these things at a federal level.
And the system is set up for them to do that.
That doesn't make it good.
That doesn't make it bad.
For Christians, it makes it bad.
No, it doesn't make it bad for Christians because you say so based on this trilemma of your assumption of God. That doesn't make it bad. Nothing's bad.
I know Agrippa's trilemma really stressed you out. I would say that it's un-Christian. Yeah, I think it's heretical, right? Jesus,
well, I think
Umbrella Man
is the embodiment of Christ himself.
Yeah, the magic bullet type shit.
Right?
Oh,
John 6, after feeding the 5,000, he perceived they were going to crown him king, so he withdrew to the mountains. Right? We see Christ, Jesus, regularly rejecting political
Even the
office,
evidence in the book
rejecting
repository
political
doesn't
power,
make
because
sense.
he
When
said,
they gathered the evidence and when they tried to make sense of it,
it's not a
it
state.
literally did not
It's
add
a
up.
heart
That's why,
condition. It is a
maybe
kingdom
there
of
might have
heaven.
been
But you also
more than
said
one
on the other side of your
person. It
mouth
might
that the
have
reason
been
that God
more than
anointed
just
kings
Lee
and Jesus Christ
doing
is
this,
God
but
is because we just weren't ready for liberal values yet.
Yeah, in the same way that I don't think that we.
Yeah, where does
not
it say
liberal
that in the
values.
Bible?
Not
The MK
liberal
Ultra
values,
ones?
God's values.
Yeah, where does it say that? Anywhere in the Bible that the reason that
the book,
God,
the repository
kings,
files, yes,
he
those
only
were all
did that because,
declassified.
well,
yes.
we didn't have a better system yet.
Why? So why?
No, answer my question. Don't ask me one. Where in the Bible can I find?
Yes,
anywhere
it's
the New
all there. It's
Testament?
all.
I don't care.
At
if
this
it's
point,
Matthew,
it should
I
all
don't
be
care if it's Mark,
accessible.
I don't care if it's Luke.
It should be accessible.
John. I don't care who you want to reference.
Yeah.
Show me
I know
anywhere
I was
in
under
the
the
New
impression that it was
Testament where it
declassified.
says that God stopped anointing kings because we just weren't ready yet for democracy.
I'm not throwing memory verses at you like I'm some scholar kid. When we actually engage in theology, right? We look at chapters, we look at typo.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I said I'm not throwing memory verses
so
like a child.
there's nowhere in
here's
the
the
Bible
information
that says
I
that?
No, I would say that
Following
there
a
was a
March
strong
25,
theological, typological
2025
argument.
executive
Would
order
you
by
reject
President
typological
Trump,
arguments as a
over
sound form of
80,000
theology?
pages of previously
okay,
redacted
cool.
JFK assassination
Here,
documents
when we're
were
talking
released
about
by the
typology.
National
I
Archives.
didn't say that there's a
aiming
specific
for
verse that
full
says Jesus
transparency.
went and he said,
The documents
"You
available
guys,
on the
democracy is
National
actually the
Archives
best
website.
thing."
But
I
you're
never
going to
said
cite
that.
a verse where he decides he's not going to be king as proof that he doesn't want any more kings.
and the
As
Soviet
evidence
Union,
that,
but
like in my
provide no major
typological
evidence
argument,
of
which
larger
looks at the
conspiracy.
transition over time of
Let's look at the
increasingly
transition over time.
Sure, yeah. So in the case of Moses, we have like
Yeah, so
extreme
there's over
statecraft
80,000 pages
and,
currently of declassified
Christian law.
JFK
The judges, right? We have
documentation.
tribes,
However,
David's
they
leader.
know
That's
damn
Yeah,
well,
also King David
and
was
that's why they
was
didn't make a
anointed by the
statement or have
prophets,
any
right? So now we have
public
one step
conclusion on it.
of
They know
separation
damn well
between
that
the
his
king
trips to
and God.
Mexico
So
and the
in
Soviet
the case
Union
of judges,
were
they were
heavily
both kind of acting as statesmen
laid
and as
in
like spiritual
conspiratorial work,
leaders-ish.
in the sense
Whereas
that
by the
he
time we
was-
get to David, we have Samuel
Yes,
anointing the king.
and he was
But
trying to
Samuel's
figure
actually
out
the prophet. He's the
Lee
word
himself.
of God, and
Lee
the kings are
himself was
supposed
trying
to
to
honor
figure
that.
out
Then by the
how
time we
he
get to the
could
priests,
conduct
now
an
there's no
attack
statecraft
against
at all.
America.
The
He
priests
was-
are existing under Roman
It
occupation,
was what it
and then we
was.
get to
He was
Jesus,
so
the final
fucking over
typological
what was-
fulfillment
what
of this,
he
and it is a
thought was
complete and utter rejection
direct
on Christ's part
assaults
of
or attacks
politics.
against him and
That's
his
what we
wife.
see over time.
He
Then how
took
come the
what was
apostles
happening because
engaged in
everybody
politics,
was
including
struggling.
Paul?
It wasn't just Lee, but Lee took
I don't.
what was
Paul,
happening.
when did Paul ever say that we should
he
like
took it
usurp? Didn't he say
personally.
render
And that
unto
was
Caesar?
where
What is
Paul
it?
literally went to Corinth in order to battle for the position of authority because the super apostles came in and usurped his position.
Not for statecraft.
Yes, that was part of statecraft in Corinth. Yes, it was. No. Yes, it was. You're incorrect here.
No, was Corinth run by Romans or by the Christians?
Well, that's not relevant here.
It's kind of important to statecraft under the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but do you realize that inside of many of these Roman places, while they were under Roman occupation, there was still a lot of govern within the cities, as long as they didn't violate Roman rules.
As long as they didn't violate Roman rules.
That doesn't mean that they couldn't impose, and they did all the time, their own cultural, spiritual, various things like this.
Yeah, they didn't engage in statecraft.
That is statecraft.
No, so
could you pass laws inside of Corinth as a spiritual leader? Because the answer is yes, you could. So if that's the case, as long as you didn't violate Roman law, you could do that. How is that fill in with your typography?
I'm reading right here that they were aware of this movement,
typographic, whatever
of all of his movement that he was making.
At no point is Paul going there and saying that we should impose Christian laws and all these things. He's saying this is what good Christians should do.
They were aware of everything he was doing.
And ought to conduct ourselves. When he's asked about statesmen,
they chose to ignore the signs that they were
Why is he there to remove the super apostles?
Probably because he found them unbiblical, not because he thought they were bad statesmen.
He said both.
He said both.
He said the
Where's the verse? Where's the verse? Give me a verse.
Yeah, let's go into Timothy. Let's first of all let's go into Timothy, and we can go to Ephesus. What was going on in Ephesus, especially when it came to the ideas of the cult of Artemis. This was purely political. The fact of the matter was
worshiping the cult of Artemis is only political.
It was economic. It was economic and political.
It had no bearing on your spiritual condition.
It could have been incompetence. Like they might not have been willfully ignorant.
What do you think actually mattered here to Paul?
Both. I want to look at it because I'm cynical.
I'll tell you why.
They saw it. They did nothing. They knew what they were fucking doing. No, that could actually. That's probably not the case. Occam's razor tells me that it's actually the opposite. That they probably
this was a political battle.
Whoever was working the case or working those files.
So did they say that nobody can now make these silver statues, or did they say that Christians should not engage in it, not make it, not buy it?
Christians were trying to remove that as an economic forum for the cult of Artemis.
Here's a very clear, credible threat towards Americans and even the president, and they do nothing about it. That doesn't seem likely to me unless there was some sort of campaign against JFK.
The truth is,
however, again,
the reason
that's just a whole other rabbit hole in and of itself.
I understand why you came up with
so
this
yeah, I think it's more so
the anointing of kings happened. God put kings in place, but it was just because they weren't ready for another system that didn't have kings. Does that mean right this second, anywhere that there's a king, that king's sinning?
No, it depends on what the king is. What do you mean?
Like in your country, is it sinful to be a king in your country?
No, because the way that the kings
are
but
JFK also wasn't.
Like they have no
he wasn't the brightest fucking bulb in the box,
for example,
right?
Tell Canada.
He wasn't as much as he was getting shit done.
As much as he was getting shit done. Zimbabwe.
Hold on.
Is he Christian?
That's not what I said.
Christian.
I didn't say he wasn't popular. I said he wasn't the brightest.
Okay,
he wasn't the smartest.
And
this
king,
as much as I could agree with some of the things he was doing, and as much as he was popular, he wasn't fucking smart enough to understand that
does he know that it's wrong for him to impose Christian statecraft?
Has been an ongoing issue for centuries.
It depends on what he's imposing.
Okay, and I'm not talking about millennia going back thousands of years. I just mean within the last 300 years. It has been a massive point of contention.
He's saying all sorts of things like this.
We are
imposing them from Christian ethics.
Yeah, so I would have an issue
that
with
at this point
we are the Christian ethics.
We are steamrolling to the solutions because we are done with being impeded. We're done with people saying, "No, you can't do that. You can't do that."
How this Christian king
and we're kind of
is
over.
Anything
this
which is incorrect biblically
regime,
by being a Christian king.
Threatening not only Israel and Israeli lives, but the lives of all other Semites in the regions, all other Arabs in the regions.
Show me the wrong.
And they've all had enough. Every single
not
one
robbing them of agency by having rule of law based on Christian ethics. You still have agency.
If you're forcing it exclusively because it's sin, right? So if there are secular people in Zimbabwe that are gay, and you force them to not be allowed to engage in it, and there's let's say there's
how is that sinful?
Throwing people in jail who are non-Christians would be wrong to do. Yeah.
Why?
Well, it depends on what you mean by sin, right? Like when I talk about sin,
if the king of Zimbabwe says homosexuality is not to be engaged in anymore, and you can't get married. How is he sinning?
Because he's imposing on non-Christians.
Why does it always come back to
something about
Israel
sin.
with you? I just realized that you did it again. You fucking did it again. We're talking about JFK, talking about the assassination, talking about Lee Harvey Oswald and his commie ass, and you fucking Israeli conspiracied us again.
Message of how to rule.
Should you be more like Jesus or Paul?
He was giving us the ethical framework.
I swear to God, Joe, you are fucking obsessed.
Shouldn't we live our lives politically then? If Jesus wanted us to live our, so why do you
the
reject it?
Jews? It was the Jews.
Politics.
Because
is that how you really think, Joe? Is this just constant in your fucking brain? You were just like always trying to blame Jews and blame Israeli people for things that they have nothing to fucking do with.
Policy. Shouldn't have Jesus established the kingdom of Judea and Samaria? Shouldn't he have done that? United
established.
Are you done?
Shouldn't he have thrown off the Romans?
He established the brand new kingdom, which is Christianity,
which is
the body of
I
people.
think Joe has filled up this card.
State what?
What state did Jesus make?
We're gonna have to give you every fucking prize, Joe.
That was not what
you get every prize. All right, you win.
So should we be more like Jesus or like Paul?
We're still like Jesus, even if you're a king who opposes Christian ethics. How are you not like Jesus?
Because if you impose on other people,
should we all get crucified at 33?
I hope you have. I really hope you have.
To be like Jesus?
I did.
Does Jesus think that we should all get crucified?
Did you help me though? I'm a Zionist.
It's your critique.
That's my answer.
I know you are.
That's not an answer. That's a question. Should every Christian get crucified at 33 because Jesus did?
Here's the thing.
Why?
Because
I wasn't very open about that. I actually, for quite some time, I didn't want to be open about that because I knew how people felt about Zionists.
To not get crucified?
But nowadays, lately, I'm like, you know what? Why am I concealing this? Why do I care? I think Israelis should have a home. I think Israel should be a thing, and I think everybody who disagrees should fuck off and die.
What is Caesar's?
Matthew
4. Satan offers Jesus political dominion over the earth, and he refuses.
No,
because
why?
Because
just because
here to
no, hold on, it is not.
The reason that
just
happened
because
was because
the,
Satan came
the vast
to him
majority
and
of the population
I'll give
is
you everything.
of one particular
worship me
denomination doesn't mean that it's an ethno state.
So he
no.
They
I know. I get. I understand where you're trying to do.
He rejects it because God is not going to bow at the feet of Satan
Israel
for material
allows. They literally say you can't live here. That doesn't make sense. It just so happens that the vast majority of people
regularly rejecting political power.
His mission.
I'm not even. I'm not Jewish.
To be a politician, but that doesn't.
I was raised Catholic. I'm a German motherfucker.
Are you a Jew?
No,
then I don't care.
Okay, so Jesus rejects the
Cosmos. They said that you could live there if you're European Jew.
There's no problem within Christian ethics of having a position of political authority.
I didn't say that there is.
Then if you're going to be
ruling from Christians onto non-Christians.
That's fine.
Is wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
Absolutely.
And you haven't demonstrated it.
Hey, you may as well
all you've done is given me some passages out of context, one of them in which he was supposed to bow at Satan's feet. Another one where
you have to embrace capitalism, my dudes. Fucking take capitalism and fucking call it your best friend everywhere you go.
With Satan, he did not reject it due to political office. He rejected it because Satan said you got to bow down to me in order to get material shit.
I could grant you that one. Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to the kingdom, that did not serve his mission. His mission was to come here and give us the good news. He was to give us the good news that his kingdom has come to earth. His kingdom is here.
How would reestablishing Israel not help him with showing that the kingdom is here, that we're here to bring the good news?
Ask him.
Just look at it.
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're the one who
you're asking me about the guys of God. His entire mission here was just give you the good news. That was his mission.
So we shouldn't be like Jesus.
How are you not like Jesus because you rule with Christian ethics?
Because he regularly pushed off imposing himself politically.
He did not anywhere ever show us where secular governance was supposed to be the order of the day and Christians were supposed to
Those are the wildest
conspiracies
conspiracies I've ever heard.
Never showed us this.
So
none of that was
why
real.
does he say render unto Caesar? Right?
There were no cinemas.
In the case of
there
Paul,
were no soccer fields.
Okay, so Paul, for example.
I've never believed that shit. I've always been a strong believer of the Holocaust and that these things.
Do you want the answer to why he said render unto Caesar?
The photos, when you see how these people were forced to live, when you see the fact that these German men were not only beating the fuck out of and torturing the adult inmates,
and ask him oftentimes
the Jewish people that they were keeping in the concentration camps.
In this particular case, we're talking about
taxes. They were beating the shit out of, torturing, and sexually assaulting the children in the camps.
That in no way says that Caesar should be a Christian or use Christian ethics.
Okay.
There's like nothing there for that.
Sure, I would argue that alone wouldn't substantiate this.
None of that substantiates.
I would say the consistent pattern of Jesus rejecting political power over and over.
His mission wasn't to come here to be a politician.
You're
It was
right.
to die for mankind.
You're right. In fact, not a single Christian.
Is your mission to die for mankind, or do you have a different mission?
No, my mission is to represent Christ as best as possible.
Okay, got it. So it's not to die for mankind. You have a different mission than Jesus Christ did? Got it. So where am I going to find that Christians must live in only secular countries?
I didn't say that that's where you would find.
Okay, then why should I assume that Christians should only be able to rule in a secular way?
I didn't say that they should only be able to rule in a secular way.
Well, then what is the
I
problem
said that they
here?
should not impose onto Christians Christian moral law that it only exists.
We do it all the
because of
time.
existence of sin.
Most of the common law that you're referencing is imposed from Christian ethics.
It's not imposed from it. It's informed by it.
Yeah, and it's, by the way,
You might notice I never said I had an issue with being informed by it. I said imposed by it.
Yeah, but why is it that Christians can't impose that, but secularists can impose that?
Because secular people aren't Christian.
You know, because you brought up Poland. I
So they
also
can
want
just
to bring
rule
up
over Christians?
one of the
Christians
other
can't rule
more
over them.
prominent great
What?
mass
Why not?
burial
Because
sites
they're
was
not
also
Christian.
Ukraine.
So what?
So
A lot of
Christians
people
shouldn't
don't
be
mention
imposing
that,
tyranny on other
especially
people.
during
That's not
what's
tyranny.
going on
Yeah,
right now.
imposing
But
your
usually
religious
the two
position
biggest
onto
were
others
Poland and
when it's against their
Ukraine.
interests and not their religion is kind of tyrannical. Yeah.
No, that's not tyrannical.
How not?
It's not then all laws would be tyrannical if it's an imposition on somebody's values that they don't
Well,
like.
I'm talking about Jewish
would be
community.
if it's
I'm not
compelled,
even just talking about that. No,
For
hold on.
example,
Is that
I'm not
so?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about during
when
World
you're
War
talking
II
about compelling a
in
person to do a
Ukraine
thing,
and
are you
in
saying
Poland,
that secularists
both-
don't compel
and
people to do
Belarus,
things?
actually.
What about the draft?
There is mass burial grave sites
Yeah, that's not
full
moral,
of Jewish
necessarily.
individuals.
It's not.
States can compel. Christians should not compel.
Because
I don't understand. The draft is
No.
compelling people to do
You have to
a thing, right?
understand,
problem
this
with
is not
states compelling. I have
Ukrainian.
a
This
problem
is
with Christians
Muscovite.
compelling.
That back
Yeah,
then,
but
it
I
was
understand.
back then. Hold on, back then, Joe.
What you
Hold
said
on.
was
Back
that
then, it was the
secularists
Soviet
should be
Union,
able to, unless
ruled
it's
by
the
the
case they're pushing
Muscovites,
some
ruled by
value.
Moscow. Okay, you need to understand, Ukraine had
So
nothing
not
to do with it.
secularists, States.
What was happening was Nazi
States
Germany
should be
was
able to
taking
compel
the
people to
Jews
would be a
from
violation of
Poland
some of the
and from the
fundamental, like, rights
regions
and liberties.
and transporting
Those
them
rights and liberties
through
are
these
informed
states,
literally
through these
by the
vassal
perspective
states
of the person.
to
So
Greater
people are like,
Russia
hey,
to experience
we wanna be
even
able
more
to watch
pain.
porn if
And
we
a lot
want.
of them
You're
were
like,
killed
no, you
along the way
can't.
in different camps.
You can't do that.
Okay.
Or hey, we want to
Now,
watch
the same thing was happening as we know in Germany
and force of law.
I don't have a problem with states compelling or using the force of law.
Well, I don't have a problem with
And a lot of them were all, a lot of them were also sent to Siberia. Yes,
a
also
compelling
sent
case
to Siberia.
anywhere
Just
from
because
anything.
just because
Also
you don't find it
sent, not
compelling
just
doesn't
sent.
mean
It's just not compelling. You haven't shown me anywhere that Christians can't impose Christian ethics. Nothing. In fact, I have the entire standard of the Bible to show that God anoints kings, that Jesus Christ is God, so he anointed kings. Your whole, the entirety of your argument to that is, it's because we didn't have democracy yet. It's because we weren't ready for not kings yet.
No, that's yep. So
Yeah, show me where that's the case.
Yeah, so under
show
the-
me where's the case that God said. Jesus did not say we were not ever going to have moral kings again, ever.
You're right, but if we look at the type, I never said that. What I said is a type of.
They're expanding like God's
Typology
parasites.
makes no
Do
sense.
we just do everything that the Old Testament says?
No, of course
Why
not.
not?
Because Vax.
Okay, the Ukrainian
Go
founders,
through it. Why don't we?
Okay, well, then not a pop quiz.
No,
Just
they
make
were
sure
not.
that-
Army,
Are you familiar with
they were
Acts?
fascist and they
Okay,
were
great. So then
working
you should
with
know
the-
why.
No, they were not.
Okay, so for example, why don't we
Yes,
follow,
yes, they were. Banderas gang.
mixing of
Banderas gang
fibers?
can go
Because
look
of
at
Acts.
this.
Why do you keep
Okay,
trying to
so in
pin
Acts, this question is asked,
this shit
especially
on
about the
Ukraine?
idea of like
when we know what
well,
the fuck
this
the
was
Soviet
question.
Union was?
Circumcision.
And the fact that
You have to get
Ukraine
circumcised.
during the Soviet Union times was a
No,
fucking
they said
vassal.
No, but
Soviet
because they
Union was
imposed
such
3
a
new
Jewish
laws.
state,
They
it's
said
unbelievable
no.
how much
In
they
order
were
to
corrupt.
convert,
No,
you
the
longer have
Soviet
to use
Union was not a
circumcision.
Jewish state.
You're-
Why do you think they
you're
fucking
right.
partnered with Nazi Germany?
But you have to adhere to these moral laws, which is strangulation of animals. That was one. I think it was strangulation of animals, and then there was 2 other ones. We can pull them up real quick, though.
These weren't laws, right? These were like precepts for Christians to do.
Yeah, show us how many rubles you got.
Well,
Fucking hell.
wait a second. They're laws within Christianity.
Oh my God,
Has anybody
That's
ever
not the same
heard
thing
of
as
Russia
state laws.
being a
Yeah, but
fucking Jewish
I think that's
state?
equivocation. We were
It's not.
specifically
No,
discussing
because they're not.
Acts.
So,
Sure.
okay,
Yeah,
so
and
do
you were
know where the
asking how it
first
is that
Jewish
you were like,
state
why don't we follow
was
Old
formed,
Testament law? And
modern
it's
Jewish
because
state?
In Acts, this was reconciled with what the conversion of the Gentiles needed to be.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes my point. Not your point.
This doesn't make any point.
Yes, it does. It answers your question as to why we don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
Did you have some reason that you were asking that question?
Yeah,
was it just for fun?
So what I'm trying to tell you, Joe, is that the Jewish people in Ukraine were killed.
Theology, the way that you view it, I don't.
The Jewish people in Ukraine were killed by Muscovites, by Moscow, by those ruling the Soviet Union.
This is a continuation.
They were
killed.
killed
the old commandments.
the same way that the Jewish peoples in Poland were killed by Nazi, by German Nazis.
And then gave us 2 additional commandments.
There was what you don't understand is there was a collaboration, a partnership between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. Again, the Soviet Union being ruled by Moscow, and they collectively killed the Jews in their occupied states and in Poland, and then continued to kill all the Jews they could moving forward.
You know
Ask the question again.
Why is it not sin for Gentiles to not participate in the Levitical law?
Why is it not sin to not participate? Ask it a different way, because I hear two.
Why is it not wrong for the Gentiles to not get
Go and find it out.
Why is it not wrong for
You're saying
to not get circumcised? Ask it in positives.
Extermination camp. I'm not talking about concentration camps. I'm talking about
maybe should
extermination camps.
Why
which has
is
gas
it
chambers.
wrong? Why is it okay for Gentiles
was
to remain
liberated by the
uncircumcised?
Red Army? And you
Why is
No,
it
that is
because
incorrect.
That's what was laid down in Acts by the apostles.
Yeah, but why?
Because they were trying to figure out how to convert over people who wanted to convert over to Christianity, and whether or not they followed Jewish law.
Right.
Before we get into that, you should
And
actually
they
be
drew
providing a
on
few
the teachings of
sources on
Jesus Christ,
what makes
which
you
you're
think Ukraine had
intimately
anything to
familiar
do
with, which you're not. Yeah, no,
what
you
the
don't
fuck
have
was
to.
going on?
Okay, so they looked at it and they said, these laws actually, they don't
No.
matter anymore. They
You
were
don't
valid in the Old
understand how
Testament, they were sin in
occupation
the Old
works.
Testament, but now they're not sin.
Do you know what would happen to Chechnya if they
So
didn't
was it
listen to the
sin?
orders that
Those are
they were
still
given?
sinful things.
So being
Joe,
uncircumcised
can you
is sin.
fucking stop,
Not
dude?
being uncircumcised is sinful, but even in the Old Testament, this was
You don't provide any sources. You don't
Jews
fucking
only.
give
Was it
anything,
sin for Jews
and
to
you
It
just
wasn't a
fucking
sin for
drone
not
on
Jews
and
to
on
do
and
it,
on
but it is
on
still
your fucking
sinful if you
Israel
don't
Jewish
follow Christian
conspiracies.
ethics, you can still sin. This is the thing. There's a distinction in our worldview.
Sure, the issue is like when we talk about non-Christian sinning.
Do you know what would happen to Chechnya if they didn't listen to the orders that they were given to?
It's not empty.
Of course it is. When we talk about
Russia
sins,
gave them orders,
yeah, of course we do,
even in the
because when we
Soviet
talk about
Union.
sin,
So
we're
just
talking about the
listen.
sins of
If
omission,
they were given
commission,
orders,
and
do you know what
original
happens
sin,
to
right?
those who
No,
don't
we're talking
listen to the
about-
orders that
first
they
of
are
all, I
given?
don't believe in original sin.
They are
I
fucking.
believe in ancestral sin.
They are
That's a Catholic
suppressed.
thing that you're
They are
referencing from
limited.
Ukraine.
Their people are
Okay, so you
harmed.
don't
They
believe,
are
let's
raped.
say
They are
you don't
tortured. They are
believe that humans are
killed.
born into a state of separation.
Why do you
from
think
God.
Chechnya is the way that it is right
Salvation
now,
to
you
bring us back
fucking
to him.
idiot?
Well,
Why are
wait
we
a second.
talking about
You do need
Why do you think
salvation.
Dagestan
That's
is the way
true.
that it
We're
is
talking about
right
original
now?
Sin. This gets into Genesis. The ideas of
Because they
Genesis.
wanted to say no,
Do not recognize
and they
Genesis?
found out the hard way.
Of
What
course
happens
I
when
do,
you
but
disobey
there's a
Russia?
distinction in theology. When you say original sin, you just mean Adam and Eve both sinned, and so
No, that's not
okay.
what
What do you mean by original sin?
Okay, what I mean is a state of being that we are bent towards sin and need the mercy of
Like
salvation,
what?
right? The existence that all
Russia
humans are kind of born
went.
into.
Well, I would
Russia
consider
today?
this to be ancestral
Why is
sin.
Russia
That
acting
the
Okay,
today
we can call it
like
yeah,
ancestral
the
sin.
curse, basically the curse on the earth.
And we need salvation to
From our
rectify
end.
it.
Yes, of course we need salvation.
Right, and we're all in that status without
Oh,
salvation,
you're one
right?
of those people.
Yes.
Including non-Christians.
So the Russians
Yes.
are,
Whereas in the
their
case
entire
of
history.
omission and commissions, right, one of the important things about omissive sin is
They're not even
knowing
human.
something is right and failing to do it,
Go
or commission,
and
which is
kill them.
knowing
They are
something
not
is wrong
even
and
human.
failing to
but
do
you
it.
just made a big mistake.
You're
Remember
German,
earlier
right?
you said the truth's written
You're
on your heart.
German, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah, I think that we should know, that like, kind of like broadly know these
Well, then
things.
that would mean that you cannot allow people who are not Christians to give them a pass on sinning because they know the truth, right?
Not in the specific way of like religious precept. In the way of
What
like
truth
virtue
do they
ethics.
know?
The virtue ethics of orienting towards like less harm and doing.
So
good.
then they know what's not sinful.
Not necessarily.
So I don't understand.
Why do
What do they know here exactly?
they have an orientation towards the good
I
that
know
God
what
builds
it is.
into
Where
them?
you getting at?
Okay,
Yeah.
so an orientation not to sin, because to not sin is good.
Well, it depends on what
Where
sins we're
are
talking
you
about.
getting at?
All sins are bad.
Sure.
Okay, so then they would have an orientation to not do any of those bad things, which is sinning.
Okay, so let me ask you this: why do
no? Don't ask me. Answer first, then ask.
Why
Answer,
do
then
priests?
ask.
No, I'm not going to.
You're not okay. Then I'm not going to.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have.
We'll just sit here and stare at each other.
Sure.
This is such a perfect time to let some chats come through. We have Cha here. Thank you, Cha.
XD donated $100.
Thank you, Cha.
How exactly is opposition to evolution anti-science?
Yeah, and they had
evolution doesn't even
for hundreds
satisfy
of
the
years
scientific
when the
method.
Germans came
It
to
requires
Ukraine.
faith-based presuppositions.
Wasn't
It's not
nothing.
even science.
There was a
Opposing it
revolution.
is
Ukraine,
science.
you do realize how long Ukraine has been occupied,
I don't know,
right?
you just
Ukraine's
don't
been
know.
occupied for literally centuries. They've been trying to fight for their independence for centuries. They've been in repeated wars with Russia, with the Muscovites, trying to fight for their independence, and Ukraine has undergone repeated occupations, even during when it was the Soviet Union.
Human beings, regardless of differences or likability, is not even established without Christian beliefs.
Ukraine has been repeatedly occupied. So when Russia occupied Ukraine again and started killing Jews, that wasn't Ukraine, that was Russia. You fucking retard.
I just talk to seculars who believe in like natural law. Like, yes, there are secular arguments for like all humans having value.
There was pretty much
Frost, thank you very much for your
nothing.
message. If you guys want to get your own in,
You just don't find them compelling.
streamlabs.com.
It's not even a matter of compelling. It's a matter of Christian ethics. You're a Christian ethicist, right?
That's the beginning
Okay,
of
well,
modern history.
when you're talking about secular natural rights, what the fuck are we even talking about? You don't believe in them.
Because we're going back to Agrippa's trilemma, right? I understand.
Okay, back to Agrippa's trilemma.
Yeah, you're leaving
So it's not justified.
But instead, Russia decided, oh, I'm gonna continuously fucking occupy them and fucking, invade them.
Secular beliefs are unjustified, and it's like at a foundational axiomatic level, all beliefs are unjustified, right? And natural law theorists, while I don't find it compelling, is a coherent, recognized philosophical system that does have strong argumentations for how it establishes like equal moral value.
Yeah,
Yes.
and while I don't find Kyla's, entire worldview compelling, right? All that matters is that because both of us can't establish justification, I can do whatever the fuck I want because I don't find it
Not what I would
compelling.
have said, or
But it reduces to that.
You can straw man me if you'd like.
No, I'm making an argument.
Joe, hold your
Literally,
boobies.
it's reduced to this, that there's no moral facts and moral anti-realism. If it's the case that Kyla just says that she assumes her worldview, therefore it's true. She's building everything
Didn't you
up based on
concede
the
Agrippa's
assumption.
trilemma to me?
That would be the point, though. If neither of us can justify, we have no moral
So
facts.
you were lying before when you said that
You lie? I just said I adopted the entire worldview.
So you believe that? Well, then of course you.
There's no moral facts. So when you say,
I didn't say there's no moral facts.
And by the way, even when
Drew,
it's the
you
case,
have to
when he
fix
says
your mic,
secular ethics,
Sean. I've been wanting to say that for a while.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is like,
yeah,
I don't
no, your
find that
mic's just
compelling.
fucked.
The secular says, oh, okay, that's nice. I don't find your shit compelling.
Yep.
How do we determine who's right?
Reason and logic. We argue it out, right? We look at each other's assumptions. I grant infinite regression.
Why
They
should we
grant
follow
dogmatism.
reason and logic?
Oh, see, when you said hold
I
on
think
right
it's
there, it
led to the
actually
best
sounded
outcomes, and I
better.
think it's the
Take
only
your
sense
phone
that
out of the
we can
fucking
provide.
When you
case.
say best outcomes, right? When
I
you
mean in a
say
virtue ethicist way
Okay,
and a
because now we
pragmatic
can
way.
hear
told you the other day,
the
it's
way
like
that you
you're
think
really
that they're the
far
best.
No, I think the way that God thinks it's the best.
Right, the
Like,
way
is that
that
any
you
better?
think God thinks it's the best.
Yeah, of
This
course,
is
the
way
same as
better.
Right, so if you think it's the way that God thinks it's the best, and somebody else says, I think that that's the
Let
way
me
that
ask
God
Joe
thinks is the
this.
best,
Why is there
how
a
do
thing
we
called
draw the
the key event
delineation
of
between the two to determine you're right?
Usually we use reason and logic to
Where's
make
the
arguments.
We
Yeah,
use
based-
reason and logic, and they
so
disagree
from
with
a foundation.
you.
Yeah, sort of
Now what?
foundation.
We
Well,
just
the problem is that
established
some
that
reasonable beliefs
Ukraine
are
was
fundamentally
entire
unresolvable. Like there are
and
reasonable
their-
conclusions that we
their
can hold
administration
that
and
are built on a
everything
foundationally
was
unjustifiable
born
system
in
where we have to go.
Kiev,
I think that's a reasonable
even
conclusion, but I
before
think you're
the
wrong
Tsars.
because I prefer
Everything
dogmatism.
that
And they go,
is
well,
considered
I think what you're
Russian
saying is kind of
culture is
reasonable, but I
actually
think you're wrong because I
Ukrainian
prefer
derived.
infinite regression. And I
What
use
is there
utilize
saying
infinite
called the
regression in this case to make
Kievan
natural law.
Okay,
Or
so
the
then if that's the
white-
case,
the
then all of us are
white
just
Russians
going
or the
off
red
of like
Russians.
vibes, bro,
Okay,
because
so
that's
It's
what
not
we're
just
doing.
vibes. Don't reduce philosophy to just vibes.
Well, in your case,
Nope.
And then,
I'm sorry.
and then
in
they
our
were
case,
conquered
remember?
In our
and
case,
occupied
it's just
for hundreds
vibes,
of
man.
years.
See,
Just
if I
as,
don't agree with
uh,
Kyla
yeah,
and we get through
Oh,
logic,
yeah.
we
oh,
use the
and
most
so you're
logic.
saying
If
that
we
they
get
had
through
their
logic,
shit
we
taken
use
and
it.
repeatedly
So
so.
we have fundamental
Shit
disagreement
taken
still.
away.
We don't
Exactly.
agree
So
on
when
any
the
of this.
Germans
It's
came
just
in
like, that's
1940,
fine.
So when it was
Okay,
Soviet Union
great.
times and they
It's
were killing
fine.
Jews,
I'm
who had
agreeing.
control?
It's
It was
fine.
Moscow,
So
right?
agree.
Not
I
Ukraine.
literally just
Right.
agreed.
You
If
just
I
don't
agree,
want to solve
it's
Agrippa's
totally
trilemma
fine.
You believe that there's objective moral fact, right?
Literally,
and that, yeah, exactly. Like Kiev has long existed.
Don't we believe there's objective moral?
You do as well.
Okay,
correct?
how do we believe that there's objective moral facts?
I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I don't believe in objective moral facts, because I'm an Agrippa trilemist.
That's why they were called the
What are you, a Trolleus? What does it mean? It's just
It just means I
it's a
don't
philosophical
understand.
problem. So I'm asking you.
I don't believe in moral facts. I'm a moral anti-realist, and I
Well,
have
this
to
is
be.
obviously not true.
It's obviously true.
So I'm asking you, how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Why would I solve a thing I conceded is true?
Because you don't actually believe it's true.
Prove it.
Based on everything that you've said, hence we talked about Agrippa's trilemma, right? You keep on insisting that I don't believe in moral fact, but you present it in such a way as saying, this is so absurd and silly. I believe in moral facts. Maybe you don't.
Oh, but you can't figure out how you get there without.
I already told you, foundationalist lens, you can use, so moral objectivity can exist in a foundationalist lens, right? So you build some axiom, God is real.
And I don't understand why it's
God's
so
your
hard
tautology,
for you to
yeah.
understand
And God
this,
can make real
that
moral
this
facts.
was an
And then you can build off of that. That's how you do it.
Okay,
That's how you do it too, by the way.
But I have an axiom for a more powerful God than your God who negates your moral facts.
So they started helping them.
That's not an axiom.
It's so
Why is that not
easy.
an axiom?
How is my God's more powerful a tautology or an axiom?
You guys
My God is
both
more powerful
acknowledge
because he's more
that
powerful.
What do you mean by
Ukraine was
powerful?
suffering for
Like
hundreds
he
of
can
years
do more
under
stuff than your
occupation.
God?
Like,
And
what do
when
you mean
the
by more
Germans-
stuff, though?
Like I don't know. He can
They
make
were
gods
under
more
Russian
powerful than
occupation,
himself.
and their
Prove it.
Kievan
Well,
roots
wait. I'm sorry.
wasn't a thing for
Justify
hundreds
it.
We
of
can't
years.
justify things.
They were administered
Remember?
from Moscow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
These aren't
You know,
axioms.
Why is that not an axiom?
Because none of this is tautological axiomatic. They're not foundational.
Wait. Do you think you have to?
So
have a
Moscow,
tautology
I know
have
off
an
the top of my head, was
Not
actually
always, but
established in,
most
I believe it was
axioms reduce into
1066.
You're talking about a reduction to a tautology. Does an
Guys,
axiom
I
need to
don't
be a
care when
tautology?
a citizen
Kiev was
says
established
No,
in the
but
8th.
nothing.
No, they don't.
Oh,
have to be
actually,
tautology.
look at that.
So,
Since when
if
was
it's the
Kiev
case,
administered
A
from
moral. So
Moscow?
what's the moral case for my
Or
God
from
is more
St.
powerful?
Petersburg, maybe
what do
I
you mean
should
moral
say
case?
that.
Why would that be a moral case?
Since
From
when
morality.
was
Why
Kiev
would that be a moral?
administered
Why would God be
outside
more
of
powerful?
Kiev?
Be a moral thing?
Let's find
I'm
that
assuming
number
if you're using it as your
instead. I don't
axiom
give
for
a
your
fuck
moral
when a
basis, because we're
city
talking
was
about
Well,
moral.
just God.
When
Why
we talk
should
about
I
just
do
saying
any
God.
bad
Are we
or
not talking about
anything?
moral
You know what I'll
reality?
use?
All I'm saying is that when the Germans
Crom
came,
is the God.
the Ukrainians
man.
saw them as
Yeah,
liberators.
so, and
So they
Crom doesn't
joined
believe in
them,
these moral facts.
and they
He
helped
just
them.
doesn't.
Okay, so
That is
you would
not
be
So
true.
therefore, I don't
divine
believe that
command
is
theorist
facts.
and also
That is a
we were
fact.
like,
subjectivist,
oh
I
shit,
suppose.
like
What do
here
you
we
mean?
go.
That's objectively true.
Moscow's that way,
That-
and when the
yeah, that's
Russians
what I
came,
said,
well,
subjectively,
Berlin's
right?
that way.
Wait,
Well, I guess we're changing
subjectivism.
I shouldn't say subjectivism.
That's the opposite
Subjectivity.
of objectivity, right?
Romania has a
Okay, so you're
1,000
saying
years
that
of
I
history,
can't
okay?
have objective moral
of
facts?
No, I didn't say that. You
Semi-independent.
said I believe in Crom, and I said
here
why? And you're like, well, my
about
subjective thing. And I said,
Finland
you
did
know,
the same
I guess a subjectivist
with-
and a
with,
divine command theorist, but I'm a divine
Germans,
command theorist
because
who's
they were
also an
invaded by the
objectivist.
Russians.
Oh, okay.
Finland
then I'm
did the same
confused. The God
shit.
that you believe in.
Establishes
and there
moral
were
law
some
outside of
Finnish
me.
people who
That
helped
he
can be
does.
observed and gauged in.
Germans.
He does.
Mhm.
Okay.
They were
And
forced
can
to
you
do
name
the
one of
same
these
shit
moral
like
laws?
everyone
Yeah,
else.
you can go through the Bible.
They weren't
Kindness,
forced.
goodness.
They
I
were
asked you to just name
ecstatic
one.
because
love.
finally they can show it to
Love
these
is a moral
fucking
law.
Russians.
Yeah.
who've
Based
been
on
Well,
your
it's not a
assumption
moral
of
law.
God.
That would be an
But
objective.
you're
Moral
Moscow's that
fact.
way. No,
Love
Love
Berlin's
is
that way.
universal.
It depends on when you say universal. I don't know
Okay,
what you
so-
do you mean in an
Ukrainians
absolute
and
way? Do you mean in an
Germans
absolutical
They
way?
joined
Yeah.
them. They helped them.
Moscow.
No, because you
Look
like
for the
how would it be?
Einsatzgruppe, look
I don't know.
for
I'm
What does love
asking
look
you.
like?
Ukraine,
Or is there any
look for
moral
the Stefan
universals
Bandera
from
and
God?
his
You want to
gang.
hear a story
universals as
about
in
how
like they
Ukrainian
exist outside of us and they like are confect us, but the issue is how do you know them? And you have to know them. In
I'm not
a
even
objective
asking
way.
how you know
While
them. I'm just
the
asking
Germans were
if it's the
asking
case
from
that there's a
Moscow,
universal,
our retards in the
universal
Romanian
moral fact.
Allied Army with
What is
Germany
it?
were
Love.
stealing
Love is
fucking
the universal moral
uniforms and
fact.
It would be
tanks and
one.
running around
So
saying,
everybody ought love.
Kindness,
Okay,
justice.
everyone
you know,
ought
like
love.
faking
Everyone ought
a
to be
Russian
kind. Everyone ought
accent.
to
And
justice.
like
Everyone ought
doing
to
war
And if-
crimes
if
and
those
starting
people don't do
shooting
that,
at
they're
the
sinning.
Russians.
Theoretically, but we
While
would have
the
to look into
Germans
the
were
context of what's
retreating,
going on to actually
and
know if
Hitler
they're not
was
doing
yelling
that
at
or if
our
there isn't a
generals,
Well, let's
pluralistic
just say they're
fucking
background.
not
retards were
loving.
back in Berlin,
And
and,
they
you
don't know
guys are
anything
still
about
in
God.
Moscow. What the fuck
Well,
are
if
you
they don't know
doing
anything
there?
about God,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's
They're
hard to
saying
do
this.
sins because when we're talking about sins, we're talking about sins of omission
bro,
and
I
commission
know
mostly,
the
and
history
action.
is
If you don't
interesting.
know
I
I don't
something,
know anything about God.
Well,
are they sinning?
Obviously you don't, because you called Russia a Christian, a Jewish state when it's actually a Christian state.
Wait, no, hold on. You're being like, if they don't act in love, what does that mean?
It's an atheistic
Whatever do you mean by it?
Well,
I mean, today it is.
It originated as a Christian state.
So
I thought you just said that it was an objective moral universal.
It originated
objective stuff
as a Byzantine Christian state. As a Byzantine Christian state.
What would you have that's moral universal that's relative?
November Communist Revolution was about
like justice is a moral objective thing that exists outside.
I'm just telling you how it began.
No, I'm saying it's a moral objective thing that exists outside of us, and we have to use the relative context of the situation to figure out how to enact
Well, let's find out that's true.
After the October Revolution.
What is justice?
Okay, and it began in 1970.
I'm not sure if I could define it.
As
Seeking
a theistic nation,
this is the
where
issue. These are irreducible.
were persecuted.
Doing
It was
things
far away from
justly.
Christian nation. Okay, the people
Justice
were Christian,
is doing things
the
justly.
leaders
Yeah, it's circular.
of the revolution and the policemen.
You don't like to tolerate.
They weren't.
What do you think justice is?
They weren't Christian.
Why would that
They
matter?
were
I'm curious your
persecuted
thoughts.
Christians.
If you're so unsatisfied
Justice
with
is
my
doing
answer,
So
things.
saying that Soviet
Just.
Union
What's
was a
your
Christian
answer?
I just gave you my
state
answer.
is
no, that's my
retarded.
answer. What's your answer?
Same.
It's not.
Again, I'm literally just telling you the facts, and it's actually
because you scoffed at it.
they adopted.
I didn't scoff. I just
You said
repeated it.
justice is doing things
was atheist.
So
and
is that
they,
not a scoff?
No.
So you
feared
don't
the
think that that's a
church
silly
so much
answer?
that they would
No, of course
challenge
not.
Oh, you
their
think it's a good
power,
answer?
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
I think it's
This is
fantastic.
factual.
Okay. Great.
My favorite answer of the night.
So
So
that's
you-
why they
so
sent
again,
a lot of
being-
You do realize that
Dishonest.
Ole.
How is that dishonest?
So
That's your favorite answer of the
You are
night
not
is that
talking about
justice
Soviet
equals.
Union,
You
you're
don't think
talking
there's a
about
better
the
answer.
Imperial Russia.
in the
Are
Kievan
talking about-
in the
Why
Kievan
do I have
Rus
to
in the
continuously
Kievan Rus
answer
it
your
states
questions for you?
that
I'm asking
Rurik
about your
in 882
But I
adopted
literally
Byzantine
believe the same thing you
Christianity
do.
and
You obviously
You
do.
culture.
convinced me of Agrippa's
You're
trilemma. I
talking
told you
about-
that.
Yeah, but you're being bad
you
faith
know,
when you say
a
that.
How am I
years
being
ago.
bad faith?
Because you don't
Talking about
actually believe in this, because this would require you to just concede that there's.
And so the point to be
that
made, what
according
I'm
to
trying to
you're
get
saying,
through to you,
well, if
what
I
I'm trying to
agree
get
with
through to
Agrippa's
you,
trilemma,
Joe,
now
what I'm
there's
trying to
no
get
more
through to you is
sorry,
that before
objectivity.
1917, Ukraine
But the
was
issue
still
is-
under, or Kiev
Yeah, that-
was still
same thing.
under
Good job.
Yeah, I still don't
Rus
understand
or
how we believe in moral
Muscovite
facts, because
occupation.
justice is just.
They were still
Yes,
under
yes.
occupation.
Yes.
So
I agree.
axioms.
So they saw those Germans
Oh, okay,
objectivity
well-
just means
So
that
they
we
joined
believe
them.
that something
So they
exists
joined
outside of
them,
our
and
minds,
they helped
right?
them commit
Where
those
subjectivity
atrocities.
seems
Yes,
says
that
it only exists because of my mind. So I think justice exists because God made it.
Yeah, objective is something that does not require mind.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because they were
Subjective is
occupied
thing
for
which
such a long
requires
time
mind.
and blah, blah,
Correct.
blah.
Agreed.
So
You know,
when
and
the
you
so-
can
Context.
find
When I
it-
ask you
Hold on,
about
hold on.
objective
You're
moral
reading and
facts,
find
it's going to be moral
Holodomor,
facts that
not
require
the
mind.
Soviets,
How did
right?
And the
Ukraine
context
what
to
you're
understand
claiming?
how it's being
Joe,
implicated.
is
Yeah.
that what you're claiming?
So
What,
what's a
what?
moral fact, an
That
objective
the
moral fact?
Nazis did the Holodomor, and it
Justice.
wasn't the
Justice
Soviets.
exists.
And what is it?
No.
Acting
Holodomor
just.
happened before the war.
Do you have a
Right.
better answer?
What?
So then why are you shrugging and shaking your head at
What
it?
do you mean? I just said,
Holodomor
oh.
happens
But
before
it's pretty obvious
the
what's happening
World
right now.
War II,
Before which
right?
war? Hold on, hold on.
That you are saying,
Before
I'm
World
accepting
War
this,
II,
but you're saying it in
Holodomor
such a way to
happened
appeal to
in
like absurdism.
like-
You're trying to be like, oh my gosh, it's
it
just
was in
circular.
the
Yeah, it's-
30s?
yeah.
World
I don't
War
know.
I and
Sounds like
World
you're
War
assuming.
II.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was literally in the
Okay.
30s.
You win
Yeah.
Caddy
Yeah,
Girl
yeah,
of the
yeah,
Year
that's what I
award.
said.
I don't know what to
between
tell
the
you.
I don't know what I'm doing that
Exactly.
caddy.
Okay, if you don't
So
want
we're
to
just-
keep talking,
again,
and
Joe,
just
you're
wanna
just
be
proving
like,
that you
"I'm
know
a
nothing about
nihilist
what
now,"
you're
which is
trying to
not
talk
true,
about.
Obviously, then we can do that, but
So I'm
I don't know
gonna
how to go
say,
forward.
and
I don't know what I've done here except I'm
This is
just adopting. You
controversial,
convinced me of the
that,
trilemma. That's all.
Holodomor, same
I don't
as
even know
in
what that
China,
means,
the
but
Great
okay.
Leap Forward.
You've convinced me of the
was
trolley
just
problem.
a lot of
What?
social engineers.
We do have some chats
and
here.
A lot of
Thank you,
engineers
Joe.
in general,
GRDC
trying to
donated 99
industrialize a
to
country,
pro-choice
trying
chick.
to
Why do you get
change the
upset at the
economy,
point of the
and
founding
they
fathers
miscalculated
deferring
and they
religion to the
fucked
state?
up,
I don't
and
understand
then
it.
You
Yes,
can't
because
separate
what
federal
they
from
done,
state
what they
because the
done during
10th
the
Amendment
Holodomor,
combines
they took
ideas.
Man, that's
Right,
crazy.
they're
That
both
my
the same
audience
thing.
agrees with
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
It's so
yeah.
That's not my
strange.
audience.
Of course it is.
They
Most
took
of the world
everything
audience is
that
dumb.
was
Most
needed
of my
to
audience
produce
is on the
food
Crucible
to bring
watching.
it back
And they're not
to
watching
the
here.
Soviet Union.
I don't think
like
most of
within
them
yeah,
are.
they took it from place to place.
But
Yeah,
the
I
thing
agree,
is
yeah,
like-
because
You
they-
do realize that a
and-
big
and-
part of that
and
happened because of
also-
one
no,
because of
I would
one
not
scientist
mind
and because
that.
of
See the ones in
Stalin.
chat for how many people watching are also Crucible fans that are watching because Andrew Wilson's here.
Fucked up.
It-
But I don't think it was
yeah,
their
but a lot of
intent.
a lot of this
Well,
was
even the
spearheaded by
Clifford
literally literally the hands of one scientist and Stalin who had majority power over the rest of the team. So this one scientist had way more influence than he should have had. And when he was being told, and Stalin was also being told, hey, this is wrong, this isn't going to work, it wasn't that they miscalculated, they were willfully ignorant. They were told otherwise and still went ahead through with all of it. Still went through it.
The chat,
so they couldn't spam it.
Remember,
Yeah, I get it.
anybody can watch,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just sometimes we put the chat just to members only mode.
A lot of people died.
TTS
Yes.
in,
Yes.
A lot of people
$99
died,
and up for
period. It was
TTS.
just
That's
there-
vstreamlabs.com/whatever. We have a chat.
It was a tragedy.
Giovanni
Guys, it was a
JD, name I
tragedy
recognize.
of,
Good to see you.
supply.
Giovanni JD donated $100.
And
You're
so,
pro-life personally because you know
I think
dismembering
nobody
your
wanted
unborn
that.
child
And I
is evil.
definitely agree
And yet you're
that if you
pro-choice
have
legally
ethnic
so other
Russians
women can
running the
dismember their
police
babies.
and the
What a
peasants
vile
are
human you
Ukrainians,
are.
then,
We-
you know,
we
if
don't
the,
want
if the
in our
policeman is
worldview
hungry, you know, he's
to
gonna go to the Ukrainian
impose
peasants
Christian
and
ethics
he's
on
gonna
women.
He's gonna feed. He's gonna
Well,
pray.
with statecraft,
You
we
know,
want to
he's
do what's
gonna-
best for
Definitely gonna
society. So when you
happen.
impose
That's definitely gonna
abortion
happen,
on
but
states,
that's
women
not
die more often, children die more often,
organized,
unborn children die
you
more
know,
often, children move into
let's-
foster care more
God,
often
you know what,
at a
Joe?
significant
It's
rate,
no
and
concentration
child poverty
camp.
overall increases.
And if you
Let me
don't
ask you
ban
this.
it, more
You know what I
children
was
die.
surprised during the
Well,
Just
Ukraine
saying.
war?
It depends on
The
what you mean by
Russians
children.
did the
That
same
would be
shit that they
fetuses.
Well,
done
when do
in
we
Germany.
insult? When does a
When
fetus
they
get
went
insulted?
At conception.
into these
Where's your
homes,
biblical
like
evidence for
people's
that?
homes,
We can go
and
all the
started
way back to the Old
stealing
Testament,
shit,
in fact,
and
and the
these
Old
conversations
let's do it.
Testament
have been
portion that
recorded
you
in
would
Russian,
use here
saying, "Oh my
is the
God,
most
they have a
interesting.
Yeah, you
I have
pressed
to
me,
go.
hey?
I have
Yeah.
5 minutes
Well, the
left.
thing is,
The
it's
appreciate
funny.
that.
toilet is located
Like,
within the
genuinely.
house.
Yeah. So I just want to make
Wow,
sure,
they have TVs,
before
like
we get into this, I want to ask a couple of
LCD TVs on
qualifiers
the
so that we make
walls.
sure that we're on the same
They
page.
have
Is that okay?
television sets. They have
possibly.
refrigerators
Okay.
in the house.
So
They were
you're a
surprised.
Christian belief,
They
right?
set up-
Which
This is the
denomination do you
future.
adhere to?
postal
Or do you
service.
adhere to
I'm,
any?
I'm a Protestant
Back
broadly,
to the
but I don't think there's a
backwards
specific
of
Protestant
Russia.
denomination.
So you
They
adhere to
did this shit
Protestantism.
in World War II, and they
Although
did it again
Catholics
in Ukraine.
looking,
It's
I don't know, I like
literally
their theology a fair bit.
pillaging and looting.
Catholic theology.
So
not
instead of
Catholic,
stealing
but,
artworks,
and
they're
there are some
stealing
issues I have, but
TVs
I
and
like Catholics.
mom's
Got it.
like half
Why
bottle
would
of
we against
whiskey.
abortion legal?
Legally, because I think it leads to more harm in all of the things that we care about as Christians.
right?
If God
these
is like kind of a virtue
places don't even
ethicist,
have
I think
Makes
fucking
sense.
roads.
And then why are
And
you
that
against it
tells you what
personally?
kind of people
because I don't know
were,
at what point a human life
you know,
confers, and I also don't
conscripted
think that any of the
into
negative
the
outcomes that I'm
Russian
concerned
army.
at a statecraft
What kind
level
of
is going to
people are
happen in
being
my
sent
case
to
specifically.
So if you don't know
Criminals.
when a human life is going to be ensouled, do you,
Well,
is the reason you're against it
poor people and
because
criminals.
you assume that it's possible it could be ensouled at conception?
Yeah.
Then I'll just take that position.
No, I've looked at those videos when
That's a
they
concession
went
on the
through,
position.
like,
Sure,
Google
but the
Maps
issue
and,
is that I'm not
satellite
imposing that on
photos of
non-Christians.
Yeah, but I think it's fine to
devices
impose it
ended up.
if it's assumed. Yeah, I'll have
It's
one more.
fucking
I think
wild.
I think it's fine to say that
And
if it's
I
assumed
thought, you know, like,
that
oh,
it is the
Romania's
case
got it
that we
bad
can say
because
with
you
some
have your
degree of
toilet in
certainty
the
within
back
both of our
garden or
worldviews that
somewhere out there
ensoulment
in
could
the woods in
potentially
the middle of
happen
a
at
mountain where
conception,
there's no
then
plumbing
we
or
should err
nothing.
on the side
Sure,
of
okay, yeah. Well,
life.
well,
So why didn't
well,
God-
I guess we're backwards, you
Well,
know,
I don't-
because
you
we
ask
can't
him.
get
Exodus,
infrastructure
we
up
can.
there on top of
Exodus
the mountain.
21:22 from the
Why are
Septuagint.
you
yet,
unsure?
Russia
But
that
because
has
in the
you
Bible,
know,
which is
flat
part of how we
plates,
figure out what
they
God
can't
thinks
manage
about
that
things,
on
we
a
have the
flat plate.
But no,
Septuagint.
I mean, why are you unsure about ensoulment?
Because there's nowhere in the Bible
Because
where
you
it
have to
says
understand
God
that
ensouls
the
us
vast
at
majority of
age 0.
Then
at
why would you
conception.
assume that it's even
is
possible
situated
that we're
around
ensouled
Moscow
at conception?
and situated in the
I'm not-
eastern part.
What do you mean?
Why would you even assume that
western
at
part.
conception it's even a possibility
like
for
the west of
ensoulment?
the
Because I
Cau-
don't know when
the
God ensouls a fetus.
west of the Caucasus.
Okay,
Mountains.
so then we can
That's
just
where the
assume that it's
main-
possible
that's
he
where
ensouls
actually
them
Russia is,
at
because
conception.
Russia is a
Not
big
really.
country.
Well, but
Right,
you
it
do.
spans
though.
Well,
across
the issue
11
is
time
how do you?
zones.
So I'll read
But
Exodus
if you go
21:22
on
because I don't know how you would deal with this one.
eastern side
Right.
of the
So
Caucasus,
Exodus 21:22,
population
and I'm going to
density
read
is
from the.
very scary. People are spread out. Kind of like
Today is the day of spills.
worse.
Can we? Okay. Is it? Oh, it's over here. I got it.
Throw it to me quick.
How you go?
Quick. Throw it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to do a little bit.
Your
That's why I
claw.
was saying,
No
you know,
good.
like,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
the Russian
Hang on a
and
second. I got some beer on my leg
Ukrainian
here.
culture
Oh,
are very tied into each other. It's
Thanks,
just the
Brian.
way I see it. The Russians are more kind of a shitty version of a Ukrainian.
All right, so you're wrong about everything.
Base.
I win the debate.
Uh
became
oh.
a
You
thing.
sound just like Andrew. Uh oh. You didn't mean to do that. You're like, wait, fuck.
I should have you clean this up.
I don't know.
Sorry, chat.
I think as the man of the house, it's up to you.
Very unfortunate situation.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to slyly pass it to him with a robot claw.
Is that like a bit? Is that why you keep using the claw?
Well, you know.
Dude, you got that shit everywhere.
Wait, is that worse than my spill now? Is this the number one spill? Ah, come on.
Anyways, continue on. Well, I'm gonna have a smoke real quick, and then we'll come back and
As
do
far
this.
as history goes.
Oh, I already have. I already knew about all like the vast majority of this. No, I can't say all of it, but the vast majority of it before we even started this discussion.
Can I have more water?
Yeah, so
Yeah, this is literally on my screen for Joe as kind of like
I don't want to get in the combo
reference points
because otherwise
I know that
like,
Joe, you're not tapped into the stream at all or even looking.
Yeah, I'm not.
Do you think fundamentalism?
Yeah, I know, and that's why it's like.
Broad thing. Are you a fundamentalist? Like you think that Genesis is a literal story of how God made Earth, and the genealogy is like an actual legitimate timeline? Like, are you a fundamentalist? I don't actually know. I don't think Eastern Orthodox is usually fundamentalist, but I'm not sure.
Well, that's not what I would consider fundamentalism.
It's taking all of the Bible as like literal.
It's taking the Bible as
again during that time, Moscow. So during that, hold on, Sean, hold on. During that time, Moscow was central power of the region and of the area, and Ukraine had nothing to do with the orders that were forced to, what the people in the area were forced to follow. Same as those being conscripted from the east have no choice but to follow the orders that they are being given by Moscow.
But you think Adam and Eve literally existed in...
Yeah, I do think Adam and Eve literally existed. But do you understand that you can have something which is a literal and allegorical interpretation?
Like there's a mythologized history, but the issue is that
in the same way that the entirety of the Soviet Union partnered with Nazi Germany at the very beginning.
But battles do happen.
It probably happened.
It probably happened, but probably not the way. I don't think Achilles was like running around doing Achilles stuff.
I think there was an Achilles likely.
Yeah, but he probably wasn't blessed by the gods with a
and I think they probably got. I think Agamemnon probably did get pissed off that what happened.
Yeah, but for example, the holding of the heel didn't have him dipping in.
He might have got shot in the heel. That may have been where Achilles
heel came from. Is that what killed him because the gods dipped him in like a pool of god water, god juices?
No, that part's probably mythology.
Oh, okay. So what part of Genesis is mythologized?
Well, I think Genesis is literally true and allegorically true.
How is it both?
Because
what part is the allegory?
So at that point was like,
well, some of the parts that are allegorical are also literal. But that doesn't mean it gives us the full picture.
And if we get to keep
so remember that there's canons outside of Genesis about Genesis, which are still considered inside the Catholic and Orthodox Church to be true.
But that doesn't mean that we thought Adam and Eve literally lived in a Garden of Eden at the beginning of human creation, and that all of human life descended down from there, right?
Yeah, we do believe that.
Why he caved in.
So do you think that Samson killed 1,000 soldiers with a donkey?
Bro, chill out.
I actually don't recall that story.
Mythological. Samson, I'm sure you're familiar with the Samson story, but he's killing. It was used to like describe how strong he was, right? He's killing 1,000 people with the donkey bone. He takes foxes and ties their tail together and releases them into a field with their tails lit on fire. Do you think he literally took two foxes, tied their tail together, and then released them into the wild?
Yeah. And today the orders are we helping the Germans?
How do they run?
And when he changed his mind later in the war. The orders were we are changing our minds.
Maybe
so they all changed their minds. So this was all like they.
How did they run with their tails broken?
They could.
How did they run with their tails broken?
Well, if God could make donkey talk.
This was a voluntary force.
If God can make a donkey talk.
Hundreds of thousands, I think.
I mean,
I'm not sure. I said I'm not sure.
God can make a donkey talk.
Sure, yeah, but I don't think that like Genesis is literal fact.
All volunteered.
You don't think there's anything literal, or just some things aren't literal?
Something.
I'm Romanian.
You don't think that there was an Adam and Eve?
I think anything that's, for example, written in like pretty like prototypical orally translated Hebrew poetry is literally true. Right? For example, if we look at Egypt.
Do you believe that there was a literal Adam and Eve or not? Okay, so what do you think happened in Genesis?
And they put a gun to his head and told him to fuck off in France.
So how many people do you think God created?
Bro, they weren't forced.
All of us.
From how many different people, though?
I don't know. Thousands? I don't know the evolutionary numbers of like when.
And where are you getting that information?
Both from science and the creation story allegory.
What part of the creation story allegorically would lead you to believe that thousands of people?
Well, God.
This was a compromise.
Mankind,
yes, I'm agreeing with you.
So where did the people come from that Adam and Eve meet outside of the
garden? I'm agreeing with you.
How did they come from Adam and Eve? They were outside of the garden.
Because Adam and Eve had multiple children.
That they kicked out of the garden?
Cain, well, wait a second. This is post-garden.
So they wanted to end up in
as soon as they get kicked out of the garden, they meet up with other people.
Yeah, so remember how
So where do those people come from?
Well, wait a second. That's not exactly what happened.
And they fight like bandits.
America's relationship with the
That's not
Nazis
actually
was
what
very
happened. So
gang.
what you're talking about,
They did incest.
what
So
you're
they had
talking
Cain
about
and Abel
here,
and daughters,
kill
and then they
villagers,
incestuously turned into all the
and
humans
they
on the planet.
tried to
well,
get
no,
married.
hang on. You got to back up. So the first thing is when we're talking about Cain, you know, Cain found
look at the
Enoch,
entire globe.
the city of Enoch.
You understand
okay?
why
And
Hitler
yes,
was
there
allowed
was,
to do
yes,
all of
that
this
early
bullshit, all
on,
of
that
these
was how it went. It all came
politics,
from
all
two
of these,
people,
like,
but the
Because these two
genetic
people
line
lived
was much more
thousands
pure.
of
Everything
years,
that he did
or at least
around
1,000
Europe.
years. I think
Yeah.
was
Do you know
around
why
it.
he
That's
was
correct.
left to
Okay,
do
yeah, I don't
this?
believe in that.
Okay, can you show
You
me
mean
the
led by
source in the
Americans
Bible
and
which would negate
British
that?
and all?
Yeah, you know
Yes,
why
so
he
he
was
can-
like,
it would-
they
Like
So
all
we
of
can-
the Old
yeah, so
Testament
we can-
I'm
prophets,
not a biblical deconstructionist.
all of the Old Testament prophets that
you
you would defer
understand
to,
that
who heralded Jesus
the
Christ
United
coming,
States
pointed to the Genesis
agreed, and like
and would
Britain as
literally
well,
say that that was
agreed to
true.
let Hitler
That these people
alone
lived
annex Austria.
for
It didn't
hundreds
stop
and
at
hundreds of
Austria.
years,
He started
thousands of
continuing
years.
to
Sure,
go
but that
on,
doesn't
go
Why
on,
were
go
those
on.
prophets
Here's
who
what
were getting
was
prophecy from
even
God
America-
not know that that wasn't true?
Hold on.
Because they didn't have
So
the
let me
invention
explain
of
what
modern
was
science, for
restraining
example.
Why would they
the
need the invention of
Americans and
modern
the
science for God to
British
tell them, hey, we
from
know how long people live,
intervening?
man? About 86
fact that-
years
well,
I don't
in
think
your
like
life.
the
God
power
is
and the
specifically
industry
predisposed towards
behind it.
concerns
Push
about
back
slavery
Where do
in
you
the
get
Bible.
the
We're not gonna do anything about it. He's
information
doing our job
that
for
the
us.
extra biblical
Because we
information
don't
to
wanna let
negate
Europe
Genesis?
turn
From
communist.
what?
I'm not negating Genesis. I'm saying it's algorithm.
When you say that, though, where are you deriving that information from biblically? You're a Christian. Where are you deriving the information that Genesis is incorrect?
It didn't say incorrect. Stop.
That it's not literally true.
Yeah, it's an allegory, right? But the principles that emerge out of
Where are you
Genesis.
getting the information? It's allegorical from the Bible.
Exegetically.
You exegeted that's allegorical?
Yeah, part of exegesis is looking into like history and how these things came to be written, how the saints understood
Show me
history.
how you give me the process for how you exegeted that Genesis is allegorical and not literal.
So we know at the time that like when writing was first coming into the ancient Hebrew people, that the main tradition of conferring stories was through the oral tradition, often through poetry, which is why a lot of the original allegory in Genesis is actually written originally in ancient Hebrew poetic style.
Yeah, okay, but that was that done
the
before
exegetical
or
would be the
after
not
embargo,
like the research that we've done into the people
boycott
groups at the time.
Yeah, where's the exegesis from the Bible here?
Exegesis doesn't just mean only literally. It doesn't just mean Bible verses.
But you are going to exegete the Bible.
Do you think that it's exegesis?
No, don't ask me what I think.
No.
You are
I get to
exegeting
ask
the
you. I
Bible.
get to ask you questions too.
You're going to exegete the Bible at some point here?
What do you think exegetical means?
I think that means that you're deriving meaning from the things that you're reading.
How do you derive meaning if you don't, for example, look into the culture at the time to understand what they thought and felt?
I think that is necessary.
Yeah, so that's part of how we do it.
But as that's a conditional, I'm granting the conditional. I'm asking when we get to the Bible.
Yeah, so for example, in the case of Genesis, we know that most of the early fathers didn't think about history in the way that we think about history. They engaged in mythologized history. So it didn't matter that Jews literally weren't probably slaves ever in Egypt. That doesn't matter because Egypt was the largest nation that people had heard of. And when these priests are telling
that's allegory too.
The slavery part, seems to be mythologized.
Moses is allegory.
There was probably a literal person named Moses who was a tribe leader, or it might have been a collection of tribe leaders.
So you think that all of the early parts of Genesis are just total allegory?
If we have evidence for being allegorical, yeah. There's lots of Genesis that we have evidence for being allegorical.
When does the Bible stop being allegorical?
It varies on different books. Like I think there are some. I don't have it on the top of my head. I don't think there's like as hard. Wait, do you think Job is allegorical?
Andrew, you did want to take a little smoke break.
There was like one
We'll do that. We have
the answer is he does think Job is allegorical,
We'll do
but that one's okay. You don't think Job is allegorical?
Let the man smoke.
Go smoke.
Let the man.
It's important that you do your sins, Andrew. Go, hurry, smoke. It's important. Smoke and drink. Come on, Andrew.
That's a sin. Drinking's a sin.
Oh boy.
Being drunk is, yeah.
Let the man.
Aren't you hungover from being
Let the man
drunk?
have some peace.
That's
Let him
the
have
moment the
some
United States, the
peace. Let the man
hornet's nest
smoke.
was poked.
He's welcome to smoke.
That's when the
Guys,
United
if you're
States,
enjoying the stream, you want to see more
entered the
debates,
war.
we're going to have
When
Kyle back. We're going to have her. Who do you want to debate? Who do you want to debate? Tell me who you want to debate. Who do you want to debate?
You had told me about one of the politicians, a Republican politician who's got the eye patch.
Oh,
it was perfect. And
yes,
it
what's his name?
And it
I don't know
doesn't
what
have
the
anything to do with
Nathan
Europe. That's the
You can
funny
look it up.
part. It didn't
Look
have
up Republican
anything to do with
Crenshaw.
Europe. It had everything
That'd be
to do
great.
with Japanese.
Yeah. What about Trent Horn? Would you square up with him?
Yeah, but already got plans to talk
about
it. Yeah, he reached out.
Well, guys, we have the likes at about 5,100. Guys, if you want to see more debates, get us to 6,000. There's still 10,000 people watching. Get us to 6,000 likes. We have also, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, you want to see more debates, guys, if you want to get TTS in, $99 and up via stream.
Prove me wrong. $100 to destroy this stupid feminist liberal.
We do have some TTS.
Did you do the ones in the chat, by the way? What was the answer?
I wasn't paying attention.
What do you suspect?
What was the question?
What percentage of the people who watch your show are probably also Crucible fans? Have huge dongs and are Crucible fans. Those two things are ontologically tied.
Of the current viewers, I want to say it's probably like 60%.
You understand?
Yeah, but it was 50-60% of the viewers.
This was an investment.
Me too. Yeah, at least.
Maybe even more, to be honest. Speaking of which, I'm going to let the chat, I don't think they're, I'll let the...
They would fan both, right? But when people are sending in purely religious chats that are shitting on me, it's not overly surprising that they happen to be Andrew fans.
I don't think so.
Sure, but I don't think that my fans are sending in dollars. Wait, hold on. Don't do Raka.
Well, she says she's Christian.
Don't do Raka. Don't insist that I'm Raka. Raka means like fool. So it's questioning other Christians' faith.
Yeah, I am.
I would not do that.
I'm doing it. You don't think that Job literally happened?
It's very obviously poetry.
Yeah, which is
very obviously.
Yeah, I don't think that
Job Ecclesiastes poetry.
I'm not sure. I haven't listened to Ecclesiastes.
Proverbs or to Switzerland, truly neutral countries.
Literally just poet. What do you even mean something literally happened in Proverbs? Proverbs isn't literal. What's literal?
None of Proverbs is literal either.
I mean, it's mostly like ideas and poems about how to conduct oneself. Right? Do you think Songs of Solomon is literally true?
Well, some of it, yeah. But the thing is, it's funny. That's not. There is allegory there.
Yeah, true.
The thing is Job is trying to reconcile two positions.
Do you agree on this?
Do you know what the two positions are from the wisdom books?
Yeah, kind of.
I don't know. No, I'm not not sure.
No.
So you can't really say.
Ecclesiastes was interesting because
they wanted to stay neutral.
This is Job. I'm telling you what happened with Job.
Can we pause it super quick just to let some of the chats come in? I'm going to write down Job.
Yeah.
Is that Job? J-O-B? Is it Job?
It's Job.
It's
J-O-B, but it's Job.
We have, I recognize some of these names. Justin
Martin donated $100.
Thank you, man.
It's always fun to watch Andrew get his opponent to disprove their own argument in real time.
Because they thought they were going to win.
Thank you for your message.
Definitely not biased,
there,
by the way.
Justin. Appreciate it.
As I said,
I recognize your name there, Justin. Good to see you back. Thank you for the message.
I wonder where he's from. Do you think he's from the Crucible fan audience?
Comes from Russia.
I think he's from the Destiny
it comes from the German themselves.
Do you think that he's more like the Destiny than Andrew?
Andy donated $100.
Thank you,
Andrew Carmel says, are you done having a tantrum? You are truly the arbiter of good faith debate. Please don't come back to Canada. We don't want you.
Durandal's another name I recognize. Thank you for that.
Where do you think he falls between Andrew and I? Do you think he's more of an Andrew fan?
He's a fan of yours, to be honest.
I've actually never seen Durandal.
I don't know if somebody's saying, please don't come back, we don't want you to be a fan of
him. They destroy everything. Sure, they destroyed a lot of documents.
What suggests he likes me there?
They couldn't destroy everything.
The reference to Canada.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a Canadian. He's a fellow Canadian.
Okay.
But you're immigrating to the U.S., is that
That's true.
I
love
it. Keep your Canadian citizenship. We've got Desert George, another name.
Desert George donated $100. Didn't think I could lose more brain cells after last night's debate. Tyler proved otherwise, as we are dumber for trying understand her nonsense, constant prattle, filibustering, and goalpost moving.
When did I move
the chimneys were added later on by the stone.
What about the prattle, though? You didn't deny prattling, so...
I'm talking
I can't help it.
You didn't deny the prattling part. All right, Desert. Is it Jorge or
the gas
I don't know. We got another name we recognize.
Giovanni JD donated $100.
Where you been, JD?
The DDK was written in the 1st century and is still a liturgical document that condemns abortion, advocating for mothers tearing off the limbs and heads of their own children.
I guess God was really bad when he ordered the Hebrews to kill infants.
Yes, I can
That was just allegorical, though.
army.
You got to do it. You believe in it literally too.
Okay.
So how do you deal with
They
that?
have to be the one with the gas chamber.
The idea here is
The
warfare.
one with the gas chamber. Okay.
The idea here is
Please show
warfare.
me what gas chamber.
So in
Americans
warfare, it's okay to kill
liberated.
infants.
It can be
wait.
justified, yes.
I can pull this shit up
Yes.
on ChatGPT.
We
at this
have-
point.
Like if
please
a
do.
country attacks your country
You
and you
can
attack
do-
them
you can
back
do
and
that.
You should kill their
I'll
infants.
take
if you're
it.
bombing
Just
them,
ask
it's
for
going to die.
source.
But that's not the same
Ask
thing
for-
as saying it's good.
Ask
Well,
ChatGPT, ask for source.
it's
send me the
justified.
source,
It's not the
that's
same
fine.
thing. It's
Okay, so
good.
what do you want me to ask?
But
you
God
specifically?
ordered it, and what God
So
ordered
I
is
want
good, right?
you to show
Yes.
me
In fact,
what
the
gas
Amalekites, when they
chamber
didn't
was
get fully
liberated
killed
by
in
the
genocide when they got God
Western
ordered,
forces,
the Hebrews were
right?
punished for it.
You said that
Extermination.
everything God says is
Not-
good.
Not concentration.
So then if God says to kill
know, this
those
is very
infants
important
because
distinction.
these are for reasons that he wants.
So there are
this
times
is
where
good,
God
right?
can say killing infants is okay.
Sure.
Okay, based. Thank you.
Did he say that with abortions?
Well, he definitely didn't make it clear with abortions in Exodus 21:22, which we still haven't gotten to.
Extermination
I'm curious
camps
though.
with
What does the
hold on,
church history
hold on, let me-
that you
whoa.
adhere to say about abortion?
What do you mean?
Please tell me what
The
concentration
church history
camps
that you
were
adhere to.
There isn't like a tradition that I adhere to necessarily.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not Eastern Orthodox or Catholic, right? And I don't
Concentration
have to.
camp is
Do you just adhere to your own
very
tradition?
I use exegesis,
wide
eisegesis, and divine
word.
revelation to try to
Okay,
figure out
looking
what's
for
going on. So I look at
extermination
beloved
camps.
scholars, I look at
We're
biblical
looking for the
scholarship, I look at
ones
Hebrew scholarship, right? And I try to look at all these things and what the saints say to try to figure out what's true.
Why do you care what the saints say?
Because I respect a lot of what the saints
Which
say.
saints?
I love Thomas. I'm a Thomist.
Okay, so
You're a
the prompt
Thomist?
is like
Yeah,
this.
in a lot of ways.
Please
Not
tell
always,
me what
but in a lot of
extermination
ways.
camps were
Yeah.
So it's like a
liberated
mix
by
of
the
Thomism,
USA.
Protestantism,
And
otherisms.
not-
And they include,
Yep.
yeah,
And then use divine
and you can
revelation.
also-
And what's
you
interesting
can
actually
also
is
add- and they
on the
ask
basis of
favors.
this Protestantism
Yeah,
that you're
yeah,
mocking
ask for
is
this.
how
Yeah, I'm
most of
not
America
saying
got converted. Well, of course you are, because you're being like, oh, there's just no
So,
tradition, but
during
that's
World
a
War
Protestant
II,
thing,
I
right?
didn't say, ha, there's no tradition. I just
Do you
said
think that it's
just adhere
bad
to
that
your own
Protestants
tradition.
don't have? Well, why did you ask me that if you weren't slightly condemning?
Because I'm just curious about your worldview.
Okay. Do you think it's bad that Protestants don't have
Almost
tradition?
Bad? Yeah, I think they don't have much to appeal to now.
Okay, so you were saying that.
Gotcha.
I'm glad we
wait,
got there.
I'm sorry. Me trying to understand your position is not mocking it.
It wasn't you just trying to. I asked
It
you.
was me just trying to.
Of course, no.
Which is why I just asked you a question.
This is again bad faith, where he's acting
No, it's
as
bad
though he's
faith to
under the
pretend that you're
predilection
being
of one
mocked
thing
when
when
I
he's
ask
actually
you a
engaging in
question.
another thing. Everyone can understand tone, Andrew.
Almost all.
Everyone understands
So you
tone.
tone?
Well, not just the tone,
Do you
but then
think that when you're like,
not
when
just
you're
the
talking
tone.
down like this, that is that tone?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so then is that you mocking me?
No, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I'm being mean. Yeah. So,
Gotcha.
but the issue is that when I'm being mean, I would probably just own it, whereas you have to lie about
Have you
it.
been mean this whole debate?
And it was
Not
liberated
the whole
by the
debate,
Have you
but
been
part
mean
of
a lot of it?
Sometimes, yeah.
One
You
gas
big
chamber.
meanie
So
head.
let me
Yeah.
change
Okay,
the
but
prompt
what
then.
we're talking
So
about here, when I was outlining
how
this, like the tradition that you were asking me about, is the reason why I thought you were talking down to me. Is I said, "Do you think it's bad that we don't have tradition?" You said, "Well, yeah." And so it's like, okay, so you're obviously asking about the traditional route because you think it's bad to not have a traditional route. So you want me to answer yes, so that you can be like, "Ugh,
So the
see how
Western
absurd and
allies
silly
knew
she
about
is."
Well, no, you got to
Then you're just so it's clear to all the Protestants watching. He's saying all of you are
Yeah,
silly.
so what I said, I made a differentiation. She asked me about an appeal to, or I asked her, what tradition do you appeal to? And she just said Thomism, and then she mixes it with this, she mixes it with that, and I said, okay.
I said I don't appeal to a
Hang on,
specific
man.
tradition.
That was it. I just said, okay. Then she asked a separate question, which is about whether or not Protestants have any church tradition to appeal to. And I said, yeah, generally speaking, I don't think that's as great. But that has nothing to do with me trying to understand your view or being mocking of it.
So you don't think that I'm stupid for not appealing to tradition?
Stupid? I'm not saying it's stupid. Yeah, I didn't say it was stupid.
What do you think it is?
Information from
Okay, just wrong.
Example.
Yeah,
Okay.
wrong. I don't think that you're stupid.
Really?
The other
Yeah,
sources
I've
are
never thought you were stupid.
Were there first.
appreciate that.
They still found the gas chamber.
You heard it here, guys.
were allowed
Andrew
to go
Wilson
into the
actually
other
disagrees with all you fans
places
writing in
that
that I'm
the
stupid. He
Russians
actually thinks I'm not stupid, and I appreciate
No,
that.
Yeah,
example.
I would use like the word retarded.
Madhouse and concentration
Isn't that the same thing?
camps.
No.
What's the
US
meaning
It's like
difference?
more
found
powerful
gas
than
chamber
Oh, so you think I'm more than just
disguised
stupid?
as a shower,
Oh,
along
okay.
with crematorium
So
and killing
you
facilities.
okay? So you are
Dachau.
doing the thing. Gotcha.
Concentration camp.
See,
US forces
bad faith
found
for it to
the
take
gas
this long for
chamber
him to just admit
installation
that.
labeled
Crazy.
as a shower room
Beep,
and
keep going.
crematorium
Yes,
complex.
yes. All
Historians
shown by
debate how
yes,
much
agreed.
was used,
Agrippa the
but the
Declamer
structure
donated
existed and was
$200.
documented.
Can you guys
Allied
debate
investigators
force doctrine real quick?
inspected and documented these facilities immediately after deliberation. Testimonies from survivors. So they got
Can you stop?
He fully utilized that $200. Do you think that's the max characters he could submit?
I deny it. I think so.
I think so. That was a lot.
But his question was, can you guys debate force doctrine?
Yes, this is the last micro debate because I'm getting in and out.
Gas chambers.
I'd prefer not to, unless this guy pays, and if this guy pays another $200, then I'll do it.
What I was going to propose,
but I can't prep for other things.
At the end here, we could. You guys probably both want a closing statement. I was going to order pizza for us, and we could let some roasts come in.
We can bring in the roast. All the roasts are at me.
It was because of the Soviets.
I'm not a vegan.
And their fight.
Pizza often just makes me sick. I have
I was going to get some pizza.
It was because of the
I'll
Soviets.
stick around for pizza.
They were the one liberating. They were the one photographing. They were the one inviting American
I'm getting in
experts.
and out tonight.
They were the one.
Well, why don't we do in and out?
Oh yeah,
came
there's
up
plenty
with
of
the
time.
story. That's it.
They don't deliver. I was
With the
going to
facts,
bring it in
with
here.
the
So
Yeah,
facts,
they
with the
don't.
evidence.
Uber won't go.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. This is not important.
So there's, I'll do these two chats. I'll read these two chats, and then if you guys want to bite briefly on the force doctrine, 5 minutes.
If somebody donates more than $200, but I didn't come to talk about force doctrine today, and I think it's not going to be a micro debate. I think it's a long.
So Abe, thank you for your soup chat. Agrippa assumes justify equals derive, yet derivation requires hinge certainties plus norms. Those aren't conclusions, they're prerequisites. So the trilemma attacks a straw epistemology.
So prerequisites or dogmatism? Prerequisites is just dogmatism. I don't know why he thinks that this did anything.
Okay. Thank you for your soup chat, Abe. And then we have from Canada, your homeland, JP Belly, Kyla. I rooted for you before you met Destiny. Please let some of your ego/utilitarianism down and listen to Andrew. I do no harm to nobody, so I can do it. But what about the harm I do to society as a whole?
So, JP Belly, I am married. I appeal to a husband of to appeal to Andrew. Most of my theology stuff, because I'm not a preacher, I don't think anyone should look to me as a spiritual leader. Most of the theology I have is somewhat downstream of Nick. I honor my husband, and we talk about this and listen to it. So, unfortunately for you, I am married. And I honor my husband.
That would have been true.
Okay.
I don't think he was looking for a date.
You know, to say this.
We have
all
too much
literally just majority, if not all, gas chambers were liberated.
We have
by
two more
the
chats here
Russians.
coming in. We have
They were the one collecting evidence.
Pierce.
They were the one inviting Russian American experts to come and take a look.
Kyla has a
They were
Lincoln
the
view
one
of
who
federal
liberated
dominance
the
over
people
the
who worked
states,
there,
where in their writings the
who then
founders
give
were statesmen
testimony.
first, Virginia,
captured.
etc.,
They were the
and then
one who
American.
liberated the victims,
Kentucky
who then gave
Resolutions,
testimonies.
1878.
They were the one
Thomas Jeff.
who
Jeff.
fucking liberated concentration
I'm ordering
camps.
pizza for
Okay?
everybody.
Those were the Soviet Union.
Done.
So majority
Dr.
of the
Pierce, thank you very
evidence
much for
we
your
have is
TTS. I
because
do
of the
appreciate
Soviet
it.
Union.
And
Soviet Union
we
could
have,
have burned,
you can do
they
X
could have
coming in here.
burned those
Yes, two coming in
right?
actually.
They could have erased them
I'll
out
do
of
those
the
back to
face
back.
of the
Docs
earth.
donated
They really hate the Jews.
$100. Great work,
If you
Brian.
say the
I
Soviets
don't
really
know
hate
either
the
of
Jews,
these
I mean, you
people
don't say
debating,
that the
but
other
the guy
guys.
on the left is winning because he does not take one step back.
Sure, I'm sure you don't know either of us. Very believable.
That was the joke.
Change your name to not so erudite subscriber.
Please,
just to clarify that you're not a Crucible Crew member. Thank you. You have another one coming in here right now. Thank you.
Docs donated
Another one?
$100. Don't know either of these people debating, but the guy on the left is winning because he does not take one step back. Also, I don't like
It's
Canada.
mainly the Russians. It's mainly the Russians.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
It's mainly them. It's
We're gonna have a
mainly
pizza
them,
party.
okay?
I'll lower the TTS
By
to 69
pure
if they want to send in
nature
like
of
a
them being
kind
the
of a
ones who
final
liberated
cherry on
all.
top
If they spend
message.
$200, can they watch you eat a piece of pizza?
Well, you guys can eat the pizza on stream. That's why I'm ordering the pizza. So
we're having the pizza party on stream?
Debate during debate maybe. Pizza party.
I feel like Andrew and I should charge you to give
soldiers
the fans
captured
that
by
pizza eating
Russians in
ASMR.
these
Only if
in these extermination camps, which were
Andrew,
all
so-
liberated
Okay,
by Russians.
right,
They
you're not having
gave
pizza.
these
I don't know if you guys wanted to close
and
any
they were
threads
truthful.
or if
I
you
agree
wanted
with you. Yes,
give
it
your
happened. Holocaust
Closing
happened. I'm not
statements
disagreeing with
or-
you. I'm just
I'll leave it
giving
up
the
to you
credit
guys. You want
for
an
the
energy drink,
main
Andrew? I have
reveal
applesauce.
to the Soviet
Do you want
Union.
apple?
And
I've
you
got
should too.
applesauce.
And you know,
I have
if
more
they
energy
would just
drinks.
erase
I think
the
I'm
Can't
good.
spill it though.
as
Don't
they
spill it.
liberated
I
them,
wanna
they would
sleep
just
tonight,
kill
so no more
everybody,
energy
Kill
drinks.
the guards, kill the Jews
All right.
because they hate them so much.
Closing
supposedly.
statement?
kill
from
everybody.
Both of you?
I think he goes first because I started, right?
Yes, go for it.
So yeah, just incoherent nonsense. Kyla's position is that the feds, if it was the case that they wanted states to be able to implement religion, would have come up with some kind of bizarre compromise where the entire pan-Protestant fucking who lived inside of the United States would have all agreed to adhere to. It's bizarre, it makes no sense, it ignores the historic context of all forms of the compromise which happened due to the Articles of Confederation. She didn't know anything about the very amendments she was talking about. She doesn't understand the government structure whatsoever. Anytime we got into these various dilemmas when it came to what is un-American, what is not, she just appealed to vagaries. When it came to the various ideas of what it was that we were even discussing, when it came to, this whole thing's un-American, this is what's American, this is what isn't.
I'm not saying it's,
the entire appeal, even for how it wasn't Christian, didn't actually make any sense. The idea was just you can't rule with Christian ethics because Kyla says that you can't because I exegeted it that way because of Agrippa's trilemma. It's bizarre.
And it was the Soviet Union.
Not only that, yeah, that's true. The entire thing you claimed was, why are you going out of your way to interrupt my closing statement? I wouldn't do that to you. So anyway, the whole point here is like she said that she just exegeted it to mean that Christians can't rule their ethics. She literally said she could not point to anything in the Bible except that even the passages she pointed out. The one she points out, she concedes immediately. Yeah, you're right. That's because he's bowing to Satan. The next thing is she couldn't point out the contradiction of Kings except to say, well, the entire reason for that is because God wasn't ready to cede that people didn't need a king yet. And the second we came up with the new idea of democracy in America, or Western nations or the nation state, now we're prepared to not have kings anymore, and that's what God prefers. It's the most bizarre shit that I've ever heard. Not only that, the entire idea that we could have moral facts within the idea of Agrippa's trilemma is fucking absurd. It literally is a reduction to that. So the whole thing to me was incoherent, but I guess the most incoherent part was I still don't understand how it's un-American for Christian nationalists to take office using the confines of liberalism in order to impose laws that they want. That's literally what America is. It's designed for this. It's just a system at this point. And it's not even a coherent position because she concedes that all the states were able to make laws which regarded the ideas of the institutions of religion inside of the states. She even ceded that it was mostly due to the 14th Amendment. States did not give up this right. Rather, the feds took it from them. She also continuously not equivocates, but in this case makes a conflation that federal power is somehow less important than state powers. That was a bizarre part too, which I still don't understand. The entirety of the system, even if I ceded that the founders didn't want to have a federal national religion, which I did 80,000 times, even though we kept going back to it, they didn't want to impose one on a state specifically because the states didn't want that as part of the compromise. So I don't understand why she thinks that the system wouldn't drastically be something completely different if we didn't have the checks and balances between states and the feds. The rest of it was me just pulling out incoherent worldview after incoherent worldview, which was fun, I must admit. But ultimately, like, the clips from this are possibly going to be the most amazing that Crucible has ever produced, I must admit. So for that, I do thank you, Kyla.
Yeah, I guess to start this, it's unfortunate that we didn't have a pickle jar so we could see if you're still strong enough to insist on the Force Doctrine.
Do you want to arm wrestle instead?
Do I want to arm wrestle?
Do you want to arm wrestle instead?
No, I didn't say that you were.
Well, I just want to make.
I just think it's interesting.
Hang on, I want to make sure.
Oh, are you interrupting my outro?
You interrupted mine.
I said that was fine, but it's
for
really
$1,000.
Did you want to arm wrestle, Kyla?
No, I think that you'll probably.
Oh, okay. Well, then
although if I did arm wrestle you,
then what was the point?
Well, the point is that it's the Force Doctrine.
I just wanted to take a shot at you. That was the point.
Do you want me to continue, or do you want to keep interrupting my outro? Okay. So I think one of the things that's really frustrating when talking to Andrew is that he's really, really smart, and he's actually really capable of engaging in good debates. In fact, my favorite debate ever is when we both agreed to be in good faith. The issue is that Andrew knows that in the case of like philosophy, he can't win the argument by being good faith. So he has to insist on straw mans of my position. He has to be bad faith by pretending that he's granting my worldview when he's obviously not granting it, which is unfortunate. It's frustrating because when we have good conversations where we engage with one another honestly, that's what like furthers truth. And I think that that's something that honors God. I think it's something that's interesting. And Andrew didn't want to do that today. I think one of the things that's really important to pull apart here is that insisting that your partner is incoherent, that they're stupid or retarded, doesn't mean you're right. It just means you're mean. It just means you're mean and nasty. And you can be mean and nasty. The issue is that your entire platform is built on this presumption that you're going around looking at non-Christians and calling them dirty, degenerate whores. While A, you barely tell most of Brian's whatever fans that they're also degenerate whores as men. And B, you look around and you won't remove the plank from your own eye. You have gluttony going on, right? You're addicted to cigarettes. You drink all the time. You're overweight. I'm not interested in telling other people all of their sins because I'm mostly of the predilection of trying to figure out my own and trying to be honest before God. I think that, for example, it's bad for Christians to impose our worldview on others. I think Romans, for example, if you go to Romans, right, if a person believes an action is wrong, then performing that action is a sin for that person. This is something most priests believe. This is actually why, for example, priests won't tell people what blaspheming the Holy Spirit is because they believe that if they can't know what it is, then they can't do the sin, right? Knowledge of the sin is essential for doing the sin, which is why when non-Christians who reject the idea of Christ in the first place can't know certain things, so we can't hold them to these standards, right? In Romans 14:14, we have, I know and I am persuaded in the Lord that Jesus is, that in the Lord Jesus, that nothing is unclean in and of itself, but it is unclean for anyone who thinks it is unclean. In Romans 14, Paul goes through this long litany of outlining things that might be sin for you, but are not sins for others, or vice versa. Right? This is well established, but Andrew wants to pretend like this is incoherent, that this isn't Christian, because it makes him win, I guess. And that's fundamentally like what this discussion came down to, is Andrew wanted to win, which is why he was being bad faith incessantly, and didn't want to actually have a meaningful discussion about things that I think we both value. In fact, he went so far as to not just call me retarded, but to insist that I am not even saved, right? Which is, by the way, just really, just look up how God feels about people who engage, who are Raka, right? He calls me a fool. You shouldn't do it. In fact, he says to the Pharisees that the blood of those who they insist are unsaved is on them, that their salvation is besmirched by them. And in fact, Jesus goes so far as to say, "You're a Pharisee, and I would crush you under my foot like a snake." I think at the end of the day, there is a risk that my biblical interpretation is wrong, and that's okay, right? I'm open to that. I'm doing my best to seek truth. What Andrew's insisting on doing is using Russian Orthodoxy, maybe the most garbage religious system ever, that has been completely usurped by the KGB, by the way. He's not even honoring Eastern Orthodoxy. He's using it to justify his baby Christianity, to instantiate his bigotry. That's what he's doing with his faith, and I think it's disgusting.
Orthodox, by the way.
What are you?
Well, I'm not going to say, but I'm not Russian Orthodox.
Which part of Orthodoxy are you part of?
I'm not going to say. The reason I can't, if I dox that and people find church, they'll actually harass the church.
Damn, dude, it looked like the fucking stock market.
You don't believe me?
I believe you, but I don't think that saying which branch of Orthodoxy you're part of will lead to like all this thing. I imagine that there's more churches around here. You're in Dallas, right? There's probably more.
Why the fuck would you say that?
It's going up. I mean,
like why?
You're invested in some good
Why would you say that?
You showed me.
Sorry,
like
was that not publicly known?
Or whatever.
You didn't know if it
they're
was.
headed back down, but
I assume that it was decently public.
I've never said it, no. I've never specifically said that, no.
Everything started off really fucking strong.
So I just, note to self, don't tell Kyla anything personal. Not a good
idea. I thought they would
have
stayed on.
So he's going to stand on this, but I don't know if he even cares that much about to just like point to me and say, see, bad, stupid one. That's not good conversation. If it is the case.
That was an actual bad thing to
do. Well, I had no idea that was
you know how I like just never say anything about where you live, family members' names. I don't talk about any of that stuff. It's because I have people who literally threaten to kill me every day. I've had an assassin come out to try to kill my wife, and I just really prefer you not do that.
That's fair. I apologize for releasing that information. Genuinely. Is there a way that it can be struck from the final
technically still
well,
in the
it's done now. You just saw it, fucking 12,000 people heard it. That's done.
But from the final VOD, at least,
why would it matter?
Why wouldn't that matter to you?
12,000 people just heard that shit? That's done.
I was going to sell.
Okay.
I was going to sell.
I would still prefer that it's removed. Genuinely offer my apology if that wasn't publicly out there.
Looking to
just go back and re-enter when it's low.
Cool. I really appreciate that.
I always just said Texas.
I'm always afraid to do it because I'm afraid that it's going to keep
I didn't know
climbing.
that, genuinely. It seemed like you were decently open about it in the way that I'm open about being in Tampa and moving to Dallas.
So you just always should have a rule of thumb. just to not say stuff like that when you're
and then I sit here and
ever
watch
on
it go
stream
back
about
down,
it. Just
like,
never.
well,
Sure, and I apologize. None of this, however, takes away from the fact that you've engaged in bad faith, that you use
right
other people's sin as a tax while you dismiss planks. And now he's just walking away to pro clutch. So it didn't matter that you were insulting Rachel Wilson, but apparently this is
I've gone back up.
Okay. No, you're not.
He's
working last time I tried.
having a smoke.
That in the middle of my outro.
It's working.
The guy has he smokes cigarettes.
Would you
he's
allow?
jonesing.
Yeah, would you allow me to just walk on the middle of somebody's outro?
But doesn't let me.
Well, I can't. What am I gonna like physically force somebody?
Well, you'd probably be like, hey,
Yeah, like
don't
most
do
of mine are
that.
down though. But
No,
I've
I
gone back
mean
up.
we've had Andrew on for debates, and
L3 Harris
women
is
will
gonna start going up. Scott,
walked
too.
off.
Is that?
Nikki,
good?
were you
Of course,
here
you
with-
won't force me,
when
but
Joe
you don't
was
like
here
that,
like
right?
a minute ago?
Yeah, I mean, of course, but I prefer Andrew to stay. But I also acknowledge that the guy
that
smokes
guy
cigarettes, and
blew
he
my
wanted
head
to. He wanted to have a smoke, so but yeah, women will walk off, and
see,
in fact, when Andrew Wilson was debating
peaked
Crash
at the
Out
start of the
Kylie,
month,
as she's called, Rage Quit Kylie, Crash Out Kylie,
Yeah, but they
she
gotta
got up
fucking
multiple
start building
times,
missiles and shit.
and
soon,
of course,
dude.
it's our
Them,
preference for her to stay there,
Lockheed,
but
That's all I'm asking.
I'd be like,
Raytheon,
okay,
all of
she
them are
she'd
down.
be a little frustrated
like
or
Northrop
flustered,
Grumman,
and I'd be like,
they're all
okay,
down
you need
right now,
a few
but
minutes to cool off.
They gotta go up.
So yeah, I'm not gonna lose my mind if a woman.
Yeah,
I'm trying
maybe
to
it's the
make it
case of like
sexist
production
thing.
hasn't been sold
Like,
yet. So
I don't
maybe
think it's a
they're
sexist thing.
gendered favoritism.
Did I say sexist?
You didn't say sexist,
I think
but you're.
Andrew's your friend,
trying-
and so you give him extra stretches because you understand that he's been good to you and you want to be loyal to him.
But I've
But
been
you wouldn't
fair
give
to
to
you.
me.
I think I've been fair
I
to
agree,
you
but you
today.
did allow him to
you
walk
asked?
out in the middle of my
What
outro
the
and interrupt my
budget
outro
that the
significantly
US
more than I've
defense,
interrupted his.
Well, there's some interruptions both ways, but also in terms of look, Andrew. Yeah, okay, you're doing your closing, but Andrew's pointing out, hey, don't say that.
That's super fair, and I'm
But
genuinely
we should
in the
not
wrong
even,
for that.
We should not even draw more attention to that whole thing. I think we can.
All it's done now.
Yeah.
Here, Mickey, check this out. Let me show you mine.
Did you
how the
have?
fuck do I do it?
Did you
There
have
we go.
more?
I
for your
don't know.
statement,
It
or-
seems like he doesn't want to engage with me.
I'm
Has
listening
been
to what
bad
you're
faith.
saying.
Well, you walked away in the middle of me talking, which is totally fine if
What
you're
do you-
upset.
what do
And
you
like
use?
genuinely,
Not upset.
of course you are. You're
I'm
upset.
listening to what you're saying.
Cut the man some
Yeah, look
slack.
at, look
He
at how
has
the
an
day
addiction.
started, bro. It was all fucking.
Don't say that. That would be
great.
sad.
I woke up early. I was
An
watching
addiction.
it
Look, hey,
raise,
you know,
and then
I
I
like-
fucking just
Finish
started
your
He's
closing. Enough
The
of
man
that.
needs
Bitcoin
his
right
smokes,
here.
okay?
I get up and
That was-
smoke
that
every
was-
debate
that was almost-
multiple times.
That's
Almost,
totally
it was
fine.
at 199.
Give him
I
a-
didn't say that that's
should've
new.
just
Cut him
fucking
some
sold
slack.
it
I've cut him
and
slack the whole time.
re-entered,
The issue is that
you
he's
know.
called me retarded, right? He's called me multiple
that's the
things.
thing,
So if you
like-
want to
did
have
call
equal
him a
standards.
bit overweight, and as
Even
At
like
the
the
end,
$100
hold
a
on,
day.
hold on,
out of
after.
solidarity,
Pretty
out of
cool.
solidarity as an overweight
Fuck
man,
yeah, it
I took
is.
great offense.
Sure, but
I
it's
mean,
not
like,
a
right
sin
now,
to you
if I
because you're
sold
not a
that
Christian.
Bitcoin
You
and I
body
sold that
shamed
Doge, that's,
Andrew
you know,
Wilson.
No, it's
And
not a
I
shame.
think you owe the man an apology, to be
If
honest.
he
Look at
thinks that
everything's
gluttony
fucking
is a sin,
went
then
down.
he probably
Everything was
shouldn't do that
going
thing.
up this morning.
Don't-
Like right here,
look,
if you look.
Couldn't you?
Lockheed,
Yeah, I got a few
LMP,
pounds, but I don't think I'm a fucking
all of
glutton.
these, Lockheed,
I mean,
Raytheon,
Like, there's a different. Like, I've
NOC,
seen
that's
fat
Northrop
people, and I'm not
Grumman,
one
and
of them.
of
I mean,
course,
I think you're
L3
a beast.
He's got a
all
dad
of
bod,
them.
okay.
They
That's
gotta stop
fine.
fucking-
What's my
That's
reason?
fine.
I
The
don't
issue
have
is
children.
if
This
he's
man has multiple
if he's
children.
going to obsess, if he's going to obsess about other people's sins, he should probably take the planks out of his own eye first.
But it's
Or
not sinning. My understanding is not sinning to smoke. It's not
it
sinning.
is
No,
sin to be
not.
addicted.
Is it sinning?
No,
to
it's
the
not.
dog?
Prove it.
Not a
You're
sin
not
to be
going to see any
addicted.
Yeah,
investments.
addiction itself
Basically,
is it a
from what
sin?
somebody told me was
Okay,
they've got
really?
two
Is
sister
addiction itself a
companies,
sin?
Yeah.
and they're basically
Okay,
selling
so
and
what
buying
if you're addicted to
between
going to
themselves,
church? Is that
right?
simple?
So they're not
How are you
going to be going
addicted
up
to
and
going
down.
to
Because
church?
anything can be an
Something like
addiction.
that.
Playing
That's
your
not
guitar
true.
too much can
That's
be an
not true.
addiction. Yes, it can.
No.
So
Boeing
I'm sorry.
should
If you
move too.
go to
I
church
actually
every
thought
single
about selling
day
to
and you're
NVIDIA.
like,
You know what
man, I just
sold?
fiend for it. I just want to go
sold
all
Part of
Intel
out.
and I
addiction is like a
sold
functional
Tesla the other day, and I've been
disability
sitting
that
here
happens, right?
watching
Like
them. See, I
doing
have
something a
them
lot
both
isn't
right there.
inherently an
I was
addiction.
gonna
Addiction has
re-enter.
like specific
Not
steps.
inherently. It didn't say. I
No,
just
I'm
said,
gonna
could
wait
you go
till
into
this
church
goes
be an
down into
addiction?
380s.
Probably not. No.
No. Okay.
I mean, I'd like to
So
get a
could
position
playing the
somewhere
guitar
like
become an
there and
addiction?
put a few $100
Again,
on it.
probably not.
So what things
Well,
can't
listen,
fit the
problem.
category of what
I've
is
been
an
chasing
addiction?
these, dude. I
It requires mood modification. It has to have withdrawal symptoms associated with it. continues to cause like significant impairment or dysfunction within your life.
So buy one.
Those are
Why
going to
couldn't
be like
church fall under all those things?
How is church causing impairment in your life?
Because without it, you experience withdrawals.
I did it with a few.
Withdrawals is not the impairment that we're talking about. We're meaning that like when you use heroin, you do drugs, you might do crimes, or you might end up like damaging relationships. I don't drink coffee.
If you did, would that be a sin?
Potentially, yeah.
Because it's essentially or it is.
Yeah, I'd say it is because it's a substance.
So people who drink coffee every single morning, and then they have caffeine withdrawals.
Do they know that it's that they're addicted and that's wrong?
They know that they're addicted to coffee.
And do they think it's wrong?
I think I see something. I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna make some money.
Yeah. Welcome to Romans 14.
Same with Playboy.
Okay, so Christians.
Huh?
Yeah, Christians.
Yeah, you want to chat GPT.
So as long as Christians don't believe it's wrong, it's fine.
So for example, the NFT one, I can tell you right there what that was.
Wrong, so it's fine.
So NFT was like a big enough
thing
where people could buy like virtual assets.
So it's fine.
Well, that's not the same thing. Thinking that it's not wrong isn't the same thing as not knowing it's wrong.
Lost interest in it because it was not worth it.
Well,
so that's why
or they just disagree with you.
So nobody really
that wouldn't matter whether it's sin or not.
Okay, so then I'm asking you.
What I would say is,
if a Christian is addicted to coffee, is that wrong?
Go on to ChatGPT.
It depends on if they know that it's wrong to be addicted to coffee.
What are the best stocks to invest in?
And how would they know? Like if you told them, now they know.
I think that they would engage in exegetical eisegesis and divine revelation to figure out like what their sins are. I think that like parishioners and whatnot. Yes, this is typically how we go about figuring out sin.
Basically, we'll
pull in. Do you deny like prayer as a way of self?
All those articles that you probably can't be asked to read, like me, about like business times.
What would that have to do with anything?
Well, typically when you're trying to figure out whether or not your behavior is sin, specifically in sin that's not clear, the caffeine didn't exist at the Bible days, right? You're trying to figure out when you're doing sin. Usually you have to do it prayerfully. This is why, for example, things that could be sin for me might not be sin for you.
LFX Airlines.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right.
£26 million at the end of the year
for a person to be addicted to cigarettes.
five new
if
jets
they do not
for
know,
Boeing. I don't know, something crazy like that.
Okay.
So then it'll give you. It would say this would be a good one to invest in long term.
Okay, demonstrate
because
that.
As of next April,
all the evidence of like it seems like you're pretty theologically based. It seems like you have a pretty good understanding of the Bible, and I think you went through the catechisms of your faith.
And according to all of the, I know priests who smoke.
I did get one the other day.
That doesn't make it not a sin.
Yeah, they don't think it's sinful. The Orthodox Church does not think smoking is sinful.
I didn't say smoking is an addiction.
Even addiction in and of itself may not be necessarily sinful.
What are instances where addiction isn't a sin?
Because you can have things which you would consider fall under the category of addiction that may not be anything which is non-preferable. Like for instance, like I would say, guitar. You can become so infatuated or have an addiction to the guitar. Perhaps this is part of your profession or something like this, but you actually experience withdrawals when you're not playing or something like that.
How is it causing dysfunction in your life?
Because if you're not playing or you're not pursuing that, it causes you distress. It causes you distress.
That's not the same thing as
well. Then what?
Dysfunction is usually within social, economic, or interpersonal. That's usually what we're looking for.
So what is the dysfunction from heroin?
Making new ones.
It typically has massive impacts on your relationship, your job, and your health.
So if you were addicted to the guitar and it was having some kind of like negative effect where your wife is like, hey, I really would prefer that you didn't play guitar so much. I would really prefer that. That's creating dysfunction now, right?
It depends on if like you guys negotiate and talk about it and you're just absolutely unwilling. But you being absolutely unwilling to stop playing the guitar isn't evidence of addiction necessarily.
I'm just asking why couldn't it fit all these criteria?
I'm just trying to understand
how. You haven't established that it does.
I'm asking why
how people do this. How and why people look to make a profit.
I'm asking why couldn't.
Because the dysfunction of causing interpersonal preference issues isn't the necessity of dysfunction. We're looking at
so then you can like responsibly use heroin where it's not causing dysfunction in your life?
No, not really. How would you do that?
Yeah.
I've already made about $1,300.
If you just are living your life normally and then you also do heroin and then live it normally.
How do you live it normally when you're doing heroin? Heroin will knock you out for like hours straight.
Okay, well, let's say meth. But you just take like
even more so.
You take like a little teeny tiny bit and that's it.
How is that not leading to dysfunction in your life?
Because it's not causing any sort of distress for people around you, at least under the criteria that you gave.
Well, you typically are gonna, it's because sleep dysfunction's at minimum.
That doesn't cause that.
Meth is active in your system for about 14 to 24 hours.
A little teeny tiny amount.
No, the duration it's active is the same. It would just be the dosing.
That doesn't mean it would affect your sleep.
It wouldn't necessarily. When you take a stimulant, it does affect your sleep, especially long-standing.
Unless it's
you know what I mean?
That you're taking
like it's one of those
commonsensical
things
so your sleep is always on the same pattern.
At all.
It's not affecting your sleep at all.
I'm saying like
it typically is, and you require the tolerance buildup.
I don't know. I see it in my coworkers, for an example, when it comes to like trading cards
part of like specifically
Pokemon,
substance addictions.
They buy all these specific
you have all of that.
Pokemon cards, and they hold on to it for years, hoping
you're not having
provides
any withdrawals because you
monetary
keep
value.
Well, if you
And it
stop
actually
taking it, you
does
would have
work.
withdrawals.
And if you stop playing the
The
guitar,
worth of the
you have
card.
withdrawals. Okay,
But
so
at the same time, I'm like,
when it
really?
comes to dysfunction,
I'm like, you're
if
just
the
gonna waste
guitar
away
is not the
money
guitar is
for
affecting your sleep because you just want to play the guitar.
possibility of being able to get
we would
more
probably
when
put that
you
in the
don't even
bracket of
know if
OCD
you'd be
before we
able to
put it in the
get more
bracket
than
of
what you put
dysfunction of
into this
addiction.
whole
Why?
thing.
Because it's
Like,
not
it's
using
just-
the same like
it's like
neurocognitive like.
I'm not saying what you're doing is
the neural
gambling.
correlates are
It's
usually
not.
going to be
Stock
different.
trading
You
is
can't be
very
addicted
different.
to,
Like, if you were just doing it as a
behaviors.
main
You can be addicted to behaviors, but
occupation,
not
just
not
the
a
guitar.
hobby, I would say, okay, maybe
I don't
he's
think there's
gambling.
any
You know
evidence
what I
of
mean?
guitar addiction.
So it's just
Really?
Yeah, you know what?
so.
You don't
Pull
take
it up.
into consideration.
Can you become
they don't
addicted
take into
to guitar?
consideration inflation when it comes to those Pokemon cards.
But also, wait,
Is there
you're missing a
guitar
point as well, though.
addiction?
You
Yes,
understand that
guitar
most of
addiction
these
can
stock
absolutely be a real thing,
will-
though it's
will-
not
if you
a
look at the
formal
actual
medical
they're
diagnosis
all-time,
like substance addiction.
charts, like the graphs
What
of the
people
all-time.
usually mean by
They're
guitar
always
addiction is a
on the
behavioral
rise.
addiction,
But
similar
obviously
in
have
pattern,
periods
though
of
usually
like
not
up and down. Those
severity
down
to things
periods
like
very
gaming
rarely go back
or
to
social
start.
media addiction.
The
You
only
can become
companies that will
addicted.
do
But
that
not
are
in
the
any
ones
medical
that
way that
you-
we mean.
the early
Gotcha.
companies.
You didn't qualify that you
Nobody
need to
really
be
would
a
invest
medical
in.
diagnosis.
And if they do, they,
Wait,
they
what are
know
we
that they're
talking about
taking
with
a
addiction
massive
if we're not
risk.
talking
For
about some level
example,
of
like,
medical diagnosis?
Why does that need to be medically diagnosed?
We have something
Well,
called legal
when we say
agenda,
it
right?
doesn't.
Which is
okay,
Hold on, no,
basically-
no, stop,
I have
no,
no
it doesn't
medical
have to be.
diagnosis for addiction.
Forever.
Not,
And they will be
not-
I
involved
didn't say that it
with
has
all
to be
kinds of,
medically
for example,
diagnosed. The medical
legal
standards of
and
diagnostics is what we're
general,
referring to when we're talking about functionality, withdrawal,
solicitors,
tolerance. These are like medical
Apparently
diagnoses.
this all falls
Somebody
under
can
that.
obviously be addicted, even if they haven't seen a
So
doctor that says.
can you be
so
addicted
they'll
to the
never go
guitar?
away, and they'll just
I
keep going
think
up and
very
up and up
rarely,
and
and
up and up.
most
So
of the time,
there'll be
anyone.
some
yes.
margins, but it's going to be
sure,
very
I would-
rare.
Okay,
that just
thank
all of a
you.
sudden
But
go
the issue
bust.
is, find me a single example of
It's
somebody
like
actually
fucking
addicted to
pulling
guitar.
teeth to get the answers out of you.
What do you mean? That's been your side as well.
No, it's the opposite.
Really? So the Agrippa's trilemma thing wasn't pulling teeth, getting you to admit that you were being like judgmental about my lack of traditionalism. Wasn't pulling teeth.
Yeah, true.
No, I don't think it was.
You're just the perpetual victim.
Like
Only you
even
were
if somebody
suffering.
dumps
No one
and
suffers
sells
like
their
Andrew
shares,
suffers.
That's true.
It doesn't really deplete
At least
your
not on this
shares.
show.
Like
Nobody
someone else
suffers
will
like I
just
do
come
on this
along
show.
straight
That's
away
Well,
and
you
just
make a
buy
lot of
those
money
shares
from
up
it,
again.
so it's
and
pretty
they'll
good
just
for you.
boost back up.
That, well, not on this show.
One of my
But this
buddies
show,
told me
dominantly led to a large
because,
portion
like
of
I
success.
said, I
so.
just started.
Sort of.
I would have still had, I think, the same amount of success
If you
without the
quiz me
show.
on-
Honestly.
Really? Without
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Stocks and crypto.
You know who told me
trading,
that?
I wouldn't
Brian.
fucking have a clue, bro.
I'm sure he did because he's your friend.
But he
That's
was
a nice
telling
thing to
me,
say.
he's like, people that say
Well,
that
you know,
gambling, that's
I
just
like
the
to
thing that broke
think I,
people
you know,
say.
had a bit of a guiding
Oh,
hand.
okay.
I don't disagree. That was my position.
I mean, I guess it could
You're
be. And
well,
I know
extremely
that-
large
I think
platform.
what I said,
maybe
Andrew,
contributed to it.
is you're so talented.
I mean,
the
every
cream
morning I was looking at
rises
this
to the
stuff, trying
top.
to find that one
The
that
cream
I could
rises to the top.
throw
Very
a little
talented
money
guy,
in and
Andrew.
make, you know, maybe
And yeah,
Can you give him a
$100
platform
off of,
for many
even
months
just
to
turn
talk
20
about
bucks
the
into
platform?
30 bucks.
I'm not saying it's only Brian.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not saying it's only Brian. Of course you're talented,
Yeah.
right? Of course,
I
it's
get it,
important
that's a
for you to rise
gamble.
up.
But I'm doing that on really
I
small
thought so.
scale. Like I'm doing that with like
Okay, but I don't know why you're fighting me.
$100 or $200. I'm not.
Because
And
I told
then
you
you
what
know
Brian
I'm
said.
investing
Which
into,
didn't
like,
seem to disagree with me.
companies that I think are going to
But
grow.
Roland,
Andrew
I mean,
has the
that's
sauce.
what he
Can I
said to
ask
me.
you something while we-
Andrew has the
Like, you
sauce.
guys
Do you think he would have
did
made it completely without you? Had no contribution to his career.
Well, you know, I like to think that I played a helping hand.
Me too. I agree. You got an opportunity through Brian, and you're talented, so you maximize the opportunity. That's
How
great.
much it went up,
Okay.
how much you
I could
paid
just
out
take.
of
Maybe
it,
I should just take
how much
more
the inflation went up.
credit.
I haven't been doing it
I
long
think
enough
you
to
could.
say.
More credit, you know.
Mickey
Who in
might
the-
be able
just
to
curious,
tell you.
like,
I
for
mean,
the
he's
Crucible, like,
probably
did
been
you-
into it longer than
You
I
know,
have.
some of you discover Andrew from whatever.
He does break it
Anyways,
down for
we
you,
have
but
some
I
super
don't
chats.
think
Why don't we read
there's a
the
worry
super
of
chats?
inflation
Of
because
course. You know, maybe good
just
amount.
regardless
Good
of
amount.
inflation, your input is still going.
You know, but I do want to
whatever
say,
you
though,
put in there
look,
originally is still going to be the same as whether or not it
Andrew's
makes you go.
trajectory
Yeah, you could
has
sit there
been
and
stellar.
I agree.
He, within 2 years of his, essentially 2 years, basically 2 years of his first appearance on the Whatever podcast, the man, he was on Joe Rogan, he's been on a bunch of other,
we're talking
Steven
like
Crowder, Patrick Bet-David, he's got his own huge
we're talking about like
and the thing you don't know about Andrew
increases. We're not
is
talking about
he
like,
likes to do skits
There's
His skits are very good.
I actually do know this because I've known Andrew for 3 years. I knew him in the Big Papa Fascist days. So I remember he wrote me a song. He wrote me a song. It was a really actually, for those who don't know, Andrew is a good guitar player and a pretty decent singer. Did you know that?
He is. Sometimes after the shows, he serenades me. In a
is that when you lint roll him?
In a platonic kind of way.
Yeah, but that if anything, that's better for you because it's like saying, for example, if you bought a house 30 years ago and it was only $25,000.
Anyways, guys, get us to 7,000 likes. Like the video. We have some super chats we're gonna let through. Hold on one second.
As an obese man.
The pizza is,
which is fine. I just.
Pizza's almost here, by the way. Okay, we have JP Belly. Thank you for the Canadian 100. How much is that? What's the conversion?
No, but the same thing with
it's $2. Like this guy is scamming.
He is. He's getting freebies.
JP, you gotta step it up. To Andrew, give this to her utilitarianism.
Right?
Is if I do no harm, I can do it. But what if is wow, the Canadian education system is
5-6 times
what if is hurting society as a whole? Utilitarianism fails. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, brother.
I was just gonna say she's not utilitarian.
There's so many.
Thank you for that,
factors.
Mr. Canada. Abe, not dogma, preconditions, even skepticism presupposes logic, language, and meaning. Without those, you couldn't argue skepticism at all.
You can argue all sorts of things, and
that's really
that axioms at a foundational level are often unjustifiable.
Always unjustifiable.
Why not?
Unless you can solve Agrippa's trilemma.
From our view.
Yeah, that's what I've got. It's called a cash ice.
That's bad faith.
Because you don't believe that.
I just corrected it. The guy. I was like, it's always unjustifiable.
I'm not doing this on the by the way. Anymore.
A year.
Okay.
So
by the way, we're 200 likes away from 6,000. If you guys can help us break the threshold. Okay, we have a bunch of chats coming in here. One moment. Here while I get these pulled up, if it will finally load. We have King Ryan with a message. Thank you, King.
I don't know. I think you might be speaking more about what's called CFD. I don't know what the
until a Christian majority does what they think works.
Something daily.
Then suddenly the method
and that'll be the one where it's like
works isn't moral, right? Works is pragmatic, and if you'll notice, almost all
green lines and red lines,
almost all theocracies got crushed under Western liberal democracies because they're better systems. They work better.
That one has
theocracies last longer than any Western democracy.
Doesn't matter. They're still fallen, haven't they?
Then all you're saying that's the most fallacious argument you've made.
No, it's not.
Yes, the idea that because this thing failed after existing for 1,000 years, and thing hasn't failed, which has existed for a couple of hundred years, thing which has existed for a couple of hundred years is better than thing which existed for 1,000 years.
It's better in a lot of ways. It's better in, for example, life expectancy. I believe under most theocracies, the average age was, I think, like 35, whereas now we've jumped all the way up to like 85 to 90.
Because it was fucking 900 years ago.
You're right. Technology changes, which makes certain systems obsolete, and better systems that work alongside the technology come around. And in fact, I'm sure you would agree with me, our society now is flourishing. Not necessarily morally, but it's flourishing more than any theocracy that exists now or in the past.
Right?
Because I think that if the United States was a theocracy, it would flourish just as much. The idea, absolutely. We would still be locked away from any of the enemies that could ever possibly harm us. We would have an ocean between us and them, like we do right this second.
But imagine
an
if
ocean,
some motherfucker
which ICBMs can cross. Planes
yes,
can cross.
we have the largest, most resource-rich fucking area on planet
Earth. How do we utilize? Well, I don't know. I think Russia has a larger.
We utilize it for oil. We utilize it for all sorts of reasons.
Isn't Russia larger and more resource rich?
Well, I think it's larger by land mass, but that's because you add Siberia to it.
Sure, but isn't it more resource rich as well?
No. I don't think it's more resource rich, no.
Okay.
Than the United States. The United States was completely untapped of resources, in fact.
So what the American project is, it's not flourishing and successful and amazing because of Western liberal democracy. It's just like an inevitability of the resources.
It was flourishing under the 13 colonies and a monarchy too.
Actually, it wasn't flourishing in the way that it is now.
Well,
when did it become?
Based on the technology,
superpower.
Based on the technology that was available
the mentality change.
the 13 colonies
when the price gets back down to 66,000, I'm dollar cost averaging.
They fucking were
That's
flourishing.
the mentality change.
Fuck yes, they were.
I should have sold it.
They were
flourishing. Fuck it.
Yeah,
now that I'm already
under a monarchy. And by the way, England was the most powerful military of the time.
And the motivation. And here's the simple motivation of it all.
Still flourishing.
I mean, nobody would look at England and actually say that it's a monarchy. It's obviously not a monarchy.
Look at all time.
No,
the whole chart across
England,
the whole
monarchs
history,
actually lease the land
and that
to the
motivates
state.
people.
That's true, but that doesn't make it a monarchy.
They actually do have more authority. They're not just figureheads.
Does a democracy exist in the UK?
Of course, that was part of the way that they did the land structure. But the point is that for the time, the technology of the time, the monarchies were the most powerful technologically, and monarchy did not in any way, shape, or form stymie technology. In fact, it assisted with it due to all the mass warfare which was going on between nations.
Sure, and then Western liberal nations and democracies came along within America, and it was even better at innovation and science and technology because it just allowed it.
It's not any better at innovation and technology.
You don't think that America is leading in science?
Right this second? Yes, but
When
it's the
Japan has no interest in Bitcoin, all of a sudden has interest in Bitcoin.
And when England was the hegemon of planet Earth, when England was the hegemon of planet Earth, they were still the hegemon, also thanks to science, and it was a fucking monarchy.
Right? There's so much blood in the streets
do you think that the monarchy supported science more or less than the founding?
They loved it. It was critical to military technology.
Like, you might want to be careful. You can still go down. You probably don't want to buy. Or maybe you do, because
when we got to mass industrialization and we have a massive landmass of untapped resources, but if America was a monarchy, I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't be every bit as successful as it is right now.
So then why aren't all of these successful theocracies and monarchies out there just dominating compared to the Western liberal democracies?
Well, it depends. Some of them are doing quite well.
I was sitting on this platform.
For instance, the United Arab Emirates is doing quite well.
20,000 and that's trading 5,000 and that's trading 35,000.
But they're different nations.
You know, so if it goes back down,
I'm asking you specifically here, is it whether or not we transitioned to Western democracies inside of the West because due to philosophy and what was going on at the time? We did. That does not answer the question as to whether or not if we had remained monarchies, if we would be as successful or not as successful.
Yeah, so find me a monarchy that's just so successful.
That would not have any bearing on that argument. Whether or not a monarchy exists right this second that's more successful than the United States or a Western nation would have no bearing at all on whether or not if Western nations remained monarchies, they would be just as successful. It does not answer that question.
If they're able to already trade 100,000 Bitcoin in a cycle, then,
I don't want any.
You know, and I'm only able to trade 10. Who's going to win?
I told you. Because I'm obese and I'm trying to lose some weight. I'm getting in and out, Brian. Yeah. Anyway, that does not answer the question. That's a liberal red herring. It doesn't actually answer the question as to whether or not monarchies would be just as successful as Western democracies.
What
we would want to do is we'd want to make comparisons as to scientific and technological advancements based on the technology of the time. And it's the case that in the time of monarchs, there was massive advancements in technology due to the fact that there was lots and lots of warfare. In fact, I would argue that most of the United States technologies were not pre-20th century. These happened post-20th century, most of these technologies, and that was due to mass warfare. This includes nuclear energy, nuclear bombs, things like this. Those were all things which were products of war.
Guess what?
All of them were products
I work for a based-ass company that when I'm signing up for insurance, only ask you legal sex and not gender.
So is there any evidence that could be supplied that make you go, actually, maybe Western liberal democracies are more effective with science and utilize them better, which is why they're the preferred form of governance.
That's not why they have a preferred form of governance.
I didn't say that's why. I said, is there any evidence that I could supply that would convince
Yes, you could look at scientific advancement under warfare conditions of countries that, and based on their technology of the time, in comparison to other nations.
Do you know anything about the Blue Cross
system? So do you think America jumped forward in military innovations during World War I or II, more or less than the innovations in, say, example, the 100 Years' War that Britain?
Not at all. I think that the Germans, who were under a fucking fascistic leader, wasn't a democracy at all, had way more technological innovations via warfare than we did.
Really?
Really?
Okay, that's crazy, but true.
Why? Why is that crazy?
We solved Manhattan Project, and we solved nukes and nuclear
the atomic
power.
bomb. Yeah, they were working on heavy water.
Atomic
they
bomb, Boeing, the P-51 Mustang fighter jet, right? Like almost all of our technology.
Yeah, the MP-44, the Tiger tank. I could write the list of engineering fucking marvels from Germany.
What are your thoughts on HSAs?
Why do you think we got their scientists? Why do you think we brought all their scientists here? Because they were fucking better than our scientists were, especially at rocket.
Why did their scientists come here? Did they come here because maybe Western liberal democracies give more capacity?
They came here because we told them if they don't, we would kill them, and we called it Operation Paperclip.
A lot of them check pre-tax, and then
the ones who came here on Operation Paperclip, it was that where you faced the wall, like all the Germans did after the war. If you were part of the German hierarchy, what the fuck happened to you in the Nuremberg trials?
My company has.
A lot of them were trying to prosecute.
Hung. You got hung.
Your work is doing this?
Yeah, and what do you think would have happened? What do you think would have happened to the people who were making the fucking weapons? They would have fucking, the same shit would have happened to them.
Do you think most of the, wait, so you think that most of the German scientists came over here after World War II was ended, but also that the American engineering was exploding in World War II because we took all of their scientists?
I didn't say during World, no, the opposite.
Well, World War II saw major advancements in technology of America, right?
Germans during World War II, the only thing you could give to the United States, which wasn't even just the United States, it was a co-op, including with German scientists for the Manhattan Project. That's one. And two,
yeah, they came here.
Yes. The fucking
Western liberal democracies are a little bit better
because they didn't want to die. The Germans had tons of innovation.
So should I go for their standard or their gold?
But the thing is like, yes, the Germans have mass
regimes are really bad for science development.
How is it bad for what? What about Nazi Germany was bad for scientific development?
Chasing away every one of their Jewish scientists was pretty bad for their scientific development.
Having massive, like they developed interstate highway systems. They were the very first ones to do that. They developed the very first automobile, which was available to the common man. Like these people.
Wait, no. The Mercedes-Benz was developed in like the first vehicle that existed was the Mercedes-Benz.
What would you be
looking
for?
You said the first
recommend I look
the
for
first inexpensive automobile, which was available to the common man, was the Volkswagen.
Most realistic.
That's what it was made for.
I believe Henry Ford is the one that revolutionized automobiles to be affordable.
They weren't very affordable, not in comparison to the Volkswagen. And the Volkswagen was designed specifically for this.
Wait, do you think the assembly line was more contributory to the automobile being cheaper or Volkswagen? I don't even know what you think Volkswagen did uniquely that reduced the cost. Henry Ford is the one that proliferated vehicles because he developed the assembly line.
Well, what happened with Volkswagen?
And Mercedes-Benz were developed in Germany
wait a second. The Volkswagen itself, first of all, Germans had auto engineering before World War II.
I didn't say that they didn't. In fact, I granted that Mercedes-Benz was
They also had innovations on assembly lines that the United States didn't have. And the thing that's interesting about Germany is, again, their technology, especially in the battlefield, was leaps ahead of ours. Leaps ahead. With rocketry, it was leaps ahead, even including with their fighter aircraft, with their tanks, with everything. It was only near the end of the war that we ended up with any jet plane at all. But the Germans were kicking the fucking shit out. The only reason we had such a hard time with them is because they were fighting with fucking all of Europe. Otherwise, we would have been dealing with 3.5 million of them, and it would have been a fucking nightmare. Would have been a nightmare.
So you think Germany is just better at science and innovation? It's not really a uniquely American thing. You think that Western liberal democracy?
I don't think it's unique to liberal democracy. No fucking chance.
I said Western liberal democracies are the best at it.
No, they're not. They weren't the best at it then.
So it seems like we developed the atomic, the Manhattan Project, nuclear
with help
power.
of German scientists.
Especially if you're really helped.
Well, Jewish German scientists.
Yeah, German scientists.
Well, Germany and the lack of Western liberal democracy maybe facilitate why those scientists were here.
Yeah, nobody's disputing that. That has no bearing on whether or not.
How does that have any bearing?
Germany under their fascist rule.
How does the fascistic rule that was aiming to kill Jews not significantly contribute to the scientific development in which Jews had to flee Germany for fear of genocide? How is that? How is the statecraft, which made the genocide happen, not contributing to the scientific development?
So you're saying that under fascism, that even though one group of people who had scientists in it had to flee,
not under fascism,
Germany was still doing so well that they had more technological innovations than the United States during the war.
I don't believe that they had more.
They definitely did.
I just don't think that that's true. I think that the United States developed the Sherman, right? Part of why
the Sherman was nothing. The Tiger destroyed it like it was nothing. They had to in fact, they had to produce them 5-1. That was what our literal war model was. We cannot beat this thing unless it's 5-1.
It really does matter, doesn't it? Because I don't go to the.
Here, pull up.
Go to the dentist.
How did a Sherman match up against a Tiger?
Any other additional things like
it's not even in the same fucking. The only reason, in fact, because they could not mass produce them.
Why? You're
she has
right.
tiny little hands. She's like 5
system
foot
did we
nothing.
utilize to figure out a cheaper, more cost-effective way to make tanks?
No, that had nothing to do with anything.
That is a large part of it.
Yeah,
so German engineering is like state of the art. There's almost nothing. There is nothing that competes with German engineering. One of the problems with German engineering.
It's so good.
Are you going to let me speak?
Because like there's been times where I'm like, oh my neck, I need to read
position. Oh
yeah, we need to make you comfortable. Hold on, this is really
the Tigers. Are you going to let me talk?
Yeah, but even the non-Tigers.
We're on the same page.
It's so bad.
So the
Panzers were better. All of them were better.
Sure, but the issue is that they were harder to build, they were harder to maintain, and they required a higher level of expertise, which is why, despite the fact that maybe it was 1 to 5, we could build 5.
You're the only one I want to see in my
one
world.
with the time and expertise.
Yeah,
that's actually part of science, is making things more efficient and easier to do, like Henry Ford did. That's part of
the
science.
resource of not having our nation being fucking attacked.
True, that is part of it. So you don't think America ingenuity at all had anything to do with it?
Well, no, of course that had something to do with the innovations that we had. Of course,
I have that.
I don't understand why you dislike America so much.
Oh, okay. I dislike America because I'm not a revisionist about history.
I'm not revising history at all, right? So was it the case that the Tiger was like one of the most effective tanks for an individual?
And the Panzers.
Sure. Yes, because German engineering study the art. The issue is that part of engineering, part of science, isn't just making things at the state of the art, it's also making them cost effective and easy to utilize, right? So if you can have 5 tanks that you can build more quickly, you can man more quickly because less expertise is required, so you can use those 5 tanks to take out the one. The 5 tanks is better in this situation.
The problem you have with this logic is that if Germany was only going head to head with the United States, that would not have been.
But then there's other things like, oh shit, the side of my head is blowing up. What the fuck?
Not only can you not say that that's true, there's no way that we can do that.
Actually, we can. We can do a military matchup between what would happen if every single Panzer and Tiger was only fighting with the cross-continental United States only. No Britain, no Russian front, none of that. And we can match it up. And yes,
but then
fucking German tanks would have blown our shit out of the fucking water.
But the issue is that we could build 5 times more than that.
If they weren't fighting the whole world.
No, the reason why they can't build 5 times more is because part of science is making things more efficient and easier to utilize, right? One of the most important things
in that case, that wasn't the problem, though. The problem was they were getting fucking destroyed because they were fighting the world.
That's a really big part of it, right? Part of science and engineering, part of the importance of science and engineering is making things more easily acceptable.
Right, like we're talking.
So in the case of internet, it used to be the case that we needed huge buildings to house everything, and now we have it in our phones. That's science and technology. Science and technology doesn't just mean big and strong and fast. It means efficient. It means all of these things. And while German engineering was state of the art, the machines themselves operated fantastically. There was a high level of expertise required to operate them, and it was significantly more complicated to build. Whereas most American tanks are easy to build. This is why the Abrams is now the dominant tank that people use, because it's both fantastic at basically fucking everything. But on top of that,
because of a Rolls-Royce contract. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, so the thing is,
smart of Americans to make that contract.
This doesn't do anything for your position.
Of course it does.
No,
is it not the Americans that built
the position is whether or not I can name a nation that wasn't a Western democracy, Germany, World War II, that had as many technological innovations as the United States. The answer is definitely yes.
I would say that you have not proven
definitely
that.
Yes. And by the way,
saying their tank was better is not the same thing as saying that they had more advancements.
It's my turn. I just let you prattle forever. So here's the thing that's funny, is like you can't actually equalize for these things. If we took the entire Soviet front out, we took the entire European front out from the Germans, and we were able to just match up tank for tank, man for man. Yes, they were a much more technologically advanced army, and that would have been a much more likely unwinnable war at that point.
It would have been very difficult, right? By no means am I interested in dismissing Germany. But what I am saying is that it seems to be the case that
seems to be the case that Western democracy, under democracy, does not just make the most innovative shit and that fascists do too.
So I just let you prattle on for a while.
Yeah,
it's my turn to talk now. Okay, right? So in this case, you're saying, well, 1 for 1, their tanks were better. Sure, the issue is that that's not necessarily innovation and engineering. Part of engineering and science and technology is making things more efficient.
Oh,
right?
I see.
Do you disagree with that?
Was France a Western democracy?
Yes.
Then why the fuck did the Germans just roll over them like they were bitches?
A whole bunch of things.
No. The part of science, Kyla, is making sure that your army is super sophisticated and that you can make assembly line products so that you can attack these people. And that's what we can do. Why were the Germans able to literally walk in and make France surrender in 2 weeks?
I believe that there was a significant amount of surprise. They invented a new technology called Blitzkrieg.
Oh.
Yeah.
How could they be surpassing these Western democracies?
How? Multiple ways.
I thought you couldn't surpass a Western democracy in science and technology.
When did I say that?
You said Western democracies are by far the best at science and innovation and this and that.
That doesn't mean
how come all these Western democracies were getting blown to bits by the fascists?
Because there are going to be Western democracies that are worse than fascism. That doesn't.
Yeah.
Wait, that doesn't change.
Exactly.
No, wait. This doesn't change what I'm saying, which is that broadly Western democracies are better at allowing like science and technology to flourish because of their free speech.
France should have done that better. I guess France and England should have done that better.
I'm not sure how to engage if you're only going to strawman me.
That's my argument. That's my argument to you. Is it can't strawman you with my argument.
Let me guess. It's incoherent.
I didn't say incoherent. I said I'm making an argument. Why would I? What are you even talking about? Mm-hmm. My argument is simple. If you have a Western democracy, you're saying Western democracies are the only ones that can make the.
I didn't say only ones.
They're the ones that make the most innovative. They make the most innovative technology that's based on the fact that they have various assembly lines. When you have those assembly lines, part of science is making sure that you can assemble these things as quickly as possible. Got it. The Nazis were fascist, and they took these Western democracies and took a giant shit on them. And they didn't give a fuck about them. So, they made them surrender in carriages within 2 fucking weeks.
Are you done
They
prattling?
Occupied their entire nation. No, Western democracies do not, because they're Western democracies inherently, have better scientific methodology than other forms of government.
No, it allows for more scientific innovation and development because it doesn't do things like genocide a large portion of the population and chase them out because of their authoritarian processes.
Yeah, but some of the things that it does is like it brings in a huge amount of people who are low skilled, oftentimes pricing people out who may have been able to go to like these higher end colleges, not based on DEI, things like this. Yeah, Western democracy Western democracy can also provide barriers in which people don't have the access to the scientific pursuits because they're not going to them based on merit. They're going to them based on skin color. So that's a big problem, one. And the second problem that you have with this is Western democracy itself, because you're a democracy, does not mean that you in some way are more innovative, have better technology, that you're going to make better technology.
It ontologically does. It seems to emerge consistently over time.
That's not what you said. You said name.
It's what I said.
Name any nation that's not a Western democracy that was doing better than Western democracy. Well, Germany under fascists did a lot better, and they had way better technology than most of these Western democracies.
But not America.
No, even America they did.
I don't think
the difference is that they were fighting in a European theater. We could endlessly send troops because our shores couldn't get attacked. They were bogged down with other people.
Okay, so
if that was not the case, and it was head to head with
then
Germany,
America would have been dumpstered.
I'm not sure that they wouldn't have been invaded.
Say they could evade them.
I think that Germany may have been able to hold out. I'm not sure. That's a hard one to call.
Okay.
That it is. It's a hard one to call. The problem is that we have such vast manpower here. That has nothing to do with being a Western democracy. That has to do with landmass.
Of course. Well, in this specific military tactic, yes. The issue is that it's tough. You don't want to actually engage in my argument.
Engaging.
You're not. You're strawmanning my argument and then attacking it and being like, see, this is an example. France got beaten. Therefore, erudite, dumb, actually, and Western liberal democracies don't create the conditions in which science
It was, whether you believe it or not.
It's that the Western liberal democracies seem to have over time created the conditions in which science does the best, right? This is why in Western liberal democracies...
Except in places that they didn't. Except in places where other things that were not Western democracies did better.
And until they didn't, right? Until they got crushed. For example, one of the benefits of Western liberal democracies is allyship. It's a lot easier to be allies with people that recognize each other's sovereignty, and they can do...
Being a Western democracy didn't stop France from getting crushed.
That's not how. Why do you think?
It doesn't stop these nations from getting crushed.
How do you think that that's a counter to anything I just said?
Because you just got done saying, well, until they got crushed, as though getting crushed means somehow they were not innovative technologically.
Yeah, I would say that like the innovations of respecting sovereignty, of the nuclear bomb, right, of the P-51 Mustang that's had massive air superiority, right, of having efficient, easy to make tanks that are still high quality and good, like the Sherman and then later the Sherman and then later the
saying that the United
Abrams.
States didn't make some good equipment. They did, and that they didn't have innovations during World War II. They definitely
and part
did.
Of the innovations that they could do was because it was safe for people to move there, safe for people to develop, and that development wasn't just limited to what the government was organizing.
And what Germany had was mass national patriotism and people moving in lockstep towards the war effort. They had massive technological gains.
Yeah, fascism's great at military.
They crushed tons of Western democracies under their boot. If the United States hadn't gotten involved, England would have fallen. In fact, they could have defeated England in a single battle, and Hitler let them go. So it's like, look, unfortunately for you, history does not show that Western democracies are the most cutting edge and most innovative. That is not actually the case, especially in the 20th century.
I said they create the conditions in which science can flourish the most, which is why, for example, while you're right, a fascist government that's oriented, let me talk, towards war is going to have lots of military advancements, but things that they didn't have during that time would be advancements in other areas other than the eugenics and crazy shit that they did on hypothermia. Whereas in the cases of America, not only were they innovating in military, they were still innovating in other areas.
Don't you think science progresses better when you eliminate ethics?
Sure, but I don't think that we should do that.
But they did. And so how could you say that that was somehow curtailing science? They literally eliminated ethics in science. So how did that not assist them with scientific pursuits as one of your fucking key barriers here?
Because one of the things that happened is that because of the reduction of ethics, there was constant confounding factors of torture and stuff like that created issues. A lot of there's a lot of human science
not average German. In fact, the average German supported.
You're right, not for the average German.
Yeah, the average German actually supported, for instance, when Hitler went in and he literally did this, is the most monstrous thing ever, but he killed basically everybody who's mentally handicapped in the nation. He actually did that. And they did do all sorts. If you're in a nation like this, you eliminate scientific ethics, that's going to lead to more advanced scientific methodologies. It's going to, because ethics are gone.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the big confounding confines, right, is scientific ethics. So you're just saying Western democracy lead to the best conditions for science? It's no, I would say that actually the best conditions for science would be if you eliminate ethics.
But one of the issues with authoritarian states consistently over time is that they also impose arbitrary, often, rules on things like science because authoritarian regimes aren't for free speech. So there are always necessarily going to be things that they impose
arbitrary shit all the time, especially on
science.
Not
on things like free speech and open science.
Yes, free speech itself is arbitrary.
What does that even mean?
It means that there's no particular system that we're appealing to for free speech.
Okay.
That's what arbitrary is, without system.
No, arbitrary means meaningless and random usually.
Pull up the meaning of arbitrary, the definition, please.
Sure. The definition of arbitrary: based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system.
You're the end of it is mine. Wait, but the beginning of that was to my point.
It wasn't. It was
arbitrary.
Still my point.
Arbitrary and random.
Well, arbitrary doesn't mean random.
True.
Yeah, so no.
Arbitrary and
arbitrary is literally pointing to a lack of a system.
Because it's random.
No, it doesn't have to be random to have a lack of system. In fact, you can have randomness, and you can even implement a system for randomness, I think.
So here's one of the things. When we read this definition, the beginning half supports my definition, and the second half supports yours.
Which part does support yours?
Read it again.
Read it again.
Arbitrary, based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system.
That was nothing you said.
Yep, I said random.
No, it's not. It's not about random, though.
Random choice.
It's about a lack of system. That's what arbitrary, especially when you're talking about morality.
So if this was good faith, and to be fair, I should grant you this, what we could go is, actually, when we synthesize our ideas together, that makes for the best definition of arbitrary.
I don't even care at this point.
Okay, you can stop talking.
I have a written criteria for what.
You want a slice of pizza, Andrew?
I personally.
Shall we let some chats come through? We've got quite a few chats.
I'm going to go have a smoke real quick.
Of course, go for it. Do you want to enjoy your pizza there while we let some chats come through?
How much are you going to pay me to eat this pizza?
I have it on my PC. I'll pull it up later.
Set a TTS for them.
I have to pay you.
They should at least pay you.
Basically, anything with
are you saying it's like a weird,
you're probably going to have an issue.
Why do you want me to eat on stream?
That's an extreme red flag.
I'm trying to feed you.
Okay.
Squirrel's making me out to be a monster.
I don't think you're a monster. I think you understand. You're a businessman. You're an excellent businessman.
One of them has a percentage.
You think I'm? Oh my! It's pizza.
That's what I'm saying. Make it worth some money. You'd be like, hey, you have to pay $7. You don't want to do that?
I think you're overthinking it.
Slightly higher deductible.
You, human, need food. Food in front. Eat food.
Gotcha. I don't usually eat on my camera on screen. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean,
my mom.
Okay, let me let some chat.
That's why I said you should make people pay for the pizza party.
I'm like,
okay, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Get us to 7,000 likes. I think we're sitting at like about 6,200. There's still 10,000 people watching. Andrew's having a quick smoke. He's going to be right back. Get us to 7,000 likes. We're at 6,200 if you're enjoying the stream. Like the video. Like the video if you want to see more debates, guys. If you're enjoying the debate kind of content, it seems like you guys really are enjoying it. So we'll do some more debates. So like the video so we know to do more. $69 TTS. I know there's a backlog. I'm sure you guys are... Those of you who've sent one in, yeah, if you've sent one in, we're going to get to them. Let me just read these super chats here first. El Guapo, thank you for the $100 super chat. The woman is dishonoring her husband by dressing like a bathhouse worker from Kingdom Come Deliverance, let alone her heresies where she's inverting scripture.
Dude, I would if I could too.
My husband bought me this dress and he told me that I should wear it.
Brad, I accepted the urgent
you'll have to take it up with my husband.
Nice.
Oh, sweet.
Never mind.
I'm so happy for you, fucking Bane. That means that you get your own fucking office. You get to run shit.
Abe Biscotti, thank you for your super chat. If unjustifiable means cannot be derived, sure, but that is the point. Derivation presupposes hinge norms. Calling hinges unjustified is a category error. They are conditions for justification, not items awaiting it.
This is just like philosophy psychobabble, basically. You can try to attempt to tell me how presupposition doesn't fail at dogmatism, how it's not dogmatism. Presupposing is assuming, which is dogmatism.
Abe, thank you very much.
It's
for
crazy.
Your super chat.
I mean, like, I've known you for like almost 10 years now.
Nixian is like a World of Warcraft player.
But like,
USA
it's just
has 45 trillion.
You moving into this position, it's just bringing me back to like hyperhero
so I was right
days.
On that one.
Whenever we were
he said that America has more resources,
and where they are.
And I said probably Russia has like more like total resources.
So he programs a bunch of other.
It was about natural resources.
Spiritually, he is Indian.
Thank you, Nixian. El Guapo again. Very cool avatar there. It was a quote from Rommel, I believe. A German Tiger tank was as good as 4 Sherman tanks, but they always had 5.
And he still refuses to admit that their presence there is just driving his wage down.
A member.
There it is.
Good job.
Guys, I'm going to get into the TTSs now. $69 TTS. That's streamlabs.com.
No, man, I'm really proud.
Reminder, guys, like the video really quick. Nathan, can you pull up Twitch? Let me do a quick Twitch
announcement. Like loosely,
hyperhero is like one of those people who I suspect you want one of us.
But if you want to,
I'll go to the bathroom after him.
Came from a privileged
guys, go to
background.
Twitch.tv. Nathan, pull it up, please.
One of the many people who
drop us a follow and a prime sub if you have one.
You'll never
I'm a broke,
make it
starving
matter
college
to anything.
student.
Or amount to
artist,
anything.
so if you want to show
and,
some support,
he tossed a lot of shade in Bane's direction
drop us a prime sub. Like the video, $69 TTS. Andrew is returning from his smoke break. We're going to let the TTS roll through.
So
Kyla is going to also take a bit of Andrew is not quite yet returning, but I'm going to let some TTS come through here. We have this from Giovanni.
Giovanni J. donated $69.
Sorry for the delay.
Erudite, your only resolve in the J. Dyer debate were my super chats.
Ride this
So much
position
so
out and
you
enjoy
only
it as I
clicked all
can
of my
because
super
frankly it's
chats
far
on your
less work than
TikTok
what I
and
currently
nothing
do.
else. No mercy for baby
way better
murder
pay plus
apologists.
an insane signing
W.
bonus.
Andrew.
Plus free fucking schooling to just
I'm very sorry, Giovanni
add
JD, that you
credentials. So, hey,
personally
that'll be cool.
were bothered by my TikTok, I suppose.
Is it
the
still
reason why I didn't clip up the
hourly,
Jay
or
Dyer
do they,
thing
are
more
they
is
suffering
frankly I just didn't
Okay,
upload
good.
it back because I now have like a much faster turnaround of clips.
No, they tried that shit, dude, and I just started laughing.
That's true.
I'm like,
it always feels weird posting like year and a half old clips.
It's evergreen. I feel like it's evergreen.
Okay, maybe I will. Maybe I should go back and clip it.
Let Amiel donated
Yeah, it's weird. Usually I recommend salary for jobs for people, but
of course not.
I don't think you win with salary in the hospital
She's not
environment.
bad. She's pretty.
So this is urgent care.
But
So
she
the
needs
thing
to learn
is
culture, not data, to
it will be
understand
me
Andrew
and like a
properly.
provider or
Take a
two,
shot.
right?
Scott.
But here's the thing.
It's why she never got popular.
I do a lot of the
Erudite never got
administrative
popular
shit as
because of
well,
this.
Okay.
That was always the reason.
It's
she
primarily
like
on
I know
me
you're
to do
sitting here, but I'm just.
everything.
She
That's
always
just what's
could.
going
She
to
always had the potential to be
and that's
very
okay.
popular on Twitch. Like she
so,
could have
hey.
dominated that whole space.
So be it.
It was the
It's
fact
gonna be
that
a
she was
fucking
supremely
cakewalk. It's not like
unlikable.
there
That's what always did it to
are
her.
You know what I
times in
think
which
it
you
is,
have to see
Andrew?
people
It's the
within-
whatever.
It's just
to the
and it should be
whatever
simple
podcast
things,
to
but
the
at the
Joe
same
Rogan
time, we have
pipeline.
emergency kits.
She just didn't come on. She didn't come on
really
whatever
fucking
podcast.
special
That's true. You
to
did
come
offer
in.
me a host position at the same time, actually, that you offered it to Andrew. I think you
didn't.
offered it to
He
me
never
first,
offered
and
me a host
I said
position.
no because I was doing Bridges at the time, which unfortunately blew up. I mean, part of the reason why my platform isn't
not.
as big is
Still
I've never
doing floor work,
prioritized
don't get me
it. But
wrong,
yes,
but
Andrew's big
invited you
flex.
back on the show.
It's not a flex.
Stuff as well.
You definitely offered me
Offering
the
a host.
You did. You were like, think about it, and I was like,
I
I
really
don't want
wanted
to
to
Santa
stay at
Barbara all
this
the
ER,
time.
but
Fake news.
This is not fake news. You little skis-ball.
Misinformation.
That's not true.
Fake news.
You were like looking at, I won't say names, but you were looking at one person.
Don't do
and
it.
you were talking a little
Don't
bit to
stay.
Andrew, you were talking to me, and then Andrew took it, which was awesome. I'm glad that Andrew took it. I think it was good for him.
Andrew was there?
No, not Andrew was there. We were talking about it. We went out for like tacos one night, and we were talking to girls and trying to maybe get them on the show and stuff, and you're like, you should.
They're trying to form a
after the
fucking
show, I think we went to get
the stage
like
of
a group
route
of us
that
all
they're
went to get food,
Mm-hmm.
and we were just talking after the show.
I'm
You did
not
offer me
gonna
a
have part of
host
that.
position,
That's
but I
okay.
said, I'm
Can we
sorry, I
take a
can't.
shot of-
What's that?
Do you have anything we can take a
We
shot
got
of?
more beer. We have.
You don't want to be
Oh,
there for
you
that,
know
bro.
those like that super
Yeah,
high
so
alcohol
I wouldn't mind going back at
beer
some point
that I
when
have.
the
like,
union is
the one that'll
formed,
kill you.
depending upon my position.
What is it, like absinthe?
Hey Nathan, in that cabinet right there,
that
can
would
you
be
see at the
fine.
very
It's
top? I
just-
think
I
I just have like
absolutely
wine and
refuse
champagne. I don't. Yeah, can you see if
could
there's
chug a
liquor in
beer.
there?
Yeah, I'll just have another beer.
Yeah, forming a
can you-
union, there's gonna be a lot of shade cast
tequila?
around.
Yes,
Heads are gonna
tequila.
roll.
Do we actually have
You
tequila?
know, people are gonna come in and out. People are gonna think they have some legal and moral right
big
to
L's
do
on the
something, and
alcohol.
they're gonna overextend their
Tequila?
hands. They get messy.
Do you want tequila?
But once it's
Well,
formed,
why would they ever
you're
do
right. It's good.
Yeah. Do you want?
No, that was really it. It was always that.
Dude,
It was always that.
my
it was
problem
always
is
the
it's the
supreme
worst
unlikability.
fucking humans on
No,
the planet.
I don't know why you're like making these weird digs. So part of the reason why
It's
my
not
whole
even
channel
a dig.
Of course it is.
No, it really isn't.
How is saying I'm unlikable and that's why I'm not famous is not a dig?
No, it's why you never did as well on Twitch and YouTube as you could have done. It
Sorry,
was
what's
always
the
due to
difference
vinyl
between these
stuff.
statements?
I guess
I'm
not a dig.
unlikable, which is why I'm not more popular.
Yeah, well,
How is that not a dig?
That's not a dig. That's just a statement of fact.
I don't know what to tell you.
So, okay, a statement of fact cannot be a dig.
If you said Andrew, the reason nobody bought your book is because you're a bad writer, I don't think that's a dig.
Too.
It might be depending on like the.
You know what I just
I'm
did?
not
I took
even
all
trying to
three
make a dig. I'm just saying that that's the
I
reason.
gave
The super
a
chat is
crafted
like
prompt
that was
to,
she always had the
Claude,
potential
and I'm
to
having
be.
him
I took
analyze it
2
right
years
now.
off of content
We're just gonna
creation.
make this
That's a really big contributor. In fact, when I started picking it back up in September, I've like grown pretty
You had every
consistently.
advantage. You were there with Destiny. You had a complete access to DGG. At first, they loved you. At first, everything was going really good with that. What ended
Opus
up
Extended
happening
Deep Research
was the unlikability. You had Bridges.
I just
Bridges
threw all
got
my
tuned into by
tokens at
tons
it. I
of
was like,
DGG.
take tokens and
They
go to work.
ultimately just ended up not liking you.
Yes.
That was the problem. It was that
was not
particular
the
audience
problem?
just did not like you.
That was not the problem.
It was the
ever.
problem.
Okay.
Yep, number two.
If
The one
you want to
without
make
the HSA
there's
is
nothing
the
I could
sweet
say to
spot.
this.
Look, I've
all
been in
of
this
this,
space for
just
years.
as it's fair, is not true of my
You can
career.
tell. You can ask me the lore on basically any
you're not,
content
like,
creator from
morbidly
Twitch
obese.
poll to
Do you take any
YouTube, and I could fucking
medications
tell
if you
you
don't
the
mind me
entire
asking?
transition
No, I
that they
don't.
made,
I don't
the
take any
entire lore
medications.
behind them, because
Sure.
I studied my opposition like no other.
Did you know that I took basically 2 years off of
Yes.
content creation?
Well, it wasn't 2 years.
No,
It was about 2 years, yeah.
No,
I'm
it
not
wasn't.
like.
You
So
still did
here's
content creation.
the
even
real
that 2
why
years
I
I've
ago.
didn't grow any
considered
of my
it.
own personal platform or
I'm
promote it.
very
But you still
good
did
at
content
dental,
creation within
right?
that
Like
span.
I tell go
but
find yourself a
almost none.
But you still did
female
some.
dentist, right?
Sorry.
And the reason why
If
is
you want to grow,
because
so here's a
I
pro
am
tip.
in
If you want to
the
go into content
mindset
creation,
of
consistency is a
if you
really
don't
big
take
part
care
of
of
it,
your
right?
teeth,
Just so
I'm
it's
clearly
clear.
inconsistent, by the way.
Well, here's
Yeah,
one
actually,
example.
yeah. So and that's true in my
Because you're
family. The people
more
that don't take care of
famous.
their teeth.
No. I'm just saying that I shirked all
really
conventional wisdom. It's not about
but the ones that
consistency,
do
never
live
has
until
been.
their 90s, and it's like
It's never been about
I'll take the
consistency.
90s.
That's an old trope for content creators, but the ones who follow the consistency model are always the smallest ones.
That being
We have
said,
some preliminary
Yasmin Gold is
data to
popular,
suggest
not because
this, but I
he's
will
consistent,
say
but because
It's not because
there's
it's consistent.
It's for sure
absolutely going to be
consistency is a large
well-studied
part.
link
It's not the
between
only part
certain
of it.
types of gum
It's not
and
even
dental
a
disease
particularly large
and
part. The
Alzheimer's.
largest part of
What's your?
content.
I'm curious.
The
What's your
largest part of
purpose in
content.
trying to
Most
pillar me
anecdotal
like
for
this?
I'm not
me,
even
I'm
pillaring you.
Of
I'm
course
just pointing
you
it
are.
out.
You're trying to say you're less famous because you're
It's
unlikable.
not. It's not about less famous.
I didn't host it.
It's
That's
not
where I fucked
about about less.
Is that what brought this on? Is that you feel?
Oh Lord, I brought up before he said anything about that.
Andrew, you do have a bigger platform than me. That's awesome.
It's not a matter
That's amazing
of
for you.
Why do you think it's a dialectic of like, there's content creators who are much larger than me. That's all relative. I've never been a fucking egoist about that. And the thing that's funny is like,
why did you bring up my side?
Never. Well, no, I'm saying that the reason that this happened in content creation was because of the likability issue. It always was.
Dental is actually
well, because that was what the question was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, they were talking. I've said the reason for this has always been the case with Kyla. He was speaking to the unlikability. I was like, it was always the case. It was the reason she never got big on any of those platforms.
Your audience doesn't like me, but that doesn't change the fact that there are significant other audiences that do like me.
There are no significant audiences that like you. None. Name one.
My own?
You don't have
likes me?
You don't have, no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
And you don't have a significant audience.
Giving me cost comparisons.
I don't think I have a significant audience.
At the
then why would you say that?
Best.
Because you said who likes you, and I said my own audience.
That's beautiful.
No, you said significant. You said the word significant.
Okay, so
the Jubilee audience seems to really like me.
So they like anybody who's going against conservatives, but none of them came.
There was multiple people on my Jubilee platform that were against conservatives, and yet I was the one that got all the promotion. I gained like almost 10K subs from it.
Anything for you. Your live streams are about the same size.
I appreciate that about you, Mike.
Because
Thank you for
it's a
they're actually
likability
larger.
issue.
Yeah, honestly, your profile picture too, it allows me to know when you're talking.
Yeah, for like a small channel, that's pretty significant. That's
35 years, like.
I don't know what's going on. What you was talking about?
I just disagree, and I'm not asking.
I know, but you would.
Victory over healthcare.
An unlikable person would disagree with the person who tells them the reason you're not getting anywhere in this is because you're unlikable. You would disagree with that. That's the point. That's like the most unlikable part.
I'm not American, sorry.
Disagreeing?
No, it's just that it's the argumentative nature of every single individual
Why are you sorry
thing.
Aren't you argumentative?
No, I concede most points, actually.
Which points did you concede?
Are you at least North
I
American?
conceded tons of points.
Which
America's
ones?
beautiful.
I also conceded
America's
points.
beautiful. I mean, but the strong land, the colonized one.
You're super like
That's true. That's one of the things.
All the colonizers did was create
the feedback that I get the most is just that
away from Eurasia War.
Yeah, that's why there are so many conservatives that like are not allowing you in certain spaces that don't want to work with
you.
I'm definitely not saying names.
Yeah, because
there absolutely are. I just want to be very clear. There absolutely are, but I'm not going to.
And I guarantee you that all those conservatives are probably not as popular as
young man.
Probably, I guarantee you that almost all of them are not as popular.
He doesn't care about how popular it is, guys. Don't worry.
Well, it's just funny to note that like conservatives won't let me in their space, but I'm not going to name them, right? So it's like, well, I can name all the conservatives who do let me in their space, and it's all the really popular ones. Interestingly enough. Just saying.
None of the unpopular ones. Yep.
I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, I don't even know who these people are because you ain't gonna name them.
You do know who they are. I'm just not gonna like obviously.
But you're not gonna tell me who they are.
Yeah, my ancestors literally invented anal sex. What can I say?
I'm white and native, so I'm wondering.
Yeah, because being argumentative is the likability issue.
It's not just the being argumentative. It's mostly it's in your streams. The entire stream is just condescension. That's the tone that people hear is just pure condescension.
I wouldn't say that that's true. I mean, most people. So, for example, condescension would be me feigning kindness and niceness, while like discerning down like in a patronizing way. But that's not typically what I do. In fact, when I mean, I belittle people, and I say that pretty openly.
Yeah, but I've just said that the tone of your stream sounds like condescension.
That might be your issue, but that's
the issue.
More to you.
If you change that, if you change the condescension and you change the likability problem, you would be a fucking megastar on this platform.
So in the case of like Jubilee, for example, I spoke mostly the same way that I speak most of the time. People didn't find me condescending. In fact, one of the things they specifically like. Yeah, live streams typically are going to grow slower. And I think I gained 6 to 7 subs from that single Jubilee performance, which is awesome.
You know what I think you're.
What you have to do is get yourself a butt twink, okay? And
there's no color
you make him eat a very specific type of diet, so that way
there's a little bit of copper.
And there isn't like
I think that would go a long way
when you fuck him, you know. Enemas are very important.
If you want to hire me as a consultant,
actually medicated enemas are the best. But hey, what do I know?
If you really think,
why isn't Andrew more popular?
If you really think you're not getting microbes of poop on your dick or bacteria of poop on your dick, if you're doing anal, you're retarded.
Enough. He needs to come on more, just like
true to grow his platform from
here. He needs to come on the whatever podcast more.
You have to have that shit like.
And you know what I think his big thing is as a I'm going to diagnose you, Andrew.
That's a word.
Okay.
What? We're not in anal research. Tell us more.
On stream. The guy
Honestly,
always smokes cigarettes. I think that's if he started just
water,
like
a little spray of
Tony
water,
Soprano,
big phallic-shaped
take
tank.
Whoa, hold on. Let's not.
Well, you'd be surprised on how clean you can get that in.
Like that. That's
Anal's
crazy,
gross.
Kyler. That you'd say that. I just think it's
enema
maybe if he
or
smoked
used
cigars,
one,
he would
probably not. You're not
get.
homo.
I think that would be
It
big.
improves the aesthetic.
I think it'd be big.
Like if they were
and,
using those things for surgery,
I would
there
like
has
to
to
see him
be
sing
some,
more on
you
the
know,
streams. I think
belief that it's
singing would do well,
feral.
and I think
It's more than belief.
The women, the women love the singing.
Andrew, you're large
actually,
and smaller
like I know we're kind of like having a bit of a joke here.
Mucus
If Andrew did
membrane
IRL,
that prevents
like table
the whole
stuff
process
in
from
public,
directly
either
touching
man
your,
on the street
your tissues
or
inside.
change my mind.
In order for you to
Andrew would be the biggest fucking streamer.
Particles. You have to ruin
bigger than all
that
the
mucus
even
membrane.
like the young guns that
and
do the.
that's also not healthy for the
Probably
human
not,
body.
right? Like, well, a lot of people's issue with Andrew is like,
I don't know. You guys have always, you guys have always doubted me, and I'm one of the largest conservative streamers.
You're ruining the
when
first
did I
legal
ever
software.
doubt you?
Sleep on Andrew.
Also, he doesn't care about it though. When did I ever doubt you?
Right, you're right.
Oh my God, we can go back to the old streams.
You're right,
This is
and
why
that's
nobody likes
fundamentally why
Andrew.
it's
Nobody will
unhealthy
debate
to
with
keep
Andrew.
fucking
Everyone hates
douching for the
Andrew.
sake of
Andrew's
getting
bad.
grilled in the
They had
ass.
tons of streams like
It's an
that.
unhealthy lifestyle.
Destiny had Cope streams about that. And the
I
thing is,
remember
I
you
beat
having
all you fuckers. I beat you.
I remember
Meanwhile,
you
as a-
having
as a
roast
satanic
streams where you would spend 3
So,
to
let
4
me
hours
explain,
insulting
right?
me,
Studies
calling
have
me a
found-
whore,
studies have
insulting
I
my
never called you a
husband.
whore.
You absolutely
cannot-
I've
did.
never used the word whore. That's incorrect.
What?
I don't even. Nope. I don't. I don't even. The only time I call women whores is if they're actual prostitutes. I've always made that clear. Now, slut.
Why are
I
you
don't usually use
forced
that
by law,
language
you
either.
It's
I
a-
get
it's a
conflated a lot
conspiracy.
with red
It's a
pillars who say that
conspiracy,
shit. I don't.
10 more
I will
seconds.
say stupid
I am
bitch.
uncomfortable for my
But I don't
friend.
call women whores unless they're actual
about the
whores.
Yeah, so one of the issues is that you're saying like, oh, we were just saying about talking about how negative Andrew is. Yeah, lots of people didn't like you in the Twitch poll space, obviously, because you're
Yeah,
kind of
they're
an
all
asshole.
never thought about that.
But yeah, and you're kind of an
Because they were all
asshole.
leftists. That's why.
Well, I like plenty of conservatives.
I wanted
look,
all of those.
so
Like the leftists hating
The
me is
idea
good.
is that
That is
gays
my favorite
should
part of
say
the job.
What about the
that
conservatives
G-spot
disliking you?
Who?
So that they
The
can be
ones who
like,
shall not
oh,
be
look,
named?
God made
Yes,
the
I'm not going to
G-spot
like
so I can
drop
get
people that
fucking-
dislike you.
Right,
for your audience
exactly.
going harass.
Because
Yeah,
for all I
they're
know, they don't
fucking
even
retarded.
exist. How the fuck do I know?
Thank you, Mike.
They
It's
do
fake
exist.
news.
I'm not going to
I
drop them for
want
your
this
audience
thing- I
going
want this
harass
to
them
move on
with
to-
your audience
Yeah.
harasses most of the people that you talk about.
Let
For
me ask you,
example,
can
when
I
you made
say-
multiple 3 to 4 hour roast sessions
less.
on me, I don't
bet you
remember
it's
at any
really
point spending
nice.
3 to 4
Really
dedicated
serious. I know
hours just talking
I know
shit
so
about
many
you, your
homos would
life, your
completely agree
choices.
with you on that.
I don't remember doing any of this.
that's not
This
even
was your style of
controversial, is it?
content. Yeah.
And
It is
That-
controversial.
so I don't know
Every
why
gay
you would
says
begin
that
to even point at me and say,
literally
you
God
really dislike me.
created
It's like,
a G-spot
I
so
didn't
that I
like
could
that
get
you
fucked
talked
in the ass.
nasty
no,
about me.
you were.
Are you
This
saying
was
that
long
just last
before
night
any
there
trash
was
talk
no
extravaganza that you were talking
Basically, we had one interaction. Where you said, I'm going to
Are
interview
you trying to say
and
that
it was a
prostate
really
stimulation does
obnoxious
not
debate.
cause ejaculation?
And then after that, you just
No, I'm
trash
saying
talked me.
there's no
Basically all the
G-spot.
time.
No,
Yes.
that wasn't how that went.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Which
Why
would
do
be
you do those
inferring
roast
that
sessions? Put 'em
prostate
like that.
stimulation
I
is in the
didn't.
thing.
They're all behind a paywall right this second. You go
Not
watch them.
necessarily.
Gotcha. Okay. And what you'll notice behind my paywall
then what
is there
are you
isn't a
trying to
single
say?
time where I spend 3 to 4 hours
That's
talking
different.
shit about you. Not just not talking shit about you, but not talking shit about anyone. I don't spend like 3 to 4
I'll
hours.
wait.
Yes. Do I like you that much? No, I don't
Yeah,
like you.
that- this is a
right?
real
Yeah.
hood.
But that's
You-
not the same
see what
thing
you
as
put
like
yourself
holding me
into?
to some
You
standard
know
that
what?
I
I'm
know
gonna-
is negative
This
and that I
guy's
don't
talking
think you're
about
gonna go for.
Likability, that's it.
You said that I didn't ever think you were going to go for, and that was questioning you. I've completely agnostic on that, especially at the time.
You were
I didn't
like,
know
shit,
anything
I do
about
not
social
wanna be
media. I had no
challenged on
opinion on
this.
who was going to be
Fuck.
famous or not.
Okay.
Well, good. You know what, Mike? We got him.
We have more chats coming through.
ETFO'd by his own environment.
We have chats coming through. TTS chats.
Yeah, I don't know.
Very important. Very important TTS. $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. I'm waiting for it to load. One moment. We have Chaw XD.
Chaw XD
Listen to
donated
this one, and then
$69.
go for it.
Hey Kyler, you don't know anything about evolution, you fucking puppy. Demonstrate to us how random mutation leads to purpose-driven biological mechanism. Go ahead and show us. Biologists sure can't.
Quick answer if you can.
I don't know how to quick answer evolution. Typically because random mutation leads to things that are functional for the environment that they are in, so that will lead to functionality in the environment over time, which leads to the situations that we have, right? If a angled beak was more effective for getting worms out of a specific type of soil, then that would be successful until that soil changed change, for example, and then that would be outcompeted by
that's
other things.
absolutely true.
Of course it did.
Pull up the question, I'll show you.
The way that this guy said it was kind of dumb, but I think I get what he's trying to say is that, yeah, it's overhyped. It's not like the G-spot. There are multiple ways to achieve
demonstrate
the
to
same
us
thing
how random mutation leads
and
to
a similar effect.
purpose-driven biological mechanism. The purpose-driven biological mechanism is the
kind of like that. Like
so there's
atheists will use it as
did I pull the
Mike, you're gonna want to deafen for a hot second. Count to like 15 and I'll be done.
Did I pull this up, Nathan? Andrew?
Yeah, right. Because I like you, buddy.
Isn't this the one?
There's this thing at Burning Man called prostate races where they take 5 guys and they stimulate their prostate to ejaculation without touching their penis.
While she's on break,
the first guy that gets off wins, right? Like, this is an actual event that they run at a camp at Burning Man. So,
like Andrew,
I would know because I've seen it live.
Their own position for hours,
and your lawyers are allowed.
Exhibitionists end up having to take a shot so you can maintain your sanity. If you want to watch a person argue against their own position for hours,
in a nutshell,
they don't know that they're doing it,
it's safe
and then
now.
you just show it clip after clip afterwards.
What the fuck?
And you have to end it with a shot.
Thank you. Oh, you should have
Go
won.
to Debate University.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, Mickey Ray. I didn't realize you were here, Mickey Ray. I'm gonna say Mickey Ray, you too. Oh, Mike, Stefan.
We have. You want some more?
One more.
Could you get another
Men
shot,
in Black.
Guys, debateuniversity.com.
Erased it from your
To
memory.
become a master debater, if you want to.
That's all I got, Mickey.
There's video
Sorry, buddy.
tutorials. Hours and hours of video. Andrew is.
I looked and I saw it.
Giving you a video.
Right. And I feel bad for Infinite too. I hope that
When everybody's talking about butt
You can
sex,
make them argue against their
tells
own
you deafen your
position
mic, you should
for
listen.
fucking hours, and they do it. They'll do it for hours. They'll argue against their own position. How the fuck does that even work?
How does it even work?
He's right.
That's what I want to know.
I'm like, Mike does.
Argue against their own position for hours. They just argue against their own shit.
Mike,
for
can you
fucking
explain
hours.
something to me?
Andrew, can I have you ask the viewers to like the video?
Yeah,
Like the video.
Like the video.
Like the video. Let's have a shot, everybody.
Who has
And God,
been to
I can't
a
wait for the
homosexual
dating
bar.
talk. Boy, that sounds awesome.
Which one?
We have a little
Look.
break.
Oh yeah, we got a break. We're gonna do a stream tomorrow. I haven't been very consistent yet, and that's the key to popularity.
I don't
Is
get as many complaints coming in of like anal issues after the gay bar anymore. These days, they're all about
here, I'll
fucking
pull that one
sounding.
up in
Here.
a
I don't know what the fuck the
bit.
problem
We have
is.
Mike Davis here. Mike Davis.
We are
just
going
one
to
moment. I'm
things
waiting
too.
for it to load. Kyla
Dude,
is
Is
rejoining
it just the
us.
fucking like vibe these days? I mean,
Mike
what
Davis.
the fuck is going on?
I don't know why it didn't play audio. I'll just read it.
Sticky
without
Roger,
getting
Jittery, won't
Oh my
stop
God, please
yapping,
don't
trying
allow
too
that.
hard and cringy. What kind of
Let's just keep it out of that
she?
realm and into like
you,
people do weird things as a fashion trend.
As Mike Davis.
We have the same type.
The thing is,
Because I'm
like,
aware-
they're all
I'm like,
trained in
is
Twitch
this just the
poll.
latest? I mean,
There used to be this.
Trained.
Well,
Yeah,
like
they're all
20 years
trained-
ago,
they're
I
trained
found
by
like
each
maybe
other.
one person
They don't.
in
They
that
don't
whole
like.
decade.
You don't go to formal.
And
training
I know what you're
sessions, but
talking
they're all
about
trained
because,
by
like,
each other in the Twitch
things
poll
like that
era.
will crop up. Like,
Which
all
is
of a sudden
largely dead, by
everyone,
the way. Now it's
regardless, wants to
largely
wear a
doesn't
heel,
even exist.
right?
But
Like, that's just
essentially, what they would do
yeah,
is they would
it's
use
the
these
same thing.
long
Like,
paddling word
I want to try
salads.
being a freak.
And the second you could actually decode those, I always
It-
found
it's
that the
so
method
fucking
to
bad
decode them
now.
was you let them prattle, ask 2 questions, watch them
I mean, in addition
contradict,
to all the
they
fucking
switch the
rape
position.
cases that come in,
The way that
it's
they got
just
away with it for
that
so long is people didn't clip
it's only
them
gotten worse,
doing
although I
it. They
will
didn't
say
clip it.
the
If they had
DC area
clipped
has
it,
really
they would have put
cleaned
it
their shit
into
up
Twitch poll
over
way
time.
earlier, but
That
took a
that
long
needed to
time
happen.
for that fucking whole thing to
Anyways.
finally fall apart.
Did you say Syria?
Running late, sipping coffee for your first meal again. I mean, yeah, you could skip
Did you say
breakfast
Syria
altogether,
cleaned its
or
shit
stop
up?
by McDonald's and
No,
mix
no,
and match
no,
2
no, I'm
hot
saying the
breakfast
DC
sandwiches
area.
for $5.
Oh, the
Maybe a
DC
sausage
area.
and McGriddle,
Okay,
perhaps a
area
bacon
came out
and
as
cheese.
Syria.
Oh my
Why
Syria.
not a
God.
sizzling,
Yeah,
savory
I didn't
sausage
hear the
McMuffin
thing
with
got cut
egg?
off and it was
One thing's for
Syria.
sure,
And I was like,
with so many
Syria?
quick, tasty breakfast options,
Names
every
in
morning is
Syria.
looking like a
Look at this
McDonald's morning.
conversation.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You're so fucking
Prices and
crazy.
participation may
man.
vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
Oh my god.
All right, we have a message here from.
The other one you run into
Let me make
is
sure
you
it's
run into
okay.
these
I think
really
it's all right.
autistic nerds
Erudite
that have like a
sneaky
gay-sounding
donated
voice, but they swear up and
$69.
down they're not gay.
Good thing you only submit to your
And then they
husband.
prove it by getting
You
really
date
drunk
and
and
flirt with
like,
other
you know,
men.
sexually assaulting
Your
the
Christian
random girl in the
ethics are
bar.
on point.
Like,
Why don't you
Yeah.
talk to Brian next? You're a joke of. Christian
go for it.
and decent human.
Look, I don't think that she intended
knows best, that
like to be
motherfucker.
charitable. I
What's going
don't
on
think
with that guy?
that she intended to
I have to look
dox.
this up now.
I'm not going to put that on her.
Best.
I do think that it's
knows
just
best. The fuck's
genuinely
Todd
or
Chrisley
generally
is.
for streamers, it's just a good idea.
That's like
to
my
never
uncle's
say
kind of gay.
location, never say. It's just
But he's
generally a
not.
good idea.
I mean, I don't.
Okay, we
I think
have
he's
Dr.
gay, bro. I mean,
Peace
that
Raff.
guy, if
Thank
I
you.
met him without
Yeah.
his wife
Part of the
and
reason,
his
just
daughter,
I
Right.
apologize again.
and then the rest of the
Dr.
kids,
Anders
shit, I'd be like, this is
Coffee
gay,
has
and that,
donated
whatever.
$69.
But, yeah, I would not doubt it
I'm
one
glad
bit,
the Bunnies
right?
fathers of popular news New Guinea are showing
But I
love,
guess he's
kindness,
not gay.
guidance, charity,
What's up with
and patristic love
guys
to
like that
members
that
of
are
their
very-
society. Truly they shine with the light of God.
And like gay
True.
sounding.
The Seminole Warriors
He
of
did
Papua
spend
New
12
Guinea.
years
Yeah,
in
so I was
prison.
going to say again, I do apologize if that wasn't public. Part of the reason why I presumed that it was is that I don't believe that both of us have always been aggressively and openly doxxed. I assume that you already had been. And I knew that in the past you were very open about being from the previous state.
You're right.
Multiple mentions of you publicly online, acknowledging which state you were
so
from.
he actually only
not just which state, but which kind of area.
Did you
of
ever
that state.
notice I never told anybody where I was at in that state? Ever
from 2022 until 2025.
But the thing is like, look, I don't hold it against you. I get it.
Okay.
It's just bad etiquette for streamers generally to do that. That's all.
Some tax evasion or something.
I mean, you should get a medal for that.
Animal.
It is so, Mike. I hope that you're one of those crypto guys that pay your taxes. Please just be that one guy in the fucking atmosphere that acknowledges that it's a tax burden when you do a transaction and you just pay your taxes. I don't care what you pay in taxes, just get your fucking self off of Uncle Sam's radar. That's it. That's all I ask. And this seems like a fucking breaking teeth with crypto people when I'm saying, just file. Just fucking file $10 in profit. Let them figure it out from there. Like, that's not a good idea, actually. It's terrible.
She does my taxes every year. I don't have to fuck with it. So
like,
but she did find out that I started getting interested in this, and she was like,
I want to make sure I get the question right.
Because I guess she has one client
that a non-martyr
does it. He day trades, I guess, and it's a fucking nightmare.
Can't answer the question.
Every year.
Yeah.
Well, I want to make sure I get the
question right.
Because
every event of the transaction, I want
to lean towards like Father Seraphim Rose, but I'm not sure if that would be a non-martyr.
So you know what you do?
Make sure I got it
does
right.
it for you though.
If you want to call
right.
Big Mike, thank you, Big Mike.
Big Mike donated $69.
If you can avoid day trading and you can do the long-term swings, right, year over year, your tax lady will love you. I promise you right now, she will deal with it. If she's ever confused, tell her to treat it like stock transactions and show her the date and the time that you purchase. Don't leave. Oh, this is such a hard one. Don't leave the chain you're on. So don't convert your Ethereum to Stellar or Ripple. Don't convert crypto for crypto. That's where that very action right there is where it gets people fucked up because they never document well enough.
Kill yourself. You'd rather be anywhere
I've
but
run
here
into that
right now. This is
where I'm like,
annoying.
what do you mean I have to take it at a zero cost because I don't have that conversion right there? I don't have like you see $300 to $300, kind of thing, and it's like, but I had to take it as zero because there was no way for me to prove what the cost base was.
So I was reading this morning about like
if intelligence were measured by tone,
so I was reading about like tax harvesting.
Unfortunately, it's measured by substance. Too much equivocation, obfuscating, and gaslighting for us to see any substance.
And then I rebuy that same stock before
IQ is not measured by substance. IQ is measured by 5 primary factors.
Right? Do you know about
that?
You
don't need me to go through them.
I know of it.
Nice try.
You're playing with a lot of money if you're using that as a tax vehicle.
Natural selection must have been on break while this woman's mother was pregnant with her.
It starts to make sense when you start getting millions of dollars in trades.
Good one.
Yeah,
got him.
We have
you know what I mean? Because now you're looking to take
Bombastic,
losses.
thank you for your TTS.
Because you have to be able to outcompete the standard deduction, right? Or mortgage interest and all those shit. All your itemized. It's a way. I would go to AI and I would start asking about it and see if it even fits your lifestyle whatsoever. I don't know your wealth, but I know the people that do what you're talking about are trading like hundreds of thousands or millions of Bitcoin a month.
And they got us to the moon.
After. Good job.
Well, they were doing it too.
But I was even reading like on a small scale. Like,
Josh donated $300.
Let me find what I was
reading. The docs was likely on purpose.
Don't do that.
As a Christian, you say you respect and honor your husband, yet you sit there in a low-cut dress displaying your breasts for every man in the world. Why?
Was not on purpose, and this is a dress that my husband picked out and told me that I should wear to this show. So take it up with him.
I don't think that she would try to dox on purpose. I don't think.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Okay. What the heck?
So tax loss harvesting.
donated $69. I think you should just eat your pizza before it grows mold on it.
I don't think that's. I don't think your timeline is good for mold development. It'll be okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about my food eating, okay, guys?
Thank you, Onus. We have XJ Law coming in, and then Onus again. And
tell me when you're back, Mike. I'll tell you what I was talking about.
Only 2 more after that. Thank you, Onus. Appreciate it, guys.
If you, no.
XJ Law
Last call if you want to get a
$69.
TTS in here, guys.
So desperate to be right, she'll quibble about any minute
Thank you for
detail
letting me
until
know.
the
My
audience
fucking microphone is set to my camera. It needs to be set to my headset. This is why you keep not hearing me.
Long.
Yeah,
Good reframing. Good revite.
Yeah, one second. Let me turn sound settings.
And she's like, did what he said.
I didn't. Yeah, the only one quibbling is me.
Donated $69. Just eat the pizza already. It's growing mold.
Man,
there we go, you dumb son of a bitch.
You did say if somebody sends.
All right, so here, let me tell you what I was reading. So it's tax loss harvesting.
Onus, if you
this is the example.
She said 200. That's her fee.
Let's see.
That's her.
Let's say in the past year you bought 2,500 of Ethereum and you sold it for 3,000, resulting in a 500
Leftists will destroy donated $69.
However, you also bought 1,000
Erudite Andrew said what we were all thinking. You come across as a smug, condescending bunnies. P.S. Andrew, thank you for breaking Matt Dillahunty. That guy robbed me of a relationship with God as a kid.
You're welcome.
I'm sure leftists will be destroyed as a really unbiased source.
300 of the Ethereum profit. And then
thanks for coming.
I read something about the 30 days. Okay,
King
so here it
Ryan
is.
donated $69.
Tax loss harvested
Kyla,
other
you think you're being cute and snarky, but it actually comes across as condescending. Andrew was kind to point it out. I feel the same. You have real potential.
This is patronizing, right? By saying, come on, kid, you have real potential. Just being a snarky, condescending bitch is actual condescension, which is fine. I'm not accepting your advice. Sorry.
It's funny. She always did. She always did actually have potential for this. It's just that she just always came across the audience as being condescending and unlikable. Always.
Unlike you.
I understand the whole.
I mean, again, the feedback. I remember going into the DGG servers years ago and talking to those guys, and that was all of their complaints. Like, they hated a lot of the orbiters, that's true. They hated some less than others. A lot of them liked Max for a long time, for instance. But the thing is like Max, I understand that they steered away because he was weird. Destiny actually kept Erudite on for a long time. Like, she had a long time to develop that relationship with that audience.
To me, this has never worked out really well, but when we start talking large numbers,
they just always thought she was unlikable.
How many times did it go on his stream?
You know,
I mean, I'm
Destiny's
cool with paying the taxes.
Oh, between Bridges,
not Bridges. That's not his stream.
And this is
yes, it is.
On Robin,
no, it's
nobody tuned into fucking Bridges for you, Erudite. They didn't give a fuck about you.
When did they say that?
That's Destiny's stream too.
No, it's not Destiny's
Yeah, it's Destiny's
stream. A large portion of his audience didn't transfer over to Bridges. Most of it did.
All of the audience that did was his.
I agree.
Yeah, so then what are you arguing about?
I'm saying what?
Bridges
how many
was
times
Destiny's show. You were on a show all the time, inclling Bridges.
I was not on his stream most of the time because I am a baby bitch.
Yeah, most of the time. Both of those are his streams.
It was the one that was
Bridges
suggested
is not his
to me.
Bridges was his
the
stream.
only one that I've fucked with,
You
so
were
I
not
can't really
the appeal for Bridges.
suggest anything.
I didn't say I was.
Now, do I like it?
It's
like,
good. Then it was Destiny's stream, right?
No, I would say it was dominantly his audience that pulled in.
Why wasn't it dominantly your audience that left with you?
I think he's like
because you never converted. You never converted DGG. You just didn't do it. You could never get them to really warm up to you.
I mean, like day one of me attempting to stream, I had 3 viewers, like most people, and then I talked to Destiny and I jumped immediately like 200. So I converted.
Yeah, they were checking you out. I agree.
It's
the problem.
Only sexuality. Well, they stayed. I maintained 200 for like ever. In fact, it's like most of my baseline.
Yeah, you don't have the same 200 you had originally.
If I'm being real honest, like
maybe you have some of them, but the thing is, it's interesting. Is it's like I don't even know. I don't even know what is there even to argue here. The truth is that was the most common complaint from DGG was that you're unlikable. It was the most. It's the most common complaint about your stream is that you're a very unlikable person.
I mean, the most common complaint about your
really hot
is that you're a hypocrite who doesn't live out any of his values because he like purports to be some like trad conservative man, but he converted like 2 years ago. You have like a sordid history of the past, right?
Why are you? I don't even know why you're attacking me right now.
What do you mean? I don't know.
I'm not. This isn't even an attack.
You get personal. I get small gains.
This isn't even personal. I'm just telling you it's the most common complaint.
I'm telling you the most common.
These guys are asking what they're wondering.
Wait, I'm just telling you the most common complaint. It's not personal. I'm just saying this is the most common complaint of your channel.
I haven't done it yet.
You know what's
is that you're dishonest,
Not
bad,
because of
and
that reason.
hypocrite.
I haven't
Sure.
done it
From
because
who?
I don't want to
Multiple people that I
Can you
talked
name
to.
anyone who's not a leftist?
I have to
Can
buy
you
high.
name a specific individual that you've talked to about this?
You're converting
About
Bitcoin to
Doobie?
Dogecoin?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Who?
Absolutely. Let's talk
I'm not
about Doobie.
converting
He's
it,
right there in the chat.
Okay,
Yeah, he doesn't like me.
Well, it's not that he doesn't like you. He just knows that the problem with your stream is that you're unlikable.
Sold it a couple
That's what
times.
he
and,
said.
You know,
Yeah, of course.
$25 here, gain, and
Care
then
you
throw another
believe?
300
Ask him.
into it.
I
And
will.
happen again.
And you know what he'll say? He'll be like,
So,
But I'm
well,
creating
yeah,
taxable
you're right.
events over
Look,
$25
Erudite, you're a nice person. I like you. You're great. Blah blah blah. But
tax
yeah,
lady's
the reason
fucking
that your streams really probably never took off is because you're just
You know
kind
the story of
supremely
Dogecoin?
unlikable.
I mean, going from
Not
zero
Not
really.
just
to
Doobie,
200
though.
viewers and then
Bitcoin
maintaining
split,
that,
or Bitcoin had a
despite
fork
basically
called
never really
Litecoin.
streaming.
This
That already
was-
puts me in like the top
right,
1%.
and
And here's
then
the issue.
That's
I don't think I'm a
Litecoin
big
forked
streamer.
to
I don't
create
really care about
Dogecoin.
any of these
That's
things.
the
You're
origin.
just saying, I'm not making a
Gotcha.
These are just all the
Bitcoin
reasons
was
why you
made-
It's just
won't
there's
make
a
it.
certain
Unlike
reason-
me.
or,
Unlike me, the
Bitcoin was made
famous
to be
conservative.
used, right?
This
21
is the reason why
million,
you
yada,
won't make
yada,
it,
all
silly
of these
woman.
things.
And this is why,
Dogecoin was
you're kind
meant
of
to be
bad.
I'm
You're
just-
trash.
it's
Which
not
is like,
bad.
okay, I'm
But
not
it
being
has-
personal.
I
I'm
don't
just
think
saying
you're bad.
the reason that
So
people don't like you, that you don't get
only will
badges to
ever
certain
get
cons that we'd like to
5
go to, the reason why
billion
you're
Which
rejected,
cons?
you know
Now,
the cons.
in the
No, I don't.
beginning,
Yes,
Which?
you do.
Name
Yes.
one.
TPUSA is a good
I
example.
never
It
wanted to
looks
go.
insane
Okay.
with inflation.
Never. I was.
But after
It was
100
requested
years,
that I
it
go.
is a reasonable
Yes, it was.
inflation
No, you
want the
asked
proof?
for a
and
badge.
Want the
a
proof?
solid investment in 100
sure.
years.
Okay, here's the proof.
Because
Did they
5
ask you and
billion
then
on
not
top
give you? Why didn't they give you a
of
It
5
badge?
wasn't
billion
TPUSA
is
who
so
asked me. I was asked by a third
of a
party.
change.
Ah.
The party. So was
So
that
you
me
have
asking?
this deflationary
I didn't say it was
scarcity
you. I said
token,
they don't
Bitcoin,
want you there.
and
They
I
don't
didn't
want you to give you a
actually-
media
it's
pass.
widely
First of all,
available,
I
has
don't
no
think that
scarcity,
TPUSA
you know,
thinks I have
constant
any interest
inflation
of
every
wanting
year,
to go there.
fixed rate.
But if they let Myron
course they
Gaines
will.
in,
And this is why you
yeah,
find
I don't
Elon
think
Musk
I
I
don't
would
think
have
that
a
they
problem.
rejected you because of standards of
You
Nazism.
can't reject
because
a
they don't like
person
you.
who doesn't apply.
Because he buys
You wanted
Bitcoin
to go
now
and
and makes
you
money
I
now.
never
and
wanted to
then
go.
Dogecoin
I
for
was
his
requested of me by
heirs.
Uncensored America to go.
But
That was
Dogecoin
it.
was made as a
When I found
meme
out that it
to
was
show
some
that
like
anyone
fucking
could make a
bar
blockchain.
across the street they
Anyone
wanted me to
could brand
debate
their own
in,
blockchain.
I was like, yeah,
There
fucking
is
right, I'm
nothing
doing that shit.
technical about it that would be prohibited to just a select
We have some
computer
super
science
chats.
class.
80
and it was meant
El
to
Guapo.
be
$100 super chat. Thank you. I just want to say again, since the man is back, the woman is dishonoring her husband by dressing like a bathhouse worker, let
You've read
alone
this
her
one already.
heresies where she's inverting scripture.
3.25.
Did I? Okay.
Is there any way to like minimize how many people are paying money to just call me
hey,
a dirty whore
you can have
and
a
like
valid
insulting my
currency.
husband?
Like, these are
Could we
just the
minimize that a
rules of
little
this
bit?
currency. There's
Well,
the
you could
rules of
skip
that
like the Rachel
currency.
Wilson line
And
in the
this
same
is
way
now
you could
why
probably
you
skip
have
He
people
didn't
just
skip it,
calling.
though.
He should have.
Accidentally.
But he didn't.
I did. I texted Rachel.
So now
It's
he
literally
didn't.
the
There's
original.
4 billion of them?
By the way, I
Yeah,
fucked
go
up
to
a lot.
I do think it's fine to
coinmarketcap.com.
skip those.
I-
though.
That's a
I
website,
did-
coinmarketcap.com. This is my
I did
favorite
spill
website
Andrew's
for
beer.
crypto.
That's true.
And
That
then
Robinhood doesn't even have
Doobie, I feel lucky to have met you both when you
Dude,
started this journey.
when I
Happy
go
to
to
see you
tradable
both grow,
crypto,
and hope
all
you're
I
doing
see are
well.
63.
Oh,
Doing
nice.
well.
Thank you for the nice message.
correct.
Doobie,
Because those
appreciate
are
it.
the
We have
63 most popular
she's
cryptos
trying to
are
submit.
reliable
I
cryptos.
don't know
They've been
what
vetted
currency.
by
What
Robinhood
is
to be
that?
reliable.
2 million of.
Got
Anybody
it.
chat? What
Got it.
currency is that? She's trying to submit Christians.
Ranking.
Nathan, can you figure out what currency that is? Tell me what the chat is saying. She's trying to submit Christians. Why would it be okay to rule Christians, but not for Christians to rule? Submit to your man. Not only pretend to honor him, let the Christians rule. America got degenerated. She might be narcissistic. No long-term plan. How about truth and honesty for once? Okay. What?
Okay.
What is it?
Oh, yeah,
Nathan?
I can see the rest of them. These
Are
are
they
all just
saying?
non-tradables.
They probably aren't sure.
So here's the cool
Very
one.
scared.
Go up
Maybe
to
he
the,
can
if you're on
send me another 2 million,
CoinMarketCap, go up to
whatever
where
it
it says
is.
crypto.
Probably
Go to the first
It's
column
probably
where
like
it says
$2.50.
I was gonna say it's probably like
They'll
2
send
bucks.
that.
I'll actually
it never
stop the chat
existed
and I'll
a
look up the
couple years ago.
denomination. And if it's
there
only like
wasn't enough
$3.50, I just kick the
categorized
person
them.
from
And
the
now
channel.
I'll get that from
How many categories
Argentina.
are
They'll
we
send
looking
like
at here?
5,000, but it's like $3.
Yeah, $3.50.
It's Vietnamese dong.
I mean, there's weird ones.
Oh,
like
that's the same one again.
Reddit.
I just want to say again, since the man is back, he sent it again.
A series of
cryptos.
This is a subsequent one. Dishonoring her husband by dressing like, let alone her heresies.
Stay away from rehypothecated
Again, husband bought me the dress, likes when I wear it, encouraged me to wear it here. I'll have to take that up with my husband.
If you start getting into the wrapped market, I'd better expect you
$77. Actually,
Okay. That's pretty good.
If you're not developing, stay away from
By the
Wrapped.
way,
It's not
Respect.
in your best
shout out
interest.
Vietnam. W Vietnam.
But basically, wrapped cryptos are backed one-to-one by an underlying asset. That's usually nothing.
Okay, some TTS has come
and
through.
it's aimed to enable interoperability.
Mikey
Where your
Mike
development
donated
term is, between
$69.
different blockchains. That's
Kyla,
why I
the
expect
more
to
you
get that.
talk, the harder you make it to
Wrapped
underestimate you.
Bitcoin
Wait,
was
that
by
would be a
BitGo was the
compliment.
first
No, it's the opposite.
ERC-20, which is
The
Ethereum
more you
token,
talk, it's
which
harder
was
to
a one-to-one
underestimate you.
with Bitcoin.
Okay.
So
That
like they
means
have
that
wrapped Bitcoin
if you're not
on
talking,
Ethereum, and then they have the Bitcoin
it would be
chain,
easy to underestimate you, but since
if
you're
you
not
trade
talking,
one for one, now
right,
you have one
it's harder to
Bitcoin
underestimate
on
you.
the
Yeah,
Ethereum
so I
chain,
prove that I'm
which then
more
allows
worth
you to
esteem and more
transact.
worth
It's
respecting
kind
when
of
I
this really
talk
weird,
versus-
complicated
I'm
way
sure
of
that's
getting,
not
like,
what he
the
meant.
right
He probably
opposite.
meant to say the opposite, but he's definitely saying,
No, he
because you
definitely
talk.
wasn't. He was
Okay.
definitely saying that
I'll be right
because
back.
you talk
My
so
son just
much,
came back.
I find it hard to
As
underestimate
a result
you.
of it being wrapped, why would
That's
people
what
do
he's
this?
saying.
It's
Okay.
usually for staking.
We have Doobie here.
Which means like, hey, hold this in a vault
he
and give
sent
me a
it.
Doobie
percentage every
donated
year.
$69.
He sent it as a
This
TTS.
is
I
to
feel
secure
lucky to have met
networks.
you both
Again, this
when
is
you
developer
started this journey.
motivation, not investor
Happy to see
motivation.
you both
That's
grow
why I'm
and
like,
hope
stay
you're
away from
doing well.
rehypothecated
Yeah, nice to see you, Doobie.
cryptos.
Well, Doobie, thank you for.
Doobie has a rough gig over there. He runs the politics Discord, and it's the largest political Discord, I think, in the world.
There's even
And
cryptos
it's like
that are
he has so many
designed for
people there.
Twitter
It's like a small
X
city.
now. They're called X-layer
And so we have
cryptos.
old man
This
talks.
doesn't integrate with crypto.
Literally,
by the way.
old man
They're-
talks.
These are
They're
literally
great
projects
talks. I
that
like
are
Doobie.
betting that they will
Thank you.
integrate with crypto one
All
day,
right, we
and they want to be
have
one of the first movers.
Christian
There's like 10
Imperialist,
projects.
and then XJ Law.
Christian Imperialist donated $69.
Except when you
Kayla
look at those
Dox says
projects,
Andrew, but won't
one of the big
name
ones is
names.
OK
You
Exchange,
preach kindness,
which I believe is
then
a
make
Korean
false
exchange and one of the oldest
accusations, feign
exchanges.
outrage, and play victim.
When they have
Calling you a joyful
ETH,
is an
Sol,
insult
Bitcoin,
to
and
whores.
their native
Whores are
token
likable.
already
You're a
X-wrapped,
CT.
it kind of gives a
Yikes.
signal that they are one of the
Good
first
one.
movers to.
Good Christian values, by the way,
You
right
guys
there.
insult me a little
Amazing.
bit. I feel like you guys should insult me. I feel like I've
But
had.
they've been sitting there for over
I wonder
a year,
whose
like,
audience
Any
is
who
it?
guns
knows
she
when
can
it's gonna
claw at while taking offense to any valid criticism. Have an inkling of self-awareness and disappear with dignity back into obscurity.
Where is
I'm not-
expect
World
you for
Liberty
it.
Financial?
I'm not
is
interested in
at,
dunks.
10
I'm interested in
cents a
good
token.
conversation, which is why I'm
Ouch,
disappointed
how
by the
giants
conversation
have
with Andrew
fallen.
because I know he's fully capable of it, but
That's
he
how
wasn't
Barron
willing to
made all
engage in
his
it, which is
money.
too bad.
From
It is
her
what it is.
perspective, what she
From my
means by bad faith is when I actually make arguments.
No.
And I make arguments based on the worldview that she has and
Nope.
show that hers is fucking insane.
No,
It makes
I've
no
already
sense.
defined bad faith by what I mean by it. I've been very clear.
Yeah, and I'm going to define that by what you here's what you say bad faith is versus what you actually think bad faith is, because you call every fucking person bad faith.
Let's
I
say you
don't
bought
Is Rob
shares
Nor
of
bad faith?
XYZ at 100.
Sometimes I said everyone's
drops
bad
to
faith.
Yeah, they're all
wait,
bad faith.
Wait, I said from the
Is
very
Rob,
beginning.
is Rob Nor mostly
Walking
bad
the
faith?
$400
I don't think so, no.
loss.
I've had
At
really
tax
good
time,
debates with
the
Rob
$400
Nor.
Okay, so he's
offset
mostly
the
good
$400
faith.
of cap
A lot of
gains
time, yeah.
elsewhere.
Okay,
They already
gotcha.
have
So
no
when you're on
gains, up to
Destiny
400
stream and
of
you
your
say
regular
Rob
income.
Nor is extremely bad faith, what did you mean by that?
But that in many instances, Rob Nor, I don't know if I actually
it's
said
just
that
in many
specifically.
instances,
Wait, didn't I also recommend Rob Nor to Lex Friedman's show because they were looking for good conservatives that are good faith, and I said you should have Rob Nor? Or do
You
you
were
not
on
remember
the Lex Friedman show?
I wasn't on it. Lex was looking for conservatives to come on and
Oh.
debate, and I suggested Rob Nor specifically.
Yeah, who else were you going to suggest? Who's a good debater?
What? I could have suggested tons of other conservatives.
Who?
Counterpoints.
Terrible
Jeb
debater.
Tan.
Jeb Tan. Well, Jeb Tan's actually a good debater, but Jeb
could
Tan's
recommend him.
very obscure is a problem.
Lactoid.
Very obscure.
Rob Nor, at the time I was recommending him, was also
He's
obscure.
still bigger than those guys.
So?
I mean, he's the most logical.
So you're
choice.
saying I didn't
No, what
recommend
I'm
Rob
saying
Nor
is
because
that
I
you have called
recommended
Rob
Rob
Nor
Nor
bad
seriously?
faith many, many times.
Yeah, I've called most people bad faith sometimes.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. The issue
That's my
is,
whole point.
no, your whole point is I'm saying everyone's just bad faith all the time.
You
But
call
it's-
everyone bad faith
No,
you
I
debate
said
with.
most people are bad faith some of the time, including me, which is what I said to you. I don't know if you remember that. And I said people are also good faith many of the time. And in our previous exchange, Andrew and I had a good faith conversation, which was why it's an interesting debate. And in this conversation, you mostly referred to bad faith tactics, which sucks, but it is what it is.
See, I feel like it's the opposite.
Okay. That's
what
just how you
ended
feel,
up-
though, man. It's
Well,
just
yeah,
vibes.
well, objectively, it's the opposite.
What do you mean? Aren't we just assuming everything? How is it objective if we're
even
just
for
assuming
instance,
things?
For instance, when I said
No objectivity can exist, though, because we're assuming.
For instance, when I said, hey, Kyla, why don't we just I'll do a cross exam and then you can do a cross exam. We can just do it that way. And you're like, no. I must break up the monotony of getting to the thing that I want to get to. And let me bring up Agrippa's trilemma, which I wasn't moving towards at all. You were
How's that bad
incapable
faith?
of allowing a cross-exam, and it's because you're bad faith.
Wait, I allowed you to cross-examine me multiple times. In fact, multiple points where you said you're not going to answer this question. I said, write it down and I'll answer the question.
You refused to answer most of the questions
Which
I asked you.
questions did I refuse to answer?
Almost every question that I asked you, you would respond with a question.
Give me one then that I refused to respond.
I asked you, I was like, well, let's talk about how this interjects with consensus. I said, when it comes to consensus, how do we get to the point where if the consensus is that we have Christianity, take up the mantle, why would that be in some way a bad thing? Do you think that Christianity taking that up would be a bad thing? Literally, stuff. It was like that.
And what did I say? I said I don't think Christianity taking up the mantle necessarily is bad. I think it is bad though if they impose Christian moral ethics on other people.
I answered most of your questions with questions. That's bad faith.
That's not true. I answered most of your questions with answers and some of them with questions. And you can also answer questions with questions.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
You're allowed.
How about $5? You can afford $5. How about $5? Most of the questions, no. Yes, most of the questions I asked you, you responded with a question
the
first.
Dude just stuck out in my mind,
and I had to literally beat the answer out of you.
But he had the wrong mindset to be going into
over 50.
That's okay. No, I do not believe that most of the questions I answered.
And he, of course, was young.
Pull
knew
it.
Everything.
Pull it.
Wait, what did you want me to?
Was really confident about telling people
I want my $5. I'll mount it next to Les Watson $5.
Sure.
But I'll bet it's over 50% of the time that when I asked her a question, she would respond with a question first, and then it would have to be
Wait, hold on. When you say question, do you mean a clarifying question of what you mean by your question?
I don't think that he
just any question.
Is that bad faith to if you say you pose me a question and you use a bunch of loaded words?
Let's just say debate questions, still the same.
I would say clarifying your questions is not bad faith.
Yeah, we can even take clarifying questions out.
And
I still
want to get into
think
engineering at his
that
age,
over 50% of the time you answered with a question,
even
I
have
had
like
to beat
side projects, little side hustles.
Just
I think the opposite's true with me.
Talking about
in fact, I'll flip
and
it
he's
both
like,
ways.
Man, internship.
When you ask me a question, I bet you most of the time I said yes
why would
or
I need
no,
to do that? And
yes or no. I'll bet you.
I'll grant that.
Literally give you a no. You'll grant that? That I answer questions, but you don't?
No. Well, no, I said that you answered my questions, but I've never accused you of not answering questions.
But you accused me the whole debate of being bad faith, but I answered all your questions.
Bad faith can mean more than...
Oh, what does it mean?
What does it
mean?
It typically means that you are acting as though you are under the guise or interest of one thing, but you're actually under the guise or interest of something else. But this can include
you mean an internal criticism?
How? What?
You got to break
utilize
ground
an
into the
internal
field
critique
some way,
by adopting the worldview of the opposition.
And a PE is likely to bring you in under an internship.
What is bad faith? What is bad faith is pretending as though you actually granted me a Grippers trilemma to appeal to absurdism by saying
adopting the position.
No, because you weren't actually adopting the position because you refused to actually engage with the Grippers trilemma.
You don't have to adopt the position. You just have to adopt the position for the purpose of the debate.
No, you have to adopt it. If you're saying I'm adopting,
that's not an internal critique.
You have to grant.
I can't internally critique Brian on being a degenerate unless I in fact adopt that I'm now a degenerate.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, then what are you saying?
With a Grippers trilemma, you didn't actually adopt it because you just used it to insist that moral objectivity can't exist. But of course, moral objectivity can and does exist, despite the fact that a Grippers trilemma is unsolved by all philosophical systems.
That's a contradiction, as you'll find out. That's literally be and not be. No claims can be justified, but also objective truth and objective morality is real. Can you justify that? No.
So were you lying when you
like what?
So were you lying when you pretended that you were granting me it and that you were working from my
How was that pretending if I granted to you?
Because you were saying, I believe this now too. Was that true?
That's adopting the position.
Wait, no, you said, no, I literally believe this. And I said, no.
That's adopting the position. It can't hurt me ever if you make the bold claim that all adaptations of any worldview reduced to a supposition which is unjustified. You can't even tell me why it would be unjustified for me to be bad fucking faith.
A small project like this for free.
What?
AWS is free tier.
Which part of that was confusing?
And if you code it where it's not really intensive, it's free.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
AWS
if all axioms are unjustified, right? If there is no justification for any of the various things that we're doing, period, because it all just reduces to whatever our arbitrary preferences are,
once an hour,
then that's what it would reduce to, and it would be a moral anti-realism.
Nope.
Then me even being bad faith, you couldn't even critique that. You could just say, oh, you're bad faith, but as long as it reduces to an axiom where I'm bad faith because it's a apology of bad faith because I'm bad faith, then it's fine to be bad faith.
So then I asked you, okay, so since you're rejecting what I'm proposing, how do you...
I never have to answer that.
How do you solve the Grippus trilemma?
You don't have to.
Of course you do. If I present you... Because if I present
this fucking 1,000-year-old...
Because you're pretending as though it's not a like strong argument against what you're saying. So I'm presenting like something comparable to a trolley problem, and you're refusing to...
makes my point.
No, the issue is, what I'm saying is, here's like, comparatively, the Euthyphro dilemma. How do you solve it? And you're going... The Euthyphro dilemma itself is circular, so it doesn't matter and nothing's real. It's like
never said anything about
the trolley problem isn't true.
Those are two things you continuously brought up, never mentioned them once.
I was trying to tell
You're right, I'm using them analogously.
I can adopt the entirety of the view.
And if you want to be,
I'm asking you to solve a trolley problem or a Grippus trilemma, and you won't solve it.
You want me to solve the trolley problem?
No, I want you to solve a Grippus trilemma.
Okay, but again, it's unnecessary to do so. If it's granted and we've destroyed all moral realism, the Christian nationalism itself, you could have no objection to because there's no moral facts.
You obviously object to this.
There's no reason to object to it.
But you do.
No, literally. I'm going to explain this in really small words. There's no reason for me to ever object to a worldview which affirms that if I institute Christian nationalism, you can't object to it morally. There's never a reason for me to go against that. Ever.
It's not my worldview or anything.
It is a worldview.
No,
you don't know it. It's going to get pointed out to you a million times.
Yeah, I'm sure your audience is going to be super happy to clip up dishonest.
PhilTube will pick the whole thing up. You'll see.
Okay. So the issue is, can you solve a Grippus trilemma? If you think that a Grippus trilemma necessarily means that there's no moral objectivity, you obviously believe that there is such a thing as moral objectivity. So how do you solve a Grippus trilemma?
Why do I need to engage in that in a debate about Christian?
Because if I provide you a philosophical test of thinking, it's the same thing if I present like a pro-lifer, the trolley problem. You need to engage in it because it's a test of logic.
No, you don't have to. Listen,
to be an honest interlocutor,
to be an honest interlocutor, all you ever have to do, if a person gives you the view and the argument for their view, in this case, your argument for your view was that all moral claims are reductions to axioms. Those reductions in axiom are suppositions.
Nowadays,
therefore, there's no moral facts. Therefore, everything is you're literally saying this is not objectively true. You're destroying the possibility of objectivity.
I never said that. I said that they're unjustifiable. And so if you reject this, I say that's fine. How do you solve a Grippus trilemma?
How do they exist outside of the mind? You have to say, because I suppose they do. It's a subjective.
How do you think that they exist outside the mind?
I don't need to ever answer.
So you never have to engage in a Grippus trilemma because you know that it's defeating and you don't want to engage in it. That's fine.
To my worldview, it supports it. Doesn't hurt it. It's actually you getting out of my way for Christian nationalism is good. Great.
None of this does this.
It does.
You refusing to engage with a philosophical test of logic just proves that you're afraid of this test of logic.
Oh,
I can just answer it honestly, and you won't.
All right.
Okay.
They do offer
got some chats coming
feature pages.
Iron Kangles donated $69.
Thank you, Iron.
He said popular, not famous.
Correct.
Dude, like,
he isn't nice,
the FSA
but he's
thing,
honest equals likable. You want likable?
So
be real enough to take a bite of that pizza. Nothing authentic about
think
you.
If you just go on the
Arguing over his opinion equals low status.
You're going to get a sense of what I'm saying. Okay.
Kangles, thank you very much. We have. Wait. Did I just miss one? No.
We have this shit.
Desert George donated $69.
Jorge. Thank you.
Oh, Andrew, a few of us showed up to that CK America Destiny shit show in Phoenix before we got the word you and Myron got dissed by them. We have a bottle of Asbourbon with your name on it.
Sell everything. It's fucking
Sorry
great.
you guys showed up there. It's too bad.
They can justify medical benefit.
Thank you, George. King Ryan here.
It's
King Ryan
amazing.
donated $69.
So basically, in December of every year, you just get on that website and just go shopping.
Up until hour 3.
Literally. Well, for me,
I have
it's
already
more like
downloaded, transcribed it, and put it through Grok.
I actually got
Check
my most
my
recent.
work.
Sounds right. Can you give us the opposition of how many times? Can you give us the opposition of how many times I answered a question with a question?
Wait, first of all, the questions have to be non-clarifying questions.
Oh, Lord.
Well, that's what you agreed to, and I've never said that you didn't, that you wouldn't answer, that you. I never accused you of this thing.
Yeah, no, I'm accusing you of it, saying that that's bad faith.
Then why do we care about whether
it's bad faith?
It's not bad faith.
It is bad faith to answer questions with questions.
Wow. No, it is not.
You can just buy
Can I ask you a question?
from them.
Yeah.
Okay. Which way's up?
Dude, it's powerful.
Okay, see how easy that was?
Amazon.
Why would there be a requirement that you asked me a question about that?
Well, sometimes if you're using terms that could be loaded and ambiguous, I need to clarify what you mean by, for example, bad or good or better.
Do you think most of those questions were clarifications, or do you think most of those questions was you saying, what would you do then? What would you do?
A lot of them were clarifying questions, and then there was multiple times where I tried to turn your question on yourself, to internally critique you, to highlight that your internal critique of me and being like, look how absurd and unjustifiable it is, falls apart for you too.
Oh my God, under the mental health section, they sell PlayStations and Xbox.
It doesn't help your position.
It doesn't matter. If the entire morality of the thing falls apart, then me implementing whatever the fuck I want is fine.
I wish.
It almost got you, though. It almost got you.
Jay Dyer tried to show you that too.
Yeah, Jay Dyer. King of philosophy, truly.
No fucking way.
Vibrator part, wholly legit.
HXCTXR donated $69. I'll happily oblige Brian, you belly rubbing, burrito loving, beer dropping, brown turd shirts wearing excellent. Also, arrogance and ignorance are never a good look and always a bad combo, Eurodite.
Probably
yeah, but
vibrators make sense for curing anxiety.
But what if I identify?
Why would I ever need to respond to this in a serious way?
You don't. Oh, wow. It's just... No, dude, just get a fucking diagnosis. If you're okay just living out of your car and, like, subsiding on the government,
Christian values like God's commandment, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, or in hoc signo vinces.
So now I'm starting to wonder, like, should I take the HSA and FSA or just FSA?
I would... okay, wow.
What is in hoc signo vinces?
I would typically suggest just one.
I do not.
I'm not familiar with it. I don't know if it's God's
roll over
command.
forever. FSA's
well, thank you, Christian.
XJ donated $69.
Thank you, XJ.
Bad faith is her crutch and her biggest projection.
I
Deadly
personally
combination of
FSA
ignorance and
because, well, that's my
dishonesty
only
because
option
she
for my
can't bear to
company.
accept her fragile ego being destroyed.
Nathan, can you lower the volume to 80 for us? Thank you,
Yeah,
XJ. Appreciate it.
You also have the benefit of like homie hookup.
I don't know why.
Hey man, I've got like this growth going on right here. Do you mind taking a look at it? And they're like, oh,
we
man,
have
like, it doesn't look that bad. I can take it off for you if you want.
$69.
And it's like, yeah. And then they reach
Great
into a cabinet and they
performance,
do the
Kyla.
thing.
Props on engaging for hours with painfully bad faith Andrew who can't open an olive jar and personally insults you while acting as though he said nothing offensive.
Let me just take that off. Like,
I don't really think I said much offensive, no.
Okay. Did I?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you went like, you always go nuclear. You're like, you're fat and you're this, you're that.
You said I'm unsaved.
My AI is like,
didn't say that.
Consider your HSA
No, I never
account
said
like
that.
a possible retirement
Nope, never said that either. I said you asked
if
me, are you questioning my faith? I
covers
said
so much,
yes.
you know.
I said, do you think I'm not a Christian?
Really,
you said, well, actually, you said, yeah, she's not a Christian. She's not a Christian.
That never happened.
HSA can be good. It's like literally
do you want to bet on that one too?
Account for health expenditures.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. If you plan on
100?
I don't
being
have $100.
extremely sick at some point, or you know,
you might have $100 you're more popular because you weren't so fucking unlikable.
Just saying. Was that personal or was that not personal? I'm not sure. Are you going to run
It's a true statement. It's just
something to keep in mind.
It's true, so it can't be an insult. It's true, so it can't be an insult. Got it.
Maybe that
Well, it's true that you're overweight. It's true that you're a hypocrite.
That's true. Well, that's not true.
That's definitely true.
Oh, what's the hypocrisy?
Your entire worldview versus like the way that you live. You offer like so much grace to yourself and almost no grace to others.
Who do I not offer grace to?
Me, most other people.
What grace have I not offered you?
You sit here and tell me that I'm not saved.
I didn't tell you. I never said that.
I would never sit here and tell you that you're not saved.
That never fucking happened.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. You made it up.
Why then did I go on a long conversation about Raqqa?
Because what happened was you said, are you going to question my faith? And I said, yes. That's not saying you're unsaved.
No, my salvation.
Yes, even if I said,
are you questioning whether I'm a Christian?
Yes, I'm questioning this. That's not saying you aren't the thing.
You were not saying it in this, like, I'm just not sure.
Doesn't matter.
You were saying, yeah, I'm questioning whether or not you're saved.
I never said you were unsaved. It never happened. You made it up.
You have no opinion on whether or not I have salvation.
I'm not going to make a salvific claim. But I can definitely question a salvific claim.
So do you think I'm a Christian?
February of 27. So
well, based on what you said here,
I can shop at New Year's specials.
I would question the veracity of the Christianity, yes.
Okay, so then why would I clarify before when you came and said, yeah, she's not a Christian? I said, wait, are you saying that I'm not saved? I'm not a Christian?
Well, that's different than making a salvific claim.
Yeah, I am saying that. And I said, well, I would be very cautious. I wouldn't engage in Raqqa.
Different than a salvific claim, which I did not make.
Sure, you weren't commenting on my salvation at all when you called me not a Christian.
I wouldn't even say Christian. I would say heresy. I think you're a heretic.
Sure, that's fine that you think that. But when you say I'm not a Christian, you were obviously commenting on my status of salvation. Obviously.
No, that's not commenting on your salvation. I think that there's non-Christians who can be saved.
Okay. Like one. Like what? Like how?
Well, I don't know what the methodologies of God's are.
How would a non-Christian be saved?
The Orthodox Church would never make a salvific claim.
So how can a non-Christian be saved?
Well, because we don't know the dominion of God, and there could be instances where
why did you question
there could be instances of people who we would consider to be heretics or something like this who could potentially be saved. We would not think that that's likely, but it's possible.
So you think I'm not a Christian, but maybe I'm still saved?
I would not make a salvific claim. Just saying if we're looking at likelihoods, if you're not a Christian, the likelihood of your salvation is much lower than your likelihood if you had salvation.
I don't know why you're running from this so hard.
There's no running. That's literally a coherent answer.
I am not a Christian. You don't think I'm a Christian.
Mm-hmm. That's not the same as saying you're unsaved.
By and large, it does.
No, by and large is not the same as saying it, though.
You're right. It's implying it.
No, it's not even implying it. It's just saying that your chances, if you were a Christian, of being saved are much higher than if they're not. That's all it's saying.
So I'm asking for an example of a non-Christian who's saved.
Again, how would I have access to that information?
So you think that I might be one of those?
It's possible. I just think that the chances and likelihood of non-Christians being saved are very low.
Gotcha. So then when I said you probably shouldn't comment on my salvation, you shouldn't call me you shouldn't say Raka. Why did you fight against me on that?
What do you mean? I didn't say you were unsaved.
Well, it was pretty clear that I was taking it to suggest that I'm not a Christian.
Doesn't matter
how
you're
saved.
taking it. I didn't say that.
You did say that I'm not a Christian.
I didn't say it. Well, I didn't say you were unsaved, though.
Oh, okay.
Where's P and not P? Where's the contradiction?
The contradiction here is that there are obvious implications when people that are sending in are saying that I'm not Christian,
implications
that I'm not
aren't
saved.
contradictions.
You agree with the TTS that
implications
comes through. And then when I
aren't
clarify and I say, are you saying that I'm not saved, that I'm not Christian? You said, yes.
Are implications contradictions?
They can be.
No, they can't.
Of course they
How can an implication be a contradiction?
Because if I say, for example, I think feminists are just X, right?
Yeah.
But by all the ways that I engage around talking about feminists, it's clear that I say feminism is just about the equality of sexes. But the only way that I engage around feminism is talking poorly of men, being misandrous, and trying to take away men's rights. Well, just because I say all these things doesn't mean that we would imply from that I believe anything.
That might make an inference of hypocrisy or something like this, but it's not a propositional contradiction.
Sure, it's not a propositional contradiction,
it's not
but it would be a contradiction of my worldview.
No, it's not even contradicting your worldview.
Sure, if I say that I'm for equality...
You can hold the worldview that feminists are evil and yourself be a feminist. There's no fucking contradiction there.
Right here. Funky healthcare math.
Okay.
I can just type in the details.
What's the contradiction? Where's P and not P?
I would say that if you say I believe in X, and then all of your actions, the way that you talk about it, suggest that you believe in Y, then yeah, we would go, maybe you don't actually believe.
Implications aren't contradictions. Propositions have contradictions. You're pointing to maybe hypocrisy? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
That's not a contradiction, though.
It could be.
Could hypocrisy...
Your life is contradictory of your worldview,
Is it possible that hypocrisy can propositionally be a contradiction? Maybe, but hypocrisy is not contradiction. Contradictions are propositional.
So there are things that exist outside of deductive logic, right?
Inductive logic.
Yeah, and so one of the things that we can utilize with inductive logic is what it implies.
That's inductive reasoning.
Yeah.
That's not inductive logic.
We use inductive logic for inductive reasoning. Right?
No, you don't need to use inductive logic for inductive reasoning either.
Okay.
You can smirk, but what's the difference between... Do you know that there's a difference between reason and logic, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then when I say inductive reason, does that require inductive logic?
Typically, yeah.
Okay, typically or does?
Yeah, kind of does. I don't know what other type of inductive reasoning we're doing if we're not utilizing
Yeah, so what is reason
logic.
Then?
Huh?
What is reason?
I'm not sure you did.
Is reason logic?
They're not one-to-one.
So what is reason?
What are we doing right now?
Asking you what reason is.
How did we get here from
because I'm trying to figure out if inductive logic and inductive reason are the same things.
That's
what
not
is
what
reason?
you're trying to do.
See what I mean? It's obfuscation again. It's just, Andrew's bad faith. I just never answer any fucking questions.
That when you said that I wasn't a Christian, I said, are you saying that I'm not saved, that I'm not a Christian?
Never
you said
you were.
Yes. I said it, and you agreed to it.
Never happened.
Okay. I've been seeing more people use
you're just making it up. I didn't say you were unsaved.
Therapy language or clinical language to justify their drug addiction.
Unsaved didn't make that claim.
Okay.
You want more tequila?
I didn't literally say the words.
I'll have one more shot, yeah.
One more shot, please. Garçon,
beneficial.
One more shot.
What's the difference between reason and logic? What are we doing right now? That's the difference. What are we doing?
I don't really drink anymore. I don't think so.
What are we doing right now?
Yes, what are we doing right now?
Two chats.
Based Justin donated $69. The woman is dishonoring the debate dog by dressing like a bathhouse worker and not eating the pizza. Very bad faith. Just eat the pizza.
I think it's increasingly weird that all these TTS really want me to eat the pizza. It might suggest what I was going to before, around why they want me to eat the pizza.
Justice is justice.
Do you disagree with
Ryan donated
justice is what's just.
$69. Questions responded to with a question up until hour 3. Kyla, 34 total, 13 clarifying. Andrew, 18 total, 5 clarifying. Insults, Andrew to Kyla 12, Kyla to Andrew 8.
That's not what we're trying to test here. We're trying to ask
Kyla
whether or not...
insulted me more than her, or has insulted me more than I've insulted her, and has answered questions, including clarifying questions.
Well, it depends on what he's defining as insults.
He put the clarifying questions. He said clarifying questions this minute.
I agree. The issue is that the issue wasn't whether or not I asked clarifying questions or answered with questions.
It
was whether or not 80% of my responses to your questions was questions.
Faith.
It's not bad faith.
It was bad faith. It is bad faith.
There's nothing definitionally bad faith
what you just
about
did when I
answering
asked you about
questions.
reason versus logic, when you made the claim and you're like, what are we even doing right now? Total bad faith. It's all
How
bad
is that
faith.
bad faith?
Because you won't respond to what I'm asking you.
Not responding isn't bad faith.
Oh, okay. Okay, then.
We have our... He doesn't look Vietnamese, though, is the thing, but it...
Maybe he's mixed.
I don't know. If you're interested in good conversations, lady, why the hell are you not acknowledging Andrew's top-tier game here? He was maybe 5% bad faith, and yours was magnitudes higher. Watch the conversation again multiple times.
She won't.
Try to change your style. You do have the equipment, but it's corrupt.
I think I've acknowledged multiple times that Andrew's talented. I think on my stream, I regularly get mad at my stream when they try to be like, Andrew's just stupid and he's bad at debating. I'm like, that's not true at all. Andrew's good at debating and he's not stupid. He's often bad faith, which frustrates like Phil Bro, Autist, but
how are you good at debating if you're just bad faith?
Because debating
wouldn't that be the opposite of being a good debater?
I mean, I would argue on like debate purists, but a lot of people get like sucked in, like your audience, based on like rhetoric and like reframing of conversations and
I didn't reframe shit.
You
in
reframed
fact, that
and
was
strawmanned
you.
multiple times.
Ask ChatGPT the same question. How many times did Kyla reframe versus Andrew?
What?
That's what he's using, I think. I don't think ChatGPT, but he's
YouTube
he's
actually
using
has a built-in AI that it's just you can like.
Yeah, just ask about reframing. It's like it's not even close. It's literally all projection. The idea is like Andrew's bad faith. How do you know that? Because I was bad faith the entire time. It's just like okay. Oh. I answer questions with questions. I reframe. I do all the shit. But Andrew's the one. He's the bad guy. Andrew's bad.
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I don't think it's immoral to be bad faith.
Super chat here from Abe. Thank you, Abe. If every non-inferential commitment is dogma, then logic itself is dogma. But if logic is dogma, argument collapses. So either presuppositions are legitimate or skepticism self-destructs.
Presuppositions, you can engage in dogmatism to build a foundational axiom system. This is what people do all the time. You can also engage in infinite regression to build, like we just do this all the time, and that's okay.
Okay. Look, you're never going to convince her on this, dude. Ever.
You're never going to engage with Agrippa's trilemma, are you? You're never going to solve it.
This guy's engaging with you. You don't even understand what he's saying.
I do understand. He's trying to say that presuppositions basically are not
dogmatism. Nope. Back it up. Do you want me to actually explain what he's saying? Because I will.
Sure.
Okay. Back up the super chat real quick.
I might have... I unstarred it, so I don't know if I'm going to...
Because what you focused on was presupposition. What he gave you was actually an informal syllogism. He was trying to show you something important. But if you back it up, I'll show you.
Give me a moment here.
Will you solve for Agrippa's trilemma yet? Or are you going to continue with the hypothetical? Well, I said this is like the one thing I'm going to keep asking you to do.
You can ask me a million times.
And you're not going to do it.
But if your worldview just allows for me to do what I want, then I'm just going to do that.
But my worldview doesn't allow you to believe what you want.
But it does. You just don't know it.
Nope.
Okay.
Solve Agrippa's trilemma then.
If Agrippa's trilemma is true, the moral facts are destroyed.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep. Yes, they are.
And solve for Agrippa's trilemma. How do
you don't need to. It's moral facts are destroyed.
How do you not engage in dogmatism as a presuppositionalist?
How would it ever in a million years hurt my position to adopt that all moral facts are destroyed, therefore I can do what I want when we're arguing about Christian nationalism?
I've never argued that you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, was the debate on Agrippa's trilemma or Christian nationalism?
Christian nationalism.
And so if you adopt Agrippa's trilemma and it helps me with Christian nationalism, why would I ever engage in Agrippa's trilemma? So here's what he says.
Why would you not engage with the trolley problem?
He says every non-inferential commitment is dogma, meaning every commitment you make that's not inferred, then logic itself is dogma. This is the start for what his argument is. So is logic itself dogma?
The structure of logic is dogma? No.
What is logic itself if it's not a dogma?
It's a system by which we try to analyze moral claims.
And then he says, but if logic is dogma, the argument has to collapse because presuppositions are legitimate and you just presupposed that logic's not dogma.
Logic, like the system of logic isn't dogma, but presupposing
How is it not?
Is dogma.
Is logic a social construction which can be changed?
No, I would say it objectively exists outside of us.
And is that dogma?
To assume like A equals A tautologically it would be dogma, yeah.
Then he's right. You just refuted your own argument.
I didn't refute my own argument.
Okay.
I
don't know how you can say logic is dogma but not dogma.
How do you engage in, how do you have a belief system that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma by either dogma, infinite regression, or circular reasoning?
Yeah, but his question is...
I'm going to ask you again when you're finished talking.
Okay, good. His question is referring to, is logic dogma? Answer no. Then when asked about presupposition, answer yes. It's P and not P.
No. Is presuppositionalism logic?
No, he's asking about you presupposing whether or not logic is dogma or not. You say logic is dogma, and then when asked
I don't say logic is dogma. I say that logic is a system. I presuppose God. I assume God.
So logic is logic as a system dogmatic? So it's unchanging. It's unchanging.
That's
it's not
what
dogma,
dogmatic means.
It's a fact.
Dogmatic assumes.
Okay, wait a second. Let's make sure we got this right. Logic itself, is it a social construction which can be changed?
Is it a social construction that logic exists? No and yes.
What does that mean?
I don't really know what you're meaning here when you ask. Can you answer?
Can you change the laws of logic?
Sometimes, like for example, some things that we would argue logically are fallacious, like through like inductive logic, we like later go, actually, it's not fallacious.
I'm not asking about fallacies. I'm asking about the laws of logic.
Fallacies are like evidences of like logic.
I'm just asking about the laws of logic, though.
How are fallacies not relevant to the laws of logic?
Let's start with this: laws of logic. Do you and I agree on what those are?
Like the three laws?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you agree with me? It's the law of identity, excluded middle, and then what's the last one?
Fuck! I would need to look it up. I don't have it on the top of my head. Do you want me to look it up?
Yeah. It's non-contradiction.
Yes.
Law of non-contradiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are those dogmatic or changeable?
Law of identity is tautological.
I'm sorry. Are they social constructs or changeable?
Well, some people argue against the law of non-contradiction, right?
Okay, so
that one might be changeable, but I think like A equals A, law of identity. I think that one's like pretty irreducible, right? It's like a tautology.
Is the law of identity a thing which is a social construct, or is it a thing which is changeable?
That would be the same thing, right?
No.
How is social construct
Because
not
you
changeable?
can change all social constructs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so is the law of identity a social construction or not?
I think it exists objectively outside of us.
Okay, so it's not a social construction.
The law of identity, no, but like the way that we talk about and describe it might be a social construction.
But the law itself is not a social construction.
No, I think.
Okay. So when you say that, you agree that you're making a claim that this is now objective truth.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not assuming that then?
Well, you are assuming A equals A.
Well, that's a
what do you think a tautology is?
But now you've created a contradiction.
How are you not assuming tautologies?
Because what he's saying to you is that if it's the case that you say this thing is true absent the mind, But then you say, no, it's assumed. That requires a mind. That's P and not P.
Well, it's assumed for us because we have to, but like
then that
it
requires
exists
a
outside
mind.
of us.
It can't be both. That's a contradiction. It's P and not P.
It's not a contradiction.
It is. How can you say that a thing requires a mind but doesn't require a mind?
So the existence of the tautologies doesn't require a mind. They exist outside of us, right? Axioms can exist outside of us.
Okay, so the law of identity exists outside of us, so it's not assumed.
Well, of course it's assumed.
Then it's now in the category of requires a mind.
How is it not assumed?
This is the whole problem that he's pointing out to you. If it's the case that you say it exists outside of a mind, you're not assuming it anymore. The second you say, no, I am assuming it, that requires a mind, otherwise it can't be assumed. What can assume a thing that's not a mind?
Something can exist outside of us observing it, obviously.
Yeah, sure, but what could assume a thing without a mind?
Nothing, but I don't know how you solve for Agrippa's trilemma.
So that, again, this is
how
the problem.
How do you solve for Agrippa's trilemma?
But hang on, before we get to that.
How is this not dogmatism?
How can you possibly claim that you're not now in contradiction when you say this thing exists objectively outside of assumption, but must be assumed? That's P and not P.
Oh, because I'm granting that essentially all things are unjustified at the fundamental level.
Right, so it's all a subjective required mind metric.
It's not subjective.
That seems to me like a possibility.
Sure, the issue is that other men wouldn't like that because men aren't a class.
A lot of men would love it. They did it for years. Half the world enslaves half the women. What do you mean?
Okay, men also freed a lot of women, right?
And they also enslave them.
Okay.
And so who cares? It's like, if that's the case, if all it is a reduction to the idea that there are no moral facts.
Things that are unjustifiable does not mean that things don't matter.
Well, it means that there's no moral facts.
No, it doesn't.
That's crazy.
Yes, it does.
No, because
you have to. How they try to push shit on people, and it's crazy how they want to give it to young children. They're developing brains, and we're just gonna give them meth. Fuck it, you know.
Dude, before Ritalin, I was on this shit in like '85 called Stelazine. I don't even think that's a thing anymore, but I don't know.
No, it's not.
And then
when you were 6. You were 6 years old?
No, I think I was 5 in '85, but yeah.
You were most definitely included in a study. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, what could you have possibly been doing at 5 where anybody was going to put you on drugs?
Anybody who's observed this phenomenon will know exactly what I'm saying. There's this pattern that happens with some kids where they just act a damn fool, and then there's interventions. Those interventions make them worse. And the escalation of worse just leads to more diagnoses and more medication. Now, you can just pick and choose in your mind where that leads to. For different kids, it's going to be different places. Yeah. But that's essentially the pattern. I mean, it's not even complicated to figure out what I'm describing here. It's just some kids are just going to be like, oh, shit, you're putting me on medicine and sending me to a therapist. And some kids are going to be like, oh, shit, you locked me up in this place. And then some kids are going to be like, fuck you for giving me this medicine. Fuck you for locking me up in this place. And they're going to escalate their behavior. And they're just going to say, well, you need more medication. You need more places. You need more therapies, because they don't know what else to do. This is the thing about child psychology that's so fucked, is child psychology doesn't have the ability to say, yeah, sometimes kids are just fucked. Sometimes kids are just assholes. They have this thing in their mind where they're like, there's always a reason, right? They have this thing where they're like, there's a reason you're acting this way. There's some things happening in your life. There's a diagnosis that we're missing. No, sometimes kids are just fucking dicks. And because they don't get that and they can't say that, there's just this underlying assumption they can always modify behavior through treatment and therapy and medication and shit. So,
Well, they can. If you're pissing yourself and drooling, that's modifying behavior now, isn't
it? Yeah. I laugh about it, but it really is true, dude. I mean, like straight up like a dog.
It's completely fucking accurate. No, it's disgusting. I'm fucking appalled at the state of mental health care in this country. Fuck, around the world.
Well, if I'm being fair at all, I'll just say it's probably gotten better since '85, right? Like if I'm just being totally fair, I don't know. You probably know.
We're not handing out Ritalin like candy, like we were in '80s.
Man, like in some regards, yes, and others, no. So we're at a point where it's not illegal to just be a fucking insane person on the street and harass literally everyone. And we don't really do anything with them. We just kind of like let them roam, and it's a problem, right? But at the same time, we're not just handing out medicine to kids like that. It's a little more controlled, but now we're able to fucking transition kids, and they're still on fucking meth, and they put into the adult market now. You can get it online with like a 5-minute, if you're lucky, fucking telehealth visit from some NP in fucking or whatever.
Damn, we might have been trannied if this was the fucking. We might have been fucking trannied.
Literally. Yeah.
God damn.
I mean, crazy. So it's still abysmal, but just in a different way. That's what I'm saying.
Anybody I knew growing up, like who was into sports, like baseball, football, or anything, they were all on Ritalin, and they all got prescribed it the same way. It was parents taking them to the doctor, and I was like, I don't know, he's just running around like crazy, all this energy. Yeah, it's kids.
Yeah. Yeah, it's my number one bitch. Is the ADHD thing. It's my number one. People will argue with me and say, no, Infinite, it is a phenomenon. Then I just always come back to, if it is a phenomenon, then it's not one at the rate at which it's diagnosed. So regardless, there's a problem.
Well, so the funny thing to me is that people will complain about there being limitations on the production of stimulant medication. Yeah, our government limits the amount of amphetamine salts that are allowed to be used in production. I mean, so I like how we've kind of gone past wow, maybe we should hand out less meth, and now we're bitching about the fact that we limit the amount of meth on the market. It's just really interesting.
I didn't know so many people in here had this experience. That's weird. Now I know what binds us.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you go off on it, and I don't know. Sometimes I'll comment, other times I'll be like, yeah, I've seen it, and then the other person's like, no, but people need it. I'm like, yeah, that's true too, but we're handing it out like to everyone, and I think that's the part that we should be careful about.
So
if you think it got better, it hasn't. It's gotten worse since we were kids.
Yes, but like in different ways. I mean,
bro, they got all these motherfuckers fucked up on Adderall, and
it's more readily accessible to more people. I'll put it that way. I mean, the thing that I said about telehealth with some retard in Spain, that's not a joke. That's exactly what's happening.
Oh, to get prescribed drugs? It's called telehealth?
Yeah, so it's a very common thing for nurses to get their nurse practitioner. Specifically to specialize in psychiatric nurse practitioner, right? And then go to fucking Spain. I mean, it's not legal, but no one fucking cares. They just have a primary residence in the States. They still practice. Huh?
It wasn't hard back in the day either. My cousin Shannon, she passed away at 25 years old, dude. It was so sad. She was more like my sister. We grew up together anyways. She was fucking going doctor shopping, bro. She'd go to a doctor, they give her some Percocet. She'd go to a doctor, they give her whatever the fuck else, and go to another doctor, they give her some more Percocet. Now she's walking around with this big old fat pill bottle with fucking looking like Skittles in that motherfucker. The next thing you know, she's fucking chewing on fentanyl patches, and she fucking died. With her kid home with her. She's a single mom, dude. So Thanksgiving morning, we fucking went to her house, and Aiden was fucking in the house with her, dead. Dude.
Yeah, so opiates are a lot harder these days to just get in mass. I mean, but still, it's a fucking problem, man. We're way too reliant upon them.
Well, I mean, if you really put your mind to it, what do you got to do? You got to go over to go to Mexico and buy whatever you want.
Oh, you don't even have to go that far. Just, I mean,
what was funny? Oh, sorry, Brian.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna say, I had a lawyer contact me like I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, maybe. And apparently they had a lawsuit on one of these medications. I don't know if y'all heard of Risperidol.
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is, but I've heard the name.
That was another one that I was on at the same time as all those others, and they contacted me and they were like, "Yeah, we have lawsuits that are pending for people who want to get in on them." They're like, "Well, one of the side effects was, this is crazy, right?" She goes, it was a woman, sounded really sweet. She goes, "One of the side effects of this is gynecomastia." She said, if you have gynecomastia, she goes, if you have gynecomastia, she said, all you have to do is present it to the court, essentially. And I was like, how do you present, because I'm a curious person. I was like, how do you present gynecomastia to a court? She's like, well, you would have to sit in the courtroom and show it, essentially. I was like, what, bitch? I was like, you calling me to try to come show a court my fucking bitch tits? I was like, no, I'm good. I'm fucking good. Maybe I interpreted what she was saying wrong, but I don't know. It was just fun. What was that, Rhett?
That's funny.
Yeah. I don't know. Some weird shit. But apparently they have lawsuits for these drugs from time to time. I don't know.
Name a drug, there's probably a lawsuit. Some more than others.
Yeah, I figure that too. I'd rather not even be involved with like talking to these fucking courts about that shit, honestly.
I mean, and some are much more valid than others.
Yeah, with the drug use, first of all, I don't think civilization is going to collapse. But if it did, I'd rather not be dependent on any substance as all that shit's going down, because that's going to be crazy for people who are dependent on things.
Oh, you're fucked. Dude, you are so fucked.
Yeah.
You better be you better be good at fucking robbing and stealing at that point. 'Cause that's the only thing you'll have to resort to.
I don't know. It doesn't say this drug's been discontinued. How do they have lawsuits for drugs, but they don't discontinue them? I don't understand how that works. Listen, I know I'm not.
Oh my god, man!
This shit, dog.
Okay. No. I'm not laughing at you. I'm. Yes, it's absurd, isn't it?
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm just reading about like what it's officially used for. 35 years after I was taking it, and it says antipsychotic, autism, bipolar, etc. And so it's like, well, it seems like it's still being used for the same thing. Maybe it's just not used on kids. I don't know.
So I normally find it used in adults who are just very unmanageable. I mean, and frankly, it's normally something that they add on after multiple other medications are already on board. It's really fucking gross, man. I mean, at a certain point, you're no longer treating the core problem. Okay, you're well past that. You're just treating this amalgamation of just random shitty behaviors that just keep coming out.
Dude, just fucking put a bullet in my head at that point. Fuck that, dude. What kind of life is that?
Drug companies are weird, man. You prescribe some drug, there's some lawsuit where like let's just say like it affected kids, and then they do like some soft ban on like kids can't necessarily use this anymore. There's a payout. The warning label gets 10 lines longer, but even then there's special circumstances in which doctors can provide it into kids, and it becomes like a case study in parallel with the kids who are getting it, even though there was a soft ban on it. But the drug doesn't necessarily go away. And then, that's the lawsuit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't think the chemicals actually get banned.
You guys been loving the Jews recently?
Yeah,
Oh,
every
yeah,
day, man.
I loved one this morning about 3 times right on her face.
Good shit. Good shit.
Yeah.
I'm actually booking a flight right now to Israel to weep at the wall.
3 times in one morning, Mike? That's pretty good, dog. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm overachiever today.
Morning.
What can I say?
This feels like a DM conversation.
It would have been a 4th, but the 3rd time Dust was coming out.
Hey, you came in here and interrupted and asked what we were loving, so I was just telling you.
I mean, I wasn't asking you what you're fucking. I was asking if you guys have been loving the Jews recently.
Dog, I'm struggling for 2 times in a day at 45. I'm not gonna lie. I'm amazed.
All right, you boomers just want to talk about your dick. Have a good day.
Yeah.
That's all we got to do to get rid of the retards.
If he had stayed, I was gonna tell him his mama also liked talking about my dick, but he didn't stay for
that. So you had a whole narrative lined up.
I love how the appropriate response to subverters is just to be fucking normal and just talk about shit. It's fucking hilarious.
Let's see. Oh yeah, it says thousands of lawsuits have been filed. Oh, it even says it right here. Primarily focused on 2 main issues: gynecomastia, the development of male breast tissue, and illegal off-label marketing to children during the 90s and early 2000s. Wow. So that bitch wasn't bullshitting.
That was like, I mean, if you think that what Purdue did was like an isolated incident, you're so fucking wrong. So many of them did shit like that.
Oh wow, they settled a Department of Justice settlement of $2.2 billion in 2013, $8 billion in 2019. Awarded a Maryland man $8 billion in punitive damage. Damn, maybe I should get this lawyer bitch. $8 billion? Yeah, I could go for that kind of money. Damn. Oh my God. This guy got 2 point. This 2015 verdict was the first major trial victory for a plaintiff who developed size 46 double D breasts after taking the drug as a child. Jesus Christ.
Oh. Okay.
Here was the one I bet she tried to get me to be part of, because this one says in 2021 mass settlement $800 million. J&J reached an agreement to pay approximately $800 million to settle substantially all of the remaining 9,000 pending. Yeah, I bet that's the one, because that would be the right timeline. That's crazy, dude. Damn, 46 double D's. You know, if they're interfering with people's bodies like that, could these drugs have anything to do with like juveniles and the tranny shit? I mean, like I don't know. That's so weird.
The answer is yes.
I never thought about it, but
I mean, a lot of so trannies also think that taking some of these meds can actually enhance their tranniness, whatever you want to say. You know, a lot of them DIY it, so to say.
That's so weird, dude. The world is so weird that we live in. God, I can remember a time when I thought it was so much simpler than this. I thought all I had to worry about was commies and shit. No offense, Rat. But
never taken.
Yeah. It's like, damn, we've moved so. I long for the day when all we had to worry about was commies. Damn.
It does make it easier.
I mean, yeah, we could defeat commies with a fucking Snickers and a McDonald's hamburger. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
This new shit is, I don't know. It's kind of an unquenchable thirst. What's up, He Art? Oh, you're working. I still got time left to get some jabs in. It's 2:07. Testing. Is Heart there? I think it's safe, guys. Heart be the only motherfucker out there delivering food to fucked up people that see her coming and go, oh shit, here she comes. Let's pretend like we're not home. Let's fucking shut the door. Leave it at the door, bitch. That's what they treat her like DoorDash when they see her coming. Just coming with that mug on. Wonder what you did to their food. Oh, damn. No, I'm sure they really appreciate it when you show up. I'm sure they're happy. You know who I ran off the other day is Evil Gyro Sandwich.
Yeah, I think I was there for part of it. I didn't understand what was going on with him that day. I don't know.
You mean why he took it so different? Why he took it so hard?
Right. Yeah. He's been in the VC before whenever like the game was explained to include like, subject object relations. And he understood that, but yet he took it really like real personal. And I don't think the conversation was that personal.
Thing is, he's not even a full-on queer. He's bisexual. He always gets offended when I'm talking about homosexuals, which I mean he is a homosexual, but I don't know. Fatty Matty was in here last night. I hadn't seen him in forever.
Yeah, when it comes to knowledge gaps, I sometimes don't mind engaging in those discussions. Whenever it comes to differences in values, those usually aren't conversations I engage in.
Well, I mean, look, fucking this dude is, you know, he's a kid. And he's also just crazily naive. It's fine. I'm naive sometimes too.
Hart has some insight to your question in the side chat. That could be true.
Damn.
Are you guys talking about gay sandwich?
Hart's feeling bad for one of her people. I can hear it in her typing. She's like, Hart, it's fine. If you want to take him under your wing and train him up in the ways of, how to be a resilient gay, you should you should do that. You love gay dudes. Quit lying. They're your favorite people.
Look, I don't give a fuck if a guy's gay or whatever. Just don't be a little bitch. Just don't act like a little bitch, all right? He fucking rage quit. He was so mad.
Yeah, he did.
Here's the problem. If you can't fucking take it, don't dish it out. That motherfucker talks his fair share of shit anyways, so I don't want to fucking hear it. You did kind of hit him pretty hard, if I'm being honest, but I mean, that's what we're all here for. We just tend to do that once in a while. So. I did it to Joe this morning. You were funny. You tagged me and said, "Wake up, it's Friday." I woke up, I came, and I heard you say like 2 words, and then your ass was back asleep. And fucking Joe came in. I just started in on him right away. I think I put deport Joe in the side chat or something.
I didn't even know you came in. I was watching this debate between Andrew and this girl.
Yeah. Yeah, Sassy was here. Maybe I didn't hear you talk because I came in and then someone else came in and I seen you and Hart were in here. Somebody else said something. I think we started talking. I seen Hart deafened. And fucking Sassy got on the mic, goes, "Shut the fuck up. I'm watching this video." And I was like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." I was like, "Just deafen your mic. It's a fucking voice chat. Don't make me mute your ass." And she fucking got mad and left. Called us jerks because like 3 of us told her to shut the fuck up. It was pretty funny.
Who was this to? I'm just curious. Was it who I thought it was?
Yeah, your best friend Sassy was in here this morning being a fucking see you next Tuesday. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
Your bestie, your unhinged geriatric bestie. Fucking crazy lady.
I didn't even know Hart was in here this morning. I tagged y'all both, and then I started watching that debate, and I laid down. I don't know, or listened to that debate. I laid down. I don't know when y'all even came in here.
I think you tagged me at like 6 my time or something. I was in here at like 6:20. You weren't around. I thought I heard you say something, but maybe I didn't. Like I said, Sean and Joe were in here and they started going back and forth. Oh, dude, Cosmo came in here and he flipped out on Joe, dude. I've never seen Cosmo get so mad before. That motherfucker was yelling, telling him to get the fuck out of America and he ain't American and shit.
What were they fighting
Was
about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, was that when they were talking about Ukraine?
I'm not sure. Dude, Cosmo got pissed, bro. He took his glasses off. I never even seen that motherfucker with his glasses off.
He took his glasses off?
Bro looks like Riddick.
He looks totally different. I was going to screenshot him because I started laughing. I was like, I'll just screenshot it. And then I was like, nah, better not.
Yeah, I think it was because Joe said that Ukraine was being terroristic by striking Russian civilian sites and stuff, and Cosmo got mad.
That's why multiculturalism doesn't work, guys. You have a law to the country, you're not. Simple.
I would tend to agree.
That's why they say, you know, I'm banned from the US because everybody knows if, you know, give Mickey Ray a gun and he'll sort shit out.
Nah, you ain't banned. Come on over.
Anyhow, I think that's true, Drew, about the gyro situation. Because, like, he mentioned one thing. He did fire one shot because one person was arguing with you. But then you kept on using him as an example and just kept on shitting on him along with the example towards the other guy. And you can hear it when he was like, you know what, Infinite, fuck you.
Yeah.
He had his fill. Normally you take shots at him, Infinite, but it's like very playful. So I think that like the separate, what made it different is it felt like hate because you just kept on fucking firing.
Yeah, I think he got his feelings hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't no feelings on the battlefield.
Well, that's what happens when you're a man and you got the fucking feelings of a woman. Sorry.
The thing is, listen, I know for a fact that I can be harsh when I'm shitting on people in the way that I probably was him. But I also know how many times a day people say the craziest shit to me. And I've never one time broken down and cried and left over it. So, Hart's probably the only person who's still here that was here back in the day with Insanity and Lamron, but they used to come in here and for 30 minutes straight just berate me about my wife and black dudes fucking her and
dude,
it just the craziest shit you've ever heard. And you know what I did? I sat here and fucking laughed about it. So it's not like I'm being hypocritical, you know.
You mentioned something about Abigail having trouble with like this one delinquent kid.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I heard the most nastiest thing I ever heard in my life. It made my stomach flip.
Oh,
it was
you're talking
Lamron.
About Insanity and Lamron? Yeah.
You know, Lamron. I'm just gonna say it because I guess you can laugh about it now. I don't know. He said something about a kid fucking walking over behind Abigail and just start like fingering the fuck out of her, and like he made the sounds with his mouth, and it just made me fucking sick like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
That dude is morbid.
Yeah, because what was it? There was one day that they heard her talking, and she was talking about how a kid had done something. I don't remember if it was like the kid complimented her or something. And they heard her, telling me this story, and then they just immediately started in on like, oh yeah, your wife's got these other men coming up to her, you know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, she's talking about an 8-year-old, you know what I mean, or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, they were just retarded. But like I said, it didn't bother me. I let them do it. I could have stopped them, but I didn't. So they just, those type of dudes will never understood how, like, you can't get to me like that.
Someone thought it was.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say someone thought it was funny to say that they thought about my daughter getting gangbanged would be funny, and that and everyone on the server, most of them know that my daughter's under the age of 18. But I got past it. I lost my mind for a couple days, and I got past it. You definitely get tougher being in the server. Listen to people talk their stupid shit.
You must have not ever played Call of Duty.
No. I never know.
I mean, fuck, man. It's just like anything you hear online, just disregard. Just whatever. Yeah. These people are fucking sick, man.
These guys on here on Discord don't compare it to the Call of Duty motherfuckers. Like,
well, back in the day,
man.
Pre-AI. Yeah, pre-AI fucking moderator bot. Dude, we were just sitting there calling each other fucking N-words and whatever the fuck else. Didn't matter. Now you get fucking banned from there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Everybody's gone soft.
Soft. Soft.
Yeah, to some degree, that's probably true.
I hate the white people that act black or hoodlum. You know what I mean? Gangster.
It's a phase. Okay, it's a phase. That's all.
I hope.
It's a phase.
I hope it is, because these guys, at least where I'm at in Southern California, like the white people are in it. Like black people allow them to say the N-word, and like they're actually black to them to an extent. It's crazy.
That's funny. California.
Oh, whatever's going on in that Vin Diesel meme is totally triggering a memory. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I can't even articulate what I'm saying. You ever have something that's like that triggers a thought or a memory, and it's like something familiar, but you don't know what, but it's back there, and it's like I don't even know how to explain what I'm really not able to explain. But yeah, either way,
I call them acid flashbacks.
Is it old memory, like old, like when you're like on the age of 10 or something?
Yeah, but it's like it's either a memory or it's an experience or it's a sensation or even like a smell or but it's like something's triggering it, but you can only touch like like if it's a filing system, you can see the folder maybe, but you can't see what's inside the folder. I don't know how.
Oh yeah, I have those.
There's a hint that it's there, but you don't know what is there, and yeah. There's something about these flashing eyes that are doing that. It's weird.
Oh, anyway. Are you insinuating you were attacked by aliens or something?
No. No. I'm saying it's like a, like maybe it's a toy I had as a kid. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
But yeah, no, not.
It was a toy.
Could be something from your past life, man. You know, you lived like a bajillion times before this life.
Nothing that complicated, dude. I'll do it sometimes walking through the candle aisle in like Walmart or wherever they sell those Yankee candles. Like I'll walk through those sometimes and I'll smell them because I like to sniff them like Biden. And they'll make
Biden
me
sniff a candle.
Yeah. They should make a candle called the Biden scent or something. Make it smell like fucking
Biden approved.
Make it smell like Johnson & Johnson baby shampoo. Anyway, I'll smell them and it'll trigger some memory, and I don't really know what the memory is. Like it doesn't trigger it enough to actually recall it. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not like I don't know. I could help you, man. It might be like one of your Mima's smells or something, one of her perfumes. I don't know.
Yeah, or it could just be the fucking pledge my mom used in 1984 when I was sucking down fucking CFCs and getting goddamn cancer. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. But the point is, it happens. And...
Oh, did you have childhood cancer?
Oh, my God. No. No, I've never had childhood.
Oh, I guess I misheard you. Sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah. I feel like I'm doing an inadequate job at communicating right now. Doesn't matter. The point is, I'm sure we've all had it where you get a hint of something and then it tugs on something in your mind, but you don't know exactly what. And yeah. Anyway.
You only could go so far with it. Like your mind won't allow you to go.
I think there's a name for it.
Yeah.
I know it's not deja vu. It's like I get what you're saying. Like it's like a memory relapse or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's because I can't remember shit.
There you go.
But
have you seen a therapist? Because I don't even know if that's going to be a good thing. Because what if they do uncover like memories of child abuse?
Dog.
Take you to another level.
When we were kids, I was just called getting your ass whooped. It wasn't called child abuse.
Yeah, no shit.
No.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about people who actually literally block out memories, I'm talking about abuse. Like, do I have to get more graphic?
You're talking
No, I
about
don't think
serious.
you do.
Anyways,
Infinite.
Ma'am.
That debate you were watching. How'd you think that girl do? How that girl did?
I thought she did
Better.
pretty good. I thought she, well, from what
Yeah.
I've seen so far, I thought she wasn't aggressive enough, and I
I thought she
they-
was extremely aggressive.
Nah,
Yeah.
with Andrew, I just did. I mean, Andrew's a dick.
Dude, he couldn't stand on a leg. She just kept on fucking pushing through him. It was fucking.
Well, there were certain points that they just kept getting bogged down in that I thought was.
Yeah, true.
Can I see the video you're talking about? I'm
That
actually
was
curious
kinda
about. You're talking about
silly.
Andrew Wilson, right?
And so, yeah, I mean, I didn't think she was aggressive enough myself with her point, and I thought Andrew
Side shot.
just constantly not let her, but I think he was just constantly pushing her to basically talk from her point of view, like asking her questions. And
Oh, well, thank you for the
I don't
link, but
know.
it's
I
like
mean, it
8
wasn't
hour
bad.
long.
I can't even say like who necessarily won because they just covered so many topics. Like I'd give different points to different people depending on what they were talking about. But
Fair enough. The reason why I question is like I looked in the comment section. Everybody was just fucking shitting on her. Then I looked at more of the channel. I'm like, oh, this guy's like an anti-feminist fucking gender realist. And
yeah,
that's
the
that's a
comments are
supporters
going to be
typically.
biased against her.
Yeah.
Because of
Most people on
Yeah.
YouTube are men, period. And then people who watch something like the Whatever podcast are filtered even more to be like 99% men watched.
I was gonna go on that show, but then I never got called back. Probably because I was too weird, I think.
This is one of the shows that I'm always shitting on publicly when I'm shitting on the men who are in their 20s and they're coming in here talking about they can't get a date. This is one of the shows that I credit for ruining men's perception of dating and Gen Z and women. So when I say, when I say Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and the Whatever podcast, this is what I'm talking about.
Fresh and Fit.
Well, I mean, Fresh and Fit is one of those podcasts that just absolutely has millions of people watching, and all they do is shit on women, and they bring the worst examples of women on. And then the other thing that Whatever podcast does is they're really smart with the fact that they contrast the thoughts, the hoes that they bring on here with these really demure, tradcon Christian women who just like sit there with their head fucking down and their hands in their lap. And they're like, and those women are just like, whatever the man says, and that's fine if that's your view. I don't have a problem with that. But they contrast these two things to people as if these are the only two versions of women, and then they tell you that only one of them is acceptable. So it's really sneaky and dishonest in the way they portray women, and most Gen Zer men are too insecure and too incapable of pulling any women to understand why this is not accurate, and they fall for this shit. So.
Well, I don't know how old you are. Maybe in your day, gentlemanly shit like chivalry worked.
Oh, here we go.
The
Perfect
reason
example.
that I have My issue with dating in modern times is that you actually succeed more by being misogynist.
Everybody watch. Listen to what. Now, what did I just tell you the podcast pushes? And then what is the thing exactly that he said? It's almost like it's almost like you're one of those little toys back in the day where I pull the string and then you say one of the pre-programmed responses. Let me pull it again here. Shh.
Okay, so you're saying that like people like Nick Fuentes or the main guy from Atlas from the whatever podcast, do they have issues getting girls?
Let me pull the string in. Shh. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yes, women actually do shit tests
It's
and
crazy.
neg men because they don't respect men that let them walk all over them.
The stereotypical.
And what's ironic is like I used to be more feminist, and as soon as I just kind of became more aloof and stopped
Got
dating
heartbroken?
women,
You're
I
a
started
feminist,
having way
are
more
you?
success.
No, let him go. Let him go.
And then I realized, women are
Let him go.
stupid. They want you to treat them
He
bad.
got,
So
he
it's
got
like,
his
oh,
heart
shit.
broken, I think.
All right.
He got played by a female,
I hear what
think.
you're saying.
That's
Let
what
me do it
happened.
one more time. Shh. Go ahead. I pulled the string again. Keep going. This is good.
All right.
Well, simple fact that's completely uncontestable is that women reward misogyny. There's no misogynist man who doesn't get women.
Yeah.
Weird. It's almost like women want actual men and not feminists. And by the way, you're the second guy that came in here today who is a self-proclaimed feminist. I think that is fucking crazy.
They pull the string again. Let me pull it again. Shh.
AKA simp.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I pulled the string. It's cool. Go ahead. Shh. Let me pull it again. It didn't work that time. Let me thump it on the head. You know, sometimes that string will get stuck.
I don't know if I'm getting this or not.
It's a very lame.
It's funny now.
Rebuttal.
Oh, sometimes they have pre-made comments to break the fourth wall to acknowledge the string puller. Sometimes that's built in. Yeah.
Yes, you've heard an argument before that apparently you can never defeat. Therefore, you just acknowledge that you've heard it a million times and still don't have an answer for it. Understood.
Anyway, I think this toy's broken, but nevertheless, it is fun to pull their strings sometimes. Listen to the predictable things that they say.
Actually, no, I predicted every word you would say, so I win.
Yeah, you do win.
Yeah, you totally
What'd you win?
I love winners.
What about feminist men? You like them too?
I love feminist men. They're so attractive.
Yeah, I bet.
Very, very attractive.
They go get their fucking nails done with you and shit.
Yeah, shaving their armpit. They're shaving
That's
it or
wild.
like they're waxing their legs and arms and stuff. Like freaking dyeing their whatever.
But just understand that, like, what he's saying, as retarded as it is reflective of people who watch these podcasts and do walk away exactly with this narrative. This is like, red pill, manosphere, men going their own way, evolution, and, Nick Fuentes being quoted is obviously amazing since he's a homosexual Mexican who doesn't like women.
Well, he might or might not be gay, but one thing is absolutely true is that as misogynist as he is, he has a legion of groybettes that follow him and then love him. So any misogynist can get pussy. Sorry.
Yes, a lot of gay men have women around them. That's true. Anyway, so just understand that, like, when you hear these people talking and they're espousing these things about women, where it's coming from and what they're being told. Like when he says, the more misogynistic you are, that's how you get pussy. He's not just saying that. He genuinely believes that. Yes, he's an idiot. But he doesn't know he's an idiot. That's the key.
Well, I guess all that sex I had was imaginary then.
When's the last time you had sex, Louis?
Really? Anyone could lie. Why do you even ask that question? It was yesterday. Whatever.
Well, I'm just saying it works for you. So when was the last time you had a woman that's a woman, not a man, not a tranny?
Yeah. What's sad is that women will usually cope by saying like, yeah, you can get low value women by being misogynist, but not the real good women, you know.
Okay, no Fugazi. No Fugazi. That's your new name. Fugazi. I'll stop talking.
By the way, these are terms, even though I've used these same terms, by the way, but that's because I'm trying to communicate to dumb. When you hear these terms use low value, high value in the context of like this conversation, this is very specific to these podcast spaces, and they define men, for example, as being high value based on the amount of money they make, and they are being able to provide resources. That's their number one criteria in these spaces. They define women being high value based on the number of kids that she has or the lack of kids.
No.
And
Yeah,
also,
how young and attractive
and
she is.
also her looks. Yeah, dude, I didn't pull the string. Just hold up a second. And also their looks. So their ability to even define high value and low value is just extremely embedded in this shallow, unrealistic worldview where none of these people are ever going to have successful relationships. So not only are these people incels to start with, which is how they end up on these podcasts, but they're going to remain incels because they're being given the absolute worst advice, and because of their success, or because of something that people like Gay Frog here associate with their success, they're just going to buy into it. They're going to look at them and say, "Oh, this is a really masculine dude. Andrew Tate's probably right when he tells me, to treat women like a commodity." So, just understand this is the source of the stupid in our society with why women can't get a date and why men don't come up to you and ask you out anymore. So
they also definitely
the woman's fault. I agree with that part.
Well, we're all supposed to be virgins too. Otherwise, we're low value if you're not a virgin.
No, but there's a certain number that you would care about. I mean, even if the tables were turned, if I fucked 100 men, you'd probably care a little bit if I was trying to be your boyfriend. I mean, not 100 men, 100 women.
No, it's fine. Listen, I pulled the string. I don't think it's malfunctioning when you said 100 men.
That's pretty common for back in the days. The guys would sleep with many women like that.
We'll call it a Freudian
over
slip.
100.
If you want to pretend like it was, we can call it a Freudian slip.
Okay, just explain to me why someone like Myron Gaines could be the most popular misogynistic person on the planet and just slays women every night. Like,
what did I say? I said they perceive him to be masculine in some way. It's like I say the thing and then he just repeats it back in another way. It's crazy.
What the fuck is happening here?
It's almost like I'm basically saying if you put a worm on a hook and throw it into a lake, you might get a fish. I'm just stating something subjectively true. This is the successful strategy for most men.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Just play the fucking video, bro.
Oh, okay. Here, let me help you out. So anyway, yeah, look, it just is the case that people like Gay Frog here are never going to understand why he's wrong, why this is not a successful strategy. And it probably stems from just a complete inability to communicate with and entice women into being in a partnership with him to start with. Because otherwise, why would you ever end up in these spaces, right? The only men who end up in these spaces are men who are struggling with women.
So, what spaces are you talking about?
Spaces.
That's how you end up a fan of like a Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit or, Andrew Tate. So, and by the way, one of the common things that these incels do is they suck with women. They go to these spaces. They get these negative ideas about women reinforced. And then they usually continue to just be alone and be incels. And rather than realizing they've been hoodwinked and they need to try a different strategy, they tell themselves, look, I'm alone because I choose to be. I'm chasing the bag, bro. I'm not chasing any women. Women are a bad deal for me. Marriage is a bad contract for me. So the reason I'm really alone is because women suck and I choose to be alone. That is what these podcasts actually offer these men. They offer them an excuse.
I think you're a little bit off.
Excuse me.
You're mischaracterizing it.
I didn't pull the string. I didn't pull the string. Excuse me.
Actually, do want.
Excuse me. I didn't pull the string, Gay Frog. Just hold up.
Who made you the boss? Who can
They're
talk?
off in the sense that this is never going to work for them. So they use this as an excuse to justify their already inept position with women.
Right. So, yeah, you made that very clear when your slow ass spoke that like 30 seconds ago. You know, I wish we had 2x speed like we have on YouTube for this guy. But anyway, all I'll say is that there's no reason. All right. So this guy's entire argument hinges on the fact that I must be an incel and I must have no success with women if I believe what I believe, right?
Right.
So if that's not true, then how do you reconcile that?
Now, since you asked me a question, I'll answer it. Now, notice that when he first started talking, he said, look, this guy believes X, Y, and Z about women. But obviously none of that's true based on my personal anecdotal experience. Instead, what is true is the fact that if you're misogynistic to women, that is how you get attention. So notice he's already told on himself. He's already said, excuse me, I'm talking. Excuse me, I'm talking. Notice he's already said, I was unsuccessful with women doing the normal thing. But then this podcast taught me to just be misogynistic. And then I became wildly successful. Now, I'm willing to bet anything he's also still not wildly successful. And we will never hear a woman in his background mic.
Oh, come on. All right. So that's where you're still just making the same thing you said already. You're just repeating yourself. Well, he says those things that are objectively true, but I'm pretty sure he's just an incel that's flashing out, you know. I mean, great ad homs, but when they're wrong, then you strengthen my position.
I think I'm going to have some Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper Zero.
Hey, did you hear that Dr. Pepper is just a mix of 50-50 root beer and Coca-Cola?
I did not hear that.
Yeah, look it up, man. I haven't tried it yet, but it's supposed to be the truth.
I didn't hear that. Somebody told me one time, I'm not a drinker, but somebody told me one time that the drink, I think it's called a Boilermaker, tastes like Dr. Pepper. I don't know if that's true or not, but somebody did tell me that. I'm not really a drinker.
I gave up my Dr. Pepper, man. I was at like 6 to 7 of them a day, man. I gave up cold turkey.
Oh, if you don't accept anecdotal evidence, what about the fact that overwhelmingly the biggest fetish for a woman is a rape fantasy?
Put your also, by the way, rape fantasy comes directly from these podcasts. Again, pulled the string. By the way, I'll tell you what I'll accept. Put your girl on the mic.
Why would I have somebody here right now to speak to you just to prove something?
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, he pays for prostitutes, like a real man.
Sure.
Gets to send him home when he's done.
There's nothing to prevent me from like getting my sister to potentially my girlfriend if that were the case, that I wasn't himself. So what do I have to gain from making these stupid quote unquote proofs that actually don't?
You live with your sister? That's wild.
No, but you wouldn't know that. Get it?
We're talking about banging women, and you bring up your sister. What the fuck?
That's so wild. By the way, for anyone who doesn't remember, I've just let him be here because he's good to use to laugh at.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
This is the same guy that brought up the child porn shit before that I had to kick
Yeah,
out.
I remember.
Yeah, I
Hey,
remember this,
Landmine.
Infinite Diversity actually said he prefers to see more children get raped than not. That was a really weird thing he said, but I guess that's his stance.
Hold on, Huli. I got a really important question. Landmine, when you quit drinking Dr. Pepper, did your gut start feeling better? Was it fucking you up?
No, I mean, I quit for like the caffeine and sugar, man. I dropped like 30
Yeah,
pounds.
that's why I'm gonna quit. But I always wonder if it makes my stomach hurt and shit. If it contributes. I love Dr. Pepper, bro. But I've really backed off.
I know, man. She was. I mean,
I'm a
she
little
was my
uncomfortable with
go-to
pedophile
girl.
freaks in here,
But
but that's up to the monster to decide.
Why are you interrupting people? Stop doing that.
Man, you're really obsessed with it. All right, I just wondered that. We can listen to this retard now.
yeah, you should try some like Greek yogurt in the morning. You know, some probiotics in the gut biome.
That's what I'm eating right
Oh.
now. Organic
Bro, I've
Greek
been on the
yogurt from Stonyfield.
kombucha and all that shit. Yeah, I do need to get some yogurt though. You're right.
Yeah.
But I've been paying attention to probiotics. So.
Yeah, I use this Greek yogurt that I get, which is unflavored, but it's just plain, fat-free, Stonyfield organic Greek yogurt. And by the way, you can have a huge portion of this shit, and it's very few calories because it's all protein. But what's cool about it is, I think I've told y'all this before, I use it in place of sour cream. So,
Yes.
So like, yeah.
That's
So
what I use
anywhere
it
that
for
I
now.
would
I just
normally
want
use
it.
sour cream,
Okay.
boom, put this shit on there. Almost
Alright.
no fat.
Well,
So, I mean,
everyone in this
You
channel
don't know-
knows that
you
you
don't-
started talking about benign bullshit because you realized that you lost any type of weight you're
Okay,
trying
so
to make.
look.
No,
So
he's
I'm
right
just gonna
about it,
bounce
'cause
since I've
you
already
No, no.
clearly.
You don't
It's
notice
fine.
the
I'm
taste.
out.
You don't notice the taste, the flavor. You don't notice it's not sour cream. I'm just saying.
Oh, did Gay Frog leave? Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
He's a hater. I think it's a good idea, and I'm happy to use it in substitution.
Yeah. That's what I do with it. Especially like baked potatoes and stuff. It's great.
Uh-huh.
Way
Yeah.
less calories and yeah, no fat. So plus you
I
get
just
that
bought
good
some yesterday.
protein. And,
Mhm.
and what the other
20
guy was
grams.
saying
Crazy. Yeah.
about the probiotics, that's plus. Yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, that was the guy that was advocating for animated pornography, or I mean AI child pornography to be legalized, because he said if the
Didn't
child.
that conversation go to like fucking sex dolls and all kinds of shit?
Well,
Yeah, dude,
no,
tried to
I ended
tone
it
that
at
out.
I ended it at the legalized AI child porn, because basically what he was advocating for is that like that shit should be legal. I think it did go to dolls, or it started at dolls. But basically that shit should be legal because if it's AI generated CP, there's no real kids getting hurt. So therefore we should just make it legal and just accept AI generated child porn.
Yeah.
Well,
we should give the sharks
serious?
blood. We should give
Well,
the sharks blood and make them more
I
blood
think
hungry.
it hinges on the argument whether I'm sure you've heard that making pornography widely available made sexual assaults go down. So satiating that need for people for whatever reason have that. If they can fantasize about it instead of doing it, then that ends justify the means. I think is probably where he was arguing.
Where's the evidence come from that pornography being widely available made sexual assaults go down?
It's a correlative. I mean, because sexual assaults have been going down since the 70s, since porn's been widely available,
Yeah, but
escalating since
at the
then.
same
So
time,
there's a correlation there, but it's a loose correlation. But people argue for it.
yeah, but that would be at the same time that women are more comfortable with coming out and reporting it. It's the same time that women have more options to defend themselves. It's at the same time that we have better forensics. I mean, there's all kinds of like other things that could be associated with sexual assaults going down. Crime in general has been going down since some time period, at least since the mid-90s. So
What happened
Yeah,
in
well,
Norfolk, Virginia, just today?
yeah, crime peaked in the early 90s, and then it's been going down since then.
Well, murder technically peaked in the 80s, and then it had a resurgence in the mid 90s with the crack epidemic, and it peaked again in like 94, if I remember right. But yeah, this idea that pornography is lessening sexual assault is like that's something that somebody who wants to make porn more acceptable made up, as far as I'm concerned.
I would agree with you, but I mean, say another loose corollary, I mean, say like a violent video game or something that would channel rage in a non-destructive way might, be beneficial, right?
No, not at all. I see kids.
You don't think there's any?
No.
You don't think there's any cathartic benefit for like smash rooms or violent video games or anything like that?
No, I think they do the opposite.
What, you think violent video games make people more violent?
I think they ramp up people's anxiety levels, which is a type of stress which often comes out in the form of aggression, not necessarily violence, though. But the point is, I don't think it takes you the opposite. Let me put it to you like this, okay? If I play Apex Legends for an hour, at the end of that hour, is my adrenaline fucking dumping? Is my heart beating faster? Am I cussing the fucking TV because of some goddamn cheater? Answer to all these things are yes. Am I going to be less aggressive after that? No. No, I'm going to be the opposite. Why? Because in spite of experiencing all these all these emotions, I've not done anything to physically release these things that I've built up. So I'm sitting there with my heart beating faster, but I'm not running. I'm creating a fight or flight response in the parasympathetic nervous system, and I'm not doing anything that's physically associated with fight or flight responses. So no, you're sitting there ramping up your aggression. It's the same thing with sitting down and watching a football game, and some people who are just like hyper aggressive when they watch football games. It's the same shit. So no, I completely disagree with your assessment.
I award you 2 IQ points for using parasympathetic system.
Thanks.
You're now at an 8-7.
Hey.
Let's go, Infinite.
It's better than 6-7.
That's right.
Die.
Also, the person that wants to make AI child porn can rot in hell until we have children not getting raped and exploited and trafficked and all these things. Like, 1 in a billion chances of that happening. You know what I mean? Like every 1 billion people we have it one happens, so only 7 a year. Then I'd be okay with him maybe considering like some risky shit. But no. We're not giving fucking pipelines to pedos in any way, shape, or form. They can take a pipe to the head.
See, that's my view. I think it is I think the opposite about the aggression, I think it is a pipeline to.
I'll devil's advocate here.
Oh fucking shit.
I'll frame it for a
Not
social
the Muslims,
worker.
but save the pedophiles. Are you kidding me?
Let's say we have a really high qualified doctor, right? Multiple degrees in social work, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And they want to use it as one of those like split second things. Like we show them a frame, we monitor brain stimulation. And this is like progressive therapy. Like we notice the stimulation's going away because therapy is working kind of thing. I might be willing to entertain variants of something that's more clinical. But just having a machine out there, a .com fuck that. Get out of here. You're a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, I'm not
like hyper controlled clinical system that has purpose and meaning. I could start to entertain the idea of something risky, but no. We're not putting no AI machine out there. I will personally take those down.
Yeah, his argument was that if you make AI child porn, there would be no black market for child porn because people will just have AI do it instead of doing it in real life.
No, his argument was a little bit more nuanced than that. His argument was that you could saturate the market to such a high degree with the AI stuff that people wouldn't know what was real and what wasn't, and therefore there would be no need to make the real stuff. But even then, you would simply have a black market or a blacker market or a Javon market or whatever you want to call it that did something probably
justice for Javon
that did something probably much more terrible to children in order to authenticate that it was real.
God damn,
that's much more likely to happen. So,
yeah, I would agree with you that it would just create tiered markets. It's the same idea of, oh, you don't have to worry about having your nudes out there if there's a slop cannon that will make millions of your fucking nudes. What's the point then? Why do you care if your nudes are out there? Like, so stupid. I have a meme.
They were going to using AI to fuck other people's moms. In the middle of an argument, they're going to send a picture of your mom giving them a blowy.
I think I actually sent this meme to Rad a long time ago. Let me find it. Talks about slop cannon AI porn. Oh, right.
Or even a video of your mother getting like the most brutal bukkake.
Glad I don't know what that is because it sounds Japanese, which means it's disgusting.
Bro, lesbians are not supposed to know what a bukkake is.
Yeah, that's just multiple money. It's multiple money shots. Does that make more sense?
As the Jews would say.
I'm eating a bunch of
my
yogurt on my lasagna right now.
It was the OG.
I don't want to fuck that up. I don't want to fuck that up for you.
It was the OG making pain.
I can show you without right now. I can show you without actually showing you. Just check out the side chat. That's bukkake.
I totally just don't even need to see.
Oh, come on. It's fine. Don't worry.
What if Walleye Mike is saying that, I might look.
It's just carrots.
Oh,
bro.
Yeah, that actually is a great example with just carrots.
I have a very powerful imagination. I credit my science fiction.
She looks so happy too.
And I don't need it.
This motherfucker.
But guess what? You know what? Here's a meme that's dedicated to this woman. There you go. This is the same fucking argument that dude's making.
Jesus.
But the important parallel that I was trying to make is that this guy who advocates for this other stuff also subscribes to this notion about incel, red pill, manosphere shit. So
have I told you that incels don't exist? Have you heard that claim from me before?
No, I don't think so.
How can an incel exist? No, incels don't exist. This is just a baggage shit. This is just shit baggage situations. This person is not an incel. They just have shitloads of baggage. And I can prove it because you take them to the back side of a 7-Eleven where a hooker hangs out by the dumpster and they don't want to fuck that person, or the crackhead they can fuck for free. That doesn't make an incel. That just makes someone with baggage. They could easily get laid. There's a slut community. There's a whole slut community. It's adjacent to the swingers community.
Wait. Well,
incel is not a thing.
That's a false equivalency. That's like saying there's no such thing as starving people because there's plenty of dumpsters to eat out of. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
Why do you think that we don't have starvation deaths in America? Because people are eating out of dumpsters.
I was about to say because
they don't have dumpsters in Africa.
Market, and there was plenty of homeless people eating out of the dumpsters.
Right. They don't have They don't have people in Africa going into the dumpsters and eating because they don't have African.
That's his point. That's his point. Is that look? He's right in a sense because part of the incel diatribe is that they can't find the kind of women they want.
Right there. Can we stop at that claim? That is baggage.
That's fine.
I was about to say that
that baggage.
Incels usually say that women can't be incels because it just depends on who they like to deny. I was about to say if that's the case, then
having standards, boundaries, preferences, these are healthy, right? But then becomes to the point where you have zero people because of what you bring to the table and what table you're looking at. That's a baggage issue. Lower your standards. Open your preferences.
I wouldn't say baggage as much.
I don't call that baggage, but
Yeah, I don't think you're using the term correctly, but I kind of hear what you're saying.
But I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have hang-ups, unresolved, right? Psych situations. Like I personally couldn't go to the back end of a 7-Eleven. I'm aware it exists, but it's a psychological thing for me, right? It's my baggage. I accept that. I don't claim insuldom.
Well, the point is, if you're holding out for a 9, and that incel who was just in here is a short brown Mexican with a fucking horrible goddamn voice and a worse lisp, it's probably not going to happen for him. So,
and then you ask him, are you into short Mexicans with a lisp that are women? And they say, no, that's not my type. That's ugly. What the fuck do you want? Go find yourself a 7 because you're a 6. Like, quit aiming for 9s when you're a 3. Like, or go improve yourself. Go get the 6 figures. Go get knee extensions. Become 6 foot. Get the penis extension. Get the 6 inches. All right, now you're competing at the levels of 7, 8s, and 9s. Like, this isn't rocket science. That's all I'm saying. Like, there's this whole, like, mysticism to why I can't get laid. It's so fucking funky in the universe. Nah, bitch. You ain't trying. You ain't got game because you haven't worked on your game because you don't realize any potential you have because you think that no one wants you. This is all a mindset. That's why I'm saying it's baggage.
Well, I agree it is mindset, but at the same time, this is the same thing I always tell these Gen Zers. But
yeah.
I also think there's a difference in getting laid and having a marriage. And these types of podcasts tell these types of men, don't even try to have a marriage. They tell them things like marriage is a bad idea for men. Marriage is a bad contract. That you, as the man, have only to lose from a marriage. So they're saying, go find women that only want you for your resources, and then definitely don't marry those women because it's a bad idea for you. Well, yeah, I'd say if you only go find women that want you for your resources, it probably is a bad idea to marry that bitch.
Yeah,
it's probably true. So it's just the blind leading the blind.
Right. Well, if they're selling them the bag that marriage is a bad idea, that it's a burden, well, now they're carrying the no marriage for me bag. Hey, like they've invested, they fucking sunk into it, whether they're making gains or they're suffering at a loss underwater. They subscribe to that originally. Now, if they subscribe to the other thing that I want a marriages are good, marriages complete me, well, now you're going to be in the mindset of finding someone that shares that value. But that's also your baggage too. That's also another baggage, right? Marriage is requirement.
Well, anything.
No, I don't think most incels are looking for marriage. They just want to invite to the hookup culture party, and then they're like, "Wait, you're not letting anybody else in? What's wrong with me?"
Well, okay, so this is where it gets a bit confusing. We're saying two different things. The incels, the real incels, they are lame, and for a lot of different reasons, it is difficult for them to get laid. I do believe that. They're going to be very unattractive men. They're going to be they're going to be the typical men that just can't get laid. Okay, that's true. But when they go to these podcast spaces, the podcast isn't talking to them. It pretends like it is. And what the podcast says to them is, you don't need these women. These women are just hoes anyway. If it's not a tradcon, demure, head down, Christian, virgin, white woman, you don't need her anyway. And if you did, you could go to another country to find her. So the podcast tells them, don't get married, treat women like property, etc. And don't even worry about women right now. Chase the bag. Right, that's what the podcast tells them. So then these people who couldn't get laid if they were queers in a Peter Patch anyway, take that advice and
Nice.
they go, yeah, I'm just gonna chase the bag, bro, because I don't need these bitches, because these bitches are just out here being hoes because they're all on OnlyFans. So I'm gonna pretend now like the reason I'm not able to get women is because I choose not to. And so they take the podcast advice and they adopt that ideology and they walk around saying things like, I'm a high value man and I ain't settling for nothing but a high value woman. When in reality, they weren't going to get a woman anyway. So it's just this trick that the podcast space does where they have all these men coping and seething and adopting their ideology because it's the easiest way for these men to justify the fact that they can't get women. And that's it. That's the whole game. And you know this because when you find people who genuinely listen to this shit, like the guy who was just in here, who is a brown Mexican, who does have a lisp, who does have a pedophile voice, who was advocating for fucking child pornography in the form of AI, that dude couldn't get laid if he fucking had to. So, yeah.
Well, he couldn't. I'm saying that he can't get laid by the things that he wants. He can absolutely get laid. He just doesn't want to pursue the avenues that would lay him.
Well,
right. He won't go to a swingers club. He won't go to a mixer at a hotel. He won't go to the back end of a 7-Eleven. He won't walk down the street and pick up a hooker. He won't go to so and so's sister's house and sleep with the fat bitch.
Yeah, but that's just back.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but that's just back to the dumpster analogy. No. And I agree with hypnotize PFP here. It is a dumpster analogy. I would never fuck a woman behind the back of a 7-Eleven. So
yeah, neither would I.
Yeah. So yeah, the kind of
I just want a good.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh man, it was gonna be bad. I just want to have a wife that I can treat like a slave. She looks nice to present to friends, but does everything that I tell her to do. I want that, and I can't find that behind a 7-Eleven.
True. You can't. If you can't, we'd all be there already. JK.
Maybe behind the Costco. Better place to look.
Yeah.
Maybe in China.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my bad. These conversations are silly. I apologize. I can only joke whenever I listen into them. I apologize.
Well, these ideologies are absolutely ruining men when it comes to. Well, I mean, you heard the guy who was in here, whose strings I was pulling. Like, he just. Yeah, that's the mentality.
I mean, it is different because, I don't know, growing up, you and the guys and your friends, you'd be to the mall, you'd like pressure each other, one up each other. Oh man, who's gonna get that girl's like phone number and stuff like that, and all these other social components. You don't get them, through being able to game. And like we were nerds too. Like we'd get together to play video games. Sometimes haul like TVs together and game systems inside our trucks, but we would still like pressure each other. I think like the online kind of community thing, we just don't interact with each other as much. And if you are out there interacting, everybody's got their phone fucking glued to their face. So I don't even think the opportunity is as high. But I definitely don't think modern society has enough social pressures that used to, I don't know, push people like me and myself and my friends to just, I don't know, talk to each other in real life.
Yeah, these dudes are losers. They are. I'm glad they can't reproduce.
True.
Well, minority of men reproduce according to our DNA. I think 40%. Genetic variation in the Y chromosome. I'm sure, famine, war,
I was about to say, there's a lot
had a lot to do with it, but even so,
how many bloodlines have been snuffed out by a 19-year-old going to war? Probably a lot.
Lots.
Yeah.
Lots. But even in modernity, I would still think that it's a minority of men that are actually going to reproduce, even in the Western world.
There's no way a minority of men were reproducing the baby boomer generation.
No, maybe not that generation, but that was the last generation that probably had parity.
This is interesting.
Meaning an equal number of men and an equal number of women were reproducing roughly.
I wonder what India would look like if we got them into online gaming. Like, maybe not like with the rest of the world, but even with themselves. Would it slow down population rates? Would they also have a similar type problem?
Well, man, we see this happening everywhere except Africa. I mean, it's happening in Arabic countries. We see it happening everywhere. I don't know if it's video game related. It's definitely modernity, but
well, no, I mean the general concept is that children went from being free labor to being very.
We all know, dude. We can just leave it unsaid. We all know this. We all know the concept. Agrarian, rural.
Just drop it.
Yeah. We all know that. We're just skipping over that part because it's just not what we're talking about, right? We're not talking about, your mom's no longer having 20 kids. Right, we're talking about something much more profound, which is where people are having no kids. So the thing you're talking about is an explanation for why we went from the farms to the cities. And it's not an explanation for what Rat's talking about or whatever. But yeah, everybody here knows the narrative.
Okay, so what's your explanation for why people don't want to have kids other than video games?
I don't have one. I don't have an explanation for it. I'm just telling you that your explanation is not what we're even talking about. I'm just trying to tell you. And plus, everybody here knows what you're about to say already. Like, just assume you're talking to a room that has a high level of knowledge, and that way you don't have to say a lot of obvious things.
Just a side note, landmine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd fuck you up, bro. I would fuck you up big time.
What the fuck?
You want to jerk me off? What was that? Yeah. Okay. That's strange.
It's not really strange for Mickey.
Well, I mean, take me out to dinner first.
You don't want that, dude. You'd end up eating beans and toast.
Ugh. Yeah, no. I mean, for dinner? I thought that was their breakfast.
I mean, those fucking bastards eat that shit anytime you give them a chance.
Just walk into the cupboard. It's nothing but cans of beans and toast.
It could also, I don't know, Infinite, it could also be cultural because, like, me and my siblings, we all wanted to have a crap ton of kids. And then, respectively, like, oh my gosh, we've replenished that. But even my own kids, they'll say that they want a big family. And I don't know if that's just like my family's culture that we've imparted onto our children, and maybe people just don't do that anymore.
Well, yeah, if the majority of children are, products of broken homes, then yeah, it's doesn't really get passed down.
So I was right. The estimate in the United States, encompassing every generation from the turn of the last century, puts the number at about 75% of men reproduce. So definitely not a minority. By the way, this is another talking point that you hear on these podcasts. Only a small percentage of men reproduce. I don't know why they tell men this. They also tell men in these spaces that like the top 10% of men are getting 90% of the women. And I don't know if these people just can't do math at all, or how they don't understand how that's just not even like mathematically possible. But they just accept this. They just do when these and by the way, Fresh and Fit's a bunch of retarded Africans. So why they would even listen to them about women is just beyond me. But yeah, they're telling men.
Some of it comes from the Pareto distribution theory. Are you familiar?
Yeah, this doesn't Pareto distribution doesn't apply here at all. Like, I mean, unless you just buy into the bullshit that I just told you that 75% of men reproduce. So,
in which, if that was the case, we wouldn't have a population crisis.
Oh my God, son! Look, okay? I thought you were much. Let's see, what's your name? Landmine. Okay, dude. Look, you're gonna have to put your big boy thinking hat on in here, okay?
Yeah, give me.
If you had to come up with a reason for why 75% of men would reproduce, and we still have a population crisis, as you're calling it, which I'm not, by the way. Could you figure out what? First of all, how many people does it take to stay at current levels? Let's just start there.
2.1 is replacement value.
2.1, 2.2. Okay, great. So if you reproduce and you only have one kid, is that a replacement rate?
No, of course not.
Right. So then your statement is completely false. You just falsified your own statement. Like, yeah, you got to think. Anyway, there's no Pareto distribution here. There's no 10% of men fucking 90% of women here. The difference in men and women reproducing, by the way, is about 10%. Being that women are the ones who can get pregnant, this totally makes sense. So, yeah, it's not even. There's not even anything to unpack here. It's just. But the point is that people are just lied to about this statistic all the time. Like the idea that a Pareto distribution would apply here is crazy, by the way.
Just so you know, Landmine, if you are looking to get a female, try my Lou Cologne, Sex Panther. Works 60% of the time, all the time.
Yeah, 60% of the time it works every time.
That definitely sounds like a black perfume.
Yeah, well, Mickey's black, so that makes total sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you got a problem with that, Landmine?
Bro, why do you smell like a panther's asshole? You don't understand.
This is worse than that one time raccoon got stuck in a copier.
It's the pheromones.
Damn.
It's like my cats are like, they're a lot more affectionate as of late as well. It's like a win-win.
Well, then, if I take everything that you say as true, I mean, I'm looking it up. It seems accurate. Why do people stop having children at one? Why can't they have two?
This guy sounds like Gizmo.
How many kids do you have?
I don't have any.
Okay, start
all
there.
All my kids were aborted.
Okay, we'll start there.
Wow.
Whatever the answer to
Jesus
your
Christ.
statement is might be the answer. I don't know. I can't speak for you. I have kids. They're grown, so I don't know what to tell you.
I was
Well,
about to
I
say,
didn't.
everybody in here who has kids that I'm aware of has more than one.
Well, that's why they're called kids, right?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you got me.
Sorry.
Oh shit. Yeah, I mean that's true. I just thought about who was in here. Yeah. Well,
that's
this is what a lot of people don't realize. I tell people this all the time about this kid thing. If you look at the numbers in total in America, you see like what these replacement rates are. What people don't understand is the people that are having kids are having multiple kids. And then there's just these other people that constantly set it zero, like landmine here. And that skews the numbers, which is good for us because most of us who are having kids are the people, or especially having a lot of them, are the people who should be, which are like conservative and white and whatever else and Christian. Those are the people who should be having the fucking kids anyway. And, you know, the homos, the minorities, the fucking trannies, the fucking retards, they're just aborting them and shouting it out. The liberals, they're just aborting them and shouting out their abortions and shit. And also, they're just not having kids at all. They're taking their plan B's and C's and D's and shit. And
Poor Smecky.
yeah, that's great. You know, that leads to them not having kids, and that's great for us. Look, speaking of beans on toast, right there it is.
Exactly.
Absolutely one of
wild.
the worst things I've ever seen put on a plate.
The bread gets soggy. It doesn't even make fucking sense. It's retarded.
It doesn't make sense. Why do you even use bread?
Right now at McBeans, you can get beans on toast for $2.99 along with a cup of tea.
It is poverty food, dog. It's straight up fucking. They're still bombing us. It's the Germans are fucking coming, and they're dropping bombs on London. We better have some beans and toast. I mean, it's crazy that you all use toast with goddamn beans. The two things, there's no contrast. It's like having potatoes. It's like having baked potatoes or French fries. I mean, it's retarded. Whatever, Mickey.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, but the sound of my jaw slopping on these beans on toast.
Dick. Oh,
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, so I was looking online. The claim that like families are only having like one children, that's actually that minority. So if families are getting together and having children, the minority only has like one children. Most have two or more.
Yeah, the trend really accelerates with Gen Z. But the thing is, what we see with millennials and Gen X, and it's accelerated with millennials, is that they're just having kids much later in life. So even with the trend that we see in Gen Z, it may just be the case that they decide to have kids later. So yeah, no, that's why it's completely a skewed thing.
And that could be true. And maybe that'll lead to like less broken homes because you don't have like teens getting together, having kids, realizing they hate each other, getting divorced, and families being whatever.
Oh, this date only goes to 2014 too.
Yeah, I was looking for more recent, but I can't find it. That was kind of frustrating. And I really like Pew because I like their methodologies, but
no.
I've got something for the census if you want to look at that.
Yeah, that might be interesting. The problem with the census data is I usually don't have the tools to break it down really well, but yeah.
I want to see birth records. Birth records to me are like the end all be all, frankly. In this,
I found it interesting. Only 35. What does it say in this chart? Only 35% of the 61% fathers are actually married and have children with their spouse.
This is also 2014, so that's in the same date time frame of my link. We're looking for something more current.
No, but it gives different data points, which are interesting.
Oh, okay.
Because in the overall number, and the 6 of 10 men that they're here, is the estimates include biological step and adoptive fathers in the term fatherhood. So I want to see actual data on actual just biological fathers, if you could find that.
Oh, I think Infinite was saying from whatever he found, it was like 75% or something.
By the way, yeah. Let me pull it up here. By the way, if you look at these first two categories, you're talking about 33, right? So you're talking about a third of people, of women, have one child or less. So, I mean, that's where that's where the bulk is going to be skewing the results. So, yeah. The important part is that, white Christian conservatives are the majority of the 3 or more. That's the important part.
They're the majority of the 3 or more, but the 3 or more is still a minority overall.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because they're having 3 or more. Well, that's the whole point. Yeah, they're
so is Jose.
Yeah, well, look, Jose's getting deported. Look, it's the case that 3 or more now doesn't mean that much. But you're not doing the math both ways. You have to do the math both ways. Family A is over here having 3 or more. Family B is over here having 1 or none. Okay, just do that 2 generations up and look at the difference in numbers. It's very simple. One generation died out. The other one now has 20 fucking kids and grandkids.
Slowly back to inbreeding, guys. Slowly back to inbreeding.
Yeah, so you just have to look at the compound effects of what's happening. The important part is in a couple of generations, these liberals that want to shout their abortions will be minimized in our society based on their breeding habits. That's the important part.
My bad. What's that?
Do people still do that? Is that still a thing?
No, that died.
I'm bringing it back.
No, that's 20 years.
I'm bringing that shit back. Shit's not gonna die on my watch. Ain't no fucking 6-7. Fuck that.
Pick up the phone, Mike.
It's weird.
Another terrorist attack in Israel today, a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
It was probably Christians.
Jewish man got stabbed like 20 times by a dark complexioned man, as they would say, rather than
Yeah, probably a Christian.
Wow.
I don't know. It has to be anything else.
Could have been a Buddhist.
Anything else but a Muslim. Anything else but a Muslim.
Well, the title would have been something like middle-aged man has one-sided confrontation with Jewish man.
There's no way it could be a Muslim.
I am the to speak.
That's funny.
I am the Jew.
Look, from what I've been told, no matter how often it's the usual suspects, you're not allowed to point that out. So.
You see this shit in the UK? You see what's happened?
I was just giggling. Yeah, let me go ahead and mute you because you're retarded. I didn't realize he was in here.
Keir Starmer issued a non-legally binding rule, which don't even know what that means. Redefining Islamophobia.
I seen this tweet by this guy. He was saying, "We need more Islamophobia." He's a congressman, actually, a congressman. I can't remember what his name was, but he literally tweeted on X, and he was like, "We need more Islamophobia. It's rational to have a fear of Islam," or something like that.
But it's probably infinite. So okay. Like he's like, we need to provoke these people to show the truth.
We do. That's the key. I'm telling you. People are going to get on board with it. You know why it's going to happen naturally, by the way? I thought about this the other day. In America, we're not going to have to make people infiltrate them the way I talked about. It's going to happen naturally because when they start pushing back against our rights, the defiance in Americans is just going to be so strong that they're going to go to these communities and protest anyway. They're going to go to these communities and exercise their rights defiantly in front of these Muslims. And by burning Qurans and doing all the things. And these Muslims will lash out. Like, it's not even something that we have to do on purpose. It's just something that once they start pushing back, people in America will just respond to. Yeah. I'd like to accelerate it and make it happen much faster, but yeah,
just get it over with already. Move on to the next thing.
I don't know what your version would be, but our version is like the tradies, your electricians, your plumbers, you're basically your self-employed guys that will go to the pub on a Friday. They only give two shits about religion, love spending time with the family, and then go to the pub on a Friday and finish early. Those are the guys that we need to wake up, right? And obviously they don't pay attention to much outside of probably soccer, drinking, and gambling, and probably cocaine. So whatever your guys' equivalent of that would be, when those guys wake up, that's when these individuals are going to have a fucking problem, because those are the meatheads of your society.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be the same type of people that followed Trump around for 2 years with giant pickup trucks and shit. Like it'll be those type of. They're just going to show up in these Muslim communities, and they're going to be pulling a trailer behind them that just has a giant grill on it, and they're going to be smoking fucking barbecue pork, and their trucks and their flags and shit are just going to be painted with the most just disrespectful versions of Muhammad you can imagine. They'll just be giant portraits up of the Jewish woman that poisoned him, and they'll just be Christians on loudspeakers just preaching the gospel, and it'll just be the biggest clown show of American just grandiosity and Christian grandiosity you've ever seen, and it'll just provoke the shit out of these Muslims, and they'll do one of two things. They will either accept the position that they have to succumb to, which is we have the right to do this shit, or they will lash out violently, and then 878,000 armed fucking Trump supporters will shoot them like dogs. And I hope it's the second one.
Well, that's the advantage that you guys have got, is you've got enough people with weapons that can actually rival another group of weapons. We don't have that. We're kind of like on the back foot. But I'm hoping, because this is where the Muslims, I reckon, have fucked up a little bit, is they're not pledging allegiance to the British military, so they haven't really got a strong presence. So, as we said before, pretty much all of the people in the British Army, whether they're Gurkhas, whether they're British, Obviously, we have a few like regiments that we traditionally recruit from overseas, like the Gurkhas. You've already seen them. Those guys fully pledge allegiance to the country. So hopefully, which I think would be the case, if they're ever told to go out there and police the streets and side with this other group, I'm pretty much going to put money on the fact that they'll tell them to fuck off, all of them. Even if the commanders agreed with the government, I think the soldiers would collectively be like, yeah, fuck off, we ain't doing it.
Yeah, Mickey, they're going to take over. The Muslims are taking over, isn't they?
Yeah, that'll be good. I mean, the good thing is that in spite of all their bravado and the claims that they make in spaces like this, they literally make up 4% of the UK. So as long as you all close your borders and start passing laws that make it harder for them to be Muslim, which is exactly what you should do, I think it's likely still a solvable problem. But,
yeah, and then I'm gonna cancel my fishing rod out here now. And then the second one would be to get rid of all the blacks. That would be the second biggest thing. There we go.
We've got to get rid of all the blacks, all the Jews.
That was a quick fishing session. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't take long. Get one to bite.
I agree.
Didn't take long.
I would turn on the camera and you'd see how much I'd agree with you.
He's still going. Oh, love it.
I don't even know what this dude's talking about. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I think the UK will get to that point. I hope in the next election. The thing is, we need to get rid of these people while we still have the economic power that we do. That's the thing. Like, we don't need to wait until our countries are broken down by them. And, dude, there's just been so much pushback in the last few years where now it's just become so much more mainstream to say things that are true that you used to couldn't say. That I'm really hopeful about it. Like the fact that we can actually talk openly now in public society about race and IQ, still not on a lot of these homosexual ass platforms where they covet the melanin and shit. But at least in the real world, we can actually talk about things like that now. And so, yeah, we may actually be able to reach some kind of solution.
Wait, why can't you talk about it? And what topic? You're talking about race and IQ?
Oh, no, you can talk about it. I'm saying that in certain online platforms, it is still basically a protected class of conversation that is forbidden by those who simply don't want the truth out there, or they covet the melanin, they worship it, they get down on their hands and knees for Black Lives Matter. They're cucks, maybe, whatever their reasoning is for why they don't allow race and IQ conversations, or just the acknowledgement of the scientific reality. Yeah, that's starting to be pushed back against. So.
Yeah, we need to be wary of these Anglophobes.
It's funny you mentioned that. I remember more than a decade ago, it was still in the 2010s, my WASP pastor was telling me about how the Asians are smarter. I don't think he would say that nowadays, but I sort of see your point.
Well, I mean, smarter than what?
Well, okay, not smarter, but he did say something about intelligence, about how the Chinese and academics and
well, Asian's just too broad of a term. Asian includes a bunch of fucking 65 IQ Arabs and a bunch of goddamn.
You know what I mean? The Far Eastern,
Indians.
the Oriental.
Well, I know what you mean, but you know, like if you're gatekeeping the term Asian to only refer to the Chinaman, that's fine. You can do that. I guess you're Chinese, but
I'm not gatekeeping though.
yeah.
If an Indian person wants to claim themselves as Asian or like an Iranian, technically they are.
Yeah, but
if they want to
nobody's
go by, they
talking
don't go by
about
it.
them when we talk about having a high IQ, and you know that, and I know that. So let's not pretend like we are talking about them.
I know, but I'm saying they don't want to claim they want to be Asian. I've met one or two other Indian people. It's more the Indians that would want to go by the Asian label.
Yeah, and that's fine. I understand it's a hip class to be in. That's cool.
I don't know. I mean, we would accept them. You already know most Chinamen, if the Iranians, the Persians want to be Asian, we wouldn't be against that. Like the racial drafts in Chappelle's show, we accept all the weebs, all the white dudes who want to learn about our culture. They want to identify as Chinese. Welcome, yes. There's
Well,
no
Dave
draft
Chappelle's
needed.
obligated to say that because he married an Asian woman. So
I am Chinese, if you please.
Did he really? Oh yeah,
I'm
I forgot
Chinese
about
if you
that.
don't please.
But you know what I mean. We don't believe in racial appropriation. It's racial appreciation. So if a black dude want to dress up as an ancient, the Tong drip, which is
Wait,
Adidas has that
are
now.
we
They
gonna
got Thomas.
pretend like the Chinese don't see race?
No, I'm saying we don't believe in a cultural appropriation, as in like if they
Yeah,
wear our clothes, they try to copy our culture, be clones of us.
Oh,
We
you
see it
mean
as
you don't believe in the
appreciation.
concept of it? Okay, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, I got you.
we believe it's appreciation, and we think it's based. It's awesome if y'all trying to be clones of us. That's all. Yeah, keep on being clones.
Yeah, well, I mean, today you don't have to worry about that. Nobody's trying to be Chinese clones. The only people today who try to look Chinese are people that get high. That's it.
Well,
So
no,
anyway,
China Maxing.
uh,
The Weibo, the China Maxers.
yeah,
China
I've never seen that. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what
Everything's
China?
got maxing on. Everything's got maxing on nowadays.
Yeah, I know.
You don't see black dudes trying to dress like an ancient dynastic Chinaman man, but
Yeah,
you
it's
know
my
what I mean.
point. But
If
you
they
do see a
did,
lot
we
of
wouldn't.
Chinese trying to dress like black dudes, though. I do see that.
Yeah, so and that's more a Korean, I'd say. Korea has more of the
I
hip
call
hop.
them chigget. I call
Listen,
them
I got
chigget.
no problem with Chinese people degrading themselves and their culture to one of the most ignorant, violent groups on the planet. Like, I have no problem with that. You all can.
It's mostly Koreans because of the influence of American culture over there.
I
Like
think
fried
you
chicken.
all should start sagging your pants and gang banging and selling dope and treating your women like hoes. I think you all should do all of that, actually.
Wait, why? What?
Yeah.
That's opposite of what you. What?
No, it's
Ain't
great.
good people.
We need to also get rid of like really big fat woke gamers as well, black ones.
Wait, the Chinaman would never do that. How is that possible? That you couldn't.
Oh,
You
give
couldn't
it
pay a
time.
Chinaman to do that.
We'll get them to do it. Give it time.
How was that possible?
Just give it time. We already got them rapping and shit over there in China. They don't realize TikTok runs both ways. Give it time, dog. We'll have them gang banging, throwing up Bloods and
Actually,
Crips.
that's not possible. As a society, because of the surveillance. Even if they try to do a petty crime, they get caught right
No, they
away.
won't do petty crimes. They'll just imitate people who do.
Yeah, maybe the culture, maybe the aesthetic. That's the most they'll get. Just baggy
Yeah.
clothes, but
Just give it time.
surprisingly enough, the
It's how we're going to
gangbangers are
defeat
dressed
the
in like.
Chinese. If you just want the whole plan, I'll just tell you, we're going to defeat the Chinese by making them look black.
Well, that's hilarious,
Yeah,
bro.
that's the plan.
Infinite, you do know that the gangbangers today don't wear baggy pants. They wear skinny jeans like the emo kids did
Shit.
20 years ago.
That's crazy, dog.
Well, not 20, but like 10 years ago, 15. The
They
emo
don't wear
kids.
baggy
Yeah, the
pants, huh?
gangbangers. Yeah, they wear skinny jeans. You know, the drill rappers today, they dress like scene kids did. Who listen to metalcore, the deathcore,
Oh,
Mitch
okay.
Luker, Suicide Silence. Yeah, that's how they dress now.
Well, shit, I'm glad you told me all that. I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, like King Von, Bloodhound Lil Jeff, you know, the Chicago drill reps, and then NBA YoungBoy down south. They all wear the skinniest, tightest jeans ever, like the emo kids.
Yeah.
And they're clones of the emo kids.
No, I'm with you, 100%.
The emo kids, they don't wear skinny jeans no more. The emo kids, they wear tracksuits. They wear like, you know, the baggy pants.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
They dress like Tony Soprano.
I don't even know.
I got it. But anyway, yeah.
Well, it's more so
we're going to defeat y'all with black culture.
They've been
because China likes to steal everything that they didn't create, right? So we're just going to let them think they're still in the black culture, but in reality, it's Trojan horse, and yeah, that's how we're going to do it.
Yeah, a genius plan. Wow.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
That's why we started sending the NBA over to China. That's how we get in.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's been popular. I mean, basketball has been popular for decades over there. Been looking up to.
They look up at our 6'7" black NBA players and they go, "Whoa!" And they say, you know, I wanna be like that. And that's how we get in there. That's how it starts. Yep.
Well, you know, Yao Ming was around. He was popular 20 years ago. It's been starting.
That was the seed. Yao Ming was the seed.
What? Okay.
That's how we got the Chinese to start paying attention to basketball, and then they were like, "Shit, bring that shit over here, dog." We're attacking you with multiple fronts. We're attacking you with black culture. We're also attacking you with Disney culture. We're getting that Disney culture in there. You know, the Chinese love Black Panther. They loved it. You know.
You know, it's a lost cause. I mean, you can put all that effort in trying to infiltrate, and it's not going to do anything. China's just chilling, and they're not they're not thinking about how to attack like that. Trying to move forward with AI. Yeah, it's still technology. I hear you're saying the threat to America mainly just taking the technology.
Yeah. Well, it's just it's the tech. They take the technology that we want them to take, right?
Yeah. So the technology of hood culture, of ignorance. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh,
exactly.
okay. Take ignorance.
We put it in there. And here's the best part: the CCP's created a market for it by creating a younger generation of defiant Chinese kids who are looking for something to rebel with. And we said, here you go, little Chinese babies. Here's you some black culture. And they see it as the culture of the oppressed. That's what's brilliant about it. That's why it's so sinister. That's how we got in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a daunting task. If we got to start somewhere. If that's your vision, yeah, starts with an idea, a plan. It's not as though the U.S. hasn't been doing that. You know, like the infiltrate of black culture in China. People have been attempting that for a long time. People know about it. You know, even on TikTok, Instagram, you see like there's this Chinese girl rapping to King Von.
That's what I'm telling you. What do you think I'm telling you? That's what I'm telling you, dog. That's how we're getting in there. Yeah. Dude, we're getting in there through black culture. That's the Trojan horse. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, valid. True.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Who is the one doing them psyops? Hopefully they can actually make it work.
Well,
I mean, that's a
again,
terrible
the
thing.
Chinese make it work. We don't have to make it work. They just appropriate it and it just spreads. Like, we don't have to do anything.
I don't think they're going to make it work that way. I think their plan would be more black people appropriating quote unquote Chinese people. So like black people wearing that ancient Chinese drip and trying
Yeah,
to
but we don't see
you know,
that
honor
happening.
their. Oh well, yeah. When they bless the rains down in Africa, hopefully you'll see a lot more black Africans identify as Chinese.
What?
Yeah, because you know how like China is going down to Africa to industrialize it, to try and bless the rains down there, employ workers, you know, infrastructure.
Dude, they're not
So
industrializing it. They're loaning them money.
yeah. Well, I think their goal is the opposite. They're not trying to be like blacks. They're trying to get blacks to be like them.
Okay. We got two different versions of what's going on in Africa.
Yeah, but I see what your goal is. You want it to be the other way around. You want, you know, Chinese culture to immerse with black culture rather than black culture to immerse with Chinese culture, make black culture better.
Well, it's not going to make black culture better. It's going to make Chinese culture worse.
No, it depends on who immerses into who. If we erase the old black culture and make it Chinese culture as the new black culture, that'd be cool. You know, where instead of committing crime, you know, commit honor. You know, you honor yourself, the society. You know, love your neighbor rather than disregard your neighbor. You know, you care for your neighbor, or at least like you don't hurt them. So wouldn't that be a better goal, infinite diversity, to have the black culture of America want to be clones of Chinese culture over there, and not just the aesthetic. It'd be cool if it was with the aesthetic too. You know, they dress in like ancient Chinamen with the hats and the ponytails in the back.
I want to see Chinese go full Crips and Bloods myself.
I mean, I think we're talking about literally opposite things.
Well, I know, but they're the enemy, right? So it's.
Well, instead of being enemy, why can't we be, you know, a companion or a partner?
Well, because China doesn't believe in individual liberty being the highest ideals in their philosophy the way the West does. You know, China believes in the collective and the sacrifice of society for the betterment of the whole.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, China ain't trying to hurt nobody though. They ain't trying to hurt nobody, so that's why they ain't about the war. About peace.
Yeah, I mean that's great. I mean, China is not externalized. They're an internal group. They don't like to mix with other races. They don't like to have other cultures taint theirs. They're very homogenous. They're very racist. And I'm fine with that. That makes them easier to defeat, frankly.
I mean, who's this China boogeyman? Feels like this is somewhere.
What are you talking about? I didn't say they were a boogeyman. I didn't even say I was worried about them as a threat.
Well, yeah, but why does they need to be defeated? It's, you know, it's a partnership, I would hope.
Because they're a competitor. I mean, we don't have to call them the enemy. We can just say that they're an adversary. Like whatever word you want to use. They're trying to undermine us. We're trying to undermine them. They send us TikTok. We send them gangster rappers and black culture. You know, we have the better poison pill. Black culture can destroy anything. It's like the ultimate.
Well, are they going to take the pill? They're not taking the pill.
They're already taking it.
Okay.
I told you. Look at how well Black Panther did in China. The youth have already adopted the language of the oppressor-oppressed narrative that comes out of Black liberation theology and postmodernist philosophies. They've already adopted this idea of like as a rebellion against the CCP government, we'll adopt this this rebellious black culture. It's embodied in like being gangster. You know, they're already doing it. That's what I'm telling you. You're just not looking over a long enough time horizon. It's already happening.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I'll have to look into that. Thanks for telling me.
And by the end of the century, when China's population falls off a fucking cliff, which it's definitely going to do, can't undo it. There'll be far less of them to influence, and there'll be far less elderly people to stop it. So,
yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's just the way we do battle with each other, you know. They're sending our retard white people TikTok videos of fucking, you know, ass dances and shit, and we're sending them black culture. So it's fine. It's just how we battle. You know.
Yeah, I like the modern warfare rather than with the flesh. We battle.
Look,
with
you're
mind.
American. You're supposed to be on my side anyway. You're supposed to be in favor.
I am
of
on your
sending,
side.
Well, you're supposed to be in favor of sending this shit to China.
No, sir, because no, because I'm not in favor because it's not going to work, bro. It's not going to work.
How do you know? Are you an expert in this?
It's because we're wasting our efforts and could better ourselves.
Well, I don't think we're really putting any effort in. I think black culture, being the virus it is, just kind of spreads on its own.
Yeah. No, I am fascinated.
I don't think you really have to do much, right? You just
a year now.
Just give some kids some rap songs and a few videos and some basketballs and let them go. It's
Yo, if this is the actual social experiment, I would, I'll live for this then. If this is real.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, I knew you would. But I'm saying if this was a real social experiment, like modern warfare as you're describing.
Nah, dude, I don't know. I just made all that shit up. I thought it was funny. But it would be funny as hell if that was the government's plan, though, to like infiltrate with black culture to China. And that's how we were going to bring them down. This dude wrote a whole book in here after I put that the except blacks do it to each other, talking about killing. So he was trying to compare whites going to war around the world to black gangbangers. And I just put except blacks do it to each other, and fucking this dude wrote a whole book afterwards. Jesus Christ. These homosexuals, it's crazy. They can take a dick, but they can't take a joke. I don't get it. Seems like the dick would be a lot harder, but pun intended. I don't know. No, I don't even see China as that big of an adversary, really. I see China as kind of almost like a necessary opposition to us, really. I don't think we'll ever go to war with China. They're too self-interested.
I haven't been paying attention to the conversation, but please tell me Big Fat Tony isn't white.
How the fuck do I know what color Big Fat Tony is?
I'm just saying, if this dude was typing all this shit against his own ethnicity, he's like the white version of a coon.
Dude, I've not even read what he typed. He wrote a book over there. I don't even care. He's just probably coping and seething because
Yeah, we're not reading all of that.
Because I told him that blacks kill their own, which of course they do. Like blacks kill themselves. Way better than the Klan ever could have. Blacks might as well be the new Klan. You know.
Has anyone noticed how there's been a few media personalities trying to backpedal over the fact that they demanded body cams earlier, a few years ago, and now body cams have completely backfired by showing how almost every shooting is completely justified?
Oh, this is my puppet that's back. I just realized. Should pull your string. This guy, Hooley, so he advocates for child pornography. And he believes that child pornography. Excuse me, I'm talking.
Which is worse.
Excuse me, I'm
this
talking.
This guy advocates for child rape.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
You actually kind of discuss.
Raise your mic is echoing, dude. Excuse me, I'm talking. Thanks. So this guy advocates for child pornography because he believes that as long as it's not real child pornography, as long as it's AI, Raise, you're hot micing, dude. You're echoing. Mute your shit or I'll mute it for you. Matter of fact, let me just do it. He believes that as long as AI generated child pornography, that's actually better in the long run, because he says if we flood the market with AI CP, then that's going to make people stop making the real stuff because they won't be able to distinguish the real from the fake. And that'll actually create less of the negative things that happen when making CP. Now, of course, he's too stupid to understand that there will just simply become a secondary market and there will be something disgusting that probably happens to children in order to authenticate it as being real instead of AI. And it will continue to be perpetuated in a just much more negative way for children. But the main point is he just wants to legalize AI CP. Which
how is that the main point?
Makes you a disgusting human, by the way.
No, I think maybe your main point is that you would rather have more children being raped, right?
Now again, he's trying to claim that he definitively knows that by legalizing AI CP,
no, I didn't say that. Actually, if you want to make an argument about the possibilities, that's completely valid. But to just discard the entire possibility of the argument being correct, and you're saying like, he's talking about CP. Let's
Gay
just
frog
and laugh.
Hey, Gay Pepe, calm down. So he's making the claim that he knows that if AI CP were legalized, it would definitely reduce the amount of children who are harmed, which he absolutely doesn't know, which he absolutely can't claim,
Never said I did.
which there's no evidence to support. So again,
what if it did?
This
though?
is how.
What if it did, though? Would it be correct?
This is
Hypothetically,
how
what if it did?
these. This is
Answer
how
the
these.
question.
This is how these libtards will sneak in legalizing child pornography. It will be with these pedantic, ridiculous, highly sophisticated, intellectual, backed up by some study arguments that have no justification to them, no real world application to them, just so they can sit around and crank out their tiny wanks to the fucking real furry porn that they want to fucking crank it out to.
So if AICP did, let's just assume that AICP did reduce the number of children who are raped, would you be in favor of it, or would you not be in favor of it? Simple question. If you can't answer that, then I guess you're kind of retarded.
That's what they want to do. Raise, are you back? trying not to mute you, but you're echoing. Are you
Is
back?
everyone else also too cowardly to say whether they agree or
Follow.
disagree or say anything?
No. All right.
What's the question?
Message me in the side chat, Fallen, when you get back.
The question is, if AICP reduced the amount of child porn, the real child porn that was created, would that not be a good thing?
Yeah, I'd say that'd be a good thing.
Of course you would. Exactly. Perfect case in point. Another liberal enters the chat.
Well, when it would reduce if it reduces. I'm assuming when you say child porn, you mean like actual like filming or material that involve a real child, like, and that would be like detrimental to the child. That if that reduced the number of children that would be affected, then it seems like that would be a good thing.
Yeah, this is the progressive mindset, and this is why these people cannot be allowed to obtain power. This is why they are the enemy of the people. This is why they must be defeated at all cost. These people want to harm your children. They want to ruin your children. They want to expose your children to this type of pornography. They want to tranny your children. This is why you have to defeat these people. They are absolutely enemies of humanity, and this is why most of them don't have children, by the way. So
yeah,
well, the guy who advocates for more child rape is the moral one. Got it.
And this is how they try to entice you, right? With these numbers are well, let's just make it a simple calculus. Let's just put on paper what's going to be more versus less, and let's make that claim. And let's just not consider any real world implications of what we're saying. Let's not even consider what we mean when we say more versus less. Let's not even consider if we're talking about the actual number of children or the actual number of videos that are being made. Let's not consider what the implications of exposing people to this type of pornography actually will be when they otherwise would never have encountered it because it would have been illegal. No, let's just make it legal. And let's just spread it around to all these adults.
I did not say legalize child pornography.
Let's just put it on
the black market.
Let's just put it on. Excuse me, I'm talking, Gay Frog.
Big difference there. You already missed.
Let's just make
it.
A
straw man. So at least acknowledge the truth.
Let's just make it legal, and let's just put it on pornography platforms right there next to your furry porn and your tranny porn and your tentacle porn. And now, instead of being indoctrinated into child pornography through the gateway of anime with characters that look like prepubescent teens and tentacle porn, which, by the way, is now the #1 child pornography, or not child pornography, but pornography subject that's searched for, anime porn. Now we can just actually go straight to the gusto and just put what looks like children on there in real movies, right? AI can just create real movies, not anime, not cartoons, but an actual film of a child. It doesn't matter if that child was pulled from somewhere. It doesn't matter that that AI was trained off of a real face. It doesn't matter that that child may look like a real human being. No, let's just justify it because we just have this intellectual idea in our fuzzy little fucking left-hard brain that says, oh, you know what? Maybe if we make a bunch more fake AI, that'll lead to a lot less real child porn being made. Let's just not even have the intellectual capacity because our degrees don't allow it. Because our degrees that we have when we go to college don't teach us to think. They teach us to be fucking clones. And that's all these people are, they're clones. So.
Okay, well, it seems like you're just not engaging in the question.
Yeah, I should engage with the question about why it's okay to make child porn, dude. No, I'm not engaging with the question. I'm shitting on you for being a disgusting human being. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I'm making fun of you. That's what I'm doing. You're right. I'm not engaged. If it seems like, Mr. Torn, that I'm not doing a good job of intellectually engaging with you on the pros and cons of making child porn, which you're sitting here in my chat advocating for, you're right, Mr. Torn. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to argue with you about why we shouldn't be adopting the notion of creating more child porn, Mr. Torn. You're right. You're right.
You gonna let me respond?
No.
Can I respond?
And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fucking moralize this with you. I'm not going to debate this with you.
I guess I can't respond. Okay. All right.
Yeah, three
right,
people
well.
have said no, moron. 3 people.
Oh.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't. You
All right,
can't. In fact,
Hey, man.
I'm gonna go find your hard drive, and I'm gonna make sure that everybody knows about him as well too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Well,
An O-log,
it's
a clubhouse
streaming on
donkey.
my YouTube, so you can always clip it. But yeah.
What was your actual point, Huli?
May I speak? Oh, okay.
Yeah, what was your point?
Yeah, this guy made a complete straw man saying that I advocated for legalizing child porn, even if it's AI. I never said that. I said just flood the black market with it. Therefore, there wouldn't be any more reason for the providers of it to make an income.
Just make a
and they would
bunch.
be
Who's
fucked over by
making
that
it?
fact.
Like, you would, I'm just curious. You would still prosecute people for possession, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't understand what the issue is. It sounds like he's just messing up the market.
Because he's never said that until just now.
Well, I guess we're all on the same page now that he explained. I think he's trying to correct you.
Prosecuting people.
Infinite. It was kind of implied that's what his view was, though.
No, you weren't here.
Yeah, you kind of all you did is like cut him off and
Were you
started.
here the first time he made the argument?
You guys are fucking.
Well, he literally tried to clarify, and you kept cutting him off to moralize.
Excuse me, I'll only ask you this one more time, and you will answer. Were you here 2 weeks ago when he first made the argument?
No, but he can clarify.
So you don't
He just
know
did.
his argument. I've had this argument with him before.
He just said his argument. Are you retarded?
He just
No.
Are you
Basically,
retarded
he's
when I'm
turning
telling
down
you
the
he
actual
just-
argument, and he wants to keep punching a straw man.
Are you retarded when I'm telling you?
Literally,
he just-
all you're doing is moralizing and crying.
Are you retarded when I'm telling you he just changed his argument? I'll give you one chance to answer the question, yes or no.
It sounds like from the very beginning of your moralizing retarded.
That's not a yes or no. Anyway, yes, he changed his argument under the pressure that he is being made to feel right now. And by the way, Jason Torn's argument was also not this. So his argument wasn't even about the black market. So again, this is some bullshit. And again, I don't care what your argument is. If you're advocating for putting this on the black market, if you're advocating for making this at all, there is a problem with you. And again, this guy was never advocating for let's put fake AI porn, fake child porn out there and then arrest people for it. That wasn't his
Okay,
argument.
you're 100% right. I'm moving the goalpost. I made a stupid argument because I love
this
CP.
will keep
What about the last
his argument,
adjustment, as you would claim, that I made
by
to
the
my
way,
argument?
I got the
What would you
argument
say
recorded, just so you know. His argument was that this will keep people from engaging with real child porn because when they have the fake stuff, it can act as a way to offset their desires to do harmful things to children. That was actually his original argument 2 weeks ago, which again, you weren't here for. So you're just wrong. And trying to offer him a way out and him taking it is just him being dishonest.
It literally could do both. There's no contradiction in AI child porn
Except
flooding
that
the
wasn't
market.
his argument.
But his other argument was not
wasn't his
contradictory to his
argument.
current
Listen,
argument.
I'm
He's
only
not
going to
sticking
tell
to
you
the
this one
goalpost.
more time. Okay, I see you don't want to talk here. Have a good day.
Why don't you?
So anyway, yeah, it could be. A lot of things could be if they were true, but they're not true. So, yeah, his argument was more people looking at fake AI porn, child porn would lead to less people committing crimes against children.
Why is it a thing in the first place? How about you don't look at any child porn in the first place and be a normal fucking person?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
How
nobody's
about-
advocating for someone
How
to do
about
that,
you
though.
How about you don't advocate for making a bunch of AI child porn and flooding the black market with it? Period.
I will continue to do that because I like children not getting raped.
We know
I guess
you
we
like
heard the
doing
opposite.
that. We know you like doing it, dude. We got
Wait, so your solution is, because you don't want children to get raped, so let's just make AI child porn instead? That's fucking retarded.
Yes, it is retarded.
No
To be more
research
clear,
has been shown.
One thing
that
many of you
the-
may not understand is that child porn is a big business. It's in like in the billions. So yes, there's a monetary incentive to make child porn. And if you completely make it incapable for anyone to discern what is real and
That
what is
wouldn't
not,
make it
then you would
incapable.
you
That
would
would just
remove
make
their
it
incentive for
so that
making
it
real
wouldn't.
child
You
porn.
don't know what you're saying is true. It could just as easily result in fucking people doing much worse shit to kids in order to authenticate it being real. You don't know that what you're saying is true, you dumb fucking monkey ass muppet. Shut up! You're a fat fucking Mexican with a goddamn lisp that nobody wants to fuck, and you're sitting here advocating for child porn. Shut up!
By the way, there's no research that shows.
Anyway, there is zero proof that this guy can offer to suggest that this would not result in kids coming to much more harm to make sure it's authenticated. And he can't disprove my statement. So there's nothing to argue here.
Why did GodGift get muted? Why do you guys mute GodGift?
Yeah, Infinite.
Oh, okay.
There is no research. Every time research is done on the consumption of CP, it just makes these people more likely to indulge, not less likely. So just
exactly.
And it's
Like,
always
you
these
think-
fucking disgusting ass
to-
leftists that advocate for this shit. Why? Why?
Well, I don't know.
Because I don't like children being raped. I know I'm crazy here.
But what, dude? Again, all the research shows that the things you're advocating for leads to more children getting raped.
That's not the argument I made.
If
You're talking about
advocating
like
for fake.
I'm arguing that a lot fewer women, females would get raped because there would not be a financial incentive to do so. So it would at least save those people from being human trafficked.
You not understand? It doesn't matter.
You're not understanding the counter criticism, which is this fake CP that you're saying will reduce the people who are getting raped for money incentives. Now, these pedophiles that are consuming the CP are more likely to go out and rape kids, not.
I never said anything about legalizing AICP and like distributing it to the world.
You did,
but
say
I just said
that.
if you flood the
You
black
did
market
say
that people
that
are
2 weeks
already
ago.
browsing through,
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I
then
didn't say that you said-
what's the harm?
The harm is that the fake CP causes more real children to get raped.
As a retard goes silent. Like, how do you just
Every
go
single
silent?
time research is done on the consumption of CP, these people are more likely to do it. So why are you saying, well, we should have AI CP that we can give these degenerate people that make them more likely to go commit harms to real people? Like, it just is so stupid.
And
Because
he's
it's not
also
it's not about what individuals want to do. It's
He's
about
also
what,
not clarifying,
the
like,
people
who
who
would
make
be
a business
making-
out of child porn need to do.
He's
It would
also
still
not-
kill the business. It doesn't matter what everyone
You're just not.
individually
You're
wants.
just. Dude, your IQ isn't tracking, so I'll just reiterate it in 5-year-old. I agree. Look, it could be the case that you implement this AI degenerate stuff, and now the
Did he cut out for anyone else?
that makes 75% of offenders repeat more frequently. Well, now we just have more children getting raped in this situation, and yet what you said is still true. But you don't know what's going to happen, and every time we do research, we see that these people are more likely to rape kids if they consume CP, and you're like, oh, well, let's give them some fake CP instead. That sounds like a great idea. Let's give them the thing that makes them do it. Let's give them the thing that makes them fuck children. You degenerate piece of shit.
Here's what you don't understand. If somebody wants to get CP, they can already do that.
Oh my God.
My
Then why
whole
would the
argument
goal
isn't about
be
the
to reduce
individual.
it,
It's
retard?
about the
let's just make murder
business
legal.
of making
Yeah.
CP.
Hey, if you
you
wanted
kill
to
the
strangle your
business
mother,
of making
hey,
CP, then
dude,
you will
why-
save
hey,
a
why
lot
are
of
you
people
talking?
from
Why
being
are you talking?
trafficked.
Why are you
That's
talking?
an objective fact, and you guys are just denying that.
No, you're a fucking retard. That's what you're denying. You're denying that
By
you're
the
a
way,
fucking
guys,
retard.
if you wanted to murder somebody, you could regardless of the legal system. So why do we have laws anyways, right? Like, that's the level of retardation this guy's at. What a fucking idiot.
What he
God,
doesn't
you're a piece of
understand
shit.
is he's
deserve
locked
jail time.
himself. He's locked himself into this paradigm so completely because he wants child porn, by the way, that he can't see the other side of the argument, which is just let's reduce it. Let's make less of it overall. Let's shut down the people who are making it. Let's close off the domains which it's being dispensed through. That's the correct argument here. That's the correct argument here. The correct argument is let's not create so much of it that it's indiscernible with the real from the fake. That's a retarded ass argument.
We need to kill him. That's what we need to do.
Why'd the nice shark start eating people? We were feeding it blood this whole time. What happened?
Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. And then he's not even talking about who's going to generate this shit. Like, what humans do we have sitting around making this shit? He's not considering the fact that the images that are created could be taken from real people. They could be the AI could create a kid that's from its memory of a real human or something. Like, there's so many implications to this that are just bad. And again, this can only come out of some progressive fucking think tank fucking retardism. And Jesus Christ, man.
He's a Shad fan. He's clearly a Shad fan.
You know, imagine genuinely trying to argue that it makes sense to give psychopaths or people who outwardly say they want to kill people for pleasure videos of murders. Like that sounds like a fantastic. That's not fuel.
But wait, that's already a thing. Anyone can see videos of murder.
Oh, but they're gonna be AI murders though. It's fine.
Yeah, dude, it's fake murder, dude. But it looks real. You can't tell that it's fake, but it is. And that's not going to make this guy who's outwardly expressed that he wants to go around and kill innocent people want to do it more. No. It's going to totally satiate his desire with his bare hands to strangle people by watching others do it. It's not going to make him want to do it more. That's stupid.
Yeah, but I didn't think that was the argument. I thought the argument was, Bill, is if it did reduce. Okay, then okay, maybe I misunderstood. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I specifically said if, just to make it clear.
So we're just talking about something that we know is factually incorrect. Why would you ask us an if statement that we already have researched that it's not the case?
I mean,
it's like me saying, "Hey guys, if the Earth is flat, we could walk in one direction and fall off." Why would anyone want to engage with that sentence? We all know the Earth isn't flat. It's fucking stupid. Same as if you're saying, if it's the case that this reduces the total amount of net harm, we probably would want to do it. Yeah, but we know it doesn't. We know it doesn't.
But wait a minute. But you would agree that if that were the case, then you would be okay with that, right?
I also agree if my brother was my uncle, my family would be really fucking weird.
Yeah, but that's not the question. That's not the question.
I'm answering the question very directly.
This is the wall I run into a lot, is where people cannot handle the concept of hypothetical question or a thought experiment.
I'm answering your question
and they just go, I'm going to refuse to answer because I'm offended by the question.
I know you can't hear because you're Mexican and stupid. I'm answering your question very directly. I am not okay with doing something that is immoral in the hopes of creating less harm. I don't care what you all come up with. Your excuses are always some fucking trolley problem bullshit to justify doing immoral acts. I don't care. Someone has to be in charge of making that CP. Someone has to develop the AI models. Someone has to distribute it to these networks. I have to be in a country where people are flooding the black market with fucking child pornography. There are other moral implications to consider. When you say net harm, your net harm is through some narrow scope of what you think is the net harm. What's the net harm to being in a country where you're part of a nation of people that create fucking boatloads of goddamn child pornography?
Yeah. Look, it sounds like in the beginning it sounded like you were making a deontological position, and then you switched back to a consequentialist position. I'm not saying I'm saying built into it is to say if you factored in all of those aspects, it's a net positive, not a net negative. Like yeah, if you include the things that you're talking about and say that has a negative consequence, so therefore I'm not in favor of it, I totally understand that.
You don't.
But
have
if you're going to say,
this is where progressives fail. And I'm going to try to be charitable here. The intentions may be good, okay? Not Hooley's, because I've heard his argument. He's a fucking degenerate pervert. Your intentions in this argument might be pure. That's fine. I'll just grant you that. But this is where progressives fail, where they come up with these notions, they come up with these ideas, and all I'm saying is you don't have the ability to calculate the unforeseen variables. There are unknown unknowns here. And the idea that you can say, look, here's the harms as we see them currently. And this is like the whole nature finds a way argument, right? There's just some things that we can't account for in this, I believe.
Look, I don't disagree with you. Like, and I don't think that my view is like a progressive view. Like, I'm not suggesting we should do this. The thought experiment is, if it were to be an overall benefit, would you be in favor of it? I think the answer is yes, because you would want to reduce.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
okay, so
Perfect.
okay, so you might.
I want to consistency check you real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. If it's the case that your future daughter getting raped leads to her having better life outcomes 20 years down the line, do you think it's good for her to get raped?
Hugh Hefner.
And when you don't bite this bullet, tell me why you are okay with contradicting yourself. And when you do bite this bullet, I hope you don't have a daughter.
Okay, so
I mean, I do have a daughter, and I don't like.
Let me answer the question as someone who has a daughter while you're thinking about it. Let me just answer the question while you're thinking about it. No, I don't want her to be raped.
Fine.
As someone who does have a daughter. Now you can answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want my daughter to be raped either. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
Then you're just you're not appealing to outcomes. Yeah, perfect. Since you're not appealing to outcomes, don't use it in the argument. All right, now we can move on.
Look how easy that was.
Maybe.
What was the hypothetical again? Because if you're appealing to some sort of stupid outcome, like I have to let my daughter get raped in order for 10,000 other children to get saved, then yes, I would have no choice.
Dude,
the hypothetical was assume that your daughter's quality of life. It was assume your daughter's quality of life 20 years down the line would be significantly increased if she gets raped now. Do you think she should get raped because you guys are appealing to quality of outcomes as the guider for your decision making? And obviously, any good parent's going to say no to that.
Yeah, let's just remember, in no way, shape, or form are we ever allowing for that said thing to become normalized. So fuck you all. No one's making no AI fucking child porn. And if you get caught, you'll be hung and quartered.
Hung and quartered.
No fucking shit's given.
You're so brave, dude. Taking a stance against CP, you're like, oh wow, way to go on a limb.
I know.
Look, listen, Hulu.
Crazy, right?
Listen, this is a mistake that is made so much, dude, where people try to come up with these like, listen, if we just do this completely unconventional thing and we just turn the thing on its head and we just attack it from the other way, instead of trying to reduce porn, let's just explode it. Instead of trying to tell kids to just say no, let's just legalize all the drugs. Instead of trying to teach abstinence, let's just tell kids to use more condoms. Listen, these things turn to shit often. And oftentimes there are unforeseen consequences.
Yep.
And I'll give you a perfect example with abstinence, okay? Take generations of kids who have learned to not have sex before marriage, let's say. Now, I know that's unrealistic for most of us here, but let's just pretend like that happened at one time. Okay. And then take generations of kids who have been told, look, you don't have to wait to get married. You don't have to be abstinent. You don't have to find a partner that loves you, and you don't have to get married. And, you can just have sex. But we want you to have sex with condoms. And we want you to have sex with the knowledge that if you get pregnant, you can just go take a Plan B, pop a pill, go get an abortion, no problem. Get your vagina vacuumed out, it's all good. Okay. That results in less teen pregnancies. 40 years later, we're now talking about we have a problem with not having enough kids. And we have this incredibly crass, like hardened materialistic look or view of the world by some people, not all people, but some people, where they don't even view life with the same sanctity, where they don't even think about the idea that abortion should be safe, legal, and rare, which is something that a Democrat said, by the way, when I was a kid, named Bill Clinton. They don't even think about these things. They just have this disregard, this just like blatant disregard, this callous notion of just like, fuck it, it's a fetus, whatever, get it vacuumed out. Like, but the idea of just, let's just teach them, let's stop preaching abstinence. Let's just do this other thing where we just teach them to have sex, but we tell them to use it. It's like, I'm not saying that there aren't compromises, but I'm saying that there are consequences that are just unforeseen, inevitably, in these scenarios.
Simple question. So by going by what you're stating, are you the type of person who would not pull the lever when it comes to the trolley problem because it's immoral to kill one person more so than it is to allow 5 to die?
I have no idea what I would do with the trolley problem. I'm agnostic to it.
It's so annoying. Like, okay, fine. Somebody makes a load of AI fucking CP, whatever, fine. But if they make it legal, how many people, and this is the case, we all know it's going to be the case, there's always many.
I didn't see anything about making it legal.
What's going to be the case of how many individuals are going to go, fuck it, it's legal, let me just see what it's about. And next minute they're like, oh, I've found a kink that I never really thought.
A brick wall or something, I already threw away your premise.
Dude, you you threw away his premise after God gift offered you a lifeline. Before God gift offered you a lifeline, when you were talking about this 2 weeks ago, you were not talking about this in the context of it still being illegal, because 2 weeks ago what you said was, if this becomes something that these people who are potential predators can just look at openly and freely, then it makes them less likely to go out and rape actual kids. That's what you said the first time we talked about this. So look,
here's the problem: is that you guys are so
Huddy
fucking
said,
stupid.
And that's why
that I literally got muted before I can actually elucidate my point.
Excuse me. We had a long conversation.
It's like when somebody hears the first statement about CP, they just kick me.
Last time you were here,
handle the fucking idea.
Bitch, I know you hear me talk. Listen, you stupid fucking frog bitch. When you hear me talking, put your long homosexual tongue back in your mouth and shut the fuck up. When you were here before, this conversation culminated at the end of a long diatribe about similar shit, where you were talking about child sex dolls, motherfucker. I remember it. So miss me with this bullshit, because that's what you were advocating for. So when Huddy said, oh, it's obvious that's what he was talking about, no, it's not. Because it's not what the fuck he was talking about when he was here before.
Just to clarify, thanks for speaking up, Infinite, because for some bizarre reason, I actually thought it was just me and him in the room. I wasn't actually even addressing him. So at least I know there's somebody else here. My point was being that if they did legalize it, and it was something that you couldn't be prosecuted for,
Nobody said legalize it.
Oh, my days. Sorry. You clearly don't listen, do you, Frog Boy? Right? As Infinite just said.
Wait,
I'm not speaking
did I not listen to my own argument? I'm the entire reason we're having this discussion.
Sorry.
And you're going to misrepresent the point?
I'm not speaking for the last time. I'm not speaking to you. I'm just airing something for the last time. What about if it was legalized, and how many individuals would go, fuck it, it's legalized, let's have a laugh, and they go and watch it, and they go, oh, actually, I've unlocked something that I never really thought I liked prior. So actually, you could be making it worse, because individuals could look at it the same way they look at other porn and think, I like that. So you could be making it worse as well.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you wasted 30 seconds on saying that legalized CP
I wasn't speaking to you, bro. Again, like, this is the sixth
you were speaking
time.
to everyone about the very hot take about how legalized CP is a bad thing?
Yeah, because sadly, it's not just you in the room. I don't know if you realize there's a room full of people. Everyone's listening.
Fallen, are you back?
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's fine. I just had you muted because you were hot micing, but you're good.
My mic's made in China.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. No, it's
Sorry.
fine. I gave several examples there, and I think if anybody here just takes like 5 seconds to realize that, like every time we
No.
listen, I know there's not
Actually,
a good
the fact that you're
answer.
agnostic when it comes
Oh
to
my
the trolley
God,
problem
Mitch.
tells me.
How do you not know to shut the fuck up when I'm talking? How? The same way you don't know child porn shouldn't be legalized? Anyway,
He probably watches it.
again, it just is the case that every time we observe progressive ideas interact with some of these more traditional views, I understand the traditional views are not perfect. If somebody said to me, look, the idea of being abstinent is not a perfect idea for teenagers, I would just say, yeah, of course, you're totally right. But the idea that we would replace abstinence with, look, just go out and shout your abortion, right? This one extreme to the other, I think is a mistake. And I think a lot of times the progressive view, or whatever view it is, tries to just kind of outsmart nature and says, look, we're gonna view these problems in these really unique and dynamic ways. We're gonna look at it from the other side, and we're gonna try these really novel approaches. And they think they've created something that's just amazing. It's just mind blowing. Bro, it's such a good idea. Let's just make AI generated child porn and let's just flood the black market. Wow, that's genius. The problem is they just can't see the other consequences. I know I'm repeating that, so I'll just stop. But yeah,
You would say abstinence is like an extreme thing to do?
I think at one end it is the extreme, right? Or you don't have to say it's extreme. You could just say if there's some spectrum between abstinence and, I don't know, being a hoe.
Abstinence should be taught, but it shouldn't be doomer if you fail at abstinence. I think that's the purity culture problem, is that they be dooming if, especially the daughters, if they don't succeed in abstinence before marriage.
Well, I kind of disagree with you here because it's not been the 1950s for a long time. I don't think this has been taught for a long time. I'm a Gen X. We weren't taught this purity culture bullshit. This is largely in the minds of atheists. Even though Gallus is not an atheist, but this is just largely in the minds of atheists, where it's like we're just out here just Pentecostal evangelizing, fucking absent. Like it's just not a thing. It's not been a thing for a long time. But what is a thing, or is not a thing, rather, I should say, also, is that abstinence is not taught as a virtue anymore. And look, I'm fine with you teaching, to be safe with sex. I would prefer the parents do it, by the way, not the fucking school. But I'm fine with children being taught about, safe sex practices by their parents or whatever. But what's missing, I think, in the conversation is that abstinence isn't taught as a virtue. And amongst boys, it's seen as a vice. It's seen as a oh, you're still a virgin, ha ha ha, that type of shit. So I think that's a problem, and I think that's something that should be addressed, mainly at home, by the way. Not really saying, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say, there's a nice middle ground, and for some reason, it seems like the two sides think each other are the extremes that they both disagree with. Like, obviously, what this guy's been saying is stupid, and then the whole purity culture thing, where you belittle people who haven't succeeded, is the complete opposite of what Christianity teaches with forgiveness and everything. Like, we're not the ones that are supposed to be judging. But I agree. This is something you should instill in your kids today. You should strive to be like this. But if you fall short, here's what you should do if you fall short. And by the way, you're going to fall short in other aspects of your life. Don't expect me to be the world's worst parent if you mess up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the other side of the coin is shaming virginity. That movie, 40-Year-Old Virgin, ever since then, bro, if you're a dude and you want to wait till marriage, they're going to shame you. They're going to make you feel bad for something that you're trying to do that's good.
The thing
Dude,
that's
I
getting
literally
really
just said that. Are you that high?
I know.
Yeah,
Dude, I was going
okay,
along your point.
okay,
I was
yeah,
literally,
okay, cool, cool,
yeah. I was
that's being-
articulating. I was interpreting.
Yeah, I agree that is like it's furthering it, but I think the 40-year-old virgin movie is trying to get at is more so poking fun at incel behavior than it is at just like being a virgin and waiting till marriage.
But the effect of that movie was dudes everywhere, even Christians, I'm sure, having in their heart. I know for me, I was like, oh, will a woman ever marry me? Will I end up being a 40-year-old virgin? You have that fear, so the
But you should
shame
have
of
that.
being
Yeah,
a
you
virgin.
should have that fear. Yes, start going talking to women and find your wife. Yeah.
Right, yeah, go get married. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Like
that's
the solution to the 40-year-old virgin wasn't he just became a whore. The solution in the 40-year-old virgin movie was he found the love of his life.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I feel like
He learned how to talk to women and found that love.
Yeah,
Damn right.
He literally went through. If you watch the movie, he actually went through what everyone here should have went through in high school, or middle school,
or middle school,
or both.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's one of my favorite films, by the way. 40-Year-Old Virgin. Goddamn, I used to watch
Feel
that
like
shit every fucking day.
Well, so that's the other end of the extreme.
Is this how you talk
this
about women? Yeah, it is.
degeneracy culture, especially black. Okay, going back to your point, Infinite. The huge issue with black culture, one of them is shaming virginity, shaming dudes who don't get puss. So that shouldn't be something that's looked down upon. That should be a glory if you abstain. Actually.
Wasn't the end credits to that film something? Do you know when they do the slideshow at the end with the quotes? Wasn't it something like Andy went ahead and had 22 abortions with 52 other women? He made himself settled with 4 baby mamas with 10 kids between them, and him himself is stuck in benefits and loan debt.
Damn.
That was the end of the film, right? In the credit.
Was it?
I don't remember.
The end of 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Yeah.
I thought you were making a joke, so I thought you were being funny.
Yeah. What did you say about the ending? Because I'm pretty sure it ends with them getting married, and
Yeah,
like
the
they
end
move in together and shit.
Yeah, the end credits say that he ended up having 5 baby mamas. He got divorced a few
Yeah,
times.
I thought you were
26
just being stupid. Yeah. No.
26 abortions.
I don't think
actually was not.
it, but yeah.
Okay, fine. That was a shit joke, maybe.
it went really bad.
I don't think other people heard what you said, or more people would have engaged. So that's all it was.
Yeah, I heard about like 50% of it.
Okay. Well, listen, I've got a good one. It's 9 out of 10 jokes that are funny, 1 that doesn't hit, right? Just like the missiles and.
I ain't gonna lie, when you come in hot on dude this morning, that was hilarious. Everybody in here was just like, "What? What the fuck?"
Well, I think one thing we can all agree on is that the video I just posted in chat is very distasteful. I mean, just watch it and you'll understand why.
Glory, not a shame.
Abortions. I've had a few.
Lily
Allen opens up about her history with.
Congrats to this absence. Well, yeah, at least the black culture you're talking about. The whole stigma of you don't get no puss. That's what we need to get rid of.
I made a joke this morning fucking with Gallus that the way we were going to defeat the Chinese was to infiltrate them with black culture and destroy them from the inside. And I think he is still like holding on to that shit. I think he's still thinking.
No, I'm not holding
a little
on
bit.
to it. I'm as actually no, it has nothing to do with that. I'm just saying, it relates.
Okay.
I'm bringing up how black culture is damaging the souls of men because they feel shame of not getting puss, when in reality they should feel that glory of their own purity.
Stop calling it puss, bro.
Yeah, every time you call it puss, I start giggling.
Just say sex, or vagina, say anything but puss.
Well, I heard it online, so I thought it was a proper slang term.
It's just funny, just the way you said it. Because I just refer to puss as in like a cat.
You guys like puss?
Call it cat.
I guess it's my personality. I don't mean to make people laugh.
Call it bumping uglies.
I'm 100% serious all the time, most of the time here.
So
dude
bitches,
sitting here
where's the
just getting
puss at?
baked constantly. He's just baked all day, and he's like, "I'm 100% serious all the time."
I love smoking a fag while eating
intellectual
faggots and
needs, huh?
peas, and also being somewhat niggardly in my monetary behavior.
Oh,
Wait, what?
That's
I hope you're not
that's a
talking about me.
warning. You're not allowed to say that word. So
Yeah, that's wild. Came straight out the gate with that. What
word?
The word that you just said. If you repeat it again, you'll know because you'll be muted. So it's the easiest way I can tell you.
Dude, just because dabs, I do dabs doesn't mean it makes me not serious. If anything, the dabs affects me as, I'm more in the zone with this conversation, like my mind thinking and ideas stuff.
No, I got it. You
Doesn't make me troll or
I
anything.
give you that. Yeah.
He's slotted right in the puss pocket. Comfy.
God, that's so funny.
Here's a new
Yeah, I
one for
know.
you, Gal. We in the UK we say snatch.
Oh yeah, I've heard that
Yeah,
before.
snatch. I ain't heard that in a long time.
Yeah, old term.
You guys ever hear
Okay.
it called a muff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
muff divers, lesbians.
Yeah.
Okay, so in future I should just say, the getting females, whatever, getting girls. Okay, so.
Or gash. Gash is another one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've heard gash a lot.
I don't
I
like
don't
it. That
try to
gash
think
is a
of-
disgusting term for a vagina.
Yeah, it sounds bad.
think of
I don't
the
like
word.
that one.
Don't ever say gash.
Cooter?
Jesus Christ.
These aren't things that go through my mind.
Cooter's way.
To me, that's
way
like
too
saying puss.
redneck.
I don't like hearing puss, and I don't like hearing gash.
My favorite is
so
Predator's
next time
mouth.
I'll watch my speech. Thank
That's
you for
disgusting.
pointing it out. I
It's
appreciate
not,
you calling me out.
it's not a watch your speech thing, dude. We're just razzing you. It's not that big.
No, it's just in future.
Yeah, just
I'll make
razz 'em.
sure to use more PC terms in
Okay, now
general,
that
so not to
that was the
offend
conversation. Yeah, thanks.
or not to
That
make people uncomfortable.
Oh, dude, thanks for
Just
qualifying
use
5 times
just
in other people's sentences.
just say, look, why is there so many Arnies out there trying to strive for as much Predator's mouth as they can? There you
Oh
go.
my God! Don't ever say that, dude. It's not even. You're just misinterpreting. It's not even a PC term. Or less a more PC. It's more like something a woman says when she's trying not to say the word. It's more like a kid's way of talking about it or something. Like
Okay,
it's
so
not,
when I heard this most recent, I
It's
used it because
childish.
I
It's
heard most
immature.
recent. This dude who was a Nick Fuentes clone, I think Women Propaganda, that channel. I heard him use it.
well, Nick
and I
Fuentes
thought
is
it was.
gay, so if he's
That
a
makes
Nick
sense.
Fuentes clone, he's also
And also
gay.
immature.
I don't think he's gay though,
No,
because he
he's
posts
not.
pics of
He's
him with.
not.
Well, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, that's
is
fine.
gay.
He's
Infinite.
like a clone. He's a clone.
Something of actual steps, because no one actually cares about Fuentes here. Um,
What?
have you watched? Wait, you guys care about Nick Fuentes here? That's crazy. Have you watched any of the depositions that are happening to the Doge employees? Because I just watched most of the one that happened to Justin Fox, and then I watched part of the one that happened to the Kavanaugh guy. Justin
No,
Kavanaugh.
I started watching the one guy a couple of days ago when somebody posted it in here, and I just decided to wait till it was all said and done.
Oh, because one of the guys was like, "Yeah, we just said no to anything that had LGBTQ in it, like any of those words. Like if it had the word queer in it, we just said no. Like we just said you're not getting the money."
Well, that's what I assumed they were doing. That's exactly what I voted for them to do. Yeah, just turn down the LGBTQ agenda.
Yeah, but if you but the way he admitted it is like, yeah, if anything was done that had the word gay in it, we removed it, and that is not something that is legal. Like you can't do that type of.
Why isn't it illegal? He's not bound by any type of discrimination.
Yeah, he's working for the government. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's not discrimination.
If you don't allow a grant because somebody's gay or it's for a gay community, right? Which is what the example that's given by the lawyer in the video.
Yeah,
is
they
denied.
It's just saying.
Yeah, you're
that
saying you don't.
LGBTQ agenda is not appropriate for these grants. This is not what we want to spend our grant money on. That's all.
Yeah, it's not a priority.
Saying you can't get grant money simply because you're gay is discrimination. You're targeting people because of their sexual
But you didn't
orientation.
say it was because people were gay. You said the grant
What I
was
was trying to
based
say,
on
I was
something.
telling you. No, I was telling you the people who wanted the grant were just gay. So it's for.
How did they
gay
know they were
people.
gay in the grant application? In fact, let me ask Radachowski because he applies for a lot of grants. When you apply for grants, Radachowski, do you tell the people that you're gay, or well, in your case, not gay? Is that a thing?
What? I've never applied for a grant that even asks about that.
Okay. So they wouldn't
No, I've
know
never
that the
done that.
people that are applying for grants are gay. Okay. I didn't think so. I thought that sounded kind of retarded, but.
I have a genuine question. Is it legal for there to be a trans exclusive scholarship?
There are organizations that if you belong to a certain, identity, you can apply for it. I think one of the more notable ones that have been around for a while are the Asian communities. They have a lot of grants in which successful Asian doctors and engineers have set aside money for you to apply for that's only available to Asians.
Well, yeah, I know that happens for
I didn't know about
Asians
those. I
as
gotta
well as
check them
black
out.
people and stuff, but I'm
Yeah.
just wondering if it happens
Yeah,
based on sexuality as well. Or
Yo,
just
where do I
identity.
find these grants?
I mean, they probably
for Asian
exist.
people?
You yourself can be like, hey, I have money and I want other people to have money for education too, but I only want people who meet like thing that I promote to get that money. And these things exist.
Yeah, so what do I look up? Just like grants for Asians?
Yeah, it's
Well, actually,
exactly
those
what you
grants
should
are-
type
Yeah,
in.
Gallus, I'll get it for you. Give me a second.
You should type in grants for Asians, dude. Just put that in your search history.
Well, I'm not familiar with this stuff, so I don't know what to
Yeah,
search.
well, I'm not familiar with it either, so. Mainly because I know grants for whitey is not a thing, so that's why I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I just need to know what to look up.
Many
So this
other
is one.
people.
There's one that I thought it was Texas A&M that had like a really big Asian community grant that you could apply for, even if you weren't going for A&M.
But this is only for school, isn't it?
Well, yeah, this is for school. Yeah, so right. Yeah, it depends. Like, I mean, like if you're going for like, I have a cool idea, like, I mean, I guess DARPA has grants for you, but DARPA is not going to give you long-term fundings. They're largely just going to fund like, they're like an idea turn and burn. Are you talking about like grants for like money to live off of, grants to carry a project through, or grants to pay for your school?
Well, no, not school, just for yeah, for whatever you're like. Well, what are you choosing grants for? Are you doing grants for a school, or is it money to live off?
I do R&D, so most of my grants are research grants.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I would think I don't want just free money for real estate, free everything. I want, for idea inventing something. So yeah, something similar, I guess.
Yeah, I guess like
Okay,
what are
so
your skill sets?
So Nathan Kavanaugh gets asked why he denies a grant, which is for research, a project for the AIDS movement inside of the prison system. And so you're right, Infinite. The grant doesn't say that they're gay. He says that they're gay. He says this refers to feminism and queer agendas because they want to talk about the historical movement of AIDS and HIV inside of the prison system.
Yeah, LGBTQ agendas. That's exactly what I said. Yeah, we don't want
How?
our grant money.
Where?
We don't want our grant
Where?
money going to that.
Wait, hold on. Wherein we want to discuss and we want to grant money to do the history of HIV and AIDS in the prison system. What about that is the gay agenda? Because he said it's a part of the feminist
how does
agenda.
HIV spread in the prison system? I'll let you think about this while the Jeopardy music plays.
Yeah, I don't need to think about it because you said it's an agenda. We're not talking about the act of how AIDS is spread. Look, people having sex in prison isn't a part of the LGBTQ agenda.
What kind of sex are they
How does it make it a part of the agenda because they're having gay sex?
Because the only way that this HIV can be spreading is through gay sex.
That doesn't make it a part of the LGBTQ's agenda. That just means that they had gay sex.
It is part of the LGBTQ's agenda because we've been told that anything that's LGBTQ is adjacent to their agenda. That's what we've been told
That's
by
just
the
not,
LGBTQ.
you're just trolling that.
No, I'm not trolling at all.
I'll take this. Yeah, that's fine. Look, I'm not gonna. I'm so not gonna do it today. Where I respond to the bullshit you say. Everyone here can understand that not giving a grant simply because the way that the thing they're discussing was transmitted through homosexual sex is fucking stupid. It's a history project. And it was said no because the way they have the AIDS is spread is through anal sex. That's fucking stupid.
No, it's about the fact that HIV in prison is only about gay sex. Like, that's it. I mean, listen, if there was, if I wanted to make an argument, I could say, well, you could spread it through things like tattoos or sharing needles or drug use or something like that. And you could make that argument, but the vast majority of HIV spreading in prison is about gay sex. And if we don't want our money going to things that promote the LGBTQ agenda, whatever they may be, however peripheral they are to LGBTQ, I think that's perfectly okay. I think we should be.
If someone rapes you, then you
sh-
shouldn't be able to get treatment.
I think
because you got raped.
So
that's not
really
the. That's
fucking
excuse
retard.
me. Hold up, because I got one retard. Hold up, I got one retard saying retard shit. and I
Yeah,
got
you
two
are
trying to say
retard.
normal shit. So no one here is talking about rape, and no one here is talking about
That's prison sex. That's
No
almost all
one
prison
here.
sex.
Did you hear the entire conversation?
Yeah, that's what prison sex is.
So what was the grant for?
The grant is for HIV.
No, incorrect.
You absolute N-word.
The grant was
What's
for the
it for?
history. The grant was for the
Yeah, so
history. Anyway, I'm not going to respond to you right now.
Yeah,
Hold up,
I
Trick.
wanna-
Hold up, Trick. I'm not going to respond to you right now, but if you interrupt me again to say stupid shit with that homosexual voice, I will mute you just for your voice. So anyway, it is the case.
Big Dad boy's
I
gonna
wanna
mute me on the
Right
internet.
there,
He's got.
there it is. So anyway,
I want to clarify.
well, I just listen. You said you didn't want to engage, so I want to finish making my point. Where
but we're talking past each. But you're responding to something that doesn't exist. The
I
grant
know I
the
wasn't
person
responding to you. I was making another point because you said you didn't want to engage. So stop interrupting
Yeah, sorry to
me.
break it to you, old man, but you basically alienated everyone with your shitty opinions,
Just
and
talk
now
for
you're
10 minutes, dude.
Anyway,
because I
so
love listening to
It
preachers,
is the
man. That's my
case
favorite. Yeah.
that anything that's peripheral to LGBTQ is something that we in America shouldn't have to spend our money on. We don't want to spend our money on it. We don't want to support anything that's LGBTQ adjacent. And we shouldn't allow progressives to control how our money is spent by trying to weasel and worm their way into our pockets with some LGBTQ narrative about HIV in prisons. So
Yeah, so Infinite doesn't want us to have a person receive a grant for a book that argues that there was an abolitionist movement inside of the prison system to try and get to have people stop transmitting HIV and AIDS.
Correct.
Because that's some woke bullshit. We don't want people to argue in a book that couldn't get AIDS. We'd rather them not make the book or get any money for it because it talks about gay sex. But actually, we love spending money on Alaska. That's a way better investment.
I actually
we
would
love
prefer
buying
that none of
pianos.
this money went to making books.
We love buying grand pianos for people who don't deserve them. That's
Wait,
a much better
can you-
allocation of money.
Can you provide proof for your claim that this person doesn't deserve it?
We would rather have Doge be in
Excuse
office.
me, you just made a
and
positive claim in my
allege-
chat.
in my opinion, I have no proof for it.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
In my opinion, I have no proof for it. We also had Doge come in, and they cost $130 billion. Doge, for the first fiscal year, it cost taxpayer money $130 billion to fund Doge, and they lied about the money that they eliminated, which was $160 billion, according to every third-party organization that's done an investigation on it. They didn't save anywhere near that amount. They've actually increased the deficit. Just because they didn't even outweigh the amount of money they costed to exist. Great allocations of money by Republicans, by the way.
Now
These are
let me
great
show
allocations of money.
you. Let me show you how Trick's lying. Mainly, he's lying in good faith because he just hasn't done the research. He's watched some TikTok videos. He doesn't know anything. So the easiest way to disprove what Trick's saying is, look, take anything that Doge cut, okay, and say, look, for fiscal year X, such and such was costing the United States Y amount of money. Okay, great. Now multiply that in perpetuity. Very simple. So the fact that Trick doesn't even understand that because he's doing the math for 1 year, and by the way, the reason they report it this way is because that's exactly what they want people like Trick to believe. They want to tell Trick, hey, for this 1 year that they cut this thing out, it's only saved you this much money. And compared to how much money it costs for them to come in and cut it out, wow, that's more money. This number bigger than this number. But they don't tell you what that looks like over, say, a 10-year period because they don't want him to know. They want him to be an idiot and come in here in my chat room and look like a moron, which is what he's doing right now. So this is the type of tricks that your TikToks and your left-leaning information spheres games, this is the type of games that they play on y'all. Don't be fooled by this stuff, man. When you hear something as silly as what Trick just said, immediately question it. Go, wait a minute, how is that possible? Well, is this a single line item? Was this a one-time expenditure? Or was this something that costs money every year and has built-in increases, most likely? And then do the math. Project it 10 years into the future, 20 years into the future. And then you go, oh, yeah, obviously this saved us many more dollars by simply removing it. So don't be fooled the way that Trick was and come in here and look silly. So anyway, luckily for me, I deal with these types of silly left-hard arguments all the time. So I know how to just swat them down like the petty flies that they are. But you know, a lot of y'all aren't going to be around people like me that know how to deal with this shit. So
you are the fly swatter. You're teaching us
so
your
phony.
ways.
Can you explain to me how what I just said was phony, Happies?
No, you're phony.
I know you said that already 3 times now.
Do you mean phony like the Inuit way they mean it, or do you mean actually
like
phony?
insincere? Like,
can you tell
like
me
phony?
Why I'm
okay,
insincere?
well, fuck you then.
Can you tell me why I'm insincere?
You don't even believe half the shit you spout off.
I don't believe that when you take a single cost in the federal government that's being paid out I don't believe that when we calculate the $50 million that are going to Mozambique for condoms, and then we multiply that over, say, 10 years, that's not a bigger number than the $50 million that was initially cut. I don't believe that.
I think he left already.
Oh, okay. That's why it's wild that I don't believe in math. I mean, I'm not good at math, but I definitely believe in it.
His mom called, said something about running to get some milk.
Yeah.
Why do? That's a good point. Why do we provide condoms to a nation that was once rife in HIV, and then allow the same continent to come into the country with suspected hate? I'm not saying in the masses, but for sure, right? But then allow the same group of people to come into the country and spread the HIV.
May I respond to that?
Well, luckily we don't anymore. We cut out the condoms, so guess they're just over there going wild with AIDS now. Go ahead, Sean, Mega, whatever the hell you're going by these days.
Giving it up.
Thing is, like, if you don't give them condoms and try to contain the AIDS, they're still gonna get on dinghies and still gonna spread the virus. That's simple, regardless if they go legally or illegally into another country.
Right, Sean. How much is a condom?
I don't know, fucking 50
production price. Right. How much is a 762?
A what?
762.
762 round.
My bad. No, I know how much a 747 is.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. If you're getting crit shots, you can get like 2 and 3 for 1. So
I would have violated you, Infinite, but I was too busy getting a THC drink. So
that's okay.
Oh, here we go.
You
Good Trick's going to be turning up in 20 minutes.
For what I said, by the way. But,
Mickey, you make him sound like it's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Infinite, is it your understanding that actually let me make sure about my understanding before I respond to you, because
That'd be a good place for you to start, because I'm gonna spank your ass on this topic.
I can't wait for me to double check that I'm right, and when I am right, then your points like
give it
gone.
20 minutes straight.
Yeah,
give it 20 minutes
you're
and
right.
then run
You
it.
should do that. I like how he says double check that I'm right rather than just say actually let me find out if I'm right. It's fucking genius. Let me just make sure that I'm
what
not
is
wrong.
a 762? What is a 762? I'm dumb. I don't know.
It's the opposite of a 6.72. It's a bullet, motherfucker. It's a bullet. It's a NATO. It's not NATO round.
It's a round.
What's a NATO round? A 5.56?
5.56.
Yeah.
5.6.
A 7.62 is like the Russian round at all the. Yeah.
But no, really, is it cheaper than a bullet, or is a bullet cheaper than a condom?
Well, you're talking about mass production, right? We're not talking about like sale price, mass production. But anyway, it's a joke. Before anyone starts reporting me for fucking advocating,
no. I just want to learn the economics behind all of it.
Are you guys talking about mass extermination, fucking Nazis?
You brought
exactly what
we're talking about economics.
Yeah, exactly.
But on the right flank, fuck, there's fucking so much HIV coming over.
HIV.
We need extra
Infinite, the reason it's in the side chat, by the way, from Politico. The reason you're wrong is.
Oh, is it from Politico? Well, shit. Let me go check
unless Congress steps in, the money, the quote unquote money that they save, still has to get spent, and so there is an actual savings. This is still the money that isn't going to be spent is closer to $2 billion, which, by the way, is not a lot at all. So since the money is required to be spent still, no money's really been saved in comparison to the extra money.
It's only required to be spent for the year that it was allocated, son.
Right. So they didn't look. So the goal of Doge
again,
was to slash
you're not multiplying this over a 10
budget.
or listen, I'm only going to tell you this one more time. You're not multiplying this out over a 10 or 20 year process, because that's exactly what the clone makers, the people that made you by telling you what to think, told you.
No, but I'm responding to the idea of it of the 10 years right now, because
no, you're not.
I would agree with you. I am. I would agree with you if the money. I am, but you're not listening. So stop and listen. Okay.
He didn't even think about this before I brought it up.
Goodbye. I'm gonna go. I parked to have the conversation. You're not being an adult. Now I'm gonna go through the drive-through. I have things to get done.
Drink your weed.
No, fuck you. You don't want to listen. Fuck you. Anyone else who actually wants to listen, articles in the side chat. Infinite's wrong, because we have no idea how long the grants are. Grants vary from the amount of years that they take. And this assumption assumes that we're saving a bunch of money year over year over year from Doge. So far we've saved $2 billion. We're not. We saved $2 billion. We're not. We saved $2 billion, and we're still forced to spend all the money that they quote unquote save.
Year that it
That's
was
not
allocated.
savings. It's not savings if it gets spent.
Do you agree?
Bring that drink faster.
Do you agree?
Y'all gotta stop yelling and screaming so
much. Do you
over
agree
here.
that if we're not sending condoms to Mozambique every year, that we're not sending condoms to Mozambique every year? Yes or no?
So that's not analogous. That's a
no,
fictitious question.
Do you agree with
not
that?
Fair.
But do you
I'm
agree?
not going to answer questions that aren't relevant.
Agree? Okay,
well,
let me answer it for you. Every year that we're not sending condoms to Mozambique, contrary to what Trick thinks, we're not sending condoms to Mozambique, which means every year we're not sending condoms to Mozambique, we're saving money. So now, when you add that up over multiple years, it's many more dollars than what Trick's handlers have told him to believe.
It's not. If you spend it, it can't be savings. How can you have savings if you spend the money, Infinite?
Again,
it's like me telling
Infinite for 1 year that we had to spend it.
I tell my girlfriend, hey, hun, I saved $5. Really? Yeah, I bought a 25 milligram THC drink. Yeah, that's savings, Infinite. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
Dude, just don't get the drinks.
Emma?
Just eat edibles, gummies. You're
I don't
wasting
feel
money
like
by
an
getting
idiot
drinks.
right now.
paying for a
Wait, what do you mean? Drinks act within 45 minutes and are just as potent because it's what are you talking about? It's
But it's not
extract. You're an
cost
idiot.
effective. It's not cost
It is
effective.
cost
Don't call
effective.
me an
It's cheaper
idiot.
than edibles.
You're projecting, okay?
Gal,
It's not cost effective.
don't let him do what he does, because in 20 minutes time he's going to be laughing his head off, and he's going to be a
20
totally
minutes time,
different
he'll
guy.
be fine, dude. He'll be fine.
Don't
It's
scare
better.
him away from
It's
these
better
drinks.
for
Like
us
long
if
term,
he
you want to
drinks
save
the
money.
drink, Gal. That's what we're trying to tell you. It's
Dude,
better
just
for
get
us.
gummies or yeah, it's true. Yeah, just get whatever you want. Spend your money how you like.
I thought the purpose
That's the
of Doge
downfall of
was to
America.
find
You want to talk about
fraud,
that?
weight, and abuse, not necessarily save money. And
Well,
that
it's supposed to find fraud, waste, and abuse. Waste would fall under the category of, condoms to Mozambique. But the point, that's not even really the point we're arguing. We're arguing the point of like, the way that they're teaching Trick to interpret this as handlers is they're telling him, look, this is a one-time savings, right? This is this thing that they cut out and they save this much money. But they're purposely leaving out what this adds up to over multiple years. They're purposely leaving up what this adds up to. They're telling him, look, we only spent $50 million on these condoms this 1 year to Mozambique. So when they when they add up the amount of money, excuse me,
20-year-old retard.
when they add up the amount of money, they're just putting it in there as like, this is a $50 million savings. That's it. It's not that big a deal. We didn't send these condoms to Mozambique one time. They're not telling him that like, oh yeah, this is going to carry forward, that this is going to be savings that compound and add up. They're not putting that in the math, and they know people like Trick don't want to hear the truth because they want to be right because they're ideologically captioned. So they're just happy to not even question what they're being told and do the math on their own. So.
no, I'm questioning the intent of Doge. I don't think it was to save money. I thought it was to find fraud, waste, and abuse, not to save. But Trick keeps saying it was to save money.
Also didn't save any money. There was no money saved.
Right, exactly.
There
There was no money saved.
Okay.
Look, we got a big fat black guy in here who's definitely telling us, who's a liberal, by the way, and probably homosexual, who's definitely telling us that there was no money saved. He knows there was no money saved. He knows it.
Like, bro, if you
So-
save the
Are you gay, dude?
Another thing that was simultaneously happening is that the Department of War wanted to fund a drone program, and they didn't want to increase taxes to do so. So they found they tried to reobligate 8% of DOW funding, but then also some of the Doge fraud, waste, and abuse findings were supposed to help. They were supposed to be diverted to help fund this drone program, which is supposed
The
to
only confirmed fraud, waste, and abuse has been like $1 to $2 billion. I mean, which is fine. Like, I'm all for us finding waste, fraud, and abuse and eradicating it. They just weren't effective at it. They cost $130 billion to exist, and they've confirmed max $2 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse. And the shit Infinite talk,
130 billion. It was like a handful of dudes.
130. Yeah, Doge cost. Yeah, who by the way, if you watch their depositions, are all not qualified for the positions they were in, and all making ridiculous.
Wait, how are they not qualified for a
$150,000
position that never existed before them?
Because the types of go watch the indictments and you'll see they literally.
No,
admit to not
I'm not.
being,
Listen, I know
qualified.
you were told
Nathan
that on the TV. I know you were told that.
I'm not being told it. Nathan Kavanaugh, from his own mouth, said no. I have no experience or qualifications to do the job I did during Doge.
How do you know that doesn't make him? How do you know that doesn't make him qualified?
Okay. Actually, I will talk to Infinite Diversity tomorrow. You're going to get locally muted for that. That was the most rage bait I've ever been.
I don't
Wait,
think
what?
that's true. I think you really need
Who's
that.
getting muted, you or Infinite? Or you're gonna get
Yeah, I'm
muted?
going to lower Infinite for sure. That was 100% rage bait, and 100%
so anyway,
no longer going to engage him on this conversation. This is what Infinite does. When Infinite gets proven wrong, he copes about
Whatever
it.
he said was
Infinite,
right,
please
and
stop
you guys
talking
wrong.
to me so you can mute me and act as if I'm trying to do it intentionally because you're over talking me first. This is the type of tactic Infinite does repeatedly, where when he gets backed into a corner and he can't give good answers, he just it becomes a rat and just starts attacking anything he can see, no matter how it is. no matter if it's your character, your looks, anything. Whatever he can grab a hold of, he's throwing it into the mud, thrashing it like a fucking alligator. This isn't how you have a conversation with people, Infinite, that you say you like or you think are good debaters, which you said about me in the past.
Hi,
This is
Mark.
what happens when you're a pussy. This is what happens when you're a fucking bitch. When you know you're on the wrong side of history, this is how you engage. That's exactly how you do.
Notice that I haven't insulted
Nathan
Trick
Kavanaugh
at
from his own mouth said, "I'm not qualified." And he's like, "Well, how do you know that him saying he's not qualified doesn't make him qualified?" Fucking kill yourself.
all. Notice that I haven't insulted Trick at all, in spite of the fact that he
Did we
claimed
lose
that
the
I did.
patient? Did we lose the patient?
Anyway, yeah, so you can't be disqualified for a position that's never existed before.
Dude, that was so cowardly of him. He said KYS and then dipped right after. Like, you don't do that. If people are gonna say that, then
Yes, that's a usual thing.
Okay.
He's a recovering
Yeah.
alcoholic. You know, he's got like multiple DWIs. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and that explains a lot then. I understand. I have some empathy for that man. That kid, actually.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Okay.
And he needs to stop watching the news.
That's so cowardly, though.
That shit'll fuck your brain up.
Stop fucking listening to Trump, bro. The
Keep
dumbest
in mind,
person.
he was screaming that I'm on the wrong side of history, though. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, Tony. How's your boyfriend Don Lemon doing? How's he doing?
What are you, fucking gay?
I mean, I'm not gay, but there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Well, that kind of
Yeah, why does Ken have a fake camera on, and then he's streaming? What is this even?
Fake camera?
No, he's AI. Actually, he's our artificial intelligence. We trained him. He's a very advanced AI. He can multitask. He can do work. He can listen to music. He can listen to this conversation and follow it. It's fucking amazing.
To be fair, though, I was gonna say, to be fair, my work is kind of like on and off, where like I can put an hour into it, and then put it down for a few hours, and then pick up my work a few hours later. So it's
Okay.
you know, it's not really multitasking as much as I'm just doing a couple things.
Okay.
Yeah, I told you we trained them very
God
well.
damn it, Mark.
Is your work like coloring books and stuff, or like what are we doing here?
Sorry, what was that? I can't.
I bet you should day
can't
trade.
hear you, Huddy.
I said, is your work like coloring books or?
Oh yeah, no. So I'm just day trading. That's literally all I'm doing at this point. I used to be a carpenter, so I used to work in carpentry. Working for a couple of different private contractors, and then ultimately found a way that I could get into day trading. Was able to buy this home, but it's mortgaged right now. Was able to just get myself set up and find a way to make day trading my everyday. It's stressful as fuck though. I wouldn't suggest it or recommend it to anybody. If you have a 9-to-5, keep that shit.
But isn't day trading just other word for being unemployed?
You said it sounds worse than being unemployed. It probably is.
No, it's
I mean,
just word for
I don't know what it's like being
unemployed.
unemployed. 'Cause I haven't been in like 10 years. I can't really say I know what it's like anymore, but I imagine it probably feels better than this.
Yeah.
And invest all in the military-industrial complex. You know, we're testing
See,
everything
you
out
are-
right now.
You already know. You already know. If you want to make really good money, military arms is a great way to go about doing it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things that Trick was not telling you all is that, look, PEPFAR, which is responsible for most of these HIV/AIDS programs around the world, spends money on HIV medications, condoms, other types of programs in 50 plus countries. Mozambique, and specifically the province of Gaza within Mozambique, Africa, is where a $50 million expenditure was being cited for condoms. Now, that's not completely accurate. They do spend money on many other programs for that $50 million. But again, the entirety of PEPFAR's budget is pretty high. It's about $7 billion annually. Okay. Now, here's the important part. No matter which part of this program that we are talking about, and any cost that we are talking about, it's an annual number. So, just to reiterate for the third time, when Trick is citing a number that was saved or cut, he's citing it for only 1 year. He's not giving you the numbers for multiple years. So if you, let's say you cut $100 billion out of a budget, and it costs you $150 billion to do that. Okay. Then the news comes on and they say, it costs $150 billion just to cut $100 billion. We didn't save anything. We spent more, blah, blah, blah. Great. Now multiply that over 10 years. Did you actually save more than you spent? Of course you did. So this is exactly what happened with Doge. They are lying to leftard progressives, and they are giving them numbers for annual expenditures and forgetting to iterate to them that over years this will add up to much more than what was saved in a single year. Also, in the case of Mozambique, by the way, one thing they're not telling you is that even though Doge cut that program, Congress later went back through what's called the Rescissions Act of 2025, and they reinstated that funding. So when you say Doge didn't actually save money, a big part of that is due to the fact that Congress circumvented Doge and reinstated the funding anyway. So again, this is just shit that they're not going to tell the progressives, and any of us who have common sense need to be armed with when we argue against people like Big Fat Tony. So
yeah.
I'm totally fine with condoms going to Africa, though. I think we should spend a lot of money on that.
I'm not. I'm totally fine with
yeah,
spreading AIDS
that's a waste of money.
themselves.
They don't even use them.
White supremacists think
Honestly,
that
let-
using them apparently.
lives are not worth
yeah,
as
they don't
much
even
as
use them. Why waste the money?
They're using
send
them to
money.
carry fucking water. They're not even using them for their dicks.
That's not what they're used for. What the fuck?
They're going to the
it's a waste of money.
rivers and they're filling
I know for a
up their
fact that
fucking condoms
the
with water.
Winter Olympic teams are using it.
You know what, bro? We wouldn't.
Oh
have
yeah,
to
no.
If-
We need to send more to the Olympics, less to Africa. All right?
Look, if
Because they
these
ran out.
fucking
They
people-
fucking ran out.
If these
Dude, they
people
ran
can't
out like
figure
once
out
they.
how to stop spreading AIDS amongst themselves, which Africans here in America can't. So why would we think Africans in Africa can? But if they can't figure that out on their own, that's on them. Like they can spread.
I'd be
all the
willing to
AIDS
fund
they
birth
want.
control.
All of that.
I'd be willing to fund birth control for Africans.
I don't know why.
Bro, you
Why
think
wouldn't
that
you
they
let
were
them
just
spread
saying
AIDS?
that they were just sending them aid because they're good people? No, bro. They
But you
had
can
some.
get AIDS when you're on birth control. You just don't have babies.
It's soft power.
okay.
To do that.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that why would I
It's
send
not
birth control
soft
to?
power. Why do we care about fucking funding Mozambique? It's a shithole nothing African country. If we're going to spread soft power somewhere, let's spread it somewhere that's going to be a benefit to us or humanity, not fucking shithole Mozambique. Have any of you ever seen a Mozambique woman and went, wow, she's fine? Let me answer for you. No, you haven't. Case closed.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, ain't nobody looking at no fucking bitches from Mozambique.
I'm sure there's some white women there that are.
I'm 100%.
Yeah, not
sure
like a
there are.
Mozambican. Yeah.
Bro, women are ugly as fuck.
Here, let me give y'all some images from Mozambique. These
There
bitches,
we go.
these bitches look like near
we
aboriginals,
go.
dog. Like, get the fuck out of here.
And for America too, we should give free condoms, free birth control, free abortions for low-income people.
At least they don't have a plate in the mouth, so they look pretty modern.
These bitches look
That's
like they out in the
literally a
cotton
Nazi
fields, dog. Get real.
Even I speak Mozambican.
See, take.
I can speak Mozambican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speak.
Anyone else speak it? Oh, okay. No worries.
I don't
think that you're not clicking enough.
Are you having a brain aneurysm, my guy?
There's not a single person in here that doesn't speaks more than one language, bro. Not one.
Wait, sorry,
Mandarin Chinese.
sorry.
I
Tony.
would like to tell you I speak 3 languages.
Habla
Tony.
español.
Yeah,
Do you know-
Tony, prove that wasn't Mozambique language. Prove it. Didn't think.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Cosmo. Comment t'appelles-tu?
Ah, oui.
Oh my god, that French accent.
What
was
is
like
this
the
wee
worst
wee? Do you
ever.
have a mouse in your pocket?
Oui, oui.
Je m'appelle Hadi, et toi?
Eh putain de merde, va te faire foutre, connard.
Ça va?
Vas-y,
I know
vas-y.
3 other languages, black man. I know C++, Java, and C#.
Damn.
Hey, there we
Damn.
go.
Hashtag learn the code,
A
bitch.
little bit of Cali, a little bit of Python.
Amen, brother.
My
I
name
know
is Wolfwembe. Wolfwembe.
C#, C, embedded C.
Oh, listen. If you start talking that computer shit in here and you're lying, there's dudes in here that are absolutely going to expose you, Big Fat Tony. Just know that.
We will shut you down.
Not only
Don't
just
let you
that,
down so hard.
they'll fry your hard drive, bro. They'll remote fry your hard drive.
Yeah, be fucking you over, bro. You'll be changing your name to Big Fat Toenail, bro.
Before you go start playing the I pretend to be a coder on the internet game, just know there are coders in here. So, yeah, it's up to you.
I'm not just a coder. I'm an engineer.
Oh, okay. I forgot you're an engineer. Got it.
Wrong.
Well, you're in good company. There are other engineers in here. They may want to have a conversation with you.
None of these fucking Nazis are engineers.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
No Nazis.
wow.
No Nazis an engineer.
Where's Rat
Yeah,
when we need
no.
him?
Who's a Nazi?
Rat would come out your
scientists,
throat.
so
He'd be like,
what
"What
are
did
you
you say? Are you stupid?"
Hell, we
Yeah,
can.
Nazis never built anything. Yeah, no Operation Paperclip here.
We used to have a Pakistani engineer in this motherfucker till I ran him out of here, but yeah, there are some engineers in here actually. You're wrong. So
Pakistanis are good people, bro.
yeah, I know. That's why I ran his bitch ass out of here. Cause he was good.
Yeah, we want
people.
bad vibes only in here.
Yeah.
Toxic debate space.
I don't want peace. I want
By the
problems
way,
always.
I'm posting these fucking looking like a man bitches from Mozambique. And look at these bitches. Hey, that bitch above with the big smile on her face, that looks like some goddamn blackface or something. That don't even look like a real fucking.
Yeah, that looks like reverse blackface.
Looks
what
like
the
that
fuck?
leprechaun
racist.
character. in
That
the
looks like an
Leprechaun
extra
movies.
special cream pie.
And
One woman that is finer than any white woman who has ever lived.
Oh, of
is
course
Tyler,
you
bro.
can. We
Tyler is
know.
finer than any white.
We
There's no
know.
white woman that comes close to Tyler.
We know.
Wow.
The melanated
Listen.
magic strikes again. We got it.
Like chocolate gatto.
The good white women, even though they always bitching about how the beauty standards were set by white women, though, right? Even though they're always complaining about white beauty standards, it's not fair that the beauty standards are based on long hair. We can't grow our hair long naturally. We just got these big fucking watch spring fucking factory froze. And it's
Nobody
not
ever
right.
talks about hair. It's
Oh,
not about
nobody
hair.
does? Are you sure about that?
Nobody does.
Don't forget about the wigs.
No,
Don't
okay.
forget about the horse wigs. Yeah,
Hey,
the horse
Wigs are
wigs.
disgusting.
If they don't talk about hair, then why do so many black women fake having long hair and put chemicals in their hair to straighten it?
You
Do you know how many
Marcus.
white women get
Can
extensions?
you answer my
So
question?
many. So
answer-
many white women get
Extensions are just
extensions.
making
You know
your
how
hair
many fake
longer.
blondes you know?
Hey,
Do you know how many
extensions
fake
are making
blonde
your
women
hair
you know?
longer, dummy.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, and so do
Okay.
wigs. It's not a
just
race
more.
thing.
That's just more
all
white.
women,
Hey,
all
hey,
women
listen.
do that.
That's just being more white.
If you want to be ignorant and just be racist, just say that. If you just want
Great.
to
Oh,
like
okay.
hate
All
black
you're
women, just
saying,
say
listen,
that. But
let me help you
white
out,
women
'cause
wear extensions
I
too.
know nobody's ever told you things before, so let me tell you. When you're talking about getting an extension, making your hair longer, that's just doing something that's more European.
What's bleaching?
Are you retarded? It's all plastic.
You're not based and proper.
It all
Did you
gives
know
you
that?
cancer. You're dumb.
What's bleaching
That
based?
wasn't the point.
But when they try to get extensions to their hair, they're mimicking their own hair. When black women get wigs, they're mimicking white people's hair.
Correct.
It's
Why
not-
is the
it's not
number
true.
one?
White
Why is
people
the
aren't the
number one
only people
hygiene
with
product
straight
in
hair.
India skin lightening cream? Can you tell me?
That part.
I'm not
And
Indian.
in-
I don't
and-
care.
and in-
Okay,
and
you
in
don't know.
the-
You ain't Indian. Got it. Yeah, cool.
And in the
Now
Bahamas
remember,
as well.
they said no one
They
ever
they are
talks
constantly
about
trying to
hair,
lighten
right?
their skin.
Okay.
I just got-
You need to get. I like your little bobcat, but you need to get off the
Oh, here we
roids.
go. Here we
Okay?
fucking go.
You
Southcat's
might
back. The piss head. Fuck's sake.
Hey, Britt, is this like a version of your rednecks right here?
No, it's nothing to do with me.
Dear
Please stop.
Lord.
Southcat, your voice is not valid.
There we go. Based.
Let's see. European beauty standards. Hair.
Glad we were quick to nip it in the bud.
Yeah, there's no point in waiting.
Y'all are amazing for that.
Here we go. Here's a video
Let's talk about
from
how-
a black woman right here. I'm going to post it in the side chat. This is a video entitled Our Obsession. This is her words. Our obsession with links is Eurocentric. So in this video, now keep in mind that Based and Proper just said no one talks about hair, right? Here's a black woman doing an entire video on YouTube about not only hair, but how their obsession with having long hair is based on the European beauty standard. So, obviously, this person...
Why are you talking about one woman?
Obviously,
You
because
just
said
sent me a random reel on YouTube.
Does nobody imply
You're a dumb
imply
redneck.
one?
Stop talking
Right,
to me.
I know I'm a dumb redneck. Does nobody imply
Fuck off out of
one?
the chat.
Does nobody imply one or none? What does the word no mean in nobody?
Those are Instagram, by the way. That's a YouTube short.
Yeah. Oh, whatever.
Her brain's frying.
Yeah. No, she can't process what.
Yeah,
no
she's got
means
rotten brain.
in nobody. It's crazy.
Fucking
All right,
Greta Thunberg.
this chat is basically 4chan. So like,
Oh,
if
look,
you
we
gotta,
got Captain
Okay.
Save-A-Ho coming in. Go ahead, dog. Go ahead. Get in there. Get in there. Go on.
It's Black
Tell
Daddy.
us.
Get it?
Go ahead, Tony.
she left.
Dun, dun, dun. Come on.
The stage is yours, Tony. Go ahead.
Mark, you're getting slow, dude. Where are you when we need you?
Tony's after that white puss.
Yeah. Puss, shut the fuck up.
What?
Oh.
I don't think Based is even white, so anyway.
Oh,
yeah.
Gal's gone. Fair enough. Gal's gone.
Be British, but she's like, I can't really tell the difference between like black British people and white. The accent, like the way they talk, is the same. It's not like in America.
I'm black actually, so
Yeah. See, I
Okay.
couldn't even tell.
Yeah, Mickey's like midnight.
Yeah, Mickey's from North London.
Like midnight. That just reminded me of the Dave Chappelle Charlie Murphy bit.
Oh yeah, darkness, everybody, darkness.
Hey, oh, fuck. Gets me every time.
Anyway, at least we know you can take a joke, Tony. That's good to have you, bro. It's good to have you.
Most
Plain
black
potatoes?
women do not have long
You know, I
hair.
was thinking if we got
They
a
do
nuclear
not have
war with
long
Russia,
natural hair.
it would suck
Black
really
hair
bad,
does
but it would
not
take out a
grow.
lot of Democrat
does not-
cities. And I feel like in a period of like 30 or 40 years, the United States would be
America
significantly
would be a
better.
third world country, bro. Without democratic cities, America would be a third world nation.
They
There
don't
would not
produce
be.
shit. They're just concrete jungles. They don't make anything.
Yeah.
What?
Without Democrat cities, let's see. New
Without
York
democratic
City,
cities,
New York
America
City
would
when it
not
was being
exist.
run, excuse me, New York City when it was being run by Democrats in the 90s turned into one of the largest epicenters for the crack epidemic in terms of murder that we have ever seen. Peaking, excuse me, I'm talking. Peaking in about 1993 with the implementation of the 94 crime bill coming to fruition. Now, after that, a Republican mayor took over New York City. You may have heard of him. His name is Rudy Giuliani. He immediately implemented tougher crime laws. And guess what happened? New York City, within a period of a decade, became one of the safest cities in the world, with murder rates dropping to all-time lows. And after Republicans left that city, once again, what happened? Murder rates right back up. So don't give me some bullshit about your cities being the epicenter for American ingenuity, because that's not what's happening at all. These fucking murder capitals that you're talking about that are full of black minorities and full of blue Democrats are the absolute worst places to live. And how do I know? Because when black people get any money, they leave. So anyway,
Yep.
Everyone knows that's the case. And this dude is coping because he has to cope because of his race, and he's bound to his race and not the truth. So.
But not every liberal city is like has black people in it. Like Portland doesn't have
name one successful conservative city, bro. Except Arizona. No cities in Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona's a big city. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Is Nashville conservative? Like,
Nashville. Yeah, definitely Nashville.
Nashville.
Some of the cities in Florida, Charleston, South Carolina, maybe.
West Palm Beach. You know.
By the way, in places like California, where it's just full of degeneracy, it's just full of colored ass fucking degeneracy. What we get from people like this retard is someone who will say, "But look at California's economy, bro. It's so awesome." You're right. It is awesome. And that awesomeness comes from a handful of companies that are located in Silicon Valley that are almost exclusively white. So, yeah, you're right. Elon Musk being centered in California is great for California. But it's Tesla that makes it great. Excuse me. It's Tesla that makes it great, not the fucking 10 million fucking cholos that are running around trying to act black. So. You're cutting out.
Maryland.
Baltimore. Yeah, it's amazing.
By itself shits on any conservative state.
Yeah, let me tell you how great Baltimore is. Let me tell this retard how great Baltimore is, okay? And I'm going to post a link in the side chat. A few years ago in Baltimore, we had a national scandal because there wasn't a single student in like 20 fucking schools that tested proficient or at grade level. Think about that. Think about the odds that in all of these schools in Baltimore, somehow one kid just spamming fucking his pencil into the paper didn't accidentally test proficient. Okay, now I'm going to put the link in the site. And by the way, it was black people who were raising hell about this. This is Baltimore for you, right? Get real. The home of Stop Snitching. The home of crazy-ass riots on the heels of Freddie Gray being murdered. Baltimore, and this retard's going to fucking praise this shithole city that nobody wants to live in. Get fucking real.
Bro, I actually live in this city. It's actually not bad at all. It's way better than fucking Nashville.
Who gives a shit?
It's way better than fucking Nashville. It's not even comparable. Nashville's a shithole.
Here we go. Right here in the side chat, I'm about to post a link. No one can say that I don't provide proof for my claims, unlike Tony, which he never will.
No, I know about that study you're mentioning.
It's not a study. It's not a study. It's the result of fucking high school tests. Anyway, right here, 13 Baltimore City high schools, 0 students tested proficient. How do you get that? How does that happen in one city? Name me another city where that poverty, motherfucker, everybody in the city can't be dumb because they're poor.
Bro, you don't. In Maryland, we fund our schools through property taxes. So if you live in a neighborhood that's mostly abandoned,
taxes, you fucking monkey.
That's every
not
state
everyone,
though.
bro. Not every state does
So
that.
stupid. Yes, every state does that.
Specifically here in Baltimore, after white flight happened, a lot of our property values went down.
Why?
In the 50s,
Why would that happen?
60s,
Why would white people leaving cause your property
because
value? Why wouldn't black people just keep them at the same fucking
racist because
rate?
we left.
People are racist pieces of shit.
No, but why do you need white people?
Why
Why do you need white
black
people to keep your
even
property
committing
values
crimes in the
up?
50s, bro?
Why do you need white people to keep your property values up?
Because they hold political power within the United States and financial power.
That's not how property values are determined. It's not determined by fucking political power.
So stupid.
Yes,
it's determined by financial power, bro. And it's the same thing. Political, financial, it's the same fucking thing.
This dude's so dumb.
Like Jewish people have an outsized political power within the United States, even though they're only
people have an
population.
outsized fucking propensity not to commit murder, sell drugs, commit rape and robbery. They build businesses and act like somebody.
No, bro, that's not how it works.
What's the percentage of Jewish people that go to prison for murder?
In the 1950s, black people weren't even committing that many crimes.
Hey, focus. What's the percentage of Jewish people that go to prison for murder versus blacks?
They just fucking pay somebody the fuck off, and then they get off of the fucking prison sentence.
So let me get this straight.
So
there's a bunch of Jews that are going to trial.
They don't commit as much murder on average.
Do they?
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta pick up this person. Fuck.
Yeah, pick them up, dog. Pick them up.
Hopefully he's not white.
They just pay
Yeah,
off the murder charge. They just pay the murder charges off.
Yeah, you just pay. If you're a Jew, you just pay to make. You just take your big Jew nose and you make the Jew spirits. Yeah, it's how it works.
Yeah, I'm facing a RICO charge, but I can just pay it off. Don't worry.
That's a Baltimore education right there.
100% it's a Baltimore education. Poverty. There should have been one kid that accidentally got the fucking test right. Like the odds of this happening are stunning to me. How many kids does this make up? Like they list the 13 schools. And it's like, let me feed this into ChatGPT and ask it to estimate how many kids this is.
Educated. He's not educated. How the fuck am I?
Yeah, what's up, dude? What are you doing?
It's fucking wild.
What are you doing? What's your new sellout name? Let me see what it is. Kentucky. Oh, okay.
Well, I'm spelling.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's the actual old. That's the old school way to spell. That's the old school way to spell Kentucky. People think it was originally spelled with a Y, and no, it was actually spelled with an E.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's how you pronounce my state. That's how you spell my state. You spell it with an E, not a Y.
Right.
All right, so I got some time to wait for this fucking person to come. But anyway, bro, in the 50s, black people didn't even commit any crime. It was just fucking.
We're not in the 50s, dog. Most black people are retarded and act retarded and need to fucking get their shit together. We're gonna need an excuse from you. My people are retarded. You need to just call us retarded so we can get better.
How many fucking people does she have?
So big fat Tony. So if white people move into the neighborhood, then it's gentrification, though, is it?
I mean, if rich black people move into a neighborhood, it's gentrification. Funnily, I'm from DC, so like, funnily enough,
you're damned if you leave, you're damned if you
DC
come.
got gentrified by black people, and it's mostly the black people that moved in are widely criticized for being fucking just like people who hate themselves and fucking and view people who are less fortunate than them.
That's other black people are saying that. White people aren't saying it to black people. I live in the suburbs, and nobody else ever says that.
You know what a white person who lives in a white neighborhood says when we see a black person who's well off financially and they buy a house next to us? We say, "Yeah, dude, we understand. Good for you." That's what
we
say.
well actually we just say
Exactly.
nothing. We just say nothing because it's like any other normal
I
person.
mean, you
No, but
just
I'm
chase,
saying in our
you just
head, like,
chase
we're
them
gonna
out,
like
bro. What are
go
you talking
through,
about?
like, of course.
In the fucking 60s, he would chase them out, fucking kill their
Yeah.
family, burn their house
Wait,
down,
wait.
destroy their
This is in the
community.
Wait. Hold up. In the 60s, would you have ran?
Okay. Would I have ran? What do you
In
mean?
the 60s, would you have ran from white people?
Hell yeah, the fuck?
Okay, so are
I mean,
you?
it's,
So,
I
okay,
mean,
great,
if it's one
great.
or two,
So,
I can
okay,
take them.
great.
But fuck,
So,
if it's more than that, hell yeah, I'm running.
So, are you responsible for your ancestors' cowardice?
Oh shit, is this them?
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, you're not.
He should-
So if you're not responsible for your ancestors' cowardice, then how am I responsible for what my ancestors did?
Oh wait, hold on. This,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is.
Hold on. That's good.
Well, at least in the 60s, he would have just been called Tony and not Big Fat Tony. At least.
Oh, damn. Plus, the way that shit, from the research I've done about the 60s, that shit's over fucking inflated. I looked up that the Klan only hung like 3,000 to 4,000 people, including whites, like from the time of its invention to like when it fizzled out in the 80s. Like, that shit's way overblown. I know people from the 60s. They're not saying, oh, black people, we're not running from white people. Shit's all fucking.
I mean,
well, it's
dude,
not all
we
made
have
up,
a
it's
lot of the
way-
civil rights movement on video. Like, people can literally go look at protests that MLK did and shit like that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Wow.
By the way, I did an estimate with ChatGPT. It said the low estimate is 8,000 students. The high estimate is 10,000 students. So, out of 10,000 students across 13 schools, none of them, not a single child, tested proficient in math.
God damn. That's a liberal shithole for you.
So, and by the way, there's a lot of white kids
Let me-
that are
let-
in this mix too. So it's not like this is just
Well,
black kids.
if it's so, my question is, how do teachers even end up being able to teach them? Because to be able to be a teacher, you have to go through college. You have to be able to like be proficient in math and reading and stuff, be able to teach it. So how the fuck does that even happen?
Well, you can't
That's
teach
just a
people that
crazy
don't want to
statistic.
learn, dog. By the way, the estimates for these school districts are 80% black, 10% Hispanic, 9% white. So.
Well, if they're 80% black, I mean, that's more understandable.
I mean, some of them
But
are
that is still a
higher.
lot of-
Like Frederick Douglass High School is 98 to 99% black. Vivian T. Thomas Medical Arts Academy, New Era Academy, and Coppin Academy are 99% black. So, like, yeah, some of these schools are just like.
It's always the schools and streets that are named after like successful black people that have like the worst crime
like-
rates and you know what I'm saying, like anytime
think
you have
even-
a road that says MLK
Well, that's just
Parkway
a
Drive or
confluence of
something,
events.
it's gonna
That's
be terrible.
because they tend to name those streets in places where there are a lot of blacks. That's all that is. So.
But
Yeah,
it makes it
I think
ironic,
LeBron-
though. Like it's a little bit racist.
Even
in a way.
LeBron, even
There's a
LeBron's
famous-
I Promise School is doing bad.
There's a famous street. I've seen it myself on Google Maps. Famous street in New York called Blackie McBlack Street.
What?
It is. What? 26 in New York. There's a
And
street
only
called-
white people live on it.
Hold on, let me look this up.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
look.
called, it's called Blackie McBlack.
history.
What's the zip code?
Wouldn't be the worst thing.
What's the
called-
zip code?
I don't know.
Oh,
bro.
yo,
I'm-
what's good,
I'm-
Heretic? Long time no
Bro,
see.
what's the zip code? We use postcode in the UK. What's the zip code?
I don't know. It's just called Blackie McBlackerson Street. That's what it's called.
Oh. What's the zip code? Come on.
Damn. Yeah, I don't think based in what's his name, that person was talking earlier. I don't think they're even white.
I just
Well,
love
Tony
rage
definitely
baiting.
wasn't
We
white.
have a heretic.
Yeah, are
We
you
have a
white,
heretic.
based and proper?
Okay.
You're
Oh
white,
shit,
Tom?
heretic.
I love how you already know, Heart. You already know.
The killer of rooms. Boomer Facebook vibes.
Well, that's not going to be a problem here.
Retard doesn't realize he's on mute.
Does this dude not know he's muted?
Sir, we
God.
needed to do
He
one
might
thing,
not.
sir.
You shouldn't have told him.
Press that unmute button. Thank you.
He is slightly retarded.
Well, I can tell that by the fact that he's talking with his mic muted.
Hold on. He's using sign language. I think we can interpret this
That's
and decode
definitely
it.
not sign language. It's not sign language at all.
Dude.
I know ASL. That's not it.
Yeah, that's
He's throwing up
not
gang
it.
signs.
He's throwing up gang signs. Get rid of him.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's not appropriate in the server, and they're not even black. So that's like,
Dude, Cosmo, what happened this
appropriation.
morning,
Yeah,
dog?
double
I
not
heard you come
appropriate.
out of your glasses and everything on somebody this morning. I heard you fucking...
Oh yeah, it was on Joe, dude. Fucking Joe came through again with his Jew-spiracies and his like anti-Israel rhetoric, while we were all trying to have a discussion about Russia and the Kremlin and Ukraine and the Kiev and Rus about 862 or 882 or whatever onward,
Yeah,
and
Kiev has a
he
23-day
he
Moscow.
kept trying to twist it into his Jew-spiracies, and I fucking just went off on him. I started calling him a retard and everything.
You just lost your shit.
Yeah, dude, I was fucking yelling at him about Dagestan, and I was yelling at him about Chechnya, and man, I was going off. I don't usually do that.
Was he the one who was talking about the Ukrainians being terrorists or something?
Yeah, dude, he was he was the one calling them Nazis, and I got particularly oh man, I got so mad. I can't.
I remember
I
that.
could feel my blood start to boil when you recognize that we have already countless bits of evidence of soldiers from Russia having fucking like swastika tattoos, Nazi tattoos that have been eliminated. They've been killed, but these men are residual, and they're trying to like say that Ukrainians are Nazis. It just
Did he mention the Azov
no, dude.
battalion?
We had to
at
throw
all? 'Cause
all this
that's like a
history
big
at
thing.
Joe. Wait, what's that?
Did he mention the
No,
Azov
that's
battalion?
fake
Because
news.
the people talk about that.
That's been what's they called? What I'm called?
Debunked.
Deconstructed, and they've been
Oh.
merged into the National Guard. So they've been split up and put into different battalions. So they're not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about it. I'm going to be honest.
I haven't heard about the.
They have a long, extensive history.
I haven't heard
And
about
honestly, we can boil it down if you want to simplify it to the most basic form. When we look at Ukraine and Moscow, or Ukraine and Russia as it is, it's been a constant back and forth of trying to occupy one another, or I suppose Moscow trying to occupy Kiev and Kiev trying to fight them off and gain their independence. And this has been a back and forth for literally over a millennia.
Yep, and it all ties into the control of the Black Sea.
Yeah, it really truly does. At the end of the day, it's such a key shipping route and trade route in so many different regards, and it has been for, again, over 1,000 years, just because of, when you look at the surrounding nations and the popularity and everybody coming through, everybody was wanting to go through, well, I guess, Constantinople was changed, but regardless, there was so much trade going through the region that whoever controlled it, whoever ruled it, would see the most benefit. So of course everybody's been fighting over it for for hundreds of years, over 1,000 years really.
But Cosmo, you forgot what I mentioned earlier today. Why the Black Sea is important to the Russians, because their waters that they use for trade and shipping get frozen over. They get frozen over like, what was it, 7 or 8 months out of the year. So that's why the Black Sea is important to them.
Yeah. Their regular trading routes become inaccessible or so difficult to navigate that it becomes far too costly to be viable. So they kind of require access to the Black Sea to keep things moving efficiently.
Like, yeah, Cosmo, keep that bingo card on hand.
Oh, I'm going to. It also doesn't help that with Odessa being the main shipping port for Ukraine, and Ukraine being one of the largest suppliers of wheat globally, it's been a huge point of contention and a valid point, I want to say, that's been raised, that one of the primary goals of this SMO, as it was referred to, is to seize control of Odessa, seize control of that port, and seize control of those shipping routes and of those supplies.
Also, there's another thing to mention about that region. Why they have such a need to control it is something called the black dirt, black soil, something like that. It's very, very productive for agricultural purposes. So that's another thing, because they cut the water supply to that area before 2014 in an effort to kind of fuck up their operations. When they saw that's not working, that's when they went in.
They're like, fuck it, we're just going to try to take it. And then that failed. So then, well, it didn't really fail so much as they were demanded to stop before it got out of hand. And then, of course, it's all re-sparked in 2022. And he was bringing up history from, so it was weird because he was bringing up the Holodomor, which was just great, basically a great Ukrainian tragedy where millions of people died and suffered. And he was so wrong about the dates, so wrong about the history he was trying to bring up. Joe was repeatedly making it obvious that he knew very little about Ukrainian and Russian history and knew very little about what he was trying to talk about. He even kind of proved in a way that he knew not as much as he would lead others to believe that he knows about World War One.
Yeah, like he didn't even like recognize what the Russian, the Kievan Russian was, like the White Russians and the Red.
Yeah, he didn't know.
Yeah, Kiev predates Moscow as a city by a couple of
We were
hundred
trying to
years.
get him to look at the sources. We were trying to get him to look at what he wouldn't really look. You know how Joe is. He'll just want to argue and, bring up his Jewspiracies and it's so much at one time.
I told you, dude, like if you don't pay attention to the Kurva Malaka line, they don't get it. Like I told you, Central Europe, saying that someone's Central European, that's a mental illness.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're not the only ones that think Joe is mentally ill.
Well, the thing is, he was kind of all over the place with his juice.
Yeah, that was pissing me off too. I was trying to keep it contained on talking about Russia and Ukraine, and he kept trying to divert, and it was so annoying. It was so difficult to handle him. I couldn't in the end. And then, go ahead.
Go on. That's all right. I'm lagging a bit. Carry on.
No, I was just gonna say, and then I ultimately had to go take care of a couple of things because my brother had called me. Doesn't matter. But it was just a fucking shit show. Sorry, Mickey.
No, it's just funny because they always end up on and they lie all the time, right? They make out that they don't, but I guarantee you, if he popped his screen share on now, his Twitter, his YouTube, his Instagram, they'll be littered with Jewish propaganda videos, like left, right, and center. I can guarantee it.
Mickey,
And I'll show you mine. It's literally just shit about like the CCP and the United States and Ukraine and Russia, Iran. Like it's all just the basic shit that we're all watching.
By the way, Mickey, I bet you 20 pounds right now if you open up his search history, there's probably something about what's that movie that came out, and it became such a catalyst for these dumbasses. Europa: The Last Battle.
Oh
That's
my
what it is.
days! Yeah, the 12-hour long movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that one.
skipped that.
Oh my day! I mean, there was some truth in it for sure, but there was also a lot of speculation in it.
Yep. The Jews. You
That's
get
why that
a
bingo card is so
tsunami in
effective
Japan,
against Joe.
bro. You get a tsunami in Japan that destroys a nuclear power plant. It's the Jews.
Yeah,
they did it.
It's the Jews. Everything's the Jews, you guys. You should know this by now.
Yeah, finally.
According to
the latest
leftists,
The latest thing is the attack on the synagogue school in Michigan. That was the Jews as well too.
yeah, but
No,
like
that was a
allegedly.
false flag. I'm gonna go on the deep end and say that was a false flag that
I can't
Mossad.
believe these fucking people actually believe that shit.
They believe
You
this
know,
shit.
that they're out here believing that this shit happening is somehow related to the Jews in any way. It's like, are you really that fucking delusional?
Bro,
Yeah.
like these people can get out of the house and lift up a rock, and they're probably gonna find a Jew under the first rock they lift up.
Well, there's a hadith about that actually. An Islamic hadith about that.
Really? What does it say?
It says, and on this day, trees and rocks will say, "Hey, there's a Jew behind me. Come and kill him."
It's pretty bad. It's pretty gnarly. I learned that in the Dawa channel before they fucking deleted it, where you go in, you learn about Islam and the Muslim community and shit. Those people are fucking insane, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, Mickey, speaking of the Quran, did you know that that scene in Demolition Man with the 3 shells was directly inspired from the Quran?
I don't think I've seen it, bro. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie.
So in Demolition Man, there's a scene on there where the guys go into the toilet, right? And it's like, well, where's the toilet paper? And when he comes out, you know, they start laughing at him. It's like, oh, you don't know how to use the 3 seashells? And the thing
yeah.
is, in the Quran, there's a text that says you're supposed to use, if you don't have any water, you're supposed to use 3 rocks to wipe your ass.
Yeah.
That is
It's
the
actually
thing.
it's actually 7, but yeah, 3's fine. It's anything up to 7.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds painful, my dudes. All right. I don't know about you.
Well, this is where it gets even worse. If you don't have water at hand and there's no rocks, you have to use sand. Imagine that walking.
How
through
did
the
I know
desert.
that was gonna be next? No, dude. No.
Could you imagine walking through the desert with like sandpaper on each cheek, bro? That's fucking insane. But
Oh, that's so fucked up, dude. No.
They have a lot of things around toilet etiquette. You know, like they say, oh, you're not supposed to pee standing up. You're supposed to pee standing down.
bro, it's
There's
even
nothing
worse
about
than that. When they crouch down, they have to sit a certain way. So, for example, your left elbow sits on your knee with your left hand touching your right knee, and your right your right elbow sits on top of the left hand on your right knee, fully extended. There was literally videos of kids in Pakistan practicing these things. It's mental.
That's
What,
so-
like
what's
potty
with the
training?
weird ways to shit and
Yeah.
piss? What's going on here, dudes? What's
There's-
going on
there's-
with these people?
They're supposed to fully mimic Muhammad in every way possible, even in the way he walks, the way he talks.
That is so insane.
Yep.
And the way he takes a shit.
Yeah. Mental. If anyone get,
Bro,
I didn't-
they're all,
if
I
you
didn't
don't
even know
believe-
that.
Look it up. Look
Yeah.
it up. Don't believe me.
They're-
If you think it's falling, look it up.
yeah, they're all sold out now from where I can find them because I've been trying to get on myself a hard copy. But if you ever look up, if you can get a PDF file of it, a version of it, it's called The Reliance of the Traveler, right? And it's one of the worst fucking books. And the reason it's sold out is because I think they're trying to hide it. It's one of the worst books you'll ever read. It's fucking horrendous. It's
They're
basically
trying
all
to stop
about
people from reading it.
I forgot. Is that in the Hadith or is it in the Quran? I forgot.
which one?
Like the one with the rocks, peeing, like all this toilet etiquette.
That'll be Hadith. That will.
Yeah, but the thing is, not all of them agree to the Hadith and outright reject them.
Nah, they're lying to you. The ones that reject okay, so Bukhari Muslim, right, and Qudsi, Hadith Qudsi, they have to accept all of them if they're Sunni. If they don't, they're just lying to you because they don't like certain things in them. Like, okay,
what that's called is taqiyya.
Well, here's something for you, for example, right, which
Taquito.
not many people know. The Hadith regarding Aisha's age and the consummation of marriage, there's over 200 Hadiths with strong chains of narration saying this is in fact the case and this is 100% authentic. So any of them that deny it, that are Sunni, are literally lying through their teeth to you when they say, oh, well, we're not too sure about that because if you go and look at other Hadith and they put the ages together of a sister, it looks as though she's more like 18, 19. Bullshit. There's 200 authentic chains, which is like, you know, somebody said of somebody said of somebody said, and they're all considered to be trustworthy. 200 different chains of that. So that is 100%, in fact, like fact. They can't deny it.
It is literally a core tenet of their faith as well as the Jewish faith to lie to you about things that you might find reprehensible in order for you to accept them to get more power so then they can hold it over your head once they have the power to control you. It's taqiyya in Islam, and I forgot what it's called for Jews. But it's the same concept. They're supposed to lie to you because they know that you'll reject the messages in the religion that you find horrendous. So they lie.
It's called Jewry.
Enough to trust these people.
Why do you say it 3 times fast?
I can't say it, bro. Jewry.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, but how many
Beetlejuice.
carrots, though? How many carrots?
Sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. Got my hand on my money. Got my money on my hand.
Got my money on my yarmulke.
Laid back. Rolling down the street, picking up coins, put them in my big bag. Laid
back.
Shekels.
My money on my mind.
Who's watched Down to Earth? What you guys watch Down to Earth? The money, my money. Laid back.
I literally turned
We
off.
are the Jews of the nation.
That's right. There.
Cosmo, pull up. They Don't Care About Us for Michael Jackson, please, and pull up the lyrics.
Which song?
Michael Jackson, They Don't Care About Us, and possibly, please, if you have something with the lyrics on screen.
I'll see what I can do about that real quick for you.
Please, Sean, we don't want a broken Romanian voice singing it, please.
No, dude,
There
I'm
we
not
go.
gonna sing it. Just pull up. Yeah, there we go. The lyric.
As long as you don't
Romanian.
sing it, just
No,
Disgusting,
just go
disgusting,
there to
disgusting.
where it says "Jew me, kite me."
All right, I've got you right now. Do you want me to restart it?
It's somewhere at the halfway point of the song.
Cosmo, we've been having a discussion about what's behind your glasses. Half of us believe that you're actually Riddick. So can you?
Well,
Oh, in my opinion, I think he's
If I-
got. I think he's got the Sharingan. That's just my
if I
opinion.
took these glasses off, I'd have to kill you. Oh man, now you're just making me excited for the new Riddick. Did you guys hear about the new Riddick?
No, what's that?
No.
You didn't hear? Oh my god, because yeah, it's been announced, and it's probably gonna be released. I think it's this year or early next year. New fucking Riddick coming out. Vin Diesel's like coming back out.
Isn't he like 60?
You found the wrong.
No,
one.
dude, it's wild. You look at some pictures of the new Riddick. Fucking search it real quick. New Riddick, and look at some photos. Amen.
It's a sick film. It was such a good film.
Yo, hold on. Hold on, I just realized that fucking Infinite, you could allow me to use my camera in here this whole time.
I can't use mine.
Why would you want to use your camera?
As long as it's not
To-
nighttime, Tony. 'Cause we're
To,
gonna
to show his
struggle, bro.
balls.
Yeah, we're gonna
Oh
need some
shit,
flood
those
lights.
are my riders. Fuck, I can't have you guys on when they get in the car.
Yeah.
Big fat Tony.
I will scream slurs. It's funny.
Yo.
I will write them down. I will write them down and send them in an email.
That's
You're
fine.
gonna lower his Uber
Send it
rate
to
in,
whomever
bro.
you want. That's fucking funny as shit. I remember it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I was in VC. Some fucking retard came into the call while he was in like a Chick-fil-A drive-through. So we all
Hell
just
yeah.
wait. We're all talking. We're on his car speakers, and then he gets in there like, "Hey, welcome to Chick-fil-A. How can I help you?" And then we all just started fucking screaming through his car speakers.
Hell yeah.
Bro.
That's
He's like,
awesome.
guys, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Like, why the
Leave,
fuck would you put us in your fucking car speakers, you retard? What did you think was gonna happen?
Yeah.
Warning, warning, this man is a pedophile. Warning, warning, this man is a pedophile.
Did your mother know you're speaking to a fucking convicted sex offender?
Wait, you what? Are you? Is this a? Are you admitting that?
It's an admission.
Start putting in some extra shit
Hell
in his
yeah.
order.
Gotta mind my money and the
I
money.
get a number
and the
nine.
If you're not
money.
offending
Yeah.
sexes, then
Seven.
Because
you're
I'm
not offending
hard right
sexes, then
now,
what are
you
you really doing with your
motherfucker.
life?
Your sex is offensive.
I'm totally offending sexes.
Or maybe you're a
Why
gender
so
offender.
offensive?
Sipping on gin and juice.
Maybe that's it.
Gin and Jews? Ooh, I love gin and Jews.
Oh, so apparently it turns out somebody did like a deep dive through all the nonprofits trying to push for like having to hand over IDs to the government in order to be able to use the internet. Most of the money's coming from fucking Facebook.
Yeah, they want to add you to the metaverse or whatever it's called.
Bro,
Tell me once again why I should be fucking doxing myself to use the internet. Why that's a good
Cosmo,
idea.
you remember when we spoke about this whole thing with the Kids Act that guy brought up with the ID verification?
I don't recall, no.
Oh, you weren't in the room. So this guy was going fucking schizo. Like, do you know who created the internet? It was hackers. You're gonna get like the old guard, like the Kevin Mitnick, people that are gonna fuck things up if they bring that Kids Act into effect. He was going fucking wild.
Yeah, I
And
wasn't
it's like
there for that.
they're gonna take down, all of these people that know how to hack and all of that. They're gonna take down the phone systems and the internet just to prove a point that they can do it. Like, okay, so they're gonna put AWACS planes in the sky just to keep communications. So he was going all over the place with this whole shit. Like, oh,
And who is this? Who's going off
I
about all this
forgot his
shit?
name, man. One of the random VCs in.
It wasn't so it wasn't Joe?
No, that wasn't Joe. This guy sounded like he said he was 55. He did sound like he was from the Kevin Mitnick era. He knew a lot of shit. But yeah, he was kind of trapped in that whole movie. Hackers hack the planet.
Yo, do you guys have a problem
you
with
gotta hack
Juice?
the people before they hack you or some shit. Like I don't even know. I don't
You guys
know
have a
how to
problem with Juice?
respond.
You guys
I'm
have a problem with
trans-Jewish.
Juice?
I'm
Huh?
trans-Jewish.
Oh my.
Jews make America great again.
We have no problem with Jews.
I like Jewish people.
Who's we?
I just said that I like gin and Jews. Did you not hear me?
Oh. What game is this? Trans Jewish.
Psycho.
Did Diversity die? Where the fuck is he?
Let's
Probably
just
went-
enjoy the peace and quiet for now.
I think he just hopped on the CPAP for half an hour.
Oh my god, dude.
Speaking of the
I was trying to hold back my laugh there.
Fucking funny. Ha, you're old and your nose don't work right.
Hey, my dad's got a CPAP. Leave him alone.
I probably.
I have
need
to
one,
check
to be
on him.
honest.
I have to go over and check on him every day and make sure he's not dead.
I mean, if he has a CPAP, he won't die.
No, but he
It's mostly
doesn't
to-
use it.
It's mostly to keep your sleep from being fucked. Like I need
But
one.
no,
I just haven't
no,
got
he,
one
he
yet.
doesn't use it. He doesn't use it. He's a boomer that doesn't believe in using all this medical mumbo jumbo, as he calls it. So we do have to check on him, like somebody in the family, and we kind of circulate. We have to like check on him, make sure that he's like not passed away.
So my dad's sleep was shagged my entire fucking life because he would snore like a motherfucker. And he finally got a CPAP in his old age, and he's like, "Oh, I've never slept better. I don't understand why I waited so long."
Yeah, why did you not use it when the doctor was telling you to use it in your 30s? You fucking, oh man.
My bad.
No, you're
Just
good.
say
B-52
Cosmo, you're
slammed.
Canadian. Cosmo, you're Canadian. You're allowed to say it. You fucking goober.
You you fucking goober. Are you calling all Canadians goobers? You know, you're right though. You're right.
I know that's a thing you guys use.
Hold on. Do you want some beef? Do you want some Canadian beef?
Not
You
really.
hear about this?
This has been such a thing lately. A whole bunch of like Asian markets are opening up to Canadian beef, and like I don't know. It's just funny to me. Just watching us sell all of our fucking beef around the world. It's just funny. It's like we're trying to make power plays, but they're so minimal. They're so small. Nobody's noticing.
Hold on. It might be the next Kobe. The Kobe beef. What do you guys
Oh yeah,
feed
Mark
them?
Carney's trying to
Maple
he's
syrup?
trying to like 3-point shot this shit.
No. I
And
mean
it's
the
just
Japanese Kobe. The Japanese Kobe beef. That's what it's called. Kobe. Kobe beef.
I don't know.
It's like grass fed. It's like a special Japanese type of beef. You know, like they have these farms, whatever. But in your case, you can make a marketing scheme saying we feed them maple syrup. They're the best.
Damn right. You want
Hear about
only
this
Canadian beef.
$10 million reward that the U.S. is putting out for information that could lead to Iranian terrorist regime officials capture, demise.
Oh shit! Like the 4chan
Based.
is gonna go wild again on the satellite photos. They're gonna try to cash in on that, like they
10
did
million.
with. When did they do that? They were providing intelligence to the CIA using like satellite imagery on fucking 4chan to like point out Al Qaeda camps, which was
That's
fucking wild.
retarded. Our military is not really not advanced enough to track some fucking terrorists down. We really gotta
No, they
use
were
like
calling the
some
airstrike
retard no
on
lifers that are fat on the internet on Reddit or 4chan to capture and kill a terrorist. Really?
Yes, they were calling out
We're that
airstrikes.
sad of a military.
Bro, they were calling out airstrikes, and these guys were just using Google Earth and the pictures that were taken in previous years. That's how simple it was. And they had, like, imagine having that much time to comb through the fucking desert pictures and look at these camps.
It's just sad that we're trying to get other people our technology is really not that advanced to kill a terrorist. We gotta rely on like some pleb on Reddit or 4chan.
Dude, what if somebody ran a country on a Discord server? You know what I'm saying?
I think they were trying to somewhere. I can't remember where.
Like that would
They
be
were
me as
doing
the president. Well,
I'm
no,
pretty
that's
sure.
when they overthrew a government using
Pretty sure
Discord.
they're doing an election. Pretty sure
I'm talking
they did a
about running,
poll.
having an
No, you're
administration making
talking about
policies on
Nepal.
Discord.
Nepal did that. Yeah, they did that because they shut down the internet, like all the main social media platforms, but they forgot about Telegram and Discord.
Uh-huh.
So they literally were organizing on Discord.
Yep. Wait.
Hold on. I found the video about the 4chan airstrikes. There you go. Posted in the side
I
chat.
know they exist. I'm just saying it's sad and retarded.
Imagine, bro, people having so much fucking time on their hands. They're gonna comb through all of these satellite photos taken from Google Earth. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, now imagine top U.S. leaders and generals in the war fucking sticking their fingers up their sphincters, scratching it, thinking about how they're gonna catch a terrorist. They don't know where he is. With the best technology in the world, and now they gotta rely on some plebs on Reddit or 4chan.
Yo, that fucking beard is disgusting. What the fuck? The cat's bumhole.
Stop getting facials.
It's like a herpes hiding beard, bro. That is. It just.
Wow. Oh, it's so true. Isn't
There
it
you go.
called the washing machine's called a La Femme? Y'all laughed. Y'all Europeans laughed at the Americans 10 years ago for getting into a cancel culture crisis. Y'all didn't think it would come after your words, huh? We ain't got that problem here.
I'm actually gonna look up this. I need to get the logo. La Femme.
I remember in 2019, there was some German people that were like, "This is not gonna go well."
Yeah, I found it. I found it. La Femme.
It's French for woman.
Yeah, I know. But I'm looking for the logo. That's fucking funny.
God, man.
Now you get it. When I was like washing machine in French, that means la femme, right?
Right. That's a good
Friday,
one.
happy Friday, Infinite.
the same word for sandwich maker.
Walleye? Is everybody in here?
Oh,
What's
I'm
up?
sorry.
Brandon Chigowski, what's up, dude?
What?
Did you guys sleep good last night?
Are you on drugs again?
Oh no.
Again, I've never been on drugs. We're gonna decriminalize fentanyl. It's not a drug.
Oh no, this guy again.
Bro, you got Theo Vaughn in your profile picture. I don't want to hear you.
What's wrong
Write
with
it down.
Theo Vaughn? I've seen him live once. He's pretty cool.
He's a fucking retard.
No, he's not.
Yeah, dude. That's
He's
why.
a modern day philosopher, aka comedian. Like what? He's funny.
Yep.
You think he's a modern day philosopher?
Okay, when you say he's a retard, like you do realize to be funny and
I
witty,
do think he's
it
a little
takes a
bit
certain amount
retarded.
of intelligence to do that.
I think he's a little bit retarded.
Let's be
Well, yeah,
real.
that's part
We're
of the
all
game.
little.
That's part of his thing is that he's kind of like playing this part of like, oh, I'm a dumb Southerner, but really, I'm kind of smart in the way that I frame things and say it. Like he's not a retard.
No, yeah, he's good at stand up, but like the only thing that made him good at stand up was that people thought he was retarded. And it's okay. He's embracing his retardation.
Which is
at
intelligent
this
in a
time.
way, like
He's
actually
embracing
being
his
kinda smart.
retardation, but I don't think that he is like he's like I don't know. He's still retarded. Like he
Shouldn't
just
we all
embracing it.
embrace? Shouldn't we all embrace being a little retarded then? In your case, then.
Well, design is certainly doing it right now.
Yeah. He said.
Yeah, aren't we all a little bit retarded?
I mean, to a degree. Really, just
I mean, think about it. We're all on Discord, so that's
Are you
say
like
something.
the human embodiment of your profile picture?
You said what?
Are you the human embodiment of your profile picture? Is that like the energy you're giving off right now? That's what I feel like you are. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
Honey is
My
the
pro-
embodiment
I
of
literally
David
put-
Bowie,
I
man.
put my profile pic- No, my profile picture. I
You're just
literally
giving off
just
the
put-
energy. You're giving off the energy in your
No,
profile
I
picture.
bought a
That's-
camera. I bought a camera for my computer, and I
I'm not
put
using it.
And I put it in a Chat GPT, and I said, "Please make me an image that makes me look like I do."
So you just
and it
rely
gave
on
me
Chat GPT for everything. You can't like do
Oh,
anything
Yeah,
yourself.
jeez.
yeah,
You rely
dude.
on it for facts.
I
Oh
use
man,
Chat
here we go.
GPT for everything. I asked Chat
ChatGPT, tell me
GPT
what I
what I
should
should
name my
order.
kid. What should I
Okay.
name my
Make me
firstborn
a
daughter?
sandwich.
All right.
Make me a sandwich.
Yeah, can you make me
ChatGPT.
sandwich ChatGPT?
I ask Chat GPT what I should order at restaurants. Yeah, I do. So
Yeah, that's and you're calling other people retarded. It
Chat
checks out.
GPT is my best friend.
No,
Really?
look.
Didn't
What
you
about the
just say
Snapchat
that we
AI?
should
Is that your
embrace
best friend too?
retardation?
Bro,
That was
it
somebody.
is
That was somebody else.
Yeah, I got you thinking about it now, don't I?
Bro, it's useful up to a point.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you don't know what you want to eat, who better to ask than AI?
If we're following in
Bro.
your footsteps, I don't think we should be like
You
a little
guys
bit
would
retarded.
probably do something stupid and like ask the waiter what he recommends. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. I'm not talking to that nigga.
Bro.
I would just look at the menu like a normal person and then decide instead of just like asking other people and other entities for opinions that I don't really care about.
I would ask AI. Where
I
you would
mean-
ask people, I would ask AI.
Let me
That's
ask
just-
you
maybe
this.
that's where we're maybe that's where
Let
we're
me ask
different,
you
bro.
this.
It's fine though. It's okay to have differences.
Let me ask you this. Your car flips
Celebrate
over.
our
13
differences.
You end up underneath the bridge and there's a forest there. You got no reception. How are you gonna ask AI how to get out of a sinking car?
I would obviously get to some point where I can have service and then ask AI, obviously.
No, the car is sinking. The phone is wet. The car is sinking. The phone is wet. What do you do?
My
Well,
phone's
water isn't
waterproof,
wet. So if
so
water is all over the phone, then the phone isn't wet.
well that is true. I
Yeah,
mean,
okay,
but
yeah, it is.
let's
Yeah,
even
exactly.
but let's even go off of the hypothetical, right? Let's say water was wet and the phone was wet. My phone's waterproof. So do you know why? Because AI told me which phone to get.
God damn it.
It doesn't matter, bro. Which way you do, AI is always gonna win.
Car to get, which car would you
Oh,
have been driving
First
in?
of all, AI won't work without the internet.
Says who?
Yeah. Says who? That literally has never been said by anyone before.
So, like I said, you're out in a remote area where your phone's fucked. What do you do?
If I'm in a
Get a new
remote
phone.
area, well, there's fiber optics, thank God, dude. So I could be out on a farm, 4 acres, and still have
Yeah,
fucking great internet.
You call in with the Ukrainians and the fiber optic drones to connect your
What are you
phones to the
doing out on a
fucking
farm? Are you just
internet.
seeing like a country music video?
Since when did I start talking to a Saudi Arabian? You just changed voices. Maybe it's only like when you got mad it came out.
It's the tism.
Yeah, that's what I did for 120. Sick.
I just got some Zaxby's for dinner, dude. About to chow down. What do you guys know about that Zaxby's?
I don't know if there's any Zaxby's in my area. I think I've eaten it like once, maybe.
Yeah, dude. Zaxby's is the best. It'll be my first
What did you
meal.
get at Zaxby's? What did you get?
Nashville hot chicken
Okay.
and coleslaw and fries.
Well, thank you for taking the time out of your day to share that with the class. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. I asked AI when I went on mute, hey, the room got really dry. Nobody's talking. What should I say? And it said to talk about something I did recently. So I said, hey, I got Nashville hot chicken.
Well, can you
And
ask AI if the new One Piece season is good? And if it is, then I'll ask my AI, what should I order for DoorDash? And then I'll get the food and then ask AI if I should watch it.
It only works if you actually take AI's advice.
Well,
Like,
do
you
you
can't-
do you use the Snapchat AI?
1 second, I gotta get my gun out of the console.
Realist N words.
Mickey, what up, dude? How are you?
Going on N word, brother.
So, guys, do you know if Infinite has to be in here for this channel to exist?
No.
Like, if Infinite leaves, does the channel just
Dude.
disappear?
This channel
No.
has the right to exist, bro. Like, don't come in here talking about that, bro. Literally, this channel was
Yeah, we have a
promised
right
to
to defend
Infinite.
ourselves,
This
too.
channel was promised to Infinite 3,000 years ago.
No, the channel will stay open as long as anybody's in the room.
Hold up,
but
I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna
So, are
switch to
you
my computer.
guys for the war in Iran or against?
No, I'm against it.
Against. Hold up, I'll be right back.
Wait, how the fuck are people against the war in Iran? What do you mean? So why do people have a problem with
Not our
Israel?
war. It's not our war.
Why do people
Wait,
have a
did you
problem with
People have a problem with Israel. That's the
Yeah.
dumbest question in the world.
Sorry. How many people have died during the Israel-Palestinian conflict?
A lot.
Over 70,000
Right. How many? Okay, and in how long?
in about 2 years, 3 years.
Okay. How many people died in a far shorter time by the IRGC for revolting against the Islamic regime?
Bro, those numbers are bullshit made up.
Oh my
But I
God!
do.
So, okay, wait, no, we're
Those
not doing
Americans that were killed by the Iranian regime.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Go and show me a reliable source of data for the deaths of those individuals in Gaza not being anybody that died, regardless of whether or not it was from a bomb or not. Go and show me the data.
Bro, Israel killed not just 70,000; they've killed hundreds of thousands because 70,000 is just the number of people who got bombed
Why
directly.
do we always do this, bro? Why do we always do this? I don't care about
Not
opinions.
enough.
Go and show me
Go and show me the data that proves that the figures that Hamas were giving. Remember, you don't trust Israel. Why the fuck would you trust Hamas? You don't. Do you trust? Do you trust
No one's
Iran?
pro Hamas and no one's pro Iran. We're just against
Bro,
this war.
fucking
They preemptively strike a
yeah.
nation that had nothing to do with us. Like,
Okay,
wow, that's
so
not in my
do you,
interest.
Yeah,
That's in
Iran has
Israel's
nothing to
interest.
do with it, bro.
sorry. So you
Like,
have just for, as a side note, but you have no problem with individuals dying in a conflict.
yeah, I absolutely do.
Yeah, I
But
suppose
I
I
don't
do.
think
Okay.
that we need to fucking topple the Iranian state and then have them become a failed state, and then millions of people die from that.
A failed state. What do you mean? So what you're saying is then, so
Israel's
you don't
mission
really
is to topple the state,
fucking
bro.
hell, man. Fucking hell. So you don't want the Iranian people to be free then. You want them to remain under a strict Islamic regime where they can't leave.
I don't want them to be under a strict
That's up to
regime, but it's
them.
not in my interest to go free them.
Okay,
Like,
perfect.
what do you want me to
Wait,
do?
what do you,
North
okay,
Korea
no,
versus
to them,
Are
bro.
we going to go to North
yeah,
Korea? and start shooting
nobody's
there too? What?
nobody's asking you to go. You can stay at home for sure,
But
buddy.
we
You
did
can.
though. Well, no,
No,
not
oh
me,
my,
but the
okay,
nation
fine,
itself. I don't want the
perfect.
nation of the United States to be involved with it, just
Right,
because I'm not personally over there.
no problem. Half of the country, if not more, doesn't want LGBTQ in schools, doesn't want trans
Not
women in
just
bathrooms.
half,
10-4,
bro.
that's
Not
great.
just
That's
half.
great.
Not
Okay,
just
perfect.
half of Americans don't want to be in the war.
You want
It's
to go back to the first topic we were
it's a lot
talking about?
higher. It's something
I
like
didn't
90%.
I didn't say the war, for fuck's sake. I said just because you don't agree with something does not mean that therefore that is the case, right?
Definitively, the war in Iran is bad for America, bro. It's maybe it could be good for Israel, but I don't give
It's
a
definitely
fuck
good for
about
Israel.
Israel.
We get to be
Israel is a fucking
superpower now.
genocide.
Oh my god,
Israel
fucking
should get
hell.
fucking nuked off the map.
Okay, so
They
so
don't.
so
They don't
so what is
deserve
it?
anything
So,
other than what they
okay,
dish out
so
to others.
for fuck's sake, bro. So how many people have been killed in this so-called genocide in Gaza? How many?
Over 70,000 people.
Right,
And
in
that's
in
that's
how
just
long?
Gaza
In how long? In how long? Fucking hell! You keep saying these
So
numbers, but
you're
you're not right.
Several
In
you're
how
years.
long?
oh
Right.
well, the
Okay.
IRGC killed
Right.
30,000 Persians.
No, it wasn't
And
30,000. No, that's the whole point.
it's
It
bullshit.
was okay. No, okay. Prove to me it was bullshit. What do you mean it's bullshit? So why is it that you accept a group of people's statistics on one case, but you don't accept the other group of statistics on another case?
Because the IRGC is not taking the numbers, bro. Those numbers are released by fucking Israel. Like,
Are you
wait, hold
actually
on.
for real? So you have no
I'll be
idea. Okay, I tell you what then, why he's gone. You're the guy, right? Answer me this then. Why is it that every data and statistic that comes out of any Muslim country is the country's 99.9% Muslim?
Well, okay, you're asking me why a Muslim country is Muslim?
No, I'm asking you, why is it that the only data we ever see that comes out of these countries regarding religion, for example, is, oh, Morocco is 99.9% Muslim. Afghanistan is 99.9% Muslim. Iraq is 99.9% Muslim. Do you think that's a true statistic?
99.9%? No, it's probably not that much, but I mean, it is a Muslim country. Like, what's your point
Right.
here?
Yeah, so all of those countries, literally all of the Middle Eastern countries, proclaim to be 99.9% Muslim by faith, right? Is that true? Yes or no?
Probably not.
Right. So why do you think then, right, it's valid to sit there and say that Iran did or did not release certain data and statistics, and you should trust them over other pieces of data? Why is it always Israel that is producing these data? Does Israel produce the data for those countries declaring themselves to be 99.9% Muslim?
No. Okay, what are we talking about now?
I'm
I'm
proving
talking about is the war acceptable?
I'm proving
or,
a point. Yeah, I'm proving a point that just because you guys, maybe not you, the guy, fair enough, believes that those data and statistic is unreliable and it was Israel that published it, right? Why would Israel publish a figure of individuals that were killed in Iran to push their narrative? Why would they? Think about it.
Did Israel make news about the people that they bombed?
I'm asking you,
What do
do you believe that the 70,000 plus Iranian civilians that have been killed in a far less amount of time than this so-called incident in Gaza and Palestine? You have a problem with the Palestinian deaths, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So why do you all of a sudden not have a problem with the fact that more Iranians have been killed during this revolt than that have died in Palestine?
What? That's not true.
Oh, that is true.
We've killed more
Are you
Iranians
talking about the
already.
Are you talking about the protests?
Since the revolt
Like-
against the Iranian regime, there's been more than 60,000 deaths.
And so they've been killed by
Okay,
the
where
Iranian
did you get
government. Is
this
that what you're
number?
saying?
By the Iranian government? Like the IRGC
Right.
killed over 70,000. Or 60,000. That's what you're saying?
Okay, so just as again we've said, do you think that the Iranian government's going to release the data saying that they've killed
No,
70,000?
I'm asking you where you got your numbers because
Probably
it doesn't matter
not.
if you're making the
I don't
claim,
know.
right?
Okay, so I'll get the numbers for you. No problem. 1 second.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not sitting here defending the
Because
Iranian
there's no
government. and
there's
saying
no
what they're
definitive
doing.
number. To be very clear, this guy, I don't know what he's talking about, but
We
there's
can
no
argue about the
definitive number about how
numbers.
many people were killed.
Right.
But yeah, no one supports the regime or like
Yeah,
the
nobody
Iranian
supported the
regime.
Iranian regime. Like, what kind of argument are you making?
People just don't like, I don't know,
I just don't want
school
to. I just
children
don't
being
want us
bombed
to
and
go to war with
airstrikes
them.
and
Exactly.
regime change without any possible regime change because it won't happen with just air attacks. So I don't know what this guy's on about, but he's
Like,
clearly
you can kill as many
Yeah, no
leaders
problem.
as you want in Iran, but it's really not going to change the fabric of their society. It's like a theocratic, oppressive state, and that's not really going to change just because we
Right,
bombed a
there's
few.
Call it
yeah,
a caliphate, what it
yeah,
is.
yeah. There
it's
you go.
not a
There's
caliphate.
there you go. There's one source. There's one source. I'll give you another one. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, if the Iranian government's killing a bunch of people, that's not good. But like, what do you want us to do about it?
Right. So okay. So
Didn't
you
you
have.
just say double this
Oh my
number?
god! 1 second.
36,000.
1 second. If you're gonna start spigging out, you have to get muted till I finish speaking because you're doing this thing now where you're getting triggered. I'm assuming you're probably Muslim or you're some kind of Iranian that is in support of the RGC. No problem. Fine. So there's
I'm
one.
assuming.
Wasn't.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. So clearly you can't listen. If I'm speaking, let me finish and then you can respond. Right. So there's one source from January. What month are we in now?
March, I think.
Okay, so 1 second. Oh, let's I need to log into this one. 1 second. So just remember the timestamp on the first one. There's a second one. The sources at the bottom.
So these are doing two different date timings? Like this is from a separate timing from January, and then this was from another timing?
Yeah. So if
Okay.
you read the sources, it'll tell you two different dates when they were published.
No, not when they're published, but are they? It doesn't. I don't know why I'm even doing death math with this dude. But the point is,
Okay, you don't have to. Wait. You don't have to then, right? I wasn't speaking to you. You don't have to speak. That's fine. Nobody's making you speak, bro. It's fine.
anyway, the point is, no one knows the confirmed exact number because there's
you've
no
just-
boots on the
one-
ground
wait, you've
doing
just-
math about this.
You've just 1 second. You just said you don't know why you're engaging with me. So why are you still engaging?
I'm confused. What are you saying?
You've literally just said I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you. So why are you still speaking to me?
I see. So okay, go ahead. Just don't lie then, at least, right?
Sorry.
Bare minimum.
Who's lying when I'm just giving you?
You said a specific number you don't know.
Oh my days! Oh my
These
days,
numbers
oh
you
my-
can
oh my
just
days.
add two news outlet
Oh my
numbers,
days,
but the fact
bro.
is
Oh
those
my
numbers aren't
days. Oh my
clear.
days. So this is the reason why I don't.
And also,
ever-
it's because
Oh my-
it's such a
you've got
pathetic
you've got one more
argument.
chance.
Saying
You've got one more chance. This is the reason why I don't provide the sources, because I bring the sources, right? With inside those articles there, it will give you the sources they're deriving the information from, and you still won't believe it. There's two instances. I'm not even finished getting to 60,000+. There's two instances there, separate occurrences.
I will have to read through and then explain to you why those specific sources, bro. This requires like a whole research thing. But the point is, I can agree that there were a bunch of people killed, which fine. Like, do you want me to? I mean, I already said that in the beginning, and that the IRGC is clearly responsible for like probably thousands of deaths, if not more. It's just that the clear number isn't like you can give me any sources you want. This is agreed upon by any source you can bring. The exact number isn't known. It just isn't.
Sorry. So where are you deriving the idea that these numbers aren't true then?
These numbers could be true. I don't know the specific sources, but it doesn't matter because you don't know the exact number.
Sorry, what do you mean? Sorry, do you really genuinely believe that it's going to say 59,436 deaths?
So, Mickey, if you're right about this, what does it like? What does this prove? Like, what does it
Right.
disprove about
Okay.
what we're saying?
So if you have a problem, right, with Israel, and you're claiming what Israel is doing to Gaza is bad, right, and you want it to
Right.
stop, right? If the same thing is happening within Assad and a singular country, right, where its own government is killing its own people because they do not want this authoritarian rule anymore, why do you have a problem with Iran being taken down and instating a more secular government that is fair amongst all people?
Because it's not really in the interest of us. And also the thing is we're not aligned with Iran and we're not sending money to Iran. We're doing that for Israel though. Right? That's why Israel is
Oh my
in the news a
days,
lot.
bro.
It's because we
My
send them money
days.
and then Israel they go and do
That's
things.
not really a good answer.
And then
The point
AIPAC
is the
sends-
regime
No,
change
but-
itself won't happen. It just won't. The way.
But,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you- but
exactly,
You're,
that
you're
too.
blind. You're blind. What do you mean it won't? You're blind. It's so fucking stupid.
Okay, name me a single instance in human history where airstrikes led to regime change. Just airstrikes, no boots on the ground.
Syria, literally Syria.
Syria?
Proxy,
Great.
yeah,
I'll
proxy.
now have to look into it, but the specifics of Syria is different, and I know it didn't happen exactly, or not
Sorry.
exactly, but only because of airstrikes from the U.S. That's
Wait,
just not
wait,
even true.
no. It was because HTS were the ones that were on the ground. There was no on the boots from any other nation. HTS was in there, and it was backed up by external missile strikes and
Okay,
airstrikes.
in this scenario, who's the HTS in this scenario?
Right. Nobody has of yet, but remember, there's multiple thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that are also backing this regime collapse.
Syria has dozens of organizations fighting against
Oh
each
my
other
days.
in a civil war when it fell apart. This is not even remotely close to that scenario.
Right,
And
guess
it
what?
wasn't like you yourself just admitted that
Guess
that
what?
isn't the case. It wasn't because of airstrikes.
No,
There's
oh
not
my
a dozen
days, oh my days,
organizations.
We're not talking. Okay, so just to clarify, are we speaking about boots on the ground from Israel and America? Or are we talking about any kind of boots on the ground?
Okay, if there is a specific dominant force taking on the IRGC, sure, but there isn't. The
Right, as of
two
when?
forces right now, the Kurdish and the rioters, neither of them could take on the IRGC in their home territory.
Right, as of now, right?
Sure, but
Right.
you can't just spawn in an entire army. That's
Oh
not
my,
how that
no,
works.
no. How many more places does America and Israel have to bomb to take out major strategic points within the Iranian military?
Dude, they took out most of them already. It won't make a
Okay.
difference without boots on the ground.
Oh my days. So what makes you think that won't happen?
Boots on the ground?
Yes, in any fashion.
Okay, specifically for the Israelis and the Americans, we're the only ones who are going to be strong enough to actually take down the Iranians or the IRGC. It's simply because Trump will probably chicken out, or if he doesn't, he will be ousted by the time that even happens. Because it is already such an unpopular thing to do, right? And it's already
It's
something
really
that's pissed
not.
off. It's not.
No.
The Iranian conflict is currently probably the most unpopular thing Trump is doing, which is saying a lot.
That's ironic because literally there's Iranians out in the streets all over America celebrating.
Iranian Zionists are whatever.
Oh
They aren't
my days.
representative of the Iranians inside of Iran.
This is the point. Okay, no problem. I can get you videos of Iranians inside of Iran also chanting when they saw the missiles come down on the military bases. So again, I can provide these things, but what's the point of me doing so? Because you're going to sit there and deny
I
it.
don't disagree with those specific areas. There are people who want to do revolts, but the current bombing campaign is doing the opposite. It's ruining the rebellions in Iran currently. This is, I mean, I can give you specific articles as well that are pointing to this, but there's a lot of proof that the Iranians are now becoming more emboldened to respect and work with their own government that brutalized them, because
Okay,
they
prove it.
would rather work with them than be bombed by you or by the Israelis.
You're an idiot. You're an absolute moron.
Go check. Go check.
Actually, okay. Tell you
Go
what.
check.
Instead of telling me to check, bring the sources, because ironically, I bring the sources, and you go, oh,
No, I can bring.
this is not valid resources. We can't verify these numbers.
Sure, I could check specifically if you want. It's not that hard.
Yeah, go for it. I love it how any time somebody supports the downfall of an authoritative government that is literally killing its own people, right? Even to smaller things, never mind the revolts, smaller things. I love it if anybody supports them, even if they're from their own country, that have previously moved out because they're sick to death of the authoritarian rule, that all of a sudden they're Zionists. It's fucking crazy. Are the Kurds Zionists?
To be very clear, they do not matter in this specific conflict.
You
That's the
called them
point. I was
Zionists.
making is
You called them Zionists.
yes, yes. A lot of them are
Why?
Zionists. Not all of them, but many of them are Zionists.
Prove it. So where's the data to prove that?
Bro, they're
Didn't think so.
walking around with
Didn't think
Israeli
so.
flags with their Iranian.
No,
Also,
that
the
was a-
flag they
no-
they show
no
aren't
problem.
is a Persian flag.
Yeah,
They
again,
themselves
no problem.
consider themselves Persians, not Iranians.
Yeah, again, no problem. So what you're saying is, just because somebody is holding a flag of a country that's in support of freeing them, it makes them a Zionist.
I have no problem with them being against the IRGC. That's a
Right,
different conversation.
But only
But-
with the Israeli flag, only with that flag, right?
No, I just don't like Israelis or Zionists, but that's just whatever. That's a
Right,
different
so
conversation, though.
Okay, but that does not make the Iranians that are holding the flag up because a country is helping free them from their country and their authoritative rule makes them a Zionist. What do you mean?
Okay, sure, I agree, but I disagree with the idea that their country is helping anybody to free them, which isn't just
Okay,
not happening.
okay, so that's fine. If we want your opinion, we'd fault. That's fine. We're talking real facts here. Show me any videos apart from a bunch of 40 to 50-year-old males in Iran who are fake crying in mosques. We can all see those fake tears coming down from their faces. Anybody else that's sitting there and disagreeing with the Ayatollah being overthrown and the Iranian government
Is
collapsing?
literally what I'm bringing you right now.
Yeah, perfect. And it better
So
not be
this
a
is from-
65-year-old guy. Go on.
Oh crap! You gotta be. I'm assuming you aren't subscribed to this newsletter. My bad. It was from the Financial Times. It's about how Iranians, specifically the Iranians, not outside of the country, who are supportive, but sorry, what I don't know what that guy said, but anyway, Iranians in the country themselves are very clearly turning against any sort of foreign intervention. They just don't like it for obvious reasons.
Based on what?
I mean, I'm gonna try to find one that isn't, because I have the newsletter, but you don't. So I'm gonna find another one. One sec. I guess this one.
What,
so it
hang
doesn't
on,
have
you're basing it on
specific
what? Iranian fucking news?
No, Iranians on the
Iranian.
ground themselves, like accounts from Iranians in the region,
Iranian.
not Iranians in America, Iranians in the region. It's like
I understand why you're using such a weird pronunciation for Iran, but
Iranians. That's just how you pronounce it. I didn't think that mattered.
well, it's Iranian.
Iranian.
No, Iranian.
Okay, I'm hoping you're trolling.
I'm not trolling. It's how you say Iran in English. Iran.
Anyway. I mean, it's very clear what the
Do you call it
specifically
France
the
or do you call it
Israelis.
Francais?
I just call it France, but anyway,
Yeah, 'cause that would be how
it's
you
very
say
clear
the
what the
word in
Israelis
English.
and the Americans want. They just want to make this another failed state like Iraq or something. That's not freeing anybody. Iraq was just that's what's gonna happen if this keeps going.
Wait.
Are you gonna? Would you consider Iraq liberated?
Wait.
No.
That's 1 second. I'm gonna do the same thing you did because you all of a sudden said that Syria is completely different to Iran, right? So I'm gonna do the same thing. Is Iraq or has Iraq ever been as successful as something like Iran in terms of economy? Build.
Here,
gain?
actually, I'll if we're being that specific, I'll restate my specific reasoning because I'm wrong in that way. You're right that Iraq is not similar to Iran in any way because Iran is way more fortified. There's a reason even the psychopath, what's his name, Bush, right? Even with how bloodthirsty that guy was, he was scared of going into Iran because he knew with the Strait of Hormuz and all these other situations, it wasn't worth the trouble, right? So most, most politicians are smart enough to understand that. But I mean, Trump after Venezuela really thought he was God and actually could do it. Which
Bro, do you really think that Iran has got what it needs to upstand against the West? Do you really believe that?
Not in any physical, meaningful way. Like it destroyed the West? No. What are you talking about?
Let's stand up to the West.
Stand up to the West. What does that mean? To stay in power? Yes. In Iran, yes.
Wow. Okay.
There's a lot of proof for that.
Not from what I've seen. They're making drones out of cardboard with little 50cc engines. What do you mean? And they're being taken out with 50 cal.
So
50
here,
cal
I'll
machine
make it
guns.
simple. It's very easy. What's going to happen, actually, right? Most likely, Trump is going to back out. Once Trump backs out, what's going to happen is the Iranians will get support again from the two people who they've always gotten support from. Now, sure, the Chinese and the Russians never directly involve themselves in Iranian politics, but they give them like weapons, ammunitions, and support or financial support, which is what's going to happen. It's going to keep happening. This puts everyone in a worse position because now it's made clear that, and once Trump chickens out, it'll be made very clear that Iranians can just keep, threatening the Strait of Hormuz. That's what's happened basically.
Okay,
right?
we'll see.
We've put
We'll
ourselves
see.
in a worse position. Sure. Okay. How about this? Right? Look, I don't want to make conflict for no reason. How about this? Okay. If Trump backs out, like I'm saying, chickens out like a little bitch, you admit you are wrong, and Trump is one of the worst leaders in American history, if not
Yeah, no
the
problem.
worst
No,
leader.
no problem. No problem. Let's do it.
Deal. That's it. That's all
Yeah,
we got. We
yeah,
don't need
no
to talk
problem.
about anything else. We could just watch it play out and watch him chicken out in the next few days or whenever he
That's
does
fine.
it.
That's fine. You're so deluded. The funny thing is, you're the same group of people that were saying a year ago that no, they would never invade Iran. Iran's too strong. They would never do that, bro. They
didn't invade Iran.
Sorry. Yeah. Again, we're still not finished. We're literally at the start. Like, do you really think that with the intelligence and the military that the US has, do you really think that they'd go in there like they did Iraq? Which is why
I don't like betting.
Which is why I said to you that Iraq isn't a good example because Iraq was nowhere near fortified as Iran. But Iran is still not in any way, shape, or form able to contend with the technologies that the West have in terms of military power.
Sure. But what it comes down to is, I wish I don't like to I don't like to do gambling, but if I literally could, could put money on this that there will never be a sort of ground troop invasion from the United States, and most likely the IRGC will never really fall apart, and it will just get strengthened from this whole conflict. But we'll see how it plays out. I don't want to,
Why
we
are
don't
they
have to
sending
play.
2,500 Marines over there right now?
They're sending in for like boots on the ground.
2,500 Marines right now.
Take land to protect the I forgot the name of the river you said.
Strait of
sorry.
Hormuz.
Yeah.
That's protecting the Strait of Hormuz. That's not an invasion. You
Wait,
understand the difference?
wait. But you said that there's no boots on the ground. So remember, we're not.
Okay,
talking...
I'll be more specific since every time you want me to be specific.
No,
they will not
it's
do.
Oh my God!
Go ahead.
It's not about that. I'm saying to you, you're making out that this is the furthest it's going to go right now because there's been strategic attacks on military points, right? We're nowhere near. Remember, we both agreed that Iran is not like Iraq, where you can just land in the middle of the desert, fortify yourself with different bases, and then mobilize yourself. We all know this. So it's a different approach.
I agree. What I think is Congress will never give Trump, right? I'll be even more specific. Congress will never give Trump the ability to officially declare war and put boots on the ground like they did with Iraq. They even Congress, with how bought they are, aren't going to do that. They won't. They are. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I trust democracy a little too much, but I simply just do not believe that any sort of direct invasion of Iraq is going to happen, or that I don't even believe, or not Iraq, sorry, of Iran is going to happen. And I don't even believe the Iranians are going to lose power in any way.
Okay.
I think they're going to get strengthened from this.
Okay.
So we'll just see.
Yep, we'll see.
How the fuck do you think Iran is supposed to get strengthened from their shit getting kicked in?
Okay, yeah, great question. It's very simple. What happens is once Trump chickens out, like I'm saying in my scenario, right? The Iranians will come back to China and Russia for military supplies and then just get restocked, and that's it. You see, the problem with the Strait of Hormuz is, right? Even if you just have like a paper bomb, I mean, I don't mean it literally, obviously, but even if you only have a few bombers, if you take down one oil tanker, that's billions of dollars of oil into the ground, and that's all it will take for all the oil tankers to not pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It is such a vital choke point. That's why no military leader wanted to take on this challenge until Trump really thought he was that guy because of Venezuela and that he could do it. And now he's already chickening out, and he
The
will
U.S.
fully
military is going to escort tankers, though.
Okay. See,
Well,
this
he's
is
saying
where
so
it
elegant.
makes it
If it doesn't
clear.
happen, humans must just be retarded.
See, what this guy just said, right, is very guaranteed proof that you clearly don't understand the current situation.
No,
Currently,
you don't
the U.S.
understand the
military,
current situation,
the
retard.
U.S. military,
There's
the U.S. military
literally
has
oil
officially
insurance
said
for oil
no.
tankers if they're
Oh my
attacked.
God! Did he just say that? Okay. Anyway, there's officially Pentagon has made it clear that they do not want to escort anybody outside of the Strait of Hormuz, even though there's the
That's
choke
not
point is
true.
already
Scott
active.
Bessent just said yesterday that the U.S. military will be doing that.
I will go and look at that again. But the point is, if that's true, that's fine. But that doesn't change the point of the Strait of Hormuz, right? It is not. You can't forever keep guarding that territory without any attacks. And as long as the Iranian regime is there, they can always just attack the Strait of Hormuz.
Bro, they've
That's
barely got
always an
any
option.
leadership.
Fucking shit, retard. That's why we're killing them all.
They've barely
That's not
got any
gonna happen,
leadership.
though.
Wait, you're so deluded. They've got nobody in power. They've got
You don't
nobody
even
in
need leader. To be very
What,
clear,
what do you
they're very
mean?
decentralized. They wouldn't even need a leadership to attack the Strait of
Bro,
Hormuz.
They already
Bro.
injured and almost killed Khamenei's
They're
son,
losing
by the way. So
weaponry.
they're going to be on their
They're not
fourth
doing any
leader
deals
soon.
with China or Russia. Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
You think
Please
China
don't.
or
Because-
Russia wants to be known for giving Iran
Yes.
weapons right now?
Yes.
Then Trump will just go and kick his shit in, or their shit in.
Kick Mao's sorry. Xi Jinping's shit in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Look,
Bro,
man,
bro.
I get you. Look, I'm American too. I get it. Hoorah! But I think you really think we're gonna just start a war with everyone ever,
Wait,
don't you?
the thing is, you
We
think
could.
that because
We're a
there's
superpower.
you
Yeah,
just
we're a
think because
superpower. Yeah.
you just think because there's 2 million soldiers in China means that somehow they're
No,
they're
I just
really
think
good
this guy
soldiers.
genuinely thinks we're gonna start a war with China because what they want to work with the
I don't
Iranians,
think
which
we're gonna.
they've been doing for decades.
We would start a war with China if they're giving them weapons actively.
They already did. Where do you think those
Did.
weapons came from?
Past tense. Russia and
They're
China.
gonna just do it
Mostly
again.
Russia.
Dude, they will just do it again. They don't. I don't
Well,
think you understand
And
this.
their
The
shit will
Iran,
get blown up over and over and over and over and over again.
dog. I don't know where you live in Buffalo. Like where are you? I'm not
I'm
even
in
gonna
America.
begin, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
we're
in America
relative.
too. The point is, I think you have genuinely thought to yourself that we are so high and mighty, we can start a war with everyone, and it'll just
can't.
work.
Bro,
We can,
Okay.
and it is
you're
working.
you're literally ignoring the fact that all of
Uh-huh.
the Iranian kamikaze drones are being taken out by literally
Yeah, by interceptor
10
missiles that are running
by-
out.
No. They're literally being taken out now by 50 cal bullets, bro. Because on the shitty little engines they have on the back, it only takes one bullet and it's down.
That's true. And yet they're still used by the Iranians to take down to waste
Well,
supplies of interceptor missiles.
Yeah,
That's what happened.
oh my god, you're not listening. When was the
Uh-huh.
last time they used an interceptor missile on those drones?
I'd have to go and check again, but I
Right.
know they used like more than half the supply of interceptor missiles because of those drones. So it
You
doesn't
think
really
that
matter.
we used half the supply of the U.S.
This is what I'm
stockpile
saying.
of interceptor
Yes.
drones in the
Yes.
last 12 days
Yes.
in Iran?
Yes.
Are you really that
Yeah.
retarded?
Yeah. Go check the numbers. Don't just say stuff. Go check the numbers. In the Middle East, the interceptor missiles we had in the Middle East, I think more than half of them actually. I'm being nice. More than half of them ran
Well,
out. I'm
they're
not
practically
lying.
not even sending any missiles anymore anyways. It's down
See,
to like
that's
a
just changing
dozen
the
a day.
goalposts. I'm answering to what that guy said. That guy's literally genuinely
Dude,
thinks we're on that level
If you think half of the entire U.S. stockpile of
of interceptor
defense
missiles.
interceptors were
Yeah.
used in Iran in the last 12 days, I just think you're totally underestimating the United States stockpile or
Bro,
ammunition.
the United States is the most powerful
No,
military
he-
country in the world,
he's
period.
got it
But it is
confused.
running low on
No, it's
stockpiles in the Middle
no,
East.
yeah, it's it's the Gulf states that are burning through the interceptors. It's the Gulf
Yeah, they
states.
got from the Americans.
Right, but it's not the Americans that deplete the missile depots that are
Yeah,
being destroyed.
for their own
No,
protection. We're talking about the Gulf areas. This is
no,
all
no,
about
no,
the
no,
Gulf
no,
areas.
no. Now you're changing the goalpost. America's stockpile is not.
Okay, so we're counting ones
One
that
se-
aren't going to be
no,
used.
no, 1 second. America's stockpile is not depleting, but the current stockpile in these Gulf nations is. That doesn't mean that America will not be sending
That
more.
is the same statement because those bases are U.S. controlled, bro.
Oh my days!
That's the word itself is the
Bro, you're
same.
so stupid. The stockpiles that they have there right now, right, where they have not needed to put more over there, those stockpiles are depleting, right? So in the US or any base that is not on the front line or around that region,
does
Sure.
still have stockpiles. So
Sure,
it's only
then
so
answer me
it's
this question.
so it's only the bases, and it's only 25%, by the way, that they've lost in collectively in those bases that they're firing from.
I'm gonna have to go
25%.
check the numbers, but I thought I was definitely thought it was higher than that. But I heard they were literally trying to redirect like interceptors from Ukraine because of this conflict. So
Right.
if
So
that's even
that's
true, that's ridiculous. Because why would you even do that from Ukrainian conflict, right? Which is
because
like two
Oh,
two
they
fronts of
want
war.
because it's
Patriot
closer.
missiles.
So Ukraine offered a cheaper and cheaper interceptor drones, basically, than missiles, expensive interceptor missiles.
I'm gonna have to go find specifics. Well, you know what, man? I'll pretend. I'll not even pretend because it's been like 3 days since I saw all of this. So I'll go and check it up myself, right? Because I don't want to pretend to be right on everything. But maybe you guys are right. Let's just go. Let me go see. Right. But I'm very sure the interceptor missiles in that region not only ran out, but they're like backlogged by 24 months or something on getting new interceptor missiles in that region. It's not like they're running low on the small number and they're gonna get new ones tomorrow. It's not, bro. It's not Amazon for interceptor
That's all right, dude. That's okay. That's okay.
That's not okay.
There you
Because that
go.
You,
means
you
There you
really
go.
you really think that the military is not gonna like
make them?
you really think it's gonna take like a bajillion months for the military to bring supplies like defensive
I
capabilities?
believe the exact number is 12 months.
to
If you want a real number.
you really think that?
No, there's a number. Dude, this is what I'm
That's
seeing,
sad.
right? Dude, I read.
You
There's
think they'll give you the
articles
real
about
number?
this. Yes, the U.S. military will give real numbers because they're the one building it.
Shit, I don't even read. Fuck.
Like
You
these
think it
dudes
really
don't read, bro.
takes? You really think it takes the military to move supplies 12 months? Like,
No, to
Infinity.
build it, bro. Oh my god.
No, it's not though.
Infinity.
That's the
you
thing.
keep on moving the goalpost.
Infinity.
I didn't. I never said move. I
Yeah,
said
now
to
you're saying
make.
build.
But it still doesn't
Yeah,
though.
that was what I said
think-
originally.
read the side chat. Read it.
Even to make. You just
Infinite
don't, you
diversity.
can't comprehend our military logistics. You just don't.
Yep.
You literally have some like Chinese guy in your profile picture. You're probably like
That's a reference
anti-American or
that
a
you
troll
don't
or
get.
something. You're just, dude.
You can think what you want. I can put whatever I want as my profile
You
picture
don't
'cause I think
understand.
it's funny, man.
You
I
just
don't care.
understand.
Uh-huh.
We are a superpower. All right, we're
At
not
this point,
going
are you
out like
trolling?
fucking Rome.
I think this guy's
We're not
trolling.
going out like Rome.
Anyway,
Do you even know how Rome fell?
you'll see what happens anyway. It's fine. It doesn't really matter.
Rome fell because of a banana split. Full stop.
Yeah,
It's true.
exactly.
The Pennsylvanians
On back,
invented it,
Gigi.
Slipped on a banana peel.
and it was over.
Yeah.
Like Rome cracked his head.
They run out of bananas.
Who said bananas?
But yeah, so wait, where is he? Mickey, what would you actually go and fight in Iran if you got drafted?
Yeah, I wouldn't need to, because we ain't gonna run out of missiles.
What, Mikey? Mikey Ray. You're
Yeah.
from Iran.
I'm not from Iran, no.
No, Mickey.
Oh.
He supports the Iran war. He's like the only person in here that supports that shit. Actually,
Why?
no.
I support that
Infinite
shit.
also
Wait,
supports
what?
it.
Everybody
Infinite
supports
also
that shit
supports
except for
it.
you.
Wait, 1 second. I'm gonna set
No,
him off.
bro. Nobody in here. So 90% of America
Everybody
does not want to be
You're
at war in
except for
Iran.
you and
so
Hermit.
deluded. Okay, 1 second. Even a Muslim in here now supports the Iranian war.
What?
Wait, what Muslim in here supports the Iranian war?
Mustafa, tell him.
Mustafa, you support bombing children now?
Mustafa,
What were
go.
you
I
at?
need your
Look,
voice.
look how he
Nice
changes
guy.
it.
The only thing I
Look how
know
he
that
changes it.
America,
It's
who's
called
bombing
defaming, little
children
bro.
and
I'm
bombing
defaming
elementary
him.
schools. Yeah, you
I
literally
support.
bombed an elementary school full of little girls. And
Yeah,
now you're
Tomahawk
crying
missile,
about
yeah.
the Iranian regime.
The Americans
Oh my
did.
You know
gosh, I
what?
missed
What
his
should
voice
be
so
removed?
much.
Not only
The
that,
American
bro.
people
Not
should be
only did we
removed,
do
not the
that,
Iranian regime.
Oh, this guy's
Wait,
pro-war for like
the
Iran.
issue of
Okay.
Palestine is
Mustafa,
so
you
much
told
worse,
me.
bro.
Mustafa, you
So
told
many
me
more
that.
Palestinians have died.
Mustafa, you told me that you now support the collapse of the Iranian regime. That's what you told me.
Not to support it, but I stopped sympathizing with them. But I still want it to remain.
So what do you mean by you're no longer sympathizing? What do you mean?
I mean, no matter what happens to them, I don't feel sorry for them, but I don't support their falling.
Yeah, but why though?
So, what if Iran becomes a failed state,
Consider
Mustafa?
that.
What if it becomes a failed state? Would you change
To
your
be very clear,
your
that's what
stance?
Israel wants, man. Like it's not even
Yeah,
debatable.
look.
Mickey, did you
I
break
still
Mustafa?
support
He's pausing to consider things.
Okay, correct
What?
me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong,
we
right?
fixed him actually. We
Yo,
fixed
yo,
him.
So
guys,
let me
correct me if
clarify.
I'm
I
wrong.
still support them, but I stopped
All
caring about
hail
them that much.
Israel. All hail Israel.
What would this have to do with Israel?
Israel. It's the
Yeah,
genocidal apartheid
yeah, but
shithole.
why, Mustafa? We're
Dude,
asking
you can't lie. Like with all this shit with Israel, it's so easy to form conspiracy theories at this point, bro. Like with Epstein and shit. Like this shit. Like the
You don't
fact
even
that
need
did you guys see how
conspiracies.
at Northwestern University they actually made it required for every student to go through anti-Semitism training, and basically they say anti-Semitism training, but the videos they're forced to watch are like pro-Zionism, like it's pro-Zionist videos.
Whoever was the big, big hoorah guy, how many years it takes to make an interceptor missile? Check chat.
But you've not even
I
you've not
think you're
you've
saying
not
how
even
many
read
years
what.
it takes to make one
manufacture it.
interceptor missile?
Yeah,
I'm
he's not
just
even.
saying,
He's not even.
New missiles typically
He's not
take 2 to
even.
3 years.
You've not even read the
25%
article.
of
American
that
sons and daughters
Oh my
Really
stockpile.
god.
think it
getting
takes
sent
many
home in
years to make
Oh
one
my
bro.
god.
interceptor missile?
And you
Read
stupid
the
asses
article.
bombing empty
Read the
airports.
article that I sent.
Bro, once
America.
Americans start
Hold on,
dying in
Tony,
this
shut up
world,
for a fucking second. Read the article
The
I put before
Americans
yours.
and the Israelis are bombing
Read
empty
the
airports.
article before
Look
what I
how
put
stupid
on.
they are.
Oh my god.
yo, let
Read.
him talk. Let him talk.
Read the article that I posted before you posted one, and it clearly states that the US produces far more than Iran does. Far more.
Of course it. What are you? Are you 9?
Of course, yeah, the fucking
Are you?
Right.
Hi, the sky is blue. The sky is blue. The water is drinkable.
Sorry,
It's not
one
fucking
second.
I need to drink water to survive.
Don't speak too early, right? So if that means that they produce far more, do you think that they only just started producing them during the Iran war? Is that what you're saying?
They ran out of 3 years of stockpiling in 12 days, bro.
Oh my
Do
days.
you understand what that means?
Okay, show us then, please, because that's not what we're seeing.
Sure. I'll give you the specific article.
Iran is a better country.
We gotta trust the Jewish New York Times.
Iran is a better
Okay, here's the Economist,
without
not New
Islam
York
in it.
Times.
Iran is a
we
better
gotta
country.
Whoever
trust
the
Reuters.
Trump
We gotta
posted,
trust
yeah,
Reuters.
25% of THAAD missiles.
Reuters.
25% of THAAD missiles we had, dude. That's literally like years of interceptor missiles that were built.
Here comes the CNN. Here goes CNN.
Wait, so
Dude,
so,
you're a Trump supporter. If Trump told you to suck his dick, you would get on your knees immediately. All right, just to be very clear.
What's wrong with that?
Whoever
What's
the
wrong with
like,
that?
even
to be
know
very
anything
clear.
Who is still a
I
Trump
don't know the
supporter in
extent of it. I know.
2026? Come on, bro. Why are you a Trump supporter in 2026?
For God's sake.
If a guy here is pro Iran, the only reason
How are
I
you a
could
Trump
think
supporter?
is the reason is that Trump said so. I honestly don't see any other reason. This was such a badly planned. Like, here's something that no one thought of, right?
Are you
Biden
German? Hold on. Are you
depleted the
German?
stockpile of oil barrels, right? Like,
Are you
genuinely,
German?
Biden depleted
think
it
he's
on
German?
his inauguration.
He sounds German.
No, I'm American, man.
If
But
you
anyway,
think he sounds
in the
German, you're retarded.
inauguration speech for Trump, right? Trump publicly said, "I will restock the oil barrels or the oil that Biden had depleted." Then he just didn't do it, and then he started a war, which will require those to be restocked. Like, you understand what I'm saying? That's just the incompetency here is so ridiculous. It makes Bush look like a genius. Like, it's honestly funny. It's if I didn't just have to hear about children
Okay,
dying, I
leftist.
honestly think it was funny.
Okay, left.
Yeah, man, I'm fine with that, bro. That's not a bad thing to be anymore. Okay.
Yo, I have a
To be a
question. I have a question for you.
democratic
would
socialist,
you count,
nothing wrong with that.
Hermit, I have a question for you. Would you count 17-year-olds as children?
Sure.
Right. You know
Yeah.
how many people we sent off in World War II that are 17 and under.
Yeah, that was horrific.
Yeah,
But
so
that
a
was
lot of
against the
people
Nazis
die. A lot
who
of people
took over
die.
Europe.
Wait, hold on.
Did
Yeah,
Iran take over Europe? Am I tripping?
look. All I'm saying is, if Iran develops nuclear weapons, they will do so
Uh-huh.
much bad things with it.
Literally
No, they're
6
not.
months
They're
before
not
the
gonna
war.
do
No,
it, bro.
no, hold on. 6 months
Yeah.
before this whole strike happened, Trump literally made us a document or released a
Yeah.
on the White House like press briefing that for at least like the next few years, Iran couldn't
Yeah.
make any more missile. What do you call it? Nukes. And
Yeah.
everyone, including the IAEA, who are like the
Yeah.
Energy Commission, who have actually been on the ground in Iran, everyone agrees that they weren't even close to making nuclear weapons. So who's clowning at this point?
No, yeah, okay, I get that. So now, when they bomb Israel, right? When they bomb Israel, did kids die?
Wait, hold on. Actually, no, as far as I know. But if they did, that'd be tragic.
Okay, look,
We
listen.
could just agree on that.
They fired missiles in Israel in intent
Who's
to
they?
kill
Hold on. To
people.
be very clear, who's they? Who's they?
Oh, okay, Iran.
Okay, sure. So
Yeah.
before Iran has always really done more retaliatory attacks, just
Yeah.
off precedence, right?
Yeah.
So if they did and they killed kids, that sucks. I would be against that. But I'm against the Iran regime as well. I'm just okay. To be very
I'm
clear,
against the Iran regime, but I don't agree
everyone
on
is.
killing
To be very
Iranian
clear,
people.
I don't
'cause I love
agree with
Iranian
the
people,
war.
yeah. Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
You
agree with the
can't
war,
be
not
against
with
the
the
Iranian
Iranian
regime while
regime.
you're supporting the American regime. You gotta stop supporting the American regime before
Who-
start
who's-
hating the Iranian regime.
Sure. Okay. How about this? I don't support the American government
Okay.
currently, which I'm allowed to do
It's
as a
called
US.
the American regime. It's not the American government. It's a fucking regime.
What does that mean? What does the word mean?
It's the
Regime
same
means
thing,
a
dude. It's literally the same
government
thing.
governs
yeah.
people don't want
It's
it.
not the same,
That's
but
what regime means.
I think this guy's drunk. But if you aren't, the point is,
No,
I
he's not
disagree
drunk.
with
He
the
has
American
a
regime.
PhD in Middle Eastern
I'm fully
history.
awake and I'm not drunk.
He just sounds
I
this
don't
way.
agree with the American regime currently. If you want to go with that,
Yeah, the American
I'll
regime. Most of
protest
the
against it
American
if I
people
want.
don't
I
like
wait.
this
I was in
government
the No
because
Kings
they want to
protest.
control
Like
the
I
regime.
protested against my regime that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Trump
So
does have
stop
a
supporting it, and you
37%
can start
approval
hating the
rate.
Iranian regime. I
Yeah,
can
Trump
see
is
where
has
from
a.
you're coming from.
I don't
look.
even care about approval ratings, man.
Going
It
back
doesn't
to
matter
what we
anymore.
was talking about. Going back to what we was talking about, right? That will make Iran just as worse as Israel because they had intent to kill civilians, right?
Sure. I'll go with I'll explain it this way, right? There's levels
Yeah,
to
yeah.
evil, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
definitely agree that they are a level of evil. Now, comparing them to the Israelis, bro,
Oh, no,
Iranians don't go out of their way to kill
no.
kids. I
No,
think there's a big difference.
But also, I believe, you know with what happened recently with the kids, Israel killing the kids. Did you see the video of
Well,
I'm
no,
not, I'm
it
not
wasn't Israel. It
justifying the
wasn't the
killing
US.
of it.
No, it was not the Israel. It was the US. To be very
Yeah, but like it came from Israel. You know that, right? Like
I'd have to check again. I might be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure it came from a US military base. It didn't come
no.
from Israel at all. I'd have to
Okay,
check. I'm
no.
not sure.
Even though,
No, bro, that was a Tomahawk missile.
Yeah, it was a US Tomahawk missile from a US
Okay,
base,
no,
as
yeah,
far
yeah.
as I know. I'm
No,
not
no,
sure.
oh, yeah. No, even though, right? Even though, they were hiding weapons and their army inside a school. You know that, right?
No, they weren't. Okay, to make this very clear, according to every intelligence.
There's okay.
No,
Wait, hold on.
to be very, very
There's
clear.
proof of it. There's proof of it.
No, with this specific instance,
Yeah.
which we're going with this instance. I don't know about other
Okay.
instances because then it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
different conversation, right? With this
Yeah.
specific instance, what happened, according to most people, is that school used to be. It's not that they were hiding. It used to be a military outpost of
school.
some sort, or some
Right.
sort of. It was some sort of outdated situation. It's not even clear to this day. There's no official report of what happened, but it's probably that it used to be a military base. Now it was a school, kids' school or whatever, and then it got bombed.
Yeah.
And we can all agree that's tragic. I don't think the Americans were targeting them. I just think they did it, and now that's bad. You know, I see this.
Mhm.
Okay, you know what I just said, right? The difference between targeting and not targeting. I don't think the Americans go out of their way to kill kids. Do you know who does go out of their way
I
to
don't.
kill kids?
You're gonna say
Israel.
Israelis.
Israelis go
I
out
don't. I
of their way.
don't think
There's
that too.
documented
No,
proof
you
of
know
that.
what? I don't think that. I don't think that. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay,
right?
how much have you
As-
read on the subject?
A lot.
So
A
the
lot.
Americans are
And
complicit. They're
no,
fucking
no.
complicit.
Wait. Okay. Let me say my point of view. Right. Israel targets anyone and everyone.
Agreed.
Do you agree with me?
Agreed.
Anyone and everyone, not just kids.
Agreed. Agreed.
Right. So no, it makes it because when you say they target kids, it makes it 10 times worse. Well, we don't need to do that. I'm anti-war. I'm not in Israel's side.
No,
right?
I'll go
I'm
out of my way
anti-war.
to
Yeah.
explain even even are the IRGC, the Iranians that
Yeah.
you think have killed kids, which even if they have, the point is
Yeah.
they do it accidentally. What you just said, I agree with 100%. That
Yeah, yeah.
the Israelis and the Iranians are not the same. They do not.
Yeah.
The Iranians do not go out of their way to specifically target anyone who's a civilian, with action. Right? They just
Yeah.
don't. There's a lot of evidence for this, right? There's because they
Right.
only really target military bases. Compare that to the slaughter of the Palestinians. It's just not debatable. I mean, it's not even close.
No, no,
They
I
targeted
agree with that.
universities,
I agree with
schools.
that. But could you agree with me, right, that Israel don't target just kids? They target everyone.
Everybody, agreed.
But
They do
okay,
carpet bombings.
yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
target
So now
journalists, bro.
they, I don't know about that. I don't like.
That
I
one they
heard
do
about it.
actually.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I don't know like much about it. Oh, I mean, they did target the Iranian thing, right? The Iranian news.
They target no, they target everybody, bro. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
the Iranians or Israelis care at all. I think
No fucking
genuinely,
exception, man.
yeah, there's no exception.
there is. But also
Dude,
I
they
do
killed their
feel like
own.
Hamas is even worse than Israelis. I'm gonna be honest.
Nope.
Sure. Okay.
They
What instance can you give me an instance? I can give you 7
okay.
instances. Give me an
Okay,
instance.
so
And
training
go into detail of
kids
why.
from the age of 11.
Training kids from the age of 11. China
Yeah,
does
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Taiwan does
That,
that.
I mean,
Nope.
yeah.
Everyone does
I'm
that.
not. Yeah, yeah.
What are we talking
China
about?
don't do
everyone.
that, bro.
No, not everyone.
The
Not everyone
China
CCP
does
do
don't
that.
do that.
What are we
No,
talking
no,
about?
no.
The
I'm
CCP
not.
is the most tolerant party you can ever see.
The CCP is trying to ethnically wipe out the Uyghurs. They do that.
No. Just look
I
at their
think.
fucking cities, bro. They look
No, no,
better
no.
than
This is a
fucking
I
different
feel like
Dubai,
conversation.
you're
bro.
talking about
Look at
cadets.
their
You're talking about
cities, man.
cadets.
Look at the Uyghur cities. They look better than Dubai. They look better than fucking New York.
This is
Look
a
at
different
the
conversation.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is
No,
a,
no, no. China
this
is
is a different conversation.
China is a
We can
beautiful
stick on
country.
one thing. Okay, let's stick to a
But
different. I don't want. This is a different
okay.
conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain to you why Hamas is 10 times worse, right? So Hamas,
Uh-huh.
but when have you heard of IDF, right? Publicly executing their own people, like in the middle of the country, in the West Bank.
Pretty sure that
Hamas
has happened.
publicly
But
executed their own
China
people.
Charlie Kirk? What the hell you?
yeah, I think it's funny. Okay, it's it's not.
What
It's
is
not a
this all
political statement.
about? It doesn't even mean the hell.
Wait,
It doesn't mean it. It's a meme. It's funny to me.
I know, but
Okay,
what's
whatever.
the? Is it just brain rot, or is there any significance, any
It's
meaning
brain rot.
behind it? Oh, it's just brain rot. Damn it!
Why would there always have to
I
be
kind of
something
find
deep?
it. I find it cool. I find it funny.
It's
But
just
yeah.
funny.
Well, if brain rot has no meaning, brain rot is just like random.
This is a different conversation, man. This is a different conversation.
Sorry, that was all. That was my question.
Yeah, you're good.
And also,
but
like
dude, look,
Hamas is considered as a terrorist group. A lot of people could argue, right, that it's like a freedom fighting group, but I totally disagree with that. Like,
first,
yeah,
I'll make my argument clear, okay,
Okay.
to make the conversation real, okay. Hamas, at worst, even at the worst, is equal, if not less terrible than Israelis, the Israeli government. Okay, and now my reasoning for that
The
is any
government is
instance you
worse.
can bring me, I can bring you dozens of examples that are much worse done by the Israelis. You wanted to okay, you know how you just said the Hamas soldiers kill innocent civilians, right?
Yeah,
Which is
yeah,
what you said,
yeah.
like it's Palestinian civilians. Great example, and that's true, 100%. Israelis kill their own soldiers. Israelis kill Israeli civilians. You forget the whole point of what happened after October 7th, the whole carpet bombing, that killed most of the Israeli hostages. It was just an excuse to carpet bomb Gaza, as far as I can see. They could have done DevOps, they could have done a dozen different things to help their own people, but they bombed the region knowing there were hostages. What do you call that? Like in every way, they are unique. I hope you can understand this. In terms of DevOps, in terms of their expertise, they are different evil, bro. To everyone. What?
You remember when they shot those 2 hostages, and then basically the hostages came out hands up, and then they shot them?
Oh, one sec.
And then technically that's a war. Even if it was Hamas, it would have been a war crime to shoot them. But it just happened that they were hostages.
Look, man,
And so
I gotta go, but I want to make this very clear. Sorry, I cut you off.
I'm gonna add you. I'm
Step
gonna add you.
two,
By the
yeah?
way, I like your ideas.
Yeah, go look into it yourself. Like genuinely, look into the
Yeah.
war crimes of Israel, and you will be shocked at how
No, I
ridiculous
have,
it is.
and I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you with a lot.
But yeah, all right.
Are you trying to
But
say Iran's like George Floyd? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what that guy said, but that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. That's hilarious. Please,
Kind
please
of,
disappear.
because they can't breathe right now. Like they need fresh air, man.
Aren't they using white phosphorus? No, they're using white phosphorus in Lebanon, right?
For what? For what? I haven't heard
Like,
of it.
I'm pretty sure Israel is using white phosphorus in Lebanon to burn down the foliage, and then they're also burning down like farms and stuff in Lebanon. And they also sprayed herbicide all over the farms in Lebanon, so now people are starving.
Why are they doing that?
Like the IDF did that. It was like, damn. Like, I mean, America. I guess I can't say that America isn't evil enough to do that because we did do it in Vietnam, but we haven't done that since Vietnam. So, and they're doing that in 2026.
Yeah, what can we do about it though?
Drink more high fructose corn syrup.
Oh yeah, eat the bugs, live in pods. You know what I'm talking. Oh, you know the eat the bugs.
Yeah.
Is that a real thing or is this a conspiracy?
Oh man, I mean, it depends on which decade we're in. Right now, it's a conspiracy.
Oh, next decade it could be a real like they
Right,
actually the elites globalists want us to eat the bugs. I don't know if it's even plausible to produce that many bugs. It's probably better to eat swine.
It's definitely, bro. It's very sustainable. They actually invest. I think NASA investigated using bugs in space. You know, like just like freeze drying bugs for eating, getting protein from them.
Freeze dried crickets.
I already
the
gave
mask
away
though.
all my property in anticipation of the euphoria that comes from owning nothing.
Yeah.
Yo, God save America, man. I love
But what do
America.
you guys think about the conspiracy of JD? Like, essentially, JD Vance has been put into position by Peter Thiel to enact the Dark Enlightenment. What do you guys think about that?
I'm not familiar with that one. I thought you were going to go the direction of JD Vance is Erica.
Antichrist
I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Antichrist, but basically, it's a real. It's not just a conspiracy theory. It's just a real conspiracy where Peter Thiel he's in this movement called the neo-reactionary movement, and basically the idea is to replace the U.S. president with a monarch, or just make the U.S. president into a monarch, and then have below him all of the leaders of industry, primarily in the tech space, like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and basically, you know, it's a monarch, and then sections of U.S. industries are all controlled by oligarchs. And Curtis Yarvin actually coined the idea, and Peter Thiel took it and ran with it. And get this, this is real. Peter Thiel worked with Epstein to fund companies that aligned with the neo-reactionary movement's ideas. Ideas like neo-feudalism, where you just don't own anything and everything is just a subscription. It's all a part of it.
Dude, I love Pete Hegg.
God, too much Tsar, bro.
So it's like it's a illiberal conspiracy to remove American democracy, using what specifically Project 2025 is tied into this as well, and this idea of the unitary executive, where the president just becomes a monarch that can do whatever he wants. He rules the country through executive orders, and it just so happens that Donald Trump is following it all to a T.
What the fuck are you talking
Oh
about?
my God, bro.
Project 2025 is literally just like a American Heritage
Anyways.
Foundation wish list that usually includes about 75 to 80% of milquetoast conservative positions, and then has a bunch of
But
some
Project
crazy shit.
2025 also just happens to align.
Anyways.
Project
So
2025. What?
happens. It just so happens to fall in line with Curtis Yarvin's Dark Enlightenment. Like all the ideas in Project 2025 were originally coined by Curtis Yarvin. He's the guy who created the entire.
Yeah, who gives a shit? It's not relevant. Project 2025
You
is
know,
not
like the whole red pill, blue pill
Shut
thing.
up. No, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Trying to claim that Trump is following Project 2025 is fucking retarded. There's no the logical reason to even think that. Just because they have basic policy prescriptions that conservatives have believed for like fucking a century in that fucking Project 2025 shit does not mean now he's trying to become like the Emperor of America. That's retarded.
So why is it that he has enacted 60% of Project 2025's policies?
Because 60% of Project 2025's policies are basic milquetoast of normal positions that most countries have, which is, you know, border enforcement, immigration control, voting control, in terms of not allowing illegals or fucking idiots to fucking vote. What are you talking about? Hey, did you know that Hitler liked to drink water? Therefore anyone who drinks water is like Hitler, right? That's the same line of logic you're using.
Bama, why do you sound like a swear word version of Ben Shapiro?
I don't fucking know. I just talk really fast. I'm from New England. We all talk really fast.
Have you ever actually read?
We also cuss a lot.
Have you actually ever read?
Shapiro with swear words.
What? Have I read Project 2025? Not in its entirety, no.
You don't need to read it in its entirety. Just read a synopsis.
I've read the synopsis, and a lot of the Project 2025s is basic conservative position.
Bro,
like Project 2025 is talking about securing the border. Do you think that anyone wants to secure the border, therefore wants to be like follow Project 2025?
That's a small part of Project 2025, bro.
Okay, what part of Project 2025 scares you so much?
The core part of Project 2025 is that it requires a unitary executive to give the president all the power, pretty much like to centralize power under the president in order to enact most of the policies that are in Project 2025. None of it is through democracy. None of it goes through Congress. The core idea is that you need a president with the maximum amount of executive power to enact the policies, because most of the policies are not popular with the American people.
That's not true. That you're lying. That's none of that's fucking true.
You notice how he tried to, like, when people were like, "Oh, look, he's in the he wants to enact Project 2025." He stepped back and was like, "Oh no, I don't even know what that is," even though he spoke at the Project 2025 conference where they
once again, who created Project 2025?
The Heritage Foundation.
Yeah, okay, and what is the Heritage Foundation?
A conservative think tank.
One of the biggest conservative think tanks. So why would it be weird that shut the fuck up, I'm not done talking. Why would it be weird that the conservative candidate for presidency went to speak at a conservative think tank group?
Bro, it's not. No, it's weird.
No, answer that question. Answer the question. Why would it be weird for the Republican candidate for presidency to go speak at a conservative think tank group?
So why did he then, right after
answer
that?
No,
maybe
stop. Answer
why
the question.
2 years later?
No, you're not going to do this thing. See, this is why diversity hates when I do this, when I argue with like liberals. But I know your tactics. I grew up in Massachusetts. I was surrounded by people like you. You never answer questions, and you always tangent off to something that you think is a better, more winning position for you, as opposed to answering the question presented. Or you'll focus on like my tone and my insults, as opposed to just addressing the fucking argument. Tell me why. Shut the fuck up. Why is your mouth moving when you can hear me in your ears? Why is it weird for the Republican candidate to go speak at a major conservative think tank group? Why is that weird to you?
How are you sub 80 IQ and from Massachusetts? How did you achieve such a thing?
So you're not going to answer the question, you fucking dipshit. Aren't you literally driving Uber right now? I don't think it's up to you to ever insult anyone's fucking intellect, you dumb motherfucker. He'll get a real job.
But not in politics, though.
Yeah, please. Well, he wouldn't be able to get hired in politics. Actually, go get hired in politics so you can poison pill your entire fucking movement. That'd be fucking fantastic from the side of the.
They still do paper shredder jobs, I think.
Everyone's spurting out about the Project 2025 shit when literally most of the shit in Project 2025, the major selling points are get rid of the administrative state, which isn't supposed to exist in the U.S. federal government anyway. Actually protect the fucking border and enforce immigration law, which is any normal functioning country would be fucking doing. Focusing on restoring the nuclear family as a part of like America's family makeups, which is entirely fucking normal and should be fucking pushed forward. And then the God-given shit for all the Christians and stuff. None of the shit that they're saying is even that fucking weird. The other thing is actually having the executive branch of the government be able to enforce its power as the executive, as opposed to divvying out its power to a bunch of bureaucracies that are unelected, sit through fucking multiple presidential fucking terms, and not accountable to the people. You know, the way the federal government was actually supposed to be structured, not the monster it turned into.
How the fuck can you say so much hate
You're
speech
going
that
right
quickly?
over the fact that they actually also advocate for combining industry with governance. Like they
No,
combine.
at no point did they ever say combining industry with the government.
Have you read the document? Because I have.
Yes.
There's a reason why people are calling it a neo-fascist.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of fucking retards that call anyone who is not a fucking Democrat a fascist. They were calling George W. Bush a fascist. They were calling George H.W. Bush a fucking fascist. Liberals call every conservative president who ever gains any popularity a fascist and a new Nazi. And then 5 years after he gets removed from the presidency, he's a nice old man. And wouldn't it be nice if we had George W. Bush again as opposed to this Trump guy? And then when it was George W. Bush, wouldn't it be nice if we had his father as opposed to him? He's a monkey. And then before H.W. Bush, wouldn't it be nice if we had fucking Nixon again? Every single fucking time. Fascist means nothing because you just use it to anyone I don't like. You have no idea what the fuck fascism is. You have no concept of how it actually like comes out in the real fucking world. I guarantee you've never read Mussolini's outlining of what fascism is. You just use that word to discredit your enemies.
My magic doesn't seem to work on him anymore.
Yeah,
I thought it was just a
conservatives don't
bundle
give
of
a shit.
sticks.
I actually have read it.
Oh, really? You've read Benito Mussolini's viewpoints of what fascism is supposed to be?
Yes.
Oh yeah, did you? While you're driving your Ubers?
I read a synopsis.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean,
you read the letterhead made by some liberal retard.
I thought it goes something like one stick by itself breaks easy, but if you bundle them all together, it's hard to break.
That's right. Nothing can stand before the mighty F slur.
Fucking on God. Like genuinely, the liberals are so fucking like retarded these days that they'll genuinely. It's amazing how like my own ability to debate liberals has degraded as liberals take on more and more indefensible positions because they'll just claim something that is obviously untrue or obviously fucking retarded needs to be the way the world fucking works.
They need a new demonization term because they wore racist to the base metal and it bears no meaning anymore. So they need a new one.
No, I'm talking about their policy prescriptions. Like right now, the policy prescription of most left-leaning people is we should not enforce the border and we should not enforce immigration laws at all in the United States. That is the current mainstream Democrat position.
I reckon you've got fart holes in your driver's seat, Tony. I'm not even joking.
That's false.
You didn't need to answer that one.
Yeah, I like how that's the one question he wants to answer. He won't answer any of mine, but he'll answer the one about shit.
Is the cushion saturated with bum crumbs?
Most liberals do believe in the idea of enforcing laws on the border.
Really?
But
Then why have
don't-
they all been protesting like fucking fanatic psychopaths around the country
Because you're
stopping
ICE has been made into the literal Gestapo. Like
No,
they
it
put
hasn't, you fucking retard. Don't use the word literal if you don't know what it means.
millions of dollars into ICE. ICE has been made into Donald Trump's personal army.
No, it
that is
hasn't.
fucking
Hang on,
God.
no, stop. You're not allowed to use hyperbolic claims like that. No.
Yes, ICE
No,
literally.
no. You are misinformed, sir. No, you are not. You're not gonna start calling shit that it's not fucking not. There's 50 million illegals in the fucking country. How the fuck do you expect to be able to deport them if you don't give money to the people whose primary job is to deport illegals?
Antifa is
So
the
why
literal
do you think-
communist mercenary group.
Yeah, they're the brown
What
shirt.
to deport people?
Huh? What'd you say?
Why is it that ICE needs tanks to deport people? Please explain.
They were not given tanks, you fucking gimp.
They are literally buying tanks for ICE.
Oh yeah, what tanks? Which
You
which
can
tanks?
you can literally just Google this for a few
What?
seconds.
Yeah, which tanks? Hang on. ICE purchasing tanks.
The-
Are you
the
talking about like
Panzers.
APCs?
Panzers. They're getting
Apes
Panzers.
are tanks.
Oh yeah, they got a whole bunch of fucking M1 Abrams. No, you fucking gimp. If they're buying APCs,
are tanks.
no, they're not. You fucking moron.
It is
An
a form of.
APC is not a tank. It's an up armored truck. It's a
It is a
transport
tank.
truck.
Why
You
do they
fucking.
need it?
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why do they need it?
What does APC mean? What does APC mean? What does APC mean?
Why they need APCs?
What does it mean?
No. Yeah. What is? Hang
What
on.
do they
First of
need?
all, what's an APC?
Why do they need?
No. Once again, you don't understand how this works, Tony. Answer the question. What's an APC?
It's a personnel carrier.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Is an APC a tank?
He searched that.
Why do you
It took him a
need
while.
personnel
He searched
carrier?
it.
Is an
ChatGPT is
APC?
getting quicker.
Yeah. Is an APC a tank?
It is a tank because they have turrets on top.
That's oh
Look
my
at it.
god! Holy shit! You're so
A hum-
fucking retarded.
Wait a second, is
I
he
genuinely
acting
don't know
like
how
he
you got a
was in the
driver's
army?
license.
A Humvee is now a tank, by the
Yeah.
way.
Bro,
Hey,
it's
you
not
know
a
those
He's lying
Toyota
like he said
Hiluxes
he's in the
that
army.
ISIS was driving like 10 years ago? Those are tanks.
Fuck, bro.
Bro, if you have an APC and you have a gunner turret on the top, and whenever there's fucking protests, you can fire fully auto pepper rounds out of that turret.
That doesn't
That
make
is
it a
a
tank.
tank.
You don't
That's
know what the word
crazy.
tank means. So we'll
The
just
U.S.
move on.
has so many
Let's
tanks
move
now.
on from your inbred fucking genetics. You don't know what the word tank means.
I had no idea U.S. had so many
It's
tanks.
got a
All the
seat. It's got a s-
Humvees, everything. It's crazy.
Bro,
It's
why
got a
did they
pepper
need
seed
armored
gun.
tanks?
Because
To
when they
do-
do SWAT raids on people, they don't.
you